War IV, a blueprint for the Trump administration by Aaron Langley Heinlein, Frederick Glass, and the Grand Rapids Circle.
Chapter 5. Big Stick Economy.
The United States is in long-term relative decline. In absolute terms, the America of the future will be richer. But because other countries like China and India, and other regions like Africa, are growing more rapidly, America's share of global wealth will decline. So will America's share of global military power, which, in the industrial era, is loosely rather than perfectly correlated with relative economic weight. Primacy, as a concept in international relations, can refer either to polarity, a country's share of global economic and military resources, or to hegemony, a specialized function within an interdependent international community. Whether defined as polarity or hegemony, American global primacy is coming to an end. Projections of national shares in GDP in 2050 by think tanks, investment banks, and consulting firms tend to converge at the prediction that the world will have 3 economic poles or cores: China, the United States, and Europe, or perhaps 4, if India enjoys rapid and sustainable growth. The World in 2050, a report by PwC, assigns 20% of global GDP in purchasing power parity to China, 14% to the United States and India, and a mere 12% to Europe as a whole in 2050. A 2015 report by the Economist Intelligence Unit paints a similar picture, concluding, by 2030, the top 3 economies of the world will be the US, China, and India. Such will be the growth of the 2 latter countries, in particular, that by 2050 they will each be richer than the next 5: Indonesia, Germany, Japan, Brazil, and the UK put together. This will represent a scale of wealth relative to the rest of the top 10 that is unique in recorded history. Indeed, to use PwC's numbers, China, the United States, India, and Europe together would account for around 60% of global GDP. Sub-Saharan Africa's population will explode in the next few generations, but its successful development, if it occurs, will take a long time. The Brexit vote in the UK, together with the growth of nationalism and populism in Europe, has doomed the elite project of creating a federal Europe that can act as a superpower in world politics. Europe will be a rich but fragmented trading bloc surrounded by colossal continental powers, the United States, China, and perhaps India. Tomorrow's world will be multipolar, not simply bipolar or tripolar. The rise of China and India to great power status will allow regional powers, from Turkey to Vietnam and Brazil, to play the continent states against one another and pursue their own independent interests. The period between 1914 and 2014 can accurately be described as the American century. At some point during World War I, the gross domestic product of the United States passed that of the British Empire as a whole. Around a century later, in 2014, according to the IMF, the GDP of China passed that of the United States. After 100 years in which it typically enjoyed a huge advantage in wealth and power over the next nearest competitors, with China, the United States may finally have met a true peer competitor. Although per capita income in China is still much lower than in the United States, China is not only the world's largest economy in terms of purchasing power parity, PPP, but also the world's largest manufacturing nation, producing 52% of color televisions, 75% of mobile phones, and 87% of the world's personal computers. The Chinese automobile industry is the world's largest, twice the size of America's. China leads the world in foreign exchange reserves. The United States is the main trading partner for 76 countries. China is the main trading partner for 124. With growing wealth comes growing power. China is now second only to the United States in its defense spending. For the first time since it surpassed the British Empire in the early 1900s, the United States faces a rival that, though poorer in per capita terms and still inferior in many ways, has an economy equal in scale to its own. This is a new development. America's earlier challengers, Germany and the Soviet Union, were nowhere near the United States in their size and resources. Other nations, like Japan, were even less able to challenge U.S. economic and potential military primacy, which began with World War I, or U.S. international institutional hegemony, which began during and continued after World War II. John Maynard Keynes observed, "The great events of history are often due to secular changes in the growth of population and other fundamental economic causes, which, escaping by their gradual character the notice of contemporary observers, are attributed to the follies of statesmen." The increasing frustrations in U.S. foreign policy have less to do with the failures of American leaders than with deep, long-term trends that are diffusing both wealth and power away from both the United States and Europe. In particular, the rise of China is the indirect cause or enabling factor of many of America's setbacks. China's backing helped Russia oppose the United States and its European allies during the crisis over Ukraine. China's assertion of its power in East Asia has inspired the United States to tighten its links with allies like Japan, while proposing a Trans-Pacific Partnership Treaty that, by excluding China, looked very much like part of a frantic policy of anti-Chinese containment. To the distress of policymakers in Washington, Brazil, India, South Africa, and other countries have joined China to lay the foundations for new international institutions that the United States would not be able to dominate. Adding insult to injury, America's own allies, Britain, Germany, and France, disobeyed Washington's request and joined the Chinese-led Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. The standard of living in the United States will probably be higher than those in China and India for the rest of the century, if not beyond. But this is cold comfort. Even if only a fraction of the population of China or India enjoys American living standards, that elite minority could number in the hundreds of millions. And claims that America's exceptionally innovative culture will ensure a continued technological lead is at odds with the insistence of Silicon Valley that the United States cannot continue to innovate without a constant stream of students and skilled workers who are the products of primary education in China and India, among other nations. At any rate, innovation as an element of geopolitical power is overrated. In many areas, the United States was less innovative than Germany during the World Wars, but prevailed nonetheless thanks to sheer demographic and industrial mass. What about primacy as hegemony? During the Cold War, the United States acted as the hegemon of the American-led Free World Alliance. To its allies and clients, it acted as a military protector, a market for exports, and provided the dollar as the world's reserve currency. Following the Cold War, optimistic policymakers of both parties hoped that America's alliance hegemony could be translated into enduring American global hegemony. In the emerging multipolar world dominated by continent states like China, India, and the United States, along with various medium-sized powers, no nation will be able to play the role of a military, financial, or commercial hegemon. It may take time for a new system to replace the dollar as the global reserve currency. But America's two other hegemonic functions are already under severe strain. The world's second-largest economy, which the United States already is when measured by purchasing power parity and will soon be when measured by market exchange rates, simply cannot function as a market of first resort for export-oriented countries, in the way that an older United States enabled the development of Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. Most of the growth of the global middle class in the future will take place in China, India, and other parts of the non-Western world. At the moment, the United States is determined to remain the military hegemon in 4 regions: East Asia, Europe, the Middle East, and North America. But as China grows in wealth and power, the U.S. attempt to thwart its regional hegemony in East Asia may prove to be as doomed as would have been a British attempt to contain the United States in North America after 1900. If China and India successfully assert their own spheres of influence, after the model of America's Monroe Doctrine, the United States may have no choice but to retreat from globalism. In theory, the United States could augment its strength by maintaining the transatlantic alliance. Europeans might welcome U.S. aid in protecting them from dangers from the Middle East and North Africa, but they would be unlikely to join the United States as allies in a Sino-American Cold War. A defensive, neutralist Europe, a sort of giant Switzerland, with a foreign policy toward the Chinese, Indian, and American titans dominated by commercial considerations, is a possible outcome. Confronted with projections of global power shifts, American triumphalists tend to put their hopes either in Chinese stagnation or collapse, or else in a miraculous rejuvenation of American wealth and power. But projections like the ones I have cited assume slower Chinese growth going forward. Nor is there much the United States can do to boost its share of global GDP. The U.S. fertility rate is below replacement, and yet even admitting enough immigrants to maintain population stability may be difficult, given the public backlash against mass immigration. Because of low labor force growth, American GDP growth will be slower than in the past and determined largely by the pace of productivity growth. American hawks who propose cuts in entitlements for the elderly to fund higher defense spending are living in a dream world. In a budgetary showdown between American retirees and the Pentagon, the Pentagon will lose. The overall picture is clear if things continue as they are now. By the middle of this century, most of the world's industry and military potential are likely to be concentrated in 4 places: China, India, Europe, and the United States. In the emerging polycentric world, no single superpower like the late 20th century United States will exist to provide global security and to promote a single set of economic rules. A multipolar world is likely to be a more fragmented world of regional spheres of influence and shifting security alliances reinforced by strategic trade and investment deals. Even if new Cold Wars are averted, the peace among major countries is likely to be not warm friendship, but a wary cold peace. The United States will continue to be one of the big 3 or 4 economic powers and one of the big 2 or 3 military powers as far as the eye can see. But it will have to adjust to the loss of its status as the world's largest economy and the world's only superpower. Robert Kagan has written that superpowers can't retire, but they can be forced to share the stage. After World War II, the American foreign policy establishment was caught up in an intense debate. Who lost China? Someone had to be blamed for Mao's takeover. Today, we are hearing the stirrings of a new debate. Who lost China a second time? China is marching toward global technological leadership and increasingly challenges the United States both economically and militarily in what Michael Lind has termed Cold War II. Who was responsible for letting this happen? At one level, China lost China. As Michael Pillsbury writes in The 100-Year Marathon, China has had a strategy to supplant the United States as the dominant military and economic power since 1949. Now China seeks not just economic growth but technological leadership. President Xi Jinping himself has stated that China wants to be master of its own technologies. Indeed, China seeks not only mastery but global dominance in a wide array of advanced technology products including artificial intelligence, computers, electric vehicles, jet airplanes, machine tools, pharmaceuticals, robots, and semiconductors. It would be one thing if China did this through fair means, such as support for university research or a generous research and development tax credit. But as my organization, the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, ITIF, has documented, China has deployed a vast panoply of innovation mercantilist practices that seek to unfairly advantage Chinese producers. These include requiring foreign companies to transfer their technologies to Chinese firms in order to access the Chinese market, theft of foreign intellectual property, manipulation of technology standards, massive subsidies, and government-backed acquisitions of foreign enterprises. But U.S. policy, or lack thereof, has both enabled China to run faster in that marathon and done little to slow it down. As Pillsbury writes, for more than 40 years, the United States has played an indispensable role helping the Chinese government build a booming economy, develop its scientific and military capabilities, and take its place on the world stage, in the belief that China's rise will bring us cooperation, diplomacy, and free trade. Clearly, that has not happened. But it's worse, for China now seeks not just economic growth but technological leadership. In addition, the U.S. has done virtually nothing to prevent China from deploying its mercantilist arsenal for almost 3 decades. The story begins with Richard Nixon, who, on the advice of Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, opened the path to normalized relations with China in order to widen the emerging Sino-Soviet split. Nixon's gambit created the political space in China for major economic reforms, which would prove crucial to Chinese economic growth and enable it to establish closer economic ties with the United States. Opening up was inevitable, but by doing it then, Nixon accelerated China's rise by at least a decade. 7 years later, Jimmy Carter, in an effort to normalize relations with China, signed a far-reaching science and technology cooperation agreement that over the last 40 years has helped China close its technology gap with the United States. This agreement led to tens of thousands of Chinese students enrolling in science and engineering programs at American universities, with much of the expense paid for by the United States, and to programs to transfer U.S. technology to China in areas such as energy, space, and commerce. The administration also established and paid for the development of the National Center for Industrial Science and Technology Management Development, in Dalian, to train future managers of Chinese state-owned companies in Western management practices. Michel Oxenberg, who was a senior staff member of Carter's National Security Council, justified these efforts on the grounds that, over the long run, We are participating in the training of China's future scientific community, and this should have profound and, on balance, favorable consequences for the United States. In hindsight, he was partly right. This did have profound consequences, but by enabling direct competitors to U.S. advanced industry firms, it had unfavorable consequences for the United States. Next in line is Bill Clinton, who championed China's entry into the World Trade Organization, WTO, and supported establishing permanent normal trade relations with China. The hope and, in hindsight, naivete was enormous. Clinton called China's accession a 100-0 deal for America when it comes to the economic consequences, arguing that the agreement meets the high standards we set in all areas and that it is enforceable and will lock in and expand access to virtually all sectors of China's economy. But, as the IDF Stephen J. Azell and I showed in a 2015 report, China failed to fully comply with most of its WTO accession commitments and membership requirements. Indeed, China has skillfully used its WTO membership as blanket immunity from prosecution for its innovation mercantilist policies. For example, Chinese officials know they would risk a WTO case if they put their forced technology transfer policies in writing, and so the policies are enforced informally but no less strictly. Yet the United States can no longer take unilateral action against China without triggering a WTO complaint and finding a violation of WTO rules, as we will likely see in response to President Trump's recent decision to impose tariffs on Chinese goods. Next up is George W. Bush. The Bush administration made it quite clear to U.S. firms and to China that moving jobs to China was not only acceptable but laudatory. Greg Mankiw, Bush's top economic advisor, called the offshoring of jobs to China a good thing. Mankiw believed this because, according to conventional trade theory, all trade and foreign investment improve economic welfare. But since much of this offshoring was done because China was artificially suppressing the value of its currency, making its exports cheaper, and requiring U.S. companies to invest there to gain market access, at least some of the U.S. offshoring was not part of the working of the global free market, but reflected mercantilist distortions that harmed U.S. economic welfare. Bush's Commerce Department actually hosted conferences for U.S. companies to help them figure out how to invest in China. The light was green for businesses wanting to move jobs and investment to the Middle Kingdom. The Bush administration gave the same signal to China when it rejected petitions to put tariffs on Chinese subsidized exports to the U.S. One provision in China's WTO accession agreement, Section 421, allowed the U.S. to levy tariffs to limit harm to U.S. industry from Chinese import surges. When the Bush administration rejected a 421 product safeguard in its first term, it sent a very clear message to the Chinese that the U.S. would not risk disrupting the economic and political relationship between the two countries over unfair trade practices. Beijing understood that it could continue export dumping and other unfair practices with impunity. In Bush's second term, Treasury Secretary Hank Paulson established the Strategic Economic Dialogue with China, a formal process by which officials could discuss topics related to economic relations between the two nations. This was done not to force China to roll back its mercantilist practices, but to defuse tensions at home, where many in Congress wanted China labeled a currency manipulator for pegging the yuan to the dollar. When the Treasury Secretary says that we need China to get ahead of China's growing economic challenges, which now threaten to interrupt its truly remarkable record of economic success in recent decades, and that we want China to become more of a technology innovator, it's clear this is not an official who will confront China. When Barack Obama was running for president in 2008, it appeared that things would change upon his election. Obama promised action on Chinese currency manipulation. He promised to bring many more Section 421 cases. He promised to ban toy imports from China and to open up Chinese markets fully to American goods. But once in office, he brought just one 421 case, on tires, and did next to nothing else to change the course of Chinese economic and trade policy. In fact, it was during the 8 years of the Obama administration that China radically shifted its economic strategy. No longer happy being the global assembly line, it aimed to become the global advanced industry powerhouse. Perhaps the Chinese government was on to something when it stated, the day after the election, that it was elated Obama had beaten McCain. Indeed, Chinese leaders realized early on that while Obama might talk loudly on China, he carried at best a very small stick. A signal moment came during Obama's first official trip to Beijing in November 2009, when he downplayed the United States' economic and political grievances and instead stressed how important it was for China to help America fight climate change, emphasizing that he was looking forward to deepening the partnership in this critical area. But this wasn't all. Obama actually agreed to increase cooperation on civil aviation, e.g., to help the Chinese compete with Boeing, to conduct joint research on biotech innovation to help the Chinese compete with our life sciences industry, and to cooperate with China in other technology areas, even though China lagged the U.S. on virtually every technology at the time. The administration believed, wrongly, as it turned out, that if it cooperated in these technology areas, somehow the Chinese government would be more willing to respond to U.S. concerns over unfair Chinese trade practices. Obama even stated that the two nations should respect each other's choice of a development model, even though the Chinese model was and is mercantilist. Chinese leaders must have thought they had died and gone to heaven. It was at this point that they knew they could take advantage of this president. And so they did. As the years went on, the principal way the Chinese were able to avoid any real challenge to their agenda was to dangle the promise of dialogue. Indeed, the Obama administration was proud that it had expanded the dialogue established by the Bush administration into the strategic and economic dialogue, which now formally included strategic matters related to issues such as North Korean nuclear weapons. But the Chinese government used the SNED to implement its rope-a-dope strategy of obfuscation and delay. Each SNED proclamation just kicked the can down the road, containing largely meaningless commitments by the Chinese government, which it generally proceeded to ignore with little consequence. For example, in the 2010 and 2012 SNED meetings, China reaffirmed its commitment that technology transfer is to be decided by firms independently and not to be used by the Chinese government as a precondition for market access, a commitment the country continues to ignore. Why didn't the Obama administration do more? As noted, one reason was that the administration put saving the planet's climate ahead of defending the American economy. A second was that administration officials sincerely believed that, through dialogue and experience, the Chinese government would see the light and finally embrace the one true path. The Washington Consensus model of development, with its pillars of free trade, light-touch regulation, financial liberalization, and low or zero tariffs. However, these administrations didn't act alone. They were cheered on by the stifling groupthink of the Washington trade and economics establishment, which, almost without exception, refused even to consider the possibility that Chinese economic and trade policies might pose a threat to the United States. The Washington elite consensus view was and is that trade is always good, even one-sided free trade in which the other side is mercantilist. That while trade might hurt individual workers, it can't hurt the overall economy, and that there is no difference between challenging foreign mercantilism and naked protectionism. Coupled with this rigid adherence to a strict free trade ideology came the argument that China simply could not succeed with a state-run economy. Wasn't it obvious? The Chinese leadership had clearly never bothered to read Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations. With the election of President Trump and plainer signs of what is going on in China, it has become fashionable to engage in revisionist history. We did the best we could. We couldn't have known. We made a bet and it didn't pay off. Even recent converts who are now critical of past U.S. naivete toward China still don't seem to understand. One case in point is a recent article in Foreign Affairs by former Obama administration officials Kurt M. Campbell and Ely Ratner, called The China Reckoning. They counsel that the U.S. government should just stop trying to change China, instead focus more on its own power and behavior and the power and behavior of its allies and partners. So, keep letting them steal, cajole, or coerce away our valuable technology. Keep letting them bestow massive market-distorting subsidies on their advanced industry firms, taking market share from U.S. firms. Keep letting them limit exports from U.S. firms and deny our firms fair access to their markets. That brings us to today. China is feeling its oats and understands that it can now be much more assertive, both militarily and economically. President Trump, to his credit, is the first U.S. president to forcefully confront China over its unfair economic practices. But when all is said and done, it is anything but clear that the Trump administration will succeed in rolling back these egregious practices. Indeed, the administration has made two strategic mistakes. First, it has not appreciated that the odds of winning this war against China and having it roll back its mercantilist policies are extremely low without the support and commitment of our allies. As one top-level Chinese official told me, We don't fear the G2, US and China, or the G20. We fear the G3, where the US and Europe join forces against us. But by levying steel and aluminum tariffs on our allies, threatening automobile tariffs on Japan and Europe, and recently isolating the United States at the G7 ministerial meeting, Trump has thrown away any opportunity for an alliance of the willing. Indeed, the administration seems to believe that it is possible to fight a multi-front trade war and prevail. Moreover, when you have a president who believes, or at least says publicly, that the EU is worse than China on trade, you have a president who is not focused on the real problem. In terms of mercantilism, there is no question that China is an order of magnitude worse. And second, even if unilateral action could in theory be effective, which is doubtful given that the Chinese authoritarian state can take much more pain from a trade war than can America's democratic system, the seeming lack of consensus in the Trump administration would still make success unlikely. Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin seeks a resolution to the conflict with China at almost any cost. Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross and the President are focused on reducing the trade deficit. U.S. Trade Representative Robert Lighthizer appears to be more concerned with rolling back unfair practices stemming from the Made in China 2025 initiative. This sends a message to the Chinese that the administration can't agree on what it wants. More troubling is the fact that the administration appears to be considering a deal whereby we stop pressuring China if it reduces our trade deficit with it by buying more soybeans and natural gas. Such a deal would actually be in China's interest, as it would reduce upward pressure on the yuan, making Chinese advanced industry exports cheaper. The U.S. government should have one and only one major trade policy goal at this moment: rolling back China's innovation mercantilist agenda, which threatens our national and economic security. Only this can enable the United States to stay ahead of China militarily, technologically, and economically, at least for the next several decades. Unfortunately, after decades of capitulation and failure, success does not look much more likely today. So who lost China this time? Pretty much everyone. For decades, the study of international security has been divorced from the study of international trade and investment, along with domestic economic development. In political science departments on university campuses, self-described realists debate defense and diplomacy with idealists of various kinds. In the economics department next door, there is no debate. The academic economists almost unanimously agree that free trade and investment benefit all sides. They instead postulate an ideal world where national borders would be insignificant and there would be free flows of goods, services, money, and labor. Even before Donald Trump became the first president in living memory to explicitly promote U.S. economic nationalism, the wall that divided the national security realists and the free market economists was crumbling, mainly because of the rise of China, which has benefited from a version of statist economics while challenging U.S. military hegemony in Asia. Slowly but inevitably, debates about national security and the global economy are merging into a single dispute about relative national power. This marks a revival of what Edward Luttwak has called geoeconomics. The central concept in realism is the security dilemma. In an anarchic world without a world government, each state is responsible for its own defense. The problem is that militaries can be used for offense as well as defense. If one country arms itself, another country can never be certain that those arms will not be used for aggression. So the second country arms itself as well, alarming the first. In this way, mutual suspicions lead to spiraling arms races. The security dilemma applies to economics as well. In the industrial era, the basis of military power is manufacturing. This still holds true, notwithstanding the current hype surrounding the so-called knowledge economy. A country cannot defeat its enemies with cat video apps, though it might divert them. Many of the same factories that produce capital goods or civilian consumer goods can be converted to produce weapons. It is thus not enough for rival powers to monitor each other's standing armies, navies, fleets, and stocks of weaponry. They must also monitor the overall industrial capacity of their actual or potential rivals. Industrial capacity, in turn, has to be defined broadly to include the entire economy of the rival state, not only its factories, but also its infrastructure, energy and telecommunication systems, resources, workforce, and financial system. In the mass mobilization wars of the industrial age, like the two world wars, whole economies have gone to war with each other. Even in the less intense Cold War, economies were partly mobilized. There can be no simple dividing line between civilian and military production. The space race between the United States and the Soviet Union, prompted by the latter's launching of the Sputnik satellite, always had military implications. Any country which hopes to be an independent great power must be able to obtain and maintain its own state-of-the-art manufacturing sector, if only for fear of falling behind in the economic arms race inspired by the security dilemma. As Alexander Hamilton, the first U.S. Treasury Secretary, wrote in his report on manufactures, the United States must be independent on foreign nations for military and other essential supplies. Overall, Hamilton, who viewed with scorn the Jeffersonian vision of America as an agrarian paradise, sought to protect America's nascent industry from the depredations of the more developed European nation-states. Second only to the concept of the security dilemma in the philosophy of economic nationalism is the idea of increasing returns to scale. In the jejune version of Econ 101, which is all that most policymakers and pundits know of economics, all markets are naturally competitive and divided among many small producers. There are constant or diminishing returns to scale, that is to say, a bigger producer is not necessarily more efficient than a small one. This assumption was valid in the pre-industrial era, when a single blacksmithing firm employing 1,000 blacksmiths working side by side under one roof could not turn out horseshoes any better or more rapidly than 1,000 self-employed blacksmiths. But modern mechanized manufacturing industries are characterized by increasing returns to scale. An automobile factory with assembly lines can churn out automobiles more efficiently and cheaply than a team of artisans assembling one automobile at a time from scratch. In increasing returns industries, including the manufacturing industries that are the basis of modern military power, Econ 101 does not apply. Markets are imperfect. Efficiency is produced by scale, not competition. Because bigger firms and establishments are more efficient, unchecked competition tends to drive out small firms, leading to oligopoly and perhaps to monopoly. We are accustomed to thinking of monopolies emerging as the result of cheating and unfair practices. But in the imperfect markets of increasing returns industries, an efficient rule-abiding firm can wipe out its rivals and achieve monopoly status simply because it is slightly superior to its competitors, all without breaking any rules. The same is true in industries with network effects like communications, but those are less relevant to our topic. What is true of firms is also true of the nations in which the firms are based. In theory, a single country or trade bloc can monopolize all of the manufacturing in a particular industry. China could make all of the world's iPhones, Europe's Airbus could make all jetliners, Japan could make all automobiles, and South Korea could make all ships. Once achieved, these national or bloc monopolies in particular industrial sectors characterized by increasing returns could be long-lasting. Their very success ensures high barriers to entry, protecting incumbents from would-be competitors. Indonesia would have a hard time breaking into a global jetliner market monopolized by Airbus. Conventional academic economists might see nothing wrong with such a world. Traditional trade theory is based on the idea that countries should specialize along the lines of absolute advantage, Adam Smith, or comparative advantage, David Ricardo. But guided by the logic of the military economic security dilemma, prudent national strategists will ignore the academic free traders and their libertarian allies. From the point of view of national security, industrial interdependence is not a courageous step toward the utopian ideal of a borderless global market and a golden age of perpetual peace. Far from that, it is a dangerous risk that must be minimized. In particular, national strategists must ensure that the supply chains in the country's defense industrial base are not located in the territory of potential military rivals or in coercible third countries. They must protect the militarily relevant industries they have and, if necessary, obtain new ones. This is the essence of the approach that the economist Robert D. Atkinson and I have described as national developmentalism. As we have seen, the very scale and success of existing manufacturing sectors pose barriers to entry into a sector on the part of not only new firms, but also of entire nations. This being the case, late developed countries which seek to acquire industries that are already flourishing elsewhere can do so only by means of market-defying policies. In the early industrial era, Britain had a near monopoly over global manufacturing. Acting to promote British interests, economists like Smith and Ricardo tried to persuade other countries not to compete with British manufacturing, but to specialize in supplying raw materials to British factories and cheap food to British factory workers. For example, in The Wealth of Nations, 1776, Adam Smith wrote, were the Americans, either by combination or any other sort of violence, to stop the importation of European manufactures, and by thus giving a monopoly to such of their own countrymen as could manufacture the like good, divert any considerable part of their capital into this employment, they would retard instead of accelerating the further increase in the value of their annual produce, and would obstruct instead of promoting the progress of their country towards real wealth and greatness. If American leaders had followed the advice of Adam Smith, the United States in the 21st century would still be an agrarian country, shipping cotton, corn, and wheat abroad while importing all factory-made goods on unfavorable terms from industrial nations in Europe and Asia. Hamilton rejected Smith's advice, noting that the American states cannot exchange with Europe on equal terms, and the want of reciprocity would render them the victim of a system which should induce them to confine their views to agriculture and refrain from manufactures. As the 19th century German-American economist Friedrich List later pointed out, free trade between an advanced and a backward country would lock in the advantages of the former. The result of a general free trade would not be a universal republic of commerce, but, on the contrary, a universal subjection of the less advanced nations to the predominant manufacturing, commercial, and naval power. Recognizing free trade ideology as the self-serving British propaganda that it was, the 19th century United States and Imperial Germany both protected their own infant industries from British competition. By the 1900s, both had surpassed Britain as industrial powers. The truth is that every country that has successfully caught up with earlier industrialized nations has protected its infant industries by one method or another. Consider Asia. Following World War II, as part of their programs to catch up with the West in industrial capacity, Japan and the Little Tigers South Korea and Taiwan used non-tariff means such as regulations, currency manipulation, and other tactics to protect their domestic firms from imports while subsidizing their own exports. More recently, China has followed in these footsteps by cheating in order to build up its manufacturing. Beijing has promoted a variety of policies, including luring Western firms with cheap labor, protecting its internal markets, stealing foreign intellectual property, and subsidizing its exports by means of currency manipulation to bolster its economic prowess. Only now has Washington begun to respond to this systematic exploitation of American industry. Such developments raise an obvious question. If considerations of national security and industrial self-sufficiency are so important, then why has free trade ever existed at all? The answer is that free trade is something of a historical aberration. It has been extremely uncommon in the 2.5 centuries since the industrial era began. The world economy between the early modern era and the 1940s was carved up among protectionist European empires and protectionist nation-states like the United States. There was a brief period of trade liberalization in the mid-19th century, promoted by Britain and France, but that was rejected by late developing nations like the United States and Germany. As economic realism would predict, free trade is promoted very rarely, and only then by great powers which do not fear military or industrial competition. Put otherwise, countries are apt to promote free trade, not in the abstract, but in proportion to the amount that it is likely to benefit them directly. Exhibit A is Great Britain. After having employed protectionist measures for centuries to build up and expand its manufacturing lead, Britain opportunistically became an evangelist for free trade in the mid-19th century, hoping to open up fresh foreign markets for its exports. A century later, after 1945, the United States also switched from infant industry protectionism and preached free trade with the zeal of a convert. How convenient! What international relations theorists like to call a strategy of liberal hegemony is not an alternative to realism and economic nationalism. Rather, it is a version of both. A country that is a military and economic hegemon, with overwhelming military power and unmatched industrial supremacy, can afford to be relaxed about the military-economic security dilemma, at least for a time. Until the war-devastated economies of Europe and Asia could begin to recover over a decade later, the United States enjoyed a near monopoly in global markets for manufactured goods, a situation that it saw as the natural state of affairs. During the Cold War, U.S. policymakers indulged Japanese and German mercantilism, sacrificing the interests of American producers to the goal of keeping Japan and West Germany in the U.S.-led anti-Soviet alliance. They did so on the complacent assumption that the United States would remain by far the dominant industrial economy. The logic of the military-economic security dilemma suggests that a grand strategy of liberal hegemony should be abandoned by a declining hegemon that is losing relative shares of military and industrial capacity to rising powers. The former hegemon need not revert to the infant industry protectionism of its own earlier catch-up phase. Rather, it should seek to open foreign markets for its exports while preserving its domestic industries from unfair competition by insisting on strict reciprocity in trade. And it should minimize its economic dealings with current and potential military rivals altogether, for fear that its consumers and capitalists will build up the power of enemies. Neither Britain nor the United States, following their heydays, have acted on this common-sense logic. Britain should have abandoned its policy of unilateral free trade in the 1870s and 1880s in response to the rise of protectionist America and Germany. Instead, it did not adopt neo-protectionism until the 1930s. By then, a crepuscular glow had set on the British Empire, its elites realizing all too late that their might was disappearing. Likewise, the United States dallied when it should have abandoned liberal hegemony for a more transactional Nixonian economic nationalism in the 1970s and 1980s, once American manufacturing began to be battered by revived German and East Asian imports, even before the industrial rise of China. Instead, for the last half-century, the United States, like Britain a century earlier, has done the reverse. Mesmerized by a putative liberal world order, Washington has extended its military frontier, while allowing mercantilist Asian and European trading partners to wipe out much of American manufacturing. Likewise, US-based multinationals have transferred over much of their production capacity to China, Mexico, and other countries, where cheaper labor or government subsidies exist in abundance. In my view, the persistence of free trade policies in Britain and the United States, even after they became harmful, is perhaps best explained in terms of domestic political factors. The most important among these is the political influence of finance. Nations that rise to dominance via manufacturing enjoy vast profits, which are plowed back into finance in the same country. Initially, a country's financial sector tends to grow on the back of manufacturing and other industries. Consider how the Rockefellers moved from manufacturing into banking, or how Texas oil profits seeded Houston and Dallas banks. The problem is that a politically dominant financial sector may be willing to sacrifice the interest of domestic manufacturers in the service of other goals, like opening trading partners to financial investment. More than a century ago, in the debate over British policy, the City of London successfully defeated the British economic nationalists whose fears about German military and economic power and the decline of British industry were brutally confirmed in the World Wars. In the contemporary United States, Wall Street, through its allies in the U.S. Treasury Department, has been the strongest supporter of liberal globalization. Wall Street has been joined in its war against Detroit and Pittsburgh by multinationals like Apple, which moved assembly of its iPhones from the United States to China, and importers like Walmart, whose success was based on selling low-cost Chinese goods in the U.S. market. Donald Trump's trade strategy, whether toward Europe, Mexico, Canada, or China, has been blundering and inconsistent in many ways. Nevertheless, it can be viewed as a version of options for the United States that can be pursued by Trump's successors. One is a new economic nationalism, preferably more sophisticated and far-sighted than Trump's. It would abandon the anachronistic liberal hegemony strategy of the Cold War and post-Cold War eras for a more transactional approach in trade. It would treat domestic manufacturing as the basis of hegemonic military power. Thanks to the logic of the security dilemma, in a multipolar world of rival great powers in which the major centers of military-industrial power are North America, Europe, East Asia, and South Asia, in the decades ahead, international liberalization as a general economic strategy is unlikely to find powerful champions. To be sure, there may be a high degree of economic integration among allied countries, as well as free trade in particular industries of lesser strategic significance. But the major powers will not allow market forces to compel them to lose not only narrowly defined military industries, but also a much larger set of strategic industries with both military and civilian applications. Power politics is back. The dream of a global free market is dead. In a well-known passage of the Old Testament, Isaiah prophesies, "They shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks, that nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war any more." While peace continues to be the ultimate aspiration of rational defense and foreign policy, such peace, even in the passage mentioned, is the result of unity under a common authority. In a world of competing great powers, a lesser-known exhortation from Joel is the more practical advice for policymakers. Beat your plowshares into swords, and your pruning hooks into spears. Let the weak say, "I am a warrior." Implicit in this appeal is a recognition that pre-existing resources must be harvested in times of war. No nation can afford to maintain a defense sector at permanent wartime scale, nor would such a sector, dependent entirely on government funding and direction, be an innovative, efficient, or flexible one. National power must rest on a foundation of productive peacetime economic activity that not only spreads prosperity but also provides the prerequisites of military force. In a world of competing great powers, a lesser-known exhortation from Joel is the more practical advice for policymakers. Beat your plowshares into swords, and your pruning hooks into spears. Let the weak say, "I am a warrior." Unfortunately, no economic principle holds that actors pursuing their self-interest in a free market will necessarily serve the needs of national security along the way. When incentives are well aligned so that those things most profitable are also broadly beneficial, markets work unparalleled wonders. But the same markets will gladly permit, if not promote, offshoring production to adversaries, financial rather than product engineering, and consolidation rather than productive investment when those are the activities that offer the highest returns. The industrial commons is just that, a commons, and one easily susceptible to tragedy. Since the Cold War's end, the United States has adopted an economic model incompatible with its defense commitments and global interests. This problem has been especially acute on the right of center, which has both taken more seriously the imperative of peace through strength and fallen more fully for a blind faith in free markets to deliver optimal outcomes. The nation has seen its manufacturing output stall and productivity decline, lost its leadership in vital sectors from semiconductors to aerospace to batteries, and now finds itself unable to produce ammunition, build ships, or repair submarines effectively. The cost of maintaining the armed services has continued to rise while its credible threat as a fighting force steadily falls. Thus, while contradictions between market fundamentalism and social conservatism have received the most attention in the ongoing breakup of the Reagan-era coalition, the radical free market philosophy should be equally unacceptable to anyone with a genuine concern for national security. At the local level, a dysfunctional capitalism that celebrates cheap labor and rewards financial engineering over productive investment has strained working families and devastated communities. At the national level, these same forces of globalization and financialization have eroded the industrial base critical to our defense. Likewise, the obsessive focus on abstractly defined economic growth has obscured not only the declining quality of life for the typical American, but also the declining capacity of the nation to project power. The same mindset that equated GDP with American prosperity, without reference to the distribution of income and opportunity across classes and regions, has also created a misplaced confidence that the nation is powerful, without reference to the composition of output across sectors and occupations. An automotive factory or a wellness spa may contribute equally to the national income accounts, but only one represents fungible industrial capacity that could reload the arsenal of democracy. Thus, while contradictions between market fundamentalism and social conservatism have received the most attention in the ongoing breakup of the Reagan-era coalition, the radical free market philosophy should be equally unacceptable to anyone with a genuine concern for national security. The big stick of President Theodore Roosevelt's dictum is not an exorbitantly expensive fighter jet that takes 40 years to develop, is impossibly difficult to maintain, and depletes the munition stockpile after a few sorties. Security at home, functional alliances, and deterrence all require industrial depth. A diversified resource base capable of meeting the demands of wartime production, flexible supply chains in competitive markets without single points of failure, a skilled workforce with a strong talent pipeline, and an industrial commons that fosters the interaction and investment necessary for constant innovation. The measure of the conservative commitment to a strong defense is not the size of the Pentagon's budget or the number of invasions launched, but the willingness to adopt economic policy that ensures market forces strengthen rather than erode the foundations of national power. During World War II and the Cold War, the United States was the world's industrial powerhouse and the leading producer of most cutting-edge technologies. The elements of industrial depth were mostly taken for granted. For example, after the oil crises of the 1970s, the American push for energy independence was a bipartisan priority that embraced a range of industrial policies from tax incentives and direct subsidies to research and development and project financing. Concerns began emerging about the international competitiveness of the education system and its students, but the workers who had entered the labor force in the 1960s and 70s were at the peak of their powers. When the Japanese made inroads in automotive and semiconductor manufacturing, the Reagan administration took corrective actions. The symbiotic relationship between academic research, corporate labs, and defense programs had won the space race, launched the microelectronics revolution, and built the Internet. Oil is now the least of the nation's problems. Indeed, the United States has become a net exporter of oil, natural gas, and petroleum products. But other natural resources and energy technologies face new bottlenecks. The failure in battery technology provides a case in point. Whatever one thinks of electric vehicles, energy storage has critical applications in both infrastructure and military mobility where American producers have fallen woefully behind. As legendary Intel CEO Andy Grove observed in 2010, a new industry needs an effective ecosystem in which technology know-how accumulates, experience builds on experience, and close relationships develop between supplier and customer. The U.S. lost its lead in batteries 30 years ago when it stopped making consumer electronics devices. Whoever made batteries then gained the exposure and relationships needed to learn to supply batteries for the more demanding laptop PC market, and after that, for the even more demanding automobile market. U.S. companies did not participate in the first phase and consequently were not in the running for all that followed. I doubt they will ever catch up. In other words, innovation and industrial leadership concentrates where production occurs. The battery challenge illustrates simultaneously the problems of inadequately developed resources and fragile supply chains. The United States has plentiful deposits of most minerals and materials its industrial base might need, including for leadership in battery production, but burdensome regulation and environmental restrictions have sharply limited resource development and, worse, the capacity for processing and refining. China has no particular advantage in access to critical minerals, but has nonetheless established a near monopoly in the processed forms for many, including rare earth elements, 80%, gallium, 99%, and graphite, nearly 100%. The loss of engineering expertise and component suppliers, meanwhile, has made the United States a difficult place to build anything new. Advanced semiconductor manufacturing went overseas entirely and has started to return only with intensive federal support through the CHIPS and Science Act. Boeing outsourced most of the work for its commercial airliners and quickly found itself suffering catastrophic delays, cost overruns, and safety issues. Producers of newer technologies, from flat panel displays to drones, never even attempted to build here. Policymakers have traditionally spoken of a defense industrial base (DIB) in isolation from a broader industrial base, implying concern only for those parts engaged directly in defense production, which could be nurtured directly through defense spending, even as market forces were allowed to weaken the rest. Industrial atrophy has also meant declining career prospects, including for top talent, and a badly weakened talent pipeline. The decade-long slide in manufacturing productivity has suppressed wage growth. The education system has oriented itself overwhelmingly toward preparing college graduates for professional careers, while ignoring entirely the skills necessary on shop floors. As the workforce's prior generation heads toward retirement, an enormous amount of embedded expertise is vanishing. Developing a strong supply of workers depends upon the presence of healthy demand for them. Without supply chains, without talent, without labor demand, innovation has predictably stalled. Declining productivity is not the result of some defect in the American character, but of a failure to invest in progress. Industrial robotics density in the United States lags far behind advanced manufacturers like Germany and Switzerland. China's density is 50% higher. Korea's density is more than 200% higher. In infrastructure, transport, communications, materials, processes, and so on, the United States is no longer a leader. The trailblazing research on economic complexity by the Massachusetts Institute of Technology's Cesar Hidalgo and Harvard University's Ricardo Hausman has shown this in concrete form. The breadth and sophistication of the industrial base today dictates growth and innovation tomorrow. Countries grow based on the knowledge of making things, says Hausman. It's not years of schooling. It's what are the products that you know how to make. The economic and security challenges posed by these shortcomings are inseparable. Policymakers have traditionally spoken of a defense industrial base (DIB) in isolation from a broader industrial base, implying concern only for those parts engaged directly in defense production, which could be nurtured directly through defense spending, even as market forces were allowed to weaken the rest. But a strong DIB cannot possibly persist in the face of widespread industrial stagnation. An effective DIB rests atop an enormous capacity for processed minerals and steel, semiconductors and batteries, trucks and planes, which must be oriented first and foremost toward commercial applications and filling civilian, peacetime demand. Suppliers for all the components of missiles must also make other things too, so that they have viable commercial businesses in times when large numbers of missiles are not being built. An isolated DIB also suffers from all the worst maladies of a state-dominated sector. If the government is the only customer, if bureaucrats are defining the product specs, if profits depend on decisions in Congress more often than decisions in the market, sclerosis is inevitable. The ironic result is that the market fundamentalists who most aggressively resist efforts at channeling investment toward the industrial sector then find themselves having to place their faith in a far more centrally planned economic model for the sake of national defense. An isolated DIB also suffers from all the worst maladies of a state-dominated sector. Bill Greenwalt, a non-resident senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute with experience on all sides of the procurement process, characterized the result as follows. The approach, now deeply ingrained in defense management culture, process, law, and regulation, is based on the concepts of scientific management that were once fashionable in the Soviet Union. Centralized, predictive program budgeting, management, and oversight were then thought to be superior to the trial and error and messiness of time-constrained, decentralized experimentation, and the seemingly wastefulness of having multiple sources rapidly prototyping potential solutions. It now takes 15 years to deliver marginal incremental capability improvements to existing systems, and 7 years in decision time just to start work on a new program. Time is an afterthought as process, compliance, and a false confidence in long-range predictions drives decision-making in the Pentagon, Congress, and the defense industry. In practice, unsurprisingly, this strategy has failed. Shortly after the Cold War ended, in 1993, Defense Secretary Les Aspin gathered the CEOs of America's top defense companies to a Last Supper, announcing the United States would be lowering defense spending and consolidating contracts. Soon after, a series of mergers, the costs of which were billable to the Pentagon under former Undersecretary John M. Deutsch's interpretation of federal acquisition regulations, brought the number of major contractors from 51 down to the 5 modern primes: Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, General Dynamics, Boeing, and Northrop Grumman. These companies, which together received $122.5 billion in Department of Defense (DoD) obligations in FY 2022, contract directly with the federal government and then subcontract to smaller vendors. As defense contracts shrunk, not only did defense companies merge, commercially focused companies also began divesting their defense businesses, many of which the metastasizing primes acquired. This trend continued even as defense spending increased by 50% to support the war on terror. When the Berlin Wall fell, firms specializing solely in defense accounted for only 6% of the Pentagon's major programs. That figure is now 61%, or 86% if including companies like Boeing whose only commercial activity is in aerospace. Ideally, most defense contractors would have extensive commercial business serving customers besides the federal government and its overseas allies. The private sector's market pressures would promote innovation and efficiency, while also leaving companies less reliant on and enthusiastic about war for profit. Conversely, isolating the defense industry from the wider economy limits capital investment in defense-related technology, curbs the DoD's access to the dynamism of emerging commercial technology sectors, and leaves traditional defense companies with enormous leverage vis-a-vis their government customers, as analysts Gregory Allen and Doug Berenson argue in a recent essay at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. The collapse in capital investment at the consolidated primes parallels a larger trend in the U.S. economy. In prior American Compass research, see The Corporate Erosion of Capitalism, March 2021, we analyzed the financial data of publicly traded firms going back to 1971 and classified each firm in each year based on its interaction with financial markets. Most could be classified as either a grower, which taps financial markets for needed capital, a sustainer, which uses its profits both to maintain or grow its capital base and to return capital back to shareholders and creditors, or an eroder, which disgorges profits so rapidly, in lieu of investment, that it consumes its fixed capital faster than it makes new capital expenditures. From 1971 to 1985, Sustainers accounted for 82% of total market capitalization and eroders for 6%. By 2000, these shares had shifted to 59% and 19%, respectively. In 2009, eroder market capitalization surpassed sustainer market capitalization for the first time. In 2017, sustainers accounted for 40% of market capitalization and eroders for 49%. Focusing this analysis specifically on the defense primes produces a similar story, but on a distinct timeline. For the 20 years from 1974 to 1993, the primes collectively operated as a sustainer in every single year. The individual firms were sustainers in 69% of years and eroders in 18%. After 1993's Last Supper, that behavior flipped on its head. In both 1994 and 1995, all 5 primes were eroders. For the next decade, the primes collectively operated as an eroder every year. Over the 25 years from 1994 to 2018, the individual firms were sustainers 33% of the time and eroders 67% of the time. They returned $240 billion to shareholders through buybacks and dividends while making less than $90 billion in capital expenditures. But this predictability comes at a severe cost to innovation and efficiency as procurement regulations and contracting models eliminate incentives for the risk-taking, capital commitments, and cost savings driven by competition in a well-functioning commercial sector. The dynamics of today's defense procurement system reinforce the eroder model, with the 5 primes competing only amongst themselves and often with no one at all. Under a procurement system that only they can navigate, and with low but guaranteed profit margins dictated by cost-plus contracts, their primary attraction for investors has become reliability. But this predictability comes at a severe cost to innovation and efficiency as procurement regulations and contracting models eliminate incentives for the risk-taking, capital commitments, and cost savings driven by competition in a well-functioning commercial sector. But holes and choke points in U.S. supply chains demonstrate that America's commercial sector also is not competitive or well-functioning. For example, a recent explosion at the Seoul U.S. black powder mill left ammunition contractors to rely on black powder stockpiles for 2 years as the mill was rebuilt. An assessment by an interagency task force in 2018 found 280 vulnerabilities in U.S. defense supply chains, with the industrial base offering only 1 firm to produce and restore shafts for naval ships and submarines and 1 production facility for large-caliber gun and howitzer barrels and mortar tubes. In total, the defense supply chains have lost 20,500 manufacturers since 2000. A healthy U.S. commercial market for raw materials and shipbuilding would yield more options when military needs arise. In some cases, fragility has given way to outright reliance on an adversary. Raytheon was able to withdraw all operations from Russia within a few weeks of the Ukraine invasion. Its CEO noted last year, but decoupling from China would be impossible. He continued, "If we had to pull out of China, it would take us many, many years to reestablish that capability either domestically or in other friendly countries." A letter from Representatives Robert Whitman and Elise Stefanik to the Secretary of the Air Force in September further highlighted the U.S. military's reliance on Chinese manufacturers, citing a GovINI report that indicated the U.S. Air Force had increased its dependence on Chinese suppliers by 69% over the previous year. The conflict in Ukraine, as well as Israel's battles with Iranian proxy groups, has further underscored woeful American capacity. A few months after the Russian invasion, the United States had already sent 1/4 of its Javelin missiles and 1/3 of its Stinger missiles to Ukraine. More concerning than the diminished size of the U.S. stockpile is its inability to restock. In 2024, 2 years after the invasion, the U.S. had only managed to increase standard 155mm shell production from 14,400 to 36,000 per month. In 1980, the U.S. could make 84,000 shells per month with a wartime escalation capacity of 438,000. At current levels, replenishing the drawdowns that were required to support allies in their relatively small-scale conflicts could take up to 7 years. A recent size war game further projected that, in a hot war with China, the U.S. would run out of basic ammunition after 1 week. China, meanwhile, has used its broader industrial surge to support an enormous expansion of defense production capacity. Shipbuilding is illustrative, and of particular concern for 2 nations staring each other down across an ocean and focused on a possible amphibious invasion of Taiwan. Over the past decade, China has produced more than 8 warships per year, while the United States has struggled to build 2. And again, that military imbalance cannot be understood or addressed in isolation from its commercial context. From 2011 to 2015, the U.S. shipyards accounted on average for only 5 of more than 1,400 commercial vessels produced worldwide, while China now produces nearly half. Policymakers cannot throw more money at a broken process and expect better results, especially given the precarity of the nation's fiscal position and the possibility of real budget constraints in the years to come. They must instead find ways to re-inject the kind of market competition found in commercial markets into the defense sector, while at the same time improving the alignment of private sector incentives with U.S. security interests. Lawmakers must fundamentally reform the defense contracting process to introduce greater competition, reward for risk-taking and diversification into the commercial sector. Economic policy must incentivize domestic manufacturing more broadly to ensure reshoring of the supply chains that could support what the defense sector must accomplish. Economic policy must incentivize domestic manufacturing more broadly to ensure reshoring of the supply chains that could support what the defense sector must accomplish. These goals are doubly important in an era when the United States could find its top weapons systems and technologies rendered obsolete at any time. The space race of the Cold War was fought quite differently than the counterinsurgency operations of the War on Terror. The missiles and drones dominating the wars in Ukraine and Israel differ from what will be needed for a potential conflict in the Pacific against a peer advisory with advanced hypersonic capabilities. Much like nuclear weapons created a new era of warfare, new technologies and security breaches could facilitate mass destruction without a single bullet being fired. Defense procurement must become less cumbersome and less rooted in existing programs and better leverage the innovation and responsiveness that only a market economy can offer. While the DoD's funds all derive from one source, taxpayers, they should not be spent by one entity. Spending authority should be spread across branches, subunits, and command centers to ensure procurements match actual battlefield needs. Lower-ranking officers and technicians closer to the line of fire are often in a better position to make those assessments than the generals and Pentagon bureaucrats who sit in Washington and pass regularly through the revolving door to industry and back again. Some coordination across the military is obviously necessary, especially in setting overarching priorities and top-line budget numbers. But there is no reason for specific contracts to contain thousands of regulations and requirements unrelated to the problem at hand. Likewise, the Pentagon should insist upon competition among several firms to offer the best solutions to discrete defensive problem sets and use rigorous antitrust enforcement where appropriate. While such competition may impose more upfront costs for research and prototyping, the long-term savings from bringing market forces to bear on cost competitiveness and innovation are much larger. A milestone payment structure could further reduce risk and allow multiple firms to thrive while ensuring failures are culled. Private sector competition always creates winners and losers. The efforts made by the losers are not waste. A competitive environment requires a simpler defense procurement process, beginning with radical reduction in the federal acquisitions regulations. Newer and smaller firms without prime-scale teams of lawyers and compliance officers must be able to compete directly with primes, rather than acting only as subservient suppliers to them. The Pentagon should also create opportunities and provide necessary clearances and intellectual property (IP) protections for firms to problem-solve and troubleshoot earlier in the procurement process. The lines of communication between engineers and skilled tradesmen and the service members on the front lines should not run through 20 layers of government bureaucracy. The private sector should have obligations too. While commercial applications are a desired and expected result of government investment in R&D and production, companies should be expected to protect U.S. IP, reinvest profits to continue advancement in technology and efficient production processes, and manufacture cutting-edge products in the United States. Israel's early R&D programs provide a good model. To ensure that products derived from government projects were manufactured domestically, Israel prohibited the transfer of government-funded IP to foreign nations and required successful ventures to repay up to 150% of grant amounts in royalties calculated as a share of annual revenue. In the decades following Israel's enactment of these policies, its high-tech exports surged, and it became the OECD country with the highest percentage of tech employment. When Israel loosened IP transfer restrictions in 2005 at the behest of venture capital firms, its startups began seeing more acquisitions and less industrial scaling. Firms that rely upon government contracts and benefit from publicly funded R&D should also be expected to pursue investment strategies that prioritize the long-run health and capabilities of their enterprises. Firms that rely upon government contracts and benefit from publicly funded R&D should also be expected to pursue investment strategies that prioritize the long-run health and capabilities of their enterprises. If firms truly had no productive uses for capital, the problem would be harder, but in fact they are under substantial pressure from financial markets to adopt hurdle rates that prevent profitable projects from going forward. Using a framework like the one described above to distinguish sustainers from eroders, the Pentagon should consider a company's use of capital as a factor in awarding contracts. If reinvesting in a healthy capital base was itself a prerequisite for winning government contracts, the economic case for doing so would become more evident. The CHIPS and Science Act has represented a good start for modern American industrial policy and an important proof of concept. But a revitalized industrial base capable of supporting robust supply chains will require much more. The U.S. should focus first on industries and commodities with the greatest vulnerabilities to shortages and the broadest applications across markets, especially at the level of inputs. Fuel, metals and alloys, critical minerals, plastics, basic manufactured goods, pharmaceutical inputs, etc. Policymakers should then focus on more advanced essential goods like lithium-ion batteries, nuclear power technologies, motor parts, sensors, forgings, drones, liquid crystal displays, air defense systems, legacy semiconductors, and shipping containers and cranes where China has established market dominance. The United States should further ensure an independent or allied supply chain for key groups of procurement items like drones, missiles, explosives and ammunition, ships and submarines, aircraft and spacecraft, software, AI, quantum computing and other advanced technologies, electronic and communication equipment and hardware, and autos, military land vehicles, and transportation components. One tool to accomplish these goals used during the COVID-19 pandemic is the Defense Production Act. Title III of the Defense Production Act authorizes loans, loan guarantees, purchases, and purchase commitments to create, maintain, protect, expand, or restore domestic industrial capabilities essential for national defense. The DoD's Defense Logistics Agency provides a parallel mechanism for natural resources. The Marathon Initiative's Robert Delfeld has recommended that DoD expand the current list of critical materials and strategic commodities maintained by the agency, creating incentives for further investment in production by guaranteeing demand. He explains, the effort would focus on expanding both the definition of strategic commodities and increasing stockpiles of these key inputs. One set of levers could feature a newly designated DLA Strategic Commodities Portfolio to receive long-term, renewable, guaranteed purchase agreements from the federal government, modeled on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and primarily administered by DLA, in order to dramatically expand reserves of these commodities. Another would authorize federal funds for a combination of subsidies and purchase agreements between producers and the government. More broadly, the U.S. should establish a national development bank along the lines of the American Innovation Fund proposed by Senator David McCormick. This fund would match private capital with public funding in key strategic sectors to channel investment toward rebuilding and rescaling domestic manufacturing. Rather than working around the existing financial system with new forms of government-created loans and subsidies, the fund would work through the existing market to ensure rigorous competition for financing and accountability for returns. But whereas private funds measure success only by return on investment, an American Innovation Fund would pursue a broader set of economic outcomes including domestic production capacity, supply chain resilience, skill training, and scaling of new technologies to commercial viability. Local content requirements that mandate buying American are another complementary tool. The Buy American Act of 1933 and Trade Agreement Act of 1979 introduced domestic content requirements for U.S. military procurement above certain monetary thresholds. These laws have been amended over the years to provide waivers for eligible products from designated countries, i.e., allies, but still require 100% domestic content in some cases, including military uniforms and certain specialty metals, rather than impose disproportionate compliance costs on defense contractors, who must depend on defense-specific supply chains that will never reach economically efficient scale. The requirements should be reserved for strategic sectors, but then applied economy-wide. Finally, reshoring American industry will require rebuilding skill sets that have been depleted alongside the U.S. industrial base. The Center for New American Security estimates that the U.S. will be short 300,000 engineers and 90,000 skilled technicians in the semiconductor industry by 2030, and that half of the U.S. mining workforce will retire or move on by 2029 without a strong replacement pipeline. In a recent report, Hudson Institute scholar Nadia Shadlow noted that, in the case of just the Navy, 100,000 new employees must be hired by 2032 to fulfill its 5 submarine per year procurement goal. Finally, reshoring American industry will require rebuilding skill sets that have been depleted alongside the U.S. industrial base. Such shortages are the result of wider American economic policy. Only 625,000 of the 28 million new jobs created between 1990 and 2008 were in the tradable sector, economist Michael Spence estimates. Younger generations, receiving loud and clear the signal that American policymakers intended to allow the collapse of the manufacturing sector, have rationally declined to develop the skills needed to replace older generations of skilled workers. The share of skilled manufacturing workers over the age of 55 has doubled in the past 10 years. More than half are now over 45. America is already short an estimated 240,000 welders, a figure that may rise by 50% in just the next few years. Seeing as U.S. colleges and universities receive the lion's share of government research grants and DARPA funding, on top of tuition subsidies that top $200 billion annually, lawmakers should ensure that recipients prioritize security needs and uphold American values and interests in not only their research, but also their education programs. Public funding should be redirected from schools that are failing to produce useful knowledge and skilled graduates toward career and technical education pathways for U.S. citizens in skilled and advanced trades. In some cases, defense contractors, government agencies, and educational institutions have already partnered to create effective apprenticeship programs. Policymakers should support more models along these lines by creating a workforce training grant for employers that offer training and practical experience to entry-level workers. National security in the 21st century demands a framework that reintegrates notions of economic and military power. The size of the U.S. economy measured in aggregate GDP is not a guarantee of security. Military strength requires an economic strength based in productive capacity and resilience. American victory in World War II and the Cold War was achieved thanks to an industrial base that predated the wars and thrived independent of them. The erosion of that base came not because defense spending declined after the Cold War's end, but because economic dogma renounced the need for an industrial base for any other purpose. Defense programs have been most successful when they have worked with private sector labs and research institutions, creating many of the technologies that citizens rely on today, from GPS and the internet to microwave ovens and flat-screen TVs. The U.S. should recreate the economic incentives for the private sector to invest in research and scaled production, and then contribute to those efforts where partners understand they are partners in American competitiveness. When peacetime industrial depth provides the foundation for U.S. security, and defense-specific investments in turn generate wider value in the commercial market, the symbiotic relationship delivers greater prosperity and security at lower cost. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding, President Trump announced on March 4th during his joint address to Congress. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America, where it belongs. According to reports, an executive order that is being drafted would mandate the imposition of fees on vessels built or flagged in China that enter American seaports. In February, the United States Trade Administration, USTR, proposed a $1.5 million fee for any Chinese-made ship that docks at a U.S. port. In addition, a new maritime security trust fund would be used to provide grants, loans, and tax credits for domestic shipbuilding. America's loss of shipbuilding capacity to China during the era of ill-conceived free-market globalism from Reagan to Obama has been even more catastrophic than the loss of American manufacturing to Chinese competitors. Most of the goods shipped across the oceans to and from the U.S. are in ships built in China, 51%, South Korea, 28%, or Japan, 15%. China today is the world's largest commercial shipbuilder, responsible for more than half of all shipbuilding. America's share of the global commercial shipbuilding market is a mere 0.1%. The prospect of Chinese maritime hegemony is driving these efforts. In January of this year, the Department of Defense blacklisted Chinese container shipping company COSCO, the China State Shipbuilding Company, CSSC, and the China National Offshore Oil Corporation, CNOOC, defining them as Chinese military companies prohibited from shipping U.S. military cargo. In December 2023, Biden's Navy Secretary Carlos del Toro told Congress that America must once again become a global leader in shipbuilding if it wants to remain a naval power. A 2-year investigation by the Biden administration concluded that China's domination of global commercial shipping is the result of unfair practices. To reduce dependence on Chinese shipyards, the Biden administration sought to encourage Japanese and South Korean shipbuilding companies to invest in American shipyards. The market fundamentalist mentality that produced this disaster is illustrated by a statement to CNBC by Ben Nolan, a financial analyst for Stifel Financial. The fact is China can build ships a lot cheaper than we can, just like we have seen over the last 3 decades companies turning to Bangladesh, China, and other Asian countries to manufacture tennis shoes and clothing. They are the economically viable choice. This claim ignores the fact that, throughout history, naval powers have gone to great lengths to supplement the fighting ships of their navies with a flourishing merchant marine, consisting of civilian ships built in national shipyards with national owners and national crews that can be conscripted to reinforce the nation's navy during times of war and international tension. In The Wealth of Nations, 1776, Adam Smith made an exception from his general support for free trade to endorse protection of Britain's civilian shipping industry. The British Navigation Acts, first enacted in 1651 by Oliver Cromwell's Puritan regime, and subsequently renewed and expanded until their repeal in 1849, sought to encourage a large British merchant marine by requiring the transportation of goods to and from Britain and its colonies on British-built ships with largely British crews. In this way, the island nation maintained a large civilian fleet which could be drafted to support the British Navy during wars. Recognizing the strategic importance of this maritime protectionism, Smith wrote, "National animosity at that particular time, the 1650s, aimed at the very same object which the most deliberate wisdom would have recommended, the diminution of the naval power of Holland, the only naval power which could endanger the security of England. The act of navigation is not favorable to foreign commerce, or to the growth of the opulence that can arise from it. As defense, however, is of much more importance than opulence, the act of navigation is, perhaps, the wisest of all commercial regulations of England." Emphasis added. For most of the 19th and 20th centuries, Britain led the world in shipbuilding, along with Germany and the Scandinavian countries. Having industrialized behind a wall of protective tariffs, the U.S. surpassed Britain as the largest manufacturing economy by World War I but lagged behind in shipbuilding. After the U.S. entered the war in 1917, the U.S. Shipping Board, USSB, created the Emergency Fleet Corporation, EFC, which by 1922 had made the U.S. merchant marine the largest and most modern in the world, with 2,312 ships. In the spirit of Adam Smith, Congress passed the Merchant Marine Act of 1920, commonly known as the Jones Act, reserving shipping on America's rivers and intracoastal waterways for U.S.-flagged vessels in order to preserve American shipbuilding capacity during the collapse in demand for ships after World War I. The Merchant of Marine Act of 1928 further sought to foster a healthy American merchant marine by offering subsidies in the form of mail transportation contracts for American companies that built ocean-going ships. The federal government similarly used mail contracts as an excuse to subsidize America's infant aerospace industry around the same time. The Magna Carta of American Shipping, the Merchant Marine Act of 1936, sought to strengthen the merchant marine in the interest of national defense by providing 2 subsidies to American shipbuilders: the construction differential subsidy, which paid up to 50% of the difference between U.S. shipping costs and the lower costs of subsidized foreign competition, and the operating differential subsidy, a direct payment to U.S. flag operators to overcome unfair competition by foreign flag ships. Enacted with an eye to national security, the 1936 Act created a federal training program for merchant seamen and established the Maritime Commission to oversee a multi-year program to build civilian ships that could be used by the Navy in wartime. Before the U.S. entered World War II following Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor and Hitler's subsequent declaration of war on America, the U.S. Merchant Marine played a key role in the Lend-Lease program, whose convoys supplied Britain and the other nations battling the Nazis. Once the U.S. entered the war, the Merchant Marine, soon the largest civilian navy in the world and in all of history, was essential for military logistics in the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. More than 9,000 of the 243,000 mariners in the merchant marine were killed during the war, a higher proportion than in any branch of the regular military. On D-Day, June 6, 1944, 200 of the 7,000 ships that ferried the Allied invasion force to the beaches of Normandy were U.S. merchant ships. In the Cold War that followed, more than 250 merchant marine ships were used during the Korean War from 1950 to 54, while 175 fleet transports crewed by merchant marines, along with U.S.-flagged merchant ships, supplied the American military during the Vietnam War. Ironically, it was the administration of President Ronald Reagan, an ardent Cold Warrior, that crippled American shipbuilding and America's merchant marine. The individual most responsible for the destruction of America's commercial ship construction industry was Martin Anderson, who served in the Reagan White House as assistant to the president for policy development, in charge of economic and domestic policy. Martin Anderson was an anti-statist radical who, with his wife Anneliese Grebner Anderson, belonged to the cult-like objectivist circle led by the Russian-American libertarian guru Ayn Rand in the 1960s. The Andersons took courses in objectivist ideology at the Nathaniel Branden Institute, named for one of Rand's disciples and lovers. Through Ayn Rand, this fringe libertarian power couple met another one of her disciples, the future Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan, who helped Anderson pursue a career in government as an advisor to Richard Nixon and later as the only full-time economic advisor on Reagan's presidential campaigns in 1976 and 1980. In a eulogy in 2015, the Atlas Society, named after Ayn Rand's libertarian novel Atlas Shrugged, boasted that Martin Anderson, true to libertarian ideology, had successfully thwarted federal efforts to identify and deport illegal immigrants. For example, at a cabinet meeting early in Reagan's first term, Attorney General William French Smith presented a plan to require a national ID card for anyone working in the United States, in part to deal with illegal immigrants. Anderson, who normally didn't speak at those meetings, raised his hand and, when called on by Reagan, explained that such a card could easily be faked or lost. So why not tattoo a number on everyone's wrist? Reagan immediately understood the allusion to Nazi practices and the threat such a papers, please dictate would pose to liberty. The proposal died there and then. Martin Anderson was as indifferent to maritime security as he was to border security. Acting on the advice of Anderson, who dogmatically opposed government subsidies, President Reagan in 1981 ended the existing subsidies for U.S. ship construction through the Merchant Marine Act of 1970, signed into law by President Nixon. Title V, Subsidies for the Construction of Foreign Trade Ships, Title VI, Subsidies for Operation of Foreign Trade Ships, and Title XI, Loan Guarantees for U.S.-flagged ships built in U.S. shipyards. Anneliese Grebner Anderson, Anderson's wife and fellow Randite libertarian, who had been appointed to head Reagan's Office of Management and Budget, eliminated the subsidies for U.S. shipbuilding from the administration's first budget request. The results were devastating to the United States as a maritime power. As one history notes, when the Reagan administration decided to stop subsidizing U.S. merchant shipbuilders, they did so without any similar actions taken by other shipbuilding countries. This means that while the American shipbuilders had to walk on their own 2 feet, foreign shipyards were being heavily subsidized by their country. In 1975, the U.S. had 77 commercial ships on order. As a result of the Reagan administration's abolition of construction differential subsidies, the U.S. sold only 8 commercial ships over 1,000 gross tons between 1987 and 1992. By 2023, American shipyards had only 5 seagoing commercial ships under construction, while China had 1,749. The abandonment of the maritime industry caused a massive loss of jobs and technological skills. Today, global shipbuilding is nearly monopolized by China, Japan, and South Korea. New commercial shipbuilds, bulk carriers, dry cargo ships, passenger ships, and tankers are dominated by China, 1,287, with Japan, 387, and South Korea, 316, bringing up the rear. The U.S. in 2024 had only 107, fewer than Indonesia, the Netherlands, Turkey, Russia, Italy, and India. All 3 East Asian countries successfully have used subsidies and other mercantilist methods to drive other countries, including the U.S., out of the shipbuilding industry. Before World War II, Japan had been the 3rd largest shipbuilding country, following Britain and the U.S., and its shipyards were mostly spared from wartime destruction. Japan's modern shipbuilding industry was built with the help of American know-how and capital. A study in 1966 noted that there seems to be one particular factor favoring Japanese shipbuilding. Capital is supplied on an increasing scale from the United States. In this way, United States technical know-how and skill is combined with 39.8% of the global commercial shipbuilding market, more than the share of the next 5 shipbuilding nations combined. From the 1960s to the 1980s, Japan produced half of the world's shipbuilding tonnage before losing market share to South Korea and China, with their own subsidies and even cheaper labor. According to the data firm Dun & Bradstreet, Japanese and South Korean shipbuilding industries received substantial government support during the 1970s and 80s, which helped them to emerge as top players in the world. While Korean government provided a major thrust to the industry under the HCI policy, heavy chemical industry drive, that included capital incentives, trade incentives, and tax holidays, the Japanese government provided huge subsidies in the form of easy finance and loan deferments. In 2006, the Chinese Communist regime identified shipbuilding as a strategic industry and funded it accordingly. China quickly surpassed South Korea and Japan to dominate global shipbuilding with the help of 3 kinds of subsidies. Entry subsidies that encouraged new shipyards, including simplified licensing and below-market land prices. Investment subsidies including preferential tax policies and low-interest financing with the help of dedicated banks. And production subsidies in the form of subsidized inputs, including cheap steel, export credits, and buyer financing to encourage foreign purchases of Chinese-made ships. Chinese shipbuilding provides a classic case of a nation dumping subsidized products at a net loss on markets in order to wipe out the industries of rival countries. A study in 2024 found that 70% of China's output expansion occurred via stealing business from rival countries. There is evidence, backed by our cost estimates, that Chinese shipyards are less efficient than their Japanese and South Korean counterparts. Thus, the transfer of shipbuilding to China constitutes a misallocation of global resources. Second, China's industrial policy for shipbuilding led to considerable declines in ship prices. In other words, the net return when incorporating the cost to the government was a negative 82%, with entry subsidies explaining a lion's share of the negative return. A 2014 study for the National Bureau of Economic Research, NBER, found that Chinese subsidies between 2006 and 2012 led to substantial reallocation of ship production across the world, with Japan, in particular, losing significant market share. They also misaligned costs and production, while leading to minor surplus gains for shippers. A counterfactual analysis showed that, in the absence of China's government plan, Chinese market share is cut to less than half, while Japan's share increases by 70%. Thanks to subsidies and other forms of government support and cheap and unfree labor, China makes more ships than the rest of the world combined and now has 200 times the shipbuilding capacity of the U.S. In 1999, China's share of shipbuilding by tonnage was only 5%. In 2023, it surpassed 50%. In 2024, the market share of China in container ships was 81%, in bulk carriers, 75%, and in liquefied petroleum gas carriers, 48%. The majority of China-built ships are purchased by foreign companies, permitting China to enjoy economies of scale in the industry and dominate global markets. Unlike the U.S., which has maintained specialized naval shipyards while allowing commercial shipbuilding to collapse, China has followed a strategy of military-civil fusion, supporting its naval buildup with its commercial shipbuilding capabilities. Military-civil fusion also informs other Chinese efforts to achieve global maritime hegemony. Chinese companies now control or partly own more than 100 ports in Asia, Africa, the Middle East, Europe, and the Americas, including investments in the Port of Los Angeles Pier and Seattle container terminals. China reinforces its ability to surveil and weaponize global shipping by embedding its LogInc, a ship tracking software, into ports and terminals around the world. By manufacturing most of the world's commercial ships, operating ports in every region through state-influenced companies, and using state-controlled software to track shipping around the world, in addition to creating the world's largest navy, China's authoritarian regime has come in striking distance of global maritime supremacy, while America slept. Even Colin Grabow of the Cato Institute, while taking the ritual libertarian potshot at the Jones Act, concedes that subsidies may be necessary to revitalize American shipbuilding in the face of foreign mercantilism. As I've written before, however, this doesn't necessarily mean that the notion of shipbuilding subsidies, or more accurately, additional subsidies, should be dismissed. If the construction of large merchant ships in sizable numbers is indeed critical to U.S. national security, a not entirely obvious proposition given the limited overlap between commercial and military shipbuilding, then the industry should be supported in the most efficient and transparent manner possible, which is to say not via the Jones Act, whose U.S.-built requirement should be repealed as part of any deal for new subsidies. In 1944, General Dwight Eisenhower observed that, "When final victory is ours, there is no organization that will share its credit more deservedly than the merchant marine." In the 20th century, America's civilian shipbuilders and merchant mariners were indispensable to the defeat of Imperial Germany, the Axis powers, and the Communist bloc far from America's shores, only to be betrayed and abandoned by misguided market fundamentalist policymakers in Washington in the 1980s. After half a century of neglect, American leaders of both parties have belatedly realized that the United States cannot be a great naval military power without also being a great civilian shipbuilding power with a world-class merchant marine. Rebuilding the American civilian shipbuilding industry will be costly and difficult. But the alternative is global maritime domination by the dictatorship in Beijing. The fear that a country's foreign policy can warp its internal social order is a perennial anxiety, in the United States and elsewhere. Usually, it takes the form of the claim that warfare or imperialism will trigger the militarization and regimentation of society at home, transforming the homeland into what the political scientist Harold Lasswell, in an influential 1941 article called the Garrison State. The perception that domestic social order can be shaped by a country's interactions with the rest of the world is correct and profoundly important. Curiously, however, this subject has been neglected in traditional Western political philosophy. Typically, Western political philosophers have promoted an ideal political regime, usually a slightly idealized version of their own, the polis for Aristotle, the bureaucratic monarchy for Hegel, liberal democracy for John Rawls. Questions of war, diplomacy, and trade have been afterthoughts. But there is a minority tradition, exemplified by thinkers like Machiavelli, with his distinction between republics for expansion and preservations, and the German historian Otto von Hintze, that emphasizes the interaction between world politics and internal political structures. This approach is found as well in Alexander Hamilton's argument from Realpolitik for the need for union among the American states which had separated from Britain. In Federalist No. 8, in the course of arguing that rival post-colonial confederacies in North America would become militarized because of mutual fear, Hamilton explains the different internal constitutions of liberal Britain and autocratic continental powers in terms of their respective geopolitical environments. The Kingdom of Great Britain falls within the first description. An insular situation and a powerful marine, guarding it in a great measure against the possibility of foreign invasion, supersede the necessity of a numerous army within the kingdom. This peculiar felicity of situation has, in a great degree, contributed to preserve the liberty which that country to this day enjoys, in spite of the prevalent venality and corruption. If, on the contrary, Britain had been situated on the continent, and had been compelled, as she would have been by that situation, to make her military establishments at home coextensive with those of the other great powers of Europe, she, like them, would in all probability be, at this day, a victim to the absolute power of a single man. For generations, Americans opposed to foreign wars have warned that they might result in the conversion of American society into a garrison state. But there are other ways in which foreign policy can undermine the economic, political, and social foundations of a democratic republic like the United States, to the point at which it becomes a different kind of regime. There are two other categories of American nightmares that can be discerned in addition to the garrison state. One is what I call the tributary state, the other the castle society. The garrison state is a regime that sacrifices domestic liberty to preserve national independence. The tributary state pursues the opposite strategy. It sacrifices national independence to preserve domestic liberty. In contrast to both of these, the castle society does not choose between national independence and domestic liberty. It fails to achieve either. Indeed, state institutions are so weak or corrupt in a castle society that describing it as a society rather than a modern, institutionalized, bureaucratic state is appropriate. Government institutions are too feeble to protect individuals even from rampant crime or terrorism on the country's own soil. forcing individuals and associations who can afford to do so to withdraw into their own secured enclaves or to hire private security forces. In such a quasi-anarchic society like that of the Wild West or Al Capone's Chicago in the United States, there may be no formal restrictions on individual liberty, but in the absence of effective policing and non-corrupt judiciaries, personal and commercial freedom are hardly possible. The category of the castle society includes many countries that are colloquially described as failed states. The four regimes, the Democratic Republic, the Garrison state, the tributary state, and the castle society, can be envisioned with the help of a diagram, with one axis standing for national independence and the other axis standing for civil liberty. In the 20th century, opponents of U.S. intervention in great power struggles in Europe and Asia frequently argued that U.S. participation would inevitably turn America into a garrison state. In response, proponents of U.S. intervention in the world wars and of U.S. participation in international alliances flipped this argument on its head, claiming that failure to intervene to prevent the German conquest of Europe would force the United States to defend itself by becoming permanently militarized and mobilized. Following World War I, President Woodrow Wilson argued that the United States must take part in the League of Nations, an international collective security system, in order to create a concert of power that could avert future great power conflicts. The alternative would be an endless cycle of world wars, in which the United States, whether it took part or remained on the sidelines, would have to be permanently armed and mobilized. In that case, Wilson told an audience in St. Louis in 1919, "We must be physically ready for anything to come. We must have a great standing army. We must see to it that every man in America is trained to arms. We must see to it that there are munitions and guns enough for an army that means a mobilized nation. And you know what the effect of military government is upon social questions. You know how impossible it is to effect social reform if everybody must be under orders from the government. You know how impossible it is, in short, to have a free nation if it is a military nation and under military orders." The Roosevelt administration and its allies made a similar argument that the defeat of Nazi Germany and its allies in the short term would avert the necessity of permanently converting the United States into a fortress America, besieged in the Western Hemisphere by German and Japanese empires. Douglas Miller, a U.S. diplomat, warned that in a world dominated by the Axis empires, we should have to be a whole nation of Minutemen, ready to rush to arms at the first sight of invasion. Lewis L. Douglas, Roosevelt's former budget director, argued, "To retreat to the cyclone cellar here means, ultimately, to establish a totalitarian state at home." The same theme informs NSC 68, the 1950 Truman administration state paper that laid out what became the containment strategy toward the Soviet Union, rejecting the alternative strategies of the tributary state and the garrison state without using those terms. As the Soviet Union mobilized the military resources of Eurasia, increased its relative military capabilities, and heightened its threat to our security, some would be tempted to accept peace on its terms, while many would seek to defend the United States by creating a regimented system which would permit the assignment of a tremendous part of our resources to national defense. Under such a state of affairs, our national morale would be corrupted and the integrity of and vitality of our system subverted. The goal of the Cold War containment policy was to prevent the Soviet bloc from ever obtaining so much relative power that Americans would be forced to choose between their national autonomy and their domestic liberty. According to NSC 68, in essence, the fundamental purpose of American strategy is to assure the integrity and vitality of our free society, which is founded upon the dignity and worth of the individual. Truman's successor, President Dwight Eisenhower, made the same point in his famous warning about the military-industrial complex in his farewell address to the American people on January 17, 1961. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or our democratic processes. Eisenhower's speech is often misconstrued by those who claim that war profiteers control the government and are inventing fictitious threats to enrich and empower themselves. But that is not what Eisenhower argued. In the preceding paragraphs, he argues that the military-industrial complex, as dangerous as it is a necessary response to genuine foreign threats like the Soviet Union. A vital element in keeping the peace is our military establishment. Our arms must be mighty, ready for instant action, so that no potential aggressor may be tempted to risk his own destruction. But now we can no longer risk emergency improvisations of national defense. We have been compelled to create a permanent armaments industry of vast proportions. Generations of isolationists on the libertarian right and anti-interventionists on the radical left have caricatured Woodrow Wilson, Franklin D. Roosevelt, and their successors as militarists. But these policymakers themselves argued for limited, defensive militarization and U.S. participation in the World Wars and Cold War as a strategy that was less threatening to civil liberty and political pluralism than never-ending, defensive mobilization in a United States besieged in North America by triumphant Eurasian empires. From their perspective, the two wars against Germany and the Cold War against the Soviet Union were temporary preventive wars. Their aim was to prevent Imperial and Nazi Germany and the USSR from establishing direct control or obtaining informal domination over the major industrial nations of Europe and East Asia. They conceded that a few years of World War and a few decades of Cold War would warp civil liberty and democracy in the United States, but to a much lesser degree than would occur in an isolated, permanent fortress America. Ironically, the celebrity aviator Charles Lindbergh, one of the leaders of the anti-interventionist America First movement in the run-up to U.S. entry into World War II following the Pearl Harbor attack, agreed that the alternative to destroying the German and Japanese empires before they could be consolidated was creating an American garrison state. He thought it was a nifty idea. Lindbergh declared, "The men of this country must be willing to give a year of their lives to military training, more if necessary." And Lindbergh called on the United States to invade its neighbors, to create a secure North American empire from which the Germans, Japanese, and others could be kept out. He demanded U.S. bases throughout North America, wherever they are needed for our safety, regardless of who owns the territory involved. Both interventionists and anti-interventionists in the United States, then, have maintained that their preferred policies would minimize the long-term threat that the American Republic would be replaced by a militarized Spartan garrison state. Advocates of intervention to prevent German or Soviet hegemony in Eurasia conceded that the temporary sacrifice of a degree of liberty and democracy during a war or Cold War could be harmful, but would be less harmful to the way of life of a civilian, democratic, and liberal republic than the alternative, permanent defensive militarization of American society in an environment of regional empires and recurrent world wars. The anti-interventionists disputed this argument, claiming that U.S. participation in World War or Cold War would turn America into a garrison state immediately and permanently. Which side was right? One result of the global conflicts of the 20th century has indeed been the emergence of a large, permanent military and defense industrial base, along with a permanent and powerful intelligence community. The World Wars and the Cold War diminished the authority of Congress in foreign affairs, while giving the president vastly enhanced discretion in military affairs. Even worse, the War on Terror that followed the al-Qaeda attacks on the United States on September 11, 2001, led a panicked Congress to delegate to the president the construction of a surveillance state which genuinely threatens the civil liberties of American citizens, who, for example, may be put on secret no-fly lists by government agencies without being told. But even when these deformations of the American constitutional order are acknowledged, it is clear that the United States overall is not a garrison state. America is not an autocracy. There is no president for life. Following Roosevelt's 4 terms in the White House, the Constitution was amended to limit a president to 2 terms. Indeed, 2 of the last 4 presidents have been impeached by Congress. Conscription. Even at the height of the early Cold War in the Truman administration, proposals for universal military training were so unpopular with the public that the United States instead adopted the more limited selective service lottery system, which itself came to an end in 1973 following popular discontent with the costs of the Vietnam War. Mobilization of industry. From Bill Clinton to Barack Obama, successive presidents, singing the praises of globalization, complacently ignored the deindustrialization of the United States thanks to the offshoring of industry by U.S.-based multinationals, to China in particular. They also ignored the damage done to American industry by the mercantilist policies of U.S. allies like Japan, South Korea, and Germany. When Barack Obama left office in 2017, the U.S. military had to purchase rocket engines from Russia, U.S. astronauts had to hitch rides to the International Space Station on Russian rockets, and America had nearly lost its capacity to make many critical tech components, including silicon chips. The COVID-19 pandemic revealed that the United States was almost completely dependent on Chinese factories for many crucial medical supplies, from masks to the chemical precursors used in common drugs. What kind of garrison state makes itself dependent for industrial supplies on a hostile strategic rival like China? Overgrown military. In 1944, U.S. defense spending engrossed a third of GDP. Then, Between 1945 and 1950, it plummeted to less than 5%. As a share of GDP, U.S. defense spending rose to 11.3% at the height of the Korean War in 1953 and 8.6% at the height of the Vietnam War, hardly Spartan levels of military consumption. Following the end of the Cold War, defense spending dropped to around 3% of GDP, a number to which it has returned after a brief uptick to 4.5% at the apex of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan in 2010. A country that spends 3% of GDP on the military is not one in which military expenditure threatens to choke off the civilian economy. As for the standing army, that nightmare of generations of Americans, the U.S. military has been radically downsized since the Cold War ended. The number of active-duty military personnel shrank from around 2 million in 1990 to a little more than 1 million today. Even when private contractors are considered, this has hardly the swollen military of a totalitarian state. Should Social Security and Medicare be cut to provide more money to the Pentagon? The idea that entitlements like Social Security and Medicare should be slashed in order to free more resources for the Pentagon and other national security agencies is sometimes found on the center-right. Entitlements for the middle class and defense spending are the two biggest components of the federal budget, and it might seem logical that cutting the former could free resources for the latter. But those who hold this view fail to understand the economics and politics of modern industrial society. We are still living in the industrial era, even though only a shrinking minority of workers worldwide still works in factories, thanks to automation. Since the Industrial Revolution began, no country has been able to be a great power without having its own major domestic manufacturing base. And since the early 20th century, every great power has had, not merely a means-tested safety net for the destitute, which is often termed welfare in the U.S., but also expensive welfare state policies for middle-income citizens to provide for their income security in old age and illness. Most welfare state spending, like Social Security and Medicare in the U.S., goes to the middle classes, not the poor. When this welfare spending on the middle class is added to other government spending, it boosts the typical government share of modern developed nations to more than 40% of GDP. It is no coincidence that all modern great powers have large welfare states of some kind. Nor is it a coincidence that welfare state policies were promoted by Bismarck in the 19th century and by Churchill and the Roosevelts in the 20th. The modern welfare state, in its various national varieties, promotes national security in 3 ways. The middle-class welfare state promotes national manufacturing by lowering domestic labor costs and boosting domestic consumption, and it secures public support for defense spending. If the modern welfare state were abolished, and every worker had to pre-fund personal savings accounts for all of these purposes, either middle-income citizens would have to accept greatly reduced living standards during their working years, or employers would have to pay far higher wages to enable their workers to save more to enjoy a middle-class retirement. The socialization of part or all of the costs of unemployment, retirement, and health care for middle-income workers reduces labor costs for all employers, including those in the manufacturing sector. In addition to lowering labor costs, the middle-class welfare state helps the national manufacturing base by enlarging the domestic mass market. The welfare state does so by maintaining a level of consumption on the part of the retired, the disabled, and the temporarily unemployed that is much higher than would be the case in its absence. Manufacturing industries, including defense manufacturing, tend to be characterized by increasing returns to scale. That is, the longer the production run, the lower the cost of each additional unit. The bigger the consumer base within the nation's borders, the more efficient the national industry can be. While government can provide a single consumer with deep pockets for specialized military manufacturing, the most successful great powers of the modern era, like the U.S., have had large dual-use manufacturing sectors made efficient by mass production for civilian use as well as for defense, national automobile and aerospace industries, for example. In wartime, a flourishing civilian industrial base can be converted for defense production. Furthermore, product and process innovations can flow back and forth by means of military-to-civilian spin-offs and civilian-to-military spin-ons. Mass civilian industrial production requires a mass market of middle-class consumers with adequate personal purchasing power. That is why the transnational firms that dominate many global industries tend to be based in the 3 most populous middle-class nations, the US, Japan, and Germany. Contrary to popular mythology about globalization, the most successful transnational manufacturing firms tend to have 40 to 50% of their consumers in their home countries, which provides springboards for foreign expansion, chiefly into neighboring countries in the same region. The modern welfare state supports mass industrial production by supporting domestic mass consumption, in part by minimum wages imposed by government or negotiated by employers with unions, and in part by means of the redistribution of purchasing power from the rich minority to the majority through welfare state programs. In every modern welfare state, horizontal redistribution of income within the middle class, from working-age citizens to retired, unemployed, or disabled citizens, is complemented by a degree of vertical redistribution from the rich to the middle class and the poor. If there were no redistributive element to the welfare state at all, if middle-class workers took out only what they put in, then domestic mass consumption would suffer, and with it national manufacturing capacity, to the detriment of national military power. In practice, if not in rhetoric, most conservative politicians in the U.S. support a substantial degree of after-tax redistribution. They propose to use taxation to redistribute purchasing power by means of vouchers or tax credits for retirement savings, health care, and child care, rather than by means of social insurance or in-kind public services. Today's American right may call its favored approach to redistribution privatization, or competition, or market-based policy. But in the early 20th century, this method was accurately described as voucher socialism. As far as defense-critical manufacturing is concerned, it doesn't really matter how the welfare state maintains mass consumption by an artificially expanded middle class through the redistribution of purchasing power, as long as this is done by one method or another. Highly unequal societies with small middle classes have not been great military powers in the industrial era, and are unlikely to be great powers in the future. Their middle classes lack the purchasing power to support large-scale, efficient mass production for domestic mass markets. Specialized, small-batch, or customized craft production for rich oligarchs, a domestic luxury yacht industry, say, as opposed to a commercial shipping, automobile, or aerospace industry, cannot be converted easily to defense production. Outside of the gated communities of the rich, the local majority in an oligarchic economy can only afford local goods or cheap imports that are inferior by world standards. In theory, the oligarchs in a highly unequal society can be taxed to support a separate, inefficient defense-only industry. In practice, the political power of the oligarchs is likely to limit spending on defense as well as welfare. Inadequate domestic mass consumption, by crippling domestic manufacturing, has ensured that highly unequal Latin American societies like Brazil, Mexico, and Argentina punch far below their weights in both manufacturing and military power. The welfare state thus helps the dual-use domestic manufacturing base on which military power depends in two ways: directly by lowering the labor costs of manufacturers, and indirectly by expanding domestic mass markets for the products of industry through the redistribution of purchasing power, not only from workers to those unable to work but also from the rich to the rest. In addition to these indirect subsidies for manufacturing, the modern welfare state also helps national security in a third way, by assuring political support for defense spending. In the age of industrialized world wars and Cold Wars, it has not been enough for governments to promise rewards only for soldiers like land grants or military pensions. In a modern economy, all citizens contribute to national defense, if only by working on the home front or paying taxes. For this reason, all modern developed nations have won support for wars and peacetime military spending by promising generous welfare state benefits for all citizens, not merely soldiers. Libertarians have long derided the warfare-welfare state. But all modern great powers, including the U.S., are warfare-welfare states, by this definition. The leaders of China realize that their newly industrialized country needs to develop a modern system of tax-based social welfare, to replace the security once provided by collective farms. China also needs to redistribute purchasing power and raise the wages of Chinese workers, in order to shift from excessive dependence on foreign markets to greater domestic mass consumption for its industrial production. From all of this, it follows that those who call for cuts in American welfare spending to pay for increases in defense spending are not only economically illiterate but also politically naive. There might be a few hawkish donors who support less welfare spending and more military spending. But among American voters, there is no significant constituency that favors slashing Social Security and Medicare for the middle class in order to send more money to soldiers and defense contractors. In an aging population, if voters are given a choice between middle-class entitlements and the Pentagon will lose. To be sure, substantial welfare state savings are possible in the U.S., but they need not come at the expense of the American middle class. Without harming middle and low-income Americans, significant money can be saved by means of medical price regulation and the abolition of too generous tax breaks for the rich. The U.S. could reduce both public and private healthcare costs if it emulated all other developed nations, including free market, small government Switzerland with its private healthcare system, and used government-imposed fee schedules to regulate the prices charged by monopolistic and oligopolistic drug companies and hospitals and the physician cartel. By means of all-payer regulation, which treats the medical industry as a price-regulated public utility, other developed countries avert American-style medical profiteering and provide comparable levels of health care to larger percentages of their populations at much lower cost, without sacrificing quality. With respect to retirement, the focus of intelligent fiscal reform should be not on cutting Social Security benefits, on which most Americans depend in old age, but on cutting tax-favored private retirement accounts like 401ks and IRAs, most of the benefits of which go to the upper middle class and the rich. Rather than support reductions in the already meager average Social Security benefit, $1,294 a month or a near-poverty income of about $15,000 a year in 2014, those who are sincerely and not just rhetorically concerned about the federal budget should demand an end to the use of the tax code to subsidize the retirement lifestyles of well-to-do investors, managers, and professionals. Cutting wasteful retirement subsidies for America's economic elite could be achieved by, among other reforms, lowering the absurdly high annual contribution limits to tax-deferred 401ks. In 2015, for a worker over 50, the annual contribution limit from all sources, employer and employee, is $59,000. This, in a nation in which the median weekly earnings total in the fourth quarter of 2014 was $796, or around $41,000 a year, meaning half of Americans make less. Ending favorable tax treatment for the private retirement savings hoards of the fortunate few would increase federal tax revenues which could be used for national defense, among other purposes. Those who want more guns and less butter are confused. The only coherent positions are held by libertarians, fewer guns and less butter, at the cost of America's status as a great power, and by progressives and big government conservatives, both guns and butter as the basis of America's status as a great power. President Ronald Reagan, who temporarily boosted defense spending to win the Cold War, even as he refused to cut Social Security and Medicare and called for the complete federalization of Medicaid, understood this reality, even if some of his putative disciples do not. The American Republic is not in danger of becoming a garrison state. Not now, nor in the foreseeable future. But that is not to say the American Republic is not in danger. The excessive militarization of society in a regimented state is not the only way that our Republican social order can give way to a different kind of social order, with its own kind of foreign policy. America's democratic republic could be warped to the point at which it ceases to be a democratic republic in all but name and morphs into a tributary state or a castle society. The best-known example of a tributary state, in the sense in which I am using the term, was Finland during the Cold War. The term Finlandization was coined by West German political scientists to describe the process by which Finland accommodated the Soviet Union in foreign policy, in order to maintain its nominal sovereignty and domestic autonomy. The term is unfair to Finland, because it is commonplace for small and weak states to pursue foreign policies that avoid provoking the wrath of powerful neighbors. This is certainly true in America's neighborhood, where the United States in the last few generations has invaded the Dominican Republic, Grenada, Panama, and Haiti while engaging in proxy war and covert action to install client governments in the region. The lack of attention to tributary states by theorists of international relations is puzzling, because the category includes the vast majority of regimes in recorded history. Pre-modern empires and kingdoms were not centralized bureaucratic states, but loose conglomerations of semi-autonomous lesser kingdoms, satrapies, provinces, city-states, duchies, bishoprics, and other entities. Typically, in return for fealty and tribute, the imperial government allowed a high degree of internal independence in subordinate units. Sovereignty in the modern sense did not exist in such systems. There were only degrees of suzerainty. The ubiquity of pre-modern tributary states, including dominions and colonies of the European empires that enjoyed various degrees of self-government before post-1945 decolonization, suggests that the assumption of academic neo-realist theory that most states seek to maximize their relative power is too simple. The mistake of crude realism is to confuse states with elites. If the state is not an autonomous agent but merely the instrument of a social elite, an assumption shared by Marxists, populists, and others, then it may be in the self-interest of a dominant elite to maintain or increase its own status within its local society by sacrificing the state's external sovereignty and making it a protectorate of another regime, particularly if the foreign protector can guarantee the security of the local ruling class against challenges from below. To secure its status, the social elite may even give up national independence altogether in favor of annexation. This is what the Scottish elite did with the Act of Union of 1707, and what the short-lived Republic of Texas decided when it joined the United States as a state in 1846. The Confederate States of America, CSA, had it survived the Civil War, would have been a de facto tributary state of the British Empire, formally independent, but in practice an economic colony of industrial Britain. Apologists for the Confederacy who claim that the secession of the Southern states was motivated by fear of tariffs rather than the defense of slavery have always been unpersuasive. Nevertheless, it is true that the Confederate planter class planned for their agrarian economy to complement, rather than compete with, industrializing countries, including the United States as well as Britain, France, and Germany. In his first inaugural address, Confederate President Jefferson Davis made it explicit that the CSA would specialize in exporting cotton to the factories of Britain and the shrunken remnant of the United States, rather than seek to compete with them in manufacturing. An agricultural people whose chief interest is the export of a commodity required in every manufacturing country, our true policy is peace and the freest trade which our necessities will permit. It is alike our interest, and that of all those to whom we would sell and from whom we would buy, that there should be the fewest practicable restrictions upon the interchange of commodities. There can be but little rivalry between ours and any manufacturing or navigating community, such as the northeastern states of the American Union. The South's lack of the military-industrial capacity of the northern state meant that an ignominious defeat was all but inevitable in the absence of British intervention. By the end of the Civil War, the Confederate elite was confronted with a stark choice. It could maintain its independence by centralizing power in the new national government, engaging in a crash program of state-sponsored industrialization from above, and perhaps freeing and arming Southern slaves, in other words, by revolutionizing the very social order that secession was supposed to preserve. In any event, following Reconstruction, the Southern oligarchy, through anti-black terrorism and the repression of white populists, managed to restore and maintain a privileged position that was only undermined generations later by the mechanization of agriculture, the industrialization of the Sun Belt, and federal civil rights enforcement in the second half of the 20th century. Like the Southern planter class, many oligarchies in Latin America have preferred to be the dominant elites in de facto resource colonies that export commodities to the industrial nations rather than risk the loss of their own social positions that might result from the enrichment of the majorities in their countries by state-sponsored programs of national industrial modernization. And as Roberto Unger has pointed out, the refusal of Latin American countries to participate in the world wars, except at the margins, forestalled the danger that armed and mobilized masses would demand more political power and a greater share of the wealth in return for wartime sacrifice. A similar pattern can be seen in post-colonial regimes in the Middle East, Africa, and elsewhere, in which reliance on exporting commodities like oil and gas allows local oligarchies to avoid empowering their subjects. In the case of the petrostates of the Persian Gulf, despotic monarchies like that of Saudi Arabia and Qatar do not even have to arm and enfranchise their own people to defend their countries. They can depend on the U.S. military to protect them. The fact that socioeconomic elites, not states, are the actual actors in world politics explains two puzzling historical episodes: the failure of Britain in the 1900s to respond to the rising industrial power of Germany and the United States, and the latter's massive offshoring of its own manufacturing capability to communist China from the 1990s to the 2010s. In each case, a powerful bloc of economic interests chose to sacrifice the national military power and independence of their own country to maximize their short-term personal profits. Between the 16th century and the 19th, Britain became the first industrial nation in the world by pursuing a sophisticated program of national development based on protectionism, bans on the export of technology, skilled immigration, and laws requiring its North American and Indian colonies to buy British-manufactured goods rather than manufacturing for themselves. In the 1840s and 1850s, no longer needing to protect its domestic industries and seeking to open up export markets, the British abruptly abandoned protectionism and began to preach global free trade. Free trade, they hoped, would help to lock in Britain's lead in manufacturing by encouraging Britain's trading partners to forego manufacturing for themselves, while competing with each other to provide British factories with cheap inputs like cotton and other raw materials and British factory workers with cheap food. Most Latin American countries, along with the short-lived Confederate States of America, accepted the offer to function as resource colonies for industrial Britain. But the British offer was rejected by the United States during and after the Civil War and by Imperial Germany after it was consolidated in 1871. Abraham Lincoln's America and Otto von Bismarck's Germany used protectionism and other policies to build up their own industries to compete with those of the United Kingdom. By the late 19th century, British manufacturers were being driven out of their home market as well as global markets by floods of American and German imports. Members of the British National Efficiency School, a diverse coalition of liberal nationalists like Joseph Chamberlain, hawkish conservative imperialists, and technocratic collectivists like Sidney and Beatrice Webb, H.G. Wells, and George Bernard Shaw, called upon Britain to defend its industrial might by consolidating the entire British Empire, or perhaps only the home islands and white dominions like Canada and Australia, into a single protected market. Instead, Britain clung to the unilateral free trade policy which it had adopted in the mid-19th century, and which had made sense only when Britain had no major industrial rivals. The warnings of the National Efficiency School were vindicated when Britain was subjected to attack by technologically advanced Germany in the two world wars, while losing even industries it helped to invent like the jet airliner and television and computer industries to the United States. Today, post-imperial Britain is, in effect, a tributary state of the United States. Why did Britain spurn the protectionist industrial policies that might have preserved more of its manufacturing leadership and military power a century ago? The reason is simple: the British elites which benefited from free trade, chiefly the financial interests of the City of London, had more influence over British policy than British manufacturers. British investors were not threatened by the American imports that wiped out factories in the British Midlands. Indeed, while high tariffs kept out American manufactured goods, American industry welcomed British investment. British rentiers were enriched by their overseas investments even as British industry declined. The pattern has been recapitulated in the United States, from the end of the Cold War to the present. In one industry after another, American corporations have offshored production to China since the 1990s, rendering the U.S. dependent on Chinese factories for many critical supply chains and manufactured goods, from iPhones to drugs and personal protective equipment that were essential in the COVID-19 pandemic. The toleration by the Clinton, Bush, and Obama administrations of this massive transfer of industrial power from the United States to the Chinese dictatorship, a regime seeking to eliminate U.S. hegemony in Asia and the world, is an even more remarkable case of national military-industrial suicide than that of Britain a century earlier. It is as though the British Parliament in the 1900s had encouraged the offshoring of British industry to Imperial Germany, even while engaging in the Anglo-German arms race. As in Britain in the 1900s, in the United States in the 2000s, capitalist elites with no interest in the health of the national industrial base. The managers and shareholders of Silicon Valley companies like Apple that were offered cheap labor and subsidies by the Chinese dictatorship, Wall Street firms salivating at the prospect of access to Chinese financial markets, and agribusiness corporations that are content to export foodstuffs to China in return for manufactured imports, defeated the U.S. military elites and America's national manufacturers who viewed China as a threat. The struggle between these domestic coalitions explains the paradox of American policy toward China. America's financial and commercial elites for the most part welcome the role of the United States as a deindustrialized resource colony of industrial China, as long as they can make money accessing China's vast domestic market and pool of cheap, unfree labor, while American military hawks and populists and the remnant of private organized labor seek to decouple the U.S. and Chinese economies and rebuild American manufacturing. Paradoxically, given the ostentatious social liberalism of Silicon Valley and Wall Street, America's tech elites and financial elites have adopted something like the voluntary tributary state strategy of Jefferson Davis and the other Confederate leaders, with 21st century industrial China replacing 19th century industrial Britain as a source of manufactured imports, and a post-industrial United States which exports farm products, raw materials, and tourist and professional services to industrial Asia and Europe, playing the role of the cotton-exporting confederacy. While the Garrison state saves national independence by sacrificing civil liberty, and the tributary state sacrifices national independence to preserve civil liberty, at least for local elites, the castle society sacrifices the state and loses both national independence and civil liberty. If Cold War-era Finland symbolizes the tributary state, Somalia or post-Gaddafi Libya might symbolize the castle society today. The erosion or collapse of state institutions and central authority produces anarchy, in which individuals and communities are forced to defend themselves or seek protection from stateless mafias or insurgent groups. Elements of the castle society have always existed in the United States. The movement of settlers into western frontier areas in advance of adequate law enforcement produced the anarchic conditions of the Wild West, with bloody clashes among Native Americans and settlers and widespread crime. Criminal gangs, often specializing in the sale of prohibited alcohol and drugs, have dominated urban neighborhoods in many American cities over the generations, sometimes in collusion with corrupt police and politicians. For its part, between Reconstruction and the Civil Rights Revolution of the 1950s and 1960s, the American South was a de facto state within a state, with the paramilitary Ku Klux Klan often allied with the local social and political elites who controlled the one-party Democratic regime. In the post-World War II era in which U.S. troops occupied Japan and parts of Germany, the federal government was still struggling to assert its authority in the states of the former Confederacy. A democratic republic is defined in part by the limitation of the objects of government. But within its legitimate realm, a democratic republican government must be able to protect its citizens from invasion, crime, economic immiseration, and disease, at least in part through public agencies staffed by civil servants and soldiers who are paid out of taxes. The high-water mark of democratic republicanism in the United States was reached in the decades after World War II. Without becoming a tyranny, the government was strong enough to protect the borders, dismantle racial segregation, regulate the economy, eliminate diseases like polio, and wage Cold War against the communist bloc. At the same time, informal checks and balances operated in the social sphere, with powerful trade unions, political parties, and churches exercising what the economist John Kenneth Galbraith called countervailing power against concentrated industrial capital. In contrast, the last half-century has seen the replacement of nation-building by nation dismantling in the United States, at the hands of an increasingly homogeneous, rich, and powerful national oligarchy. The American managerial elite has crushed organized labor to the point that fewer private sector workers, around 6%, enjoy the benefits of collective bargaining than was the case under President Herbert Hoover. The political parties, once federations of autonomous state and local organizations, have become mere labels captured by billionaires who, like Donald Trump and Michael Bloomberg, view the national political parties as brands to be captured. America's managerial elite, based now more in Silicon Valley and Wall Street than in the old industrial sectors of oil and gas and manufacturing, have employed tax avoidance to starve the federal government of revenue by means of offshore tax havens. In 2015, for example, U.S.-based multinationals reported 43% of their foreign earnings as coming from 5 notorious tax havens: Bermuda, Ireland, Luxembourg, the Netherlands, and Switzerland, even though only 4% of the workforce of the same companies resided in these jurisdictions. Like many American corporations, many of America's rich are scofflaws, using tax shelters to avoid paying taxes. And those who do pay taxes frequently benefit by paying a lower tax on capital gains than cashiers and janitors and truckers pay on their labor income. Using libertarian ideology as an excuse for slashing the government's capacity to provide basic public order, the bipartisan American elite in the last half-century has deinstitutionalized many of the mentally ill, with the result that every large American city has a homeless population of individuals suffering from untreated psychiatric disorders or drug addiction. Meanwhile, under Democrats and Republicans alike, the U.S. government has tolerated the migration of millions of illegal immigrants to the United States to provide American employers with a pliant, low-wage workforce which is unprotected by labor laws and civil rights. Authoritarianism has been redefined in American public discourse to stigmatize what were formerly considered ordinary functions of government. For example, attempts to crack down on cross-border labor trafficking are often met with cries of fascism. In the summer of 2020, following the death in police custody of George Floyd, left-wing calls to defund the police contributed to the greatest wave of vandalism and murder in American cities since the urban riots of the 1960s. As the public realm has been taken over in much of the country by mentally ill and sometimes dangerous vagrants, drug addicts, criminal gangs, and left-wing Antifa protesters, many Americans have retreated to fortified homes in suburban or rural areas and bought guns to defend themselves. Following the example of the Latin American upper classes, America's managerial oligarchs tend to live in secure apartment towers or gated communities with their own private security forces. Many of the same progressive elites who denounce the idea of a wall on the American border pay top dollar for the walls that protect them and their families from anarchy and squalor inside American borders. Not content to allow public authority to wither, America's new ruling class has begun to govern the American people informally but directly, through the private institutions it controls, social media platforms like Twitter and Facebook, and retail platforms like Amazon, as well as by older infrastructures like the banking system. Twitter purged a president of the United States. YouTube and Amazon disappear content at variance with the left-wing social norms of the American plutocracy and its professional class courtiers. The United States is drifting ever closer to adopting a Chinese-style social credit system that freezes citizens guilty of wrong think out of bank loans, savings accounts, and air and bus and rail travel, albeit a social credit system run by nominally private corporations and financial institutions. In the middle of the 20th century, a case could be made that prolonged mobilization for war threatened to turn the United States into a garrison state. Today, despite numerous small peripheral wars and the overhang of presidential emergency powers from earlier crises, the United States is in less danger of becoming a garrison state than ever. The greatest threat to America's future comes not from a totalitarian state bureaucracy in Washington, D.C., but from unchecked private power at home and authoritarian state capitalism abroad. Saving the United States from geopolitical weakness and domestic chaos requires a reassertion of the democratic Republican state, at the expense of oligarchs at home and hostile great powers and labor and drug trafficking gangs abroad. Such a limited rebuilding of national state capacity will not turn America into a garrison state, but it may save the American Republic from degenerating into a combination of a tributary state and a castle society. As appalling as they are, Xi Jinping's return to a Maoist cult of personality, the creation of a nightmarish high-tech social credit surveillance system, and the cultural genocide of Muslim Uyghurs in occupied East Turkestan would not in themselves threaten China's immediate neighbors or the interests of the United States and its allies in East Asia and elsewhere. But while intensifying its totalitarian repression at home, the Chinese dictatorship has become ever more aggressive in its external policy, militarizing islands in the South China Sea, slaughtering Indian soldiers along the disputed Sino-Indian border, and using aggressive wolf warrior diplomacy to bully other countries into acquiescing to Beijing. Many of the countries bullied by China are standing up to it. A loose Indo-Pacific coalition of the United States, Japan, India, and Australia, along with others including Vietnam, has arisen to balance China. After the coronavirus epidemic, which itself originated in China, revealed the dependence of the rest of the world on Chinese manufacturing of medicines, personal protective equipment, and other essential goods, the United States, Japan, and other countries are pressuring companies to move industrial supply chains out of China, either to their home countries or to third countries which are not strategic threats. Escalating financial sanctions levied by the United States and China on each other's officials are deepening the economic Cold War. It would be a mistake, however, to assume that we are witnessing a transition from a unipolar world characterized by U.S. hegemony to a rigid bipolar system like that of Cold War I from 1946 to 1989. Far more likely, as the result of the rise of China, is the emergence of a kaleidoscopic multipolar world order, as many countries, including former U.S. allies, distance themselves from both China and the United States. Describing U.S. domestic politics, political scientists distinguish realignment from de-alignment. Under realignment, one or more groups of voters move from one of America's two national parties to the other, but most voters still belong to one of the two parties. Under de-alignment, constituencies leave one party but do not join the other party. Instead, they become free-floating independent voters and voting blocs. It is useful to borrow the concept of de-alignment from domestic politics and apply it to world politics. Gerald Holden used the term in a different sense, applying it to European politics in the Ronald Reagan era in De-Alignment, a new foreign policy perspective in 1987. De-alignment, in the sense in which I am using the term, is different from non-alignment during Cold War I. During the previous Cold War, the non-aligned nations included many Latin American countries as well as recently decolonized countries like India and numerous African states. These diverse countries at least pretended to form a non-aligned bloc, the Third World, distinct from the US-led First World Alliance and the Communist Second World. There was even a formal non-aligned movement which brought together countries as dissimilar as Egypt, India, Ghana, and Yugoslavia, a communist dictatorship estranged from the Soviet bloc. Many weak developing countries sought to combine in order to pressure both the American and Soviet blocs to accede to their collective demand for a new international economic order. Unlike the non-aligned nations of Cold War I, however, the de-aligned nations of Cold War II are likely to seek their own national interests separately, rather than to view themselves as part of a third bloc equidistant from both the United States and China. International relations scholars distinguish a strategy of hedging from strategies of balancing and bandwagoning. Hedging strategies may take seemingly opposite forms, like trading with both China and the United States and, on the other hand, maximizing national autarky. In practice, for medium-sized and small powers, a seemingly paradoxical combination of partial economic integration and military relations with both the United States and China, combined with a degree of partial self-sufficiency in basic military and economic sectors, may make the most sense. In an age of de-alignment, the more powerful countries of the second and third rank can hedge their bets by trying to create their own modest military spheres of influence and regional economic blocs. Russia has tried to maintain its hegemony within the post-Soviet space by waging limited wars in Georgia and Ukraine to prevent their incorporation into NATO or the European Union. At the same time, Russia has sponsored the Moscow-centered Eurasian Economic Union, a trade bloc it controls on much of the former territory of the USSR. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's regime is similarly trying to increase the relative power and autonomy of Turkey, at the price of antagonizing its neighbors and other members of the NATO alliance to which it belongs. For other countries as well, de-aligned strategies that include bids for regional military and economic hegemony may be more attractive than realignment, that is, choosing to side either with China or the United States in Cold War II. De-alignment is incompatible not only with realignment but also with alignment, that is, legacy membership in established collective security alliances. NATO, established to prevent the USSR from intimidating or invading Europe, lost its rationale when the Cold War ended and the Soviet Union dissolved. In the Iraq War of 2003, the United States was opposed by some NATO members such as Germany and France, while supported by others including Britain in an improvised coalition of the willing. Today, two NATO members, Turkey and France, are on opposite sides of a proxy war in Libya, a state destroyed by the Obama administration and NATO in the 2011 war of regime change against the Libyan dictator Muammar al-Gaddafi. Meanwhile, long-simmering tensions between Turkey and Greece, both NATO members, have heated up. NATO may be an alliance on paper only as a result of de-alignment in Cold War II. If today's Sino-American Cold War persists, other U.S. alliances may snap or wither away. The rise of China has set off far more alarms in Tokyo than in Berlin, whose leaders tend to view China not as a significant security threat, but as a large and growing market for German exports of goods and services. Under Angela Merkel, Germany has carried out a hedging strategy with respect to Russia as well, supporting the continued presence of U.S. troops on German soil even as German firms engage in profitable business with Russia, the supposed threat. During Cold War I, the possibility that the Soviet Union would actually invade and conquer Japan and West Germany was never the most realistic threat. The major threat was Finlandization. The term referred to the danger that Japan and West Germany, the second and third largest industrial nations, would, like Finland during the Cold War, appease Moscow in foreign policy. Economic powers like West Germany and Japan might have strengthened the Soviet economy and, indirectly, its military power through trade, investment, and technology transfers, while retaining their nominal independence, capitalist systems, and relatively conservative social orders. If America's allies in Cold War I had been Finlandized in this sense, those allies, through trade and investment, could have built up the Soviet military-industrial complex without a shot being fired, indeed, even as U.S. military bases remained on their soil. Something like this perverse outcome is the situation that has now emerged among America's East Asian protectorates. Japan's top trading partner is the United States, 19.9% of exports. Its second top trading partner is China, 19.1%. The United States continues its military protectorate over South Korea, which in 2019 traded twice as much with China, 25.1% of exports, as with the United States, 13.6% of exports. China in 2018 accounted for 22.2% of Vietnam's exports and imports, while the United States accounted for only 12.6%. This pattern is bizarre and almost certainly not sustainable. It is as though, during Cold War I, the major trading partner or second-largest trading partner of America's NATO allies had been the Soviet Union. What, then, would have been the purpose of NATO? Clearly not to prevent Finlandization, because in that alternate reality the economic Finlandization of Western Europe already would have occurred. The sole purpose, then, of U.S. troops in an already Finlandized Europe would have been to deter an actual physical invasion by the Soviet Union. But why would the Soviet Union have invaded its major trading partners and sources of foreign investment? A similar question can be asked about America's formal and informal East Asian military allies, both old, like Japan and South Korea, and new, like Vietnam. As China's economy grows, driven by rising per capita income rather than rising population, so will the economic opportunities provided by access to China for firms among its East Asian neighbors, along with the penalties for opposing China's regime, whatever form it may take in the future. According to the consulting firm PwC, Japan, the fourth largest economy in the world in 2016, may sink down to eighth in 2050 under China, India, the United States, Indonesia, Brazil, Russia, and Mexico. Will a much smaller Japan, highly integrated with a much bigger Chinese economy, remain part of an alliance to balance China a generation or two from now? In 2050, the gap between China's economy and Japan's may be greater than that between the economies of the United States and Mexico. By that time, Sino-Japanese trade may be much higher than American-Japanese trade. In the medium to long run, it is difficult to imagine that the deepening enmeshment of China's neighbors with China's economy will not render their military alliances with the United States moribund. What about the Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP? According to most of the U.S. foreign policy establishment, this would have weakened China by creating a bloc of the United States, Japan, and many Asian nations from which China was excluded. During the 2016 presidential campaign, however, under pressure from progressives and populists, both Hillary Clinton and Trump promised to withdraw from the TPP, and Trump made good on his promise following his election. The truth is that the TPP would not have weakened China significantly. The claim that it would was just a bogus national security rationale designed to neutralize opposition to the treaty in the United States. The unacknowledged goal of the TPP, from the point of view of the U.S. special interests that supported it, was to impose bloc-wide rules favoring U.S. pharmaceutical companies and Wall Street financial firms on the weak developing countries of Asia. China is already the largest or second-largest trading partner of most of the countries included in the TPP, and the treaty probably would not have altered this. In Cold War I, U.S. military alliance strategy was complemented by the Coordinating Committee for Multilateral Export Controls, COCOM, a U.S.-dominated institution that coordinated a half-century economic and technological embargo against the USSR. Nothing similar to COCOM seems possible in Cold War II. Will the East Asian allies of the United States, to say nothing of NATO members and other countries like India, agree to eliminate most of their trade and investment with China? The answer is no, unless China becomes far more aggressive than it has been. Even if China invaded Taiwan, there might be sanctions at first, but it probably would be only a matter of time before trade delegations from Tokyo, Seoul, Berlin, and perhaps Washington made trips to normalize trade and investment with Beijing. And yet, a strategy of military containment of China without economic isolation of China cannot succeed in Cold War II. At some point, the perversity of stationing U.S. military forces in China's major trading partners to protect them from a largely imaginary threat of Chinese invasion and occupation will be too obvious to be denied. The result is likely to be the pulling up of the leftover tripwires in the Korean Peninsula and in the South China Sea, and the withdrawal of America's unilateral promise to go to war with China over Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. A promise that nobody in any country will believe to be credible. The United States may remain engaged in a naval rivalry with China in the Pacific, but the strategy of encircling China's borders with U.S. bases to protect China's trading partners from China may be abandoned. In time, East Asia is likely to become a de facto Chinese sphere of influence, as North America has been a U.S. sphere of influence since the 1900s. In contrast to America's East Asian protectorates, India exports much more to the United States, 16.8% of exports, than to China, 5.3%. China's growing regional assertiveness may tilt India toward the United States. In the near future, India will become the world's most populous country, surpassing China. And while it has a long way to go, by the end of this century or perhaps in the next, India could have the world's largest economy, even though its per capita income and standard of living would remain below those of North America and Europe. Before we celebrate the might of a hypothetical Indo-American alliance, however, caution is in order. During Cold War I, India pursued a policy of non-alignment between the Western and Communist blocs, with a slight tilt toward the Soviet Union. And since its independence, India has sought to maximize its economic self-sufficiency by means of socialist or dirigiste economic policies. Would a richer and more powerful India consent to enduring U.S. hegemony in the newly christened Indo-Pacific? Classical realists would suggest the answer is no. Just as China today is trying to end America's post-1945 hegemony in East Asia, nationalists in tomorrow's more powerful and assertive India may insist that the Indian Ocean must be an Indian lake and demand the return of the strategic U.S. naval base in Diego Garcia, which the United States obtained from Britain. The United States, after all, bloodlessly drove the British Navy out of the Western Hemisphere more than a century ago, after the United States surpassed Britain in population and industrial strength. Indeed, it is not inconceivable that the United States and China, engaged in strategic rivalry today, in the future might set aside their differences to unite to check the power of a rising India. In the 20th century, the United States sided with the Soviet Union against Germany and Japan, only to ally itself after 1945 with West Germany and Japan against the Soviet Union. Late in the Cold War, the United States was even allied informally with Communist China against the USSR. With the disappearance of the shared threat of the Soviet Union, mutual suspicion on the part of China and the United States has produced a new Cold War. To return to the projection by PwC mentioned earlier, between 2018 and 2060, China's GDP may grow from 18 to 20% of the global economy, measured in purchasing power parity, while U.S. GDP may decline from 16% to 12%. The other poles in the global economy in 2050, according to PwC, will be India, 15%, and Europe at 9%. The specific numbers will almost certainly be wrong, but the trajectory is clear. In a game of Risk, it would be easy and fun to imagine a realignment scenario in which a U.S. European-Indian alliance with 36% of combined GDP overawes China with 20%. Go alliance of democracies. But in a de-alignment scenario, a rich, aging Europe, embroiled in controversies over immigration and interregional wealth transfers, might be neutral in a conflict between the United States and China. For its part, a richer and more powerful India might be jealous of its sovereignty, tilting toward the United States when its leaders feel threatened by China, but otherwise maintaining its distance from both and intent on building its own regional sphere of influence. Meanwhile, outside of South Asia, most of the population growth in this century will take place in Africa. By 2100, 1 in 4 people on Earth may be African. There may be success stories, as falling fertility and rising per capita create a sweet spot for economic growth in some countries and regions. There may also be civil wars and independence movements, as increasing prosperity fuels the pride and nationalism of ethno-national minorities in multi-ethnic states created by long-dead European colonial empires. In a realignment scenario, zero-sum bipolar Sino-American competition might be transposed to Africa, as Soviet-American competition was. But in a de-alignment scenario, the situation would be far messier. The United States, China, India, and individual European great powers, along with Russia and Middle Eastern nations perhaps, might compete opportunistically for markets and contracts for their firms or arm rival sides in local wars. The result might look less like Cold War I than like the late 19th century scramble for Africa, with alliances and trade deals replacing formal colonization. At the same time, the more powerful African states might try to create spheres of influence and trading blocs in their own neighborhoods, as Russia has done in the post-Soviet space. My aim is not to propose a grand strategy for the United States in Cold War II. It is simply to point out the inadequacy of Cold War I as a model. Rather than a bipolar world of tight alliances like those of the Cold War, the rise of China may produce, indeed already is producing, a de-alignment in which power diffuses and many countries seek to minimize their dependence on both the United States and China. All of this suggests that the central feature of U.S. grand strategy during Cold War I, a deeply integrated core bloc of allies in Europe and Asia, based on unilateral U.S. military protection and a shared economy, would be difficult to replicate in Cold War II if the conflict persists for years or decades. The geopolitical landscape of Cold War I was symbolized by frozen conflicts along highly visible frontiers: the Berlin Wall, the Korean Demilitarized Zone, the former border between North and South Vietnam. The geopolitical landscape of Cold War II and whatever period follows will be volcanic, unstable, and fragmented among spheres of influence and trading blocs created by lesser powers as well as major powers. The penalty for failure to understand this may be severe. Global power politics takes place in multiple dimensions, much like a game of 3D chess. Different players compete on different levels, though some are playing on every board. Consider the war in Ukraine. This conflict, comparable to the proxy wars in Korea and Vietnam during the original Cold War, can be understood as the first proxy war in the current Cold War between the US and post-Soviet Russia. It can be analyzed on 3 levels: regional, continental, and global. At the regional level, the war is a struggle between Ukraine, which seeks to maintain its territorial integrity, and the Russian regime of Vladimir Putin, whose initial war aims failed, and who has since been reduced to trying to break off and annex the regions of eastern Ukraine with Russian-speaking majorities while terrorizing civilians and destroying civilian infrastructure. Ukraine fits into a larger regional pattern for Putin, who openly laments the dissolution of the USSR and has long engaged in efforts to dominate buffer states around the borders of the post-Soviet Russian Federation. There was Chechnya, whose independence movement was brutally suppressed, South Ossetia, broken off from Georgia in a brief war in 2008, Crimea, which Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev transferred to the Soviet Republic of Ukraine in 1954, and which Putin seized from Ukraine in 2014 and later annexed to Russia, and Ukraine itself, where Russia has been aiding and financing a war in the eastern provinces of the country since 2014. Belarus, another former Soviet republic, remains nominally independent but is closely allied with Russia under its president, Alexander Lukashenko. Putin seems to have believed that a brief, successful assault on Ukraine would allow him to install a friendly government in Kiev, while detaching the eastern portions of the country. Instead, the Russian invasion met massive resistance from the Ukrainian government of Volodymyr Zelensky, backed up by military aid from the US and its NATO allies, which also levied harsh economic sanctions on Russia. But countries waging campaigns of war have often overrun their initial budgets of blood and treasure yet emerged victorious at the end. If the Ukraine war ends with Russia indefinitely controlling portions of eastern Ukraine as well as Crimea, then Putin will have achieved his regional strategic goal, if only at a high price. The next level on the 3D chessboard is the continent of Europe and NATO. Here there are 5 major powers, each with its own strategic goals: Russia, France, Germany, Britain, and the United States. At the European level, the Ukraine war has disastrously backfired against Russia. It has driven European countries back into the sheltering arms of the United States, and it has frightened Russia's neighbors Sweden and Finland into seeking admission to NATO. When the Cold War ended peacefully, Mikhail Gorbachev promoted the idea of a common European home that would unite Western and Eastern Europe with Russia in a shared institutional framework, and would exclude the United States. This possibility was foreclosed by the expansion of NATO into Eastern Europe over Russian objections, and now the backlash against the Russian invasion of Ukraine may have made Russia a pariah state in the eyes of most Europeans, though not necessarily in non-European eyes, for years or decades to come. The Ukraine war, by underscoring Europe's security dependence on the United States, has also reduced France's influence in the region. Regardless of domestic politics, the French foreign policy establishment since de Gaulle has usually sought to build up a tightly integrated European bloc under French and German leadership with a high degree of independence from the US and China. But while some Americans would welcome more European self-sufficiency in defense, the Ukraine war is likely to drive an expansion of the US-led NATO alliance in the near future. Germany is another loser as a result of the war in Ukraine. Since its post-Cold War reunification, Germany has tried to be a chamber of commerce disguised as a country. The Germans imported cheap oil and gas from Russia to power factories exporting goods to China and the rest of the world, all while free-riding on US defense spending. Thanks to sanctions against Russian imports and the destruction of the Nord Stream gas pipelines, Germany's energy supply base has been violently reoriented to North America, with a growing percentage of its natural gas now coming over the Atlantic to replace former Russian supplies. Germany has been resisting American pressure to decouple economically from China, but over time Berlin may submit to Washington. In the 2030s, Germany may be more of a subordinate American satellite than it has been since the beginnings of Ostpolitik in the 1960s. In the European theater of power politics, the US has emerged for the time being as the winner. US victory has come at the expense of Russian relations with Europe, French dreams of an autonomous Europe, and German hopes to be simultaneously on good terms with Russia, China, and the US. The first Secretary General of NATO, Lord Ismay, is often quoted as saying that the purpose of NATO was to keep the Soviet Union out, the Americans in, and the Germans down. For the foreseeable future, NATO, which integrates the US into European security policymaking, will expand in membership and resources. Meanwhile, the European Union has lost the United Kingdom as a result of Brexit and is considered illegitimate by many nationalists in Eastern Europe and many populists in Western Europe. If Cold War II continues, American hegemony over most of Europe is likely to deepen as the influence of the civilian EU diminishes. And Britain, America's closest European partner and an ardent supporter of Ukraine, may be counted as a winner in the geopolitics of the Ukraine war as well. What about the global level of the 3D chess game? Here there are only two major players, the US and China. China's per capita income, like that of the late Soviet Union, is below that of the US and its major allies. But by any reasonable definition, China is a superpower like the US or, to use military jargon, a peer competitor. Unlike the Soviet Union, China is a superpower in multiple dimensions: economic, military, and diplomatic. In purchasing power parity, PPP, China has already surpassed the US as the world's largest economy and will almost certainly surpass it soon by the other important measure, market exchange rates. Nor is the size of China's economy merely a reflection of a large population, as in the case of India. China is catching up in silicon chip technology, rivals the West in quantum computing and supercomputing, and has its own artificial intelligence and space programs. Firms of Chinese origin like TikTok and Huawei have gone global, while a single Chinese firm, DJI, manufactures a majority of the civilian drones sold worldwide, and a majority of those used in American state and local law enforcement. After the COVID-19 epidemic originated in China, possibly leaking from a Chinese virology laboratory, the US and other countries discovered how utterly dependent they were on Chinese factories and facilities manufacturing drugs and drug precursors and personal protective equipment, PPE. It may be a matter of time before Chinese firms compete in the aerospace and automobile industries, and China produces more steel than all other countries in the world combined. What about China's military? In 2016, President Barack Obama boasted, "We spend more on our military than the next 8 nations combined." But this was misleading because it was based on market exchange rates, a less accurate measure than purchasing power parity, according to which American defense spending is only equal to that of China and Russia combined. And even purchasing power parity measures may be overestimating American military strength. The French scholar Jacques Sapir has argued that American economic statistics inflate paper sectors like finance and real estate and disguise areas important for national strategy in which the US is at a disadvantage compared to China or Russia, like manufacturing and mining. In diplomacy, too, China is now the second superpower. In the last generation, the Beijing regime has systematically built a parallel set of global institutions that exclude the US from membership. One is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, founded in 2001 by China, Russia, and 4 former Soviet republics: Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. This pact, excluding the US, has grown to include India and Iran. Then there is the Chinese-led Pacific Trade Organization, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, which excludes the US but includes American allies Japan, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand, among other countries. By its own choice, the US is not represented in another Chinese creation, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, which now has 106 member nations, including Britain and numerous other countries in Europe. Step by step, China is creating global organizations that exclude the US as a member. During the First Cold War, India and other countries belonged to the non-aligned group, seeking to maintain their independence from the communist bloc and the American-led free world, which included many dictatorships and autocracies in the Middle East, Latin America, and Asia. The return of bipolarity to the international system, this time based on Sino-American rather than Soviet-American rivalry, has been followed by a reemergence of something like the non-aligned cluster of countries. When the US called for harsh sanctions against Russia following the Russian invasion of Ukraine, America's close allies cooperated, but most countries in the world conspicuously refused to punish Russia. Notably, the list of countries bucking the US calls to punish Moscow included populist democracies like India, Mexico, Brazil, and South Africa. Their refusal to take part in the anti-Russian sanctions undermines the claim, made repeatedly by President Biden, that the dividing line in the conflict is between democracies and autocracies. The Ukraine war has reinforced the accelerating division of the world between a US-led alliance system, an informal Chinese-led bloc in which Russia is the junior partner, and a majority of countries which seek to be on good terms with both sides. On the global level, China is in a better position in Cold War II than the US. Despite Trump's and Biden's best efforts, the US remains dangerously dependent on Chinese manufacturing. China is modernizing its military, while the US military has been drained by a generation of feudal forever wars in Afghanistan and the Middle East. The Chinese regime can sit back and let the US and Russia, its chief adversary and its frenemy, exhaust each other's arsenals in Ukraine, while it presents itself to the rest of humanity as a benign civilian trading power and benevolent international aid donor. None of this means that China will replace the US as a global hegemon. The gradual rise of India and the industrial development of Africa may cause the relative military and economic power of both the US and China to decline at the same time. And a Chinese collapse or political transformation that would alter the balance of power cannot be ruled out. For now, however, this is the status of the 3D chess game centered around Ukraine. Unless Ukraine, armed by the US and NATO, can recapture its eastern territories and drive Russia out of Crimea, Russia is likely to achieve some, if not all, of its territorial goals in the former Soviet Republic, as it did in Chechnya, Georgia, and Crimea. At the level of European diplomacy, Russia is out, the Germans are down, the French are sidelined, and America is back with Britain at its side. At the global level, however, China for now is in a better position than the US, which cannot run its own economy without Chinese imports. As Cold War II grinds on, America may deepen its hold over Europe, but that may turn out to be a consolation prize for the loss of American global hegemony. As the world reels from the scenes of the televised boxing match between Zelensky and Trump, with Vance egging the fight on, we are in danger of losing sight of what the encounter reveals about Trump's priorities. Though it was not explicitly named during the entire undignified episode, it is China and not Russia that is the White House's main concern these days, and that explains the refusal to subordinate everything to Ukraine's needs and ambitions. The first signs emerged back in 2017, during the years of Trump 1, when the US for the first time acted very directly against China's techno-economic rise. Seeing its increasing threat, the administration cut off access to some of the advanced technology that China really needs, starting with advanced microprocessors, the chips of both missiles and smartphones. Tellingly, this was the one Trump policy that Biden did not reverse. Indeed, his administration tried to strengthen the technology export controls. Now, as Trump 2 kicks off, America is dealing with a distinctly more aggressive China. It has become clear that Xi Jinping's China dream is not about a richer or a happier nation, but rather a stronger and indeed more warlike one. He has been visiting the different headquarters of the People's Liberation Army to urge the assembled officers to be ready to fight, to really fight and win. Further, it seems that defectors have reported that she has told members of the Central Military Commission to be ready to invade Taiwan by 2027. So while the immediate rationale behind the humiliation of Zelensky in the White House would have been to soften up Russia and obtain a prompt ceasefire and start negotiations for a territorial compromise, it was all done in the service of Trump's larger and longer-term ambition of neutralizing China. In this, he is pulling off a reverse Nixon. Instead of courting China to oppose the USSR, as Kissinger and Nixon did in 1972, Trump wants to detach Moscow from Beijing. Of course, today's Russia is but a shadow of the still vigorous USSR that Nixon had to contend with. But even in its much weakened state, Russia still adds a great deal to Chinese power. It provides everything from jet engines for Xi's fighters, its own remains stubbornly unreliable, to polar access via Russia's Arctic ports, railway access to Western Europe via Kazakhstan and Moscow, and overland access to Iran and the Middle East. More simply, Russia's immense territory interposed between China and the West, both in Europe and North America, would function in war as the Pacific Ocean serves the US, from San Diego and Pearl Harbor to Taiwan and China. When Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin meet in Alaska this Friday to discuss ending the war in Ukraine, Beijing will carefully study every handshake, phrase, and subtle signal that emerges from the talks. For China, such a meeting is not primarily about the performance of peace diplomacy. Rather, it is about the deeper structure of global order that could emerge afterward, and especially whether the outcome will help lock in a Eurasian balance of power favorable to Beijing's strategic ambitions. Alternatively, an agreement could bind China into a new set of constraints on sanctions enforcement and technology controls, as well as its relationships with key European states. Since February 2022, Xi Jinping has walked a narrow political and diplomatic ridge, publicly professing neutrality and respect for sovereignty while actively providing Russia with material and technological support. At the same time, Beijing has strengthened what it calls a no-limits partnership with Moscow, a US-Russia bargain that effectively freezes the front lines and normalizes some of Russia's gains would, in most respects, suit Beijing. It would preserve a strategic partner in Eurasia and avoid an outcome in which Moscow is weakened to the point of dependency on the West. Conversely, a deal that ties any ceasefire to tough, enforceable restrictions on Chinese dual-use exports to Russia would be unwelcome. This is why the choreography of the Alaska meeting, who initiates, who concedes, and what details are left vague, matters as much as the headlines. Beijing's conduct since the start of the war has been guided by three interlocking imperatives. The first is to ensure Russia's survival as a functioning strategic actor. Moscow remains China's only peer-level counterweight to Washington across the Eurasian landmass. It is also a vital supplier of discounted energy and raw materials, and a partner in constructing alternatives to a US-centric order. This explains Beijing's consistent support through expanded energy trade, dual-use technology exports, and diplomatic cover in international forums to ensure Russia avoids a humiliating defeat. Xi and Putin have framed their partnership as a civilizational alternative to Western leadership, extending their cooperation well beyond the war into investment, space technology, and cultural exchanges that reinforce a sense of long-term alignment. The second imperative is to erode US primacy without triggering a direct military confrontation. China's so-called peace proposals, calling for ceasefires, negotiations, and opposition to nuclear threats, are designed to portray Beijing as a responsible global power. Simultaneously, they subtly shift blame toward NATO enlargement and Western bloc politics. These rhetorical positions are calibrated to resonate with the global South, where Beijing's refusal to join sanctions regimes and its economic outreach to Moscow have been noted approvingly. China has also avoided high-profile diplomatic events, such as the Peace Summit in Switzerland, that might corner Moscow into concessions it does not want to make. In European and transatlantic capitals, this posture has come to be described as strategic neutrality, neutral in name but tilted toward Russia in effect. The third imperative is to preserve Beijing's diplomatic space in Europe, avoiding a hard, Cold War-style split. China continues to court European leaders and present itself as an indispensable broker for global stability. By keeping open the prospect of participating in Ukraine's eventual reconstruction, Beijing positions itself as both a pragmatic partner and a player whose cooperation is needed to resolve global crises. This balancing act has produced mixed results. In 2024 to 25, Xi's high-profile visits improved dialogue but also deepened suspicion that China is complicit in prolonging the war. The Alaska summit poses both opportunities and risks for Beijing. In the most favorable scenario, the war would be frozen with only loosely enforced conditions. This would consolidate Russian territorial gains, allowing Moscow to remain a strong partner and a distraction for Washington, while lowering the immediate risk of escalation that could disrupt China's own priorities. Such an outcome might also trigger sanctions fatigue, especially in Europe, leading to softer enforcement and more room for Chinese banks and tech firms to operate in Russia. Beijing could even claim an image boost, presenting itself as supportive of renewed US-Russia engagement without altering its policy in any meaningful way. The more dangerous scenario is one in which the Alaska outcome explicitly targets China's economic lifelines to Russia. Broad secondary sanctions could pressure Chinese financial institutions, logistics providers, and component manufacturers. Tighter enforcement on critical technology exports, such as machine tools, semiconductors, optics, and UAV components, could force Beijing into difficult choices between supporting Russia and safeguarding its own industrial policy. If the deal gains European endorsement and Kiev's reluctant cooperation, it could also undermine China's narrative in the global South that it is championing peace without Western diktats. In the lead-up to Alaska, Beijing's public messaging is likely to be supportive of dialogue, but vague on specifics, reiterating familiar lines about indivisible security and opposition to nuclear escalation. Privately, she will use his influence with Putin to urge restraint, keep nuclear threats off the table, and negotiate a ceasefire that eases sanctions without loosening the strategic bond between the two states. Meanwhile, China will continue to expand its sanctions-resistant infrastructure, yuan ruble settlements, alternative logistics corridors, and networks of intermediary firms, to insulate itself from any enforcement measures that might emerge from the talks. Once the summit concludes, Beijing will adapt its narrative to suit the outcome. If there is a deal, it will claim this validates China's long-standing advocacy for dialogue. If the talks fail, it will fault Washington's overreach or Kiev's inflexibility, while offering to participate in reconstruction when wiser heads prevail. This dual-track narrative helps Beijing finesse its central paradox, insisting on sovereignty and territorial integrity in principle, while enabling Russia's occupation of Ukrainian territory in practice. By framing any settlement as a temporary stabilization measure, China can defer the sovereignty question indefinitely, a tactic it also applies to Taiwan and disputed areas of the South China Sea. Europe's response to the Alaska meeting will significantly shape China's room for maneuver. If the EU treats a ceasefire as an opportunity to de-risk, but not decouple from China, Beijing can reinvigorate trade diplomacy and resist US-led technology controls. But if European leaders perceive that China has pocketed strategic gains while enabling aggression, they could push for tighter export controls, more rigorous screening of outbound investments, and closer alignment with US sanctions enforcement. From any Trump-Putin bargain, China will try to extract three main benefits. It will seek incremental sanctions relief, enough ambiguity to allow banks, insurers, and shippers to expand higher-value transactions with Russia without fear of sudden reversal. It will value the reduced risk of sudden escalation, freeing Beijing to focus on domestic growth, industrial upgrades, and regional initiatives from the South China Sea to Central Asia. And it will seize the chance to recalibrate relations with key European states such as Germany and France, offering targeted cooperation in green technology and reconstruction that minimizes security concerns while maximizing political goodwill. What Beijing fears most is being explicitly named and targeted in the agreement, losing its role in the geopolitical narrative to a bilateral Trump-Putin fix, and seeing the sanctions logic applied to broader US technology controls in Asia. If these risks emerge, China's response will combine symbolic compliance, publicly tightening controls on a few niche items, with broader defiance, maintaining critical flows through intermediaries and alternative channels. It will also intensify its courtship of Europe, using business delegations, climate cooperation, and reconstruction offers to draw EU preferences away from Washington's enforcement priorities. Simultaneously, Beijing will double down on its messaging to the global South, stressing its consistency and contrasting its conduct with what it portrays as Western hypocrisy. For Beijing, Alaska is not about ending the war so much as shaping the next phase of the world order. It wants a United States constrained by multiple commitments, a Russia preserved as a strategic partner, and a Europe kept within reach of Chinese diplomacy. A ceasefire that freezes the front lines, preserves Russian leverage, and leaves China's support networks intact would mark a quiet but significant victory. A deal that triggers a sanctions crackdown on Chinese banks and suppliers would accelerate the very containment Beijing most fears. Either way, Xi will present China as a consistent and pragmatic power in Eurasia, laying the groundwork for a geopolitical order that will matter long after the Alaska photo opportunity has faded. There are sound arguments based on realpolitik to oppose Trump's strategy toward Ukraine. But to be consistent, those who invoke American ideals ought to condemn FDR and Churchill for agreeing to a Soviet sphere of influence in Eastern Europe that lasted half a century after 1945. And they must condemn Eisenhower and Johnson for failing to take significant action to punish the Soviet Union from crushing democratic rebellions in East Germany in 1953, Hungary in 1956, and Czechoslovakia in 1968. Russia has vulnerabilities that the West has simply not been exploiting. On the contrary, U.S. incrementalism has helped the Kremlin offset and mask its weaknesses. Russia adapts if given time. Russia does not pivot rapidly, however, in part because of Putin's risk aversion. It took Putin months to adapt after his failed three-day invasion in 2022. He continued to pursue his maximalist objectives in Ukraine with insufficient force and ordered a mobilization only after a rout of the Russian forces from the Kharkiv region in September 2022. It took Putin a year to start moving the Russian economy to a full war footing. Putin faced real risks in moments when he was challenged by sustained pressure. The Ukrainian battlefield successes in the fall of 2022 led to hysteria in the Russian information space, as the military humiliation contrasted with Putin's attempt to project an image of a great Russia. The consecutive shocks of Russian withdrawal from the Kharkiv region and Kherson city drove fissures within Putin's nationalist base and laid the foundation for the spat between the late PMC Wagner Group financier Yevgeny Prigozhin and the Russian military establishment, which eventually resulted in Prigozhin's rebellion in 2023. The shock of these defeats also led Putin to undertake notable rhetorical changes, framing Russia's war in Ukraine as a protracted war against NATO and the West, rather than Ukraine. Had the West rushed military aid to Ukraine and planned for successive operations after the Russian defeat in the Battle of Kiev in spring 2022, or even after Russia's offensive culminated in Severodonetsk in summer 2022, Ukraine would be closer to a durable peace than it is today. On the contrary, Western incrementalism in the provision of military aid disrupted Ukraine's battlefield momentum and provided Russia with a threefold advantage: a chance for Russian forces to build their defense in depth, which monumentally complicated Ukrainian 2023 counteroffensive, a chance for the Kremlin to seize the narrative internationally, and a reduction in domestic pressures on Putin. The United States' incrementalism and choice to telegraph its decisions diminished the effectiveness of U.S. policies. Delays in U.S. decision-making afforded Russia time to develop countermeasures to U.S. capabilities. Russia is using EW and GPS jamming to degrade the effectiveness of U.S. ground-based long-range fires. The United States telegraphing its internal debates about its restrictions on Ukraine's use of U.S. weapons gives the Kremlin time to insulate Russia from damage. Russia redeployed air assets in the range of ATACMS to airbases further away from Ukraine to protect them against a potential U.S. policy change for Ukraine. The shock of Ukraine using new capabilities will likely have greater effects if the West stops announcing or leaking its decisions to deliver advanced capabilities to Ukraine, as the Russian military remains slow to change its posture to new threats. Russia depends on the will of others more than many people realize. A lot of Russia's capability to sustain the war in Ukraine is not inherent and is, therefore, vulnerable. The Kremlin acquired some of its capabilities by force, manipulation, or by exploiting Western resources and sanctuaries. Russia depends on basing in Belarus to attack Ukraine from the north. Russia depends on foreign trade routes and intermediaries to smuggle sanctioned goods. Russia depends on foreign machinery and components to produce advanced weapons. Russia depends on North Korea and Iran to offset shortages in material. Russia depends on shadow fleets to transport its energy. Russia depends on Western media to cycle its false narratives. Russia depends on continued U.S. will to grant Russia a safe space, from which Russia can strike Ukraine with impunity, without being struck back by Ukraine with long-range U.S.-provided systems. The Kremlin depends on continued Western choice not to expel the Kremlin's agents of influence and revenue, like Russia's state nuclear operator Rosatom. Above all, the Kremlin depends on the West's accepting Russia's fabricated assertions about reality, which often cause the West to reason to conclusions that advance Russia's interests and not ours. Key examples include the false assertion that Russia has the right to a self-defined sphere of influence, and, therefore, a right to do whatever it wants to those within this sphere, including invading with no repercussions. Another example is a false assertion that any provision of advanced military capability to Ukraine is a red line that will result in a nuclear escalation, and therefore, the U.S. should de facto grant a veto to any nuclear power over U.S. national security policy. Kremlin's strategy in Ukraine disproportionately depends on the West accepting these premises, making Russia vulnerable to changes in Western perceptions. Russian dependencies give the West opportunities to exploit or dismantle Russia's capability to sustain the war against Ukraine. Russia cannot siphon capability from others overnight. It takes time to secure capabilities by manipulation or force and to convert partnerships into capabilities. It took Putin at least 6 years to force Belarus into becoming a de facto Russian military base. It took months for Russia to establish joint UAV production with Iran in Tatarstan. Russia is vulnerable to an adversary capable of anticipating and disrupting the Kremlin's pivots before the Kremlin can turn them into war capability. Russia's partnerships require trade-offs and are vulnerable when both partners are pressured. While the Russo or Iranian partnership is durable, Its military interdependence enhances mutual capability only as long as Russia and Iran are not challenged at the same time. Russia's loss of advanced air defense systems and air assets in Ukraine will likely limit the Kremlin's ability to spare those systems for Iran, at a time when Iran may increasingly require them, especially if the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps (IRGC) were to face a full-fledged Israeli partner response to its aggression. The Kremlin's reported message that Iran should exercise restraint when acting against Israel is therefore unsurprising. The Russo-Iranian partnership is therefore vulnerable to a cohesive U.S. strategy to counter both threats if the United States were to adopt one. Moreover, Russia's growing intent to arm Iranian proxies, aimed at deterring Western support to Ukraine, can backfire by inviting U.S. retaliation, were Iranian proxies to threaten U.S. assets directly with Russian capabilities, and by further undermining the Kremlin's ability to balance between regional stakeholders. Many of Russia's relationships do not have a durable foundation and may crumble if partners perceive Russia's loss. Demonstrating that Russian victory is not inevitable will have compounding effects on Russian ability to sustain the war. China is Russia's enabler in this war, but it has not openly provided military assistance to Russia. China is behaving in a metered way, likely not to heavily support a proposition that may be losing. The Kremlin is alienating even its close partners. Kremlin propagandists and officials have been threatening Armenia and Kazakhstan if either were to pivot away from Russia. Armenia is distancing itself from the Russia-led Collective Security Treaty Organization, CSTO, as Russia has proven to be an unreliable partner when it failed to protect Armenia against the 2023 Azerbaijani attack. Russian partnerships that are purely transactional are also at risk. Russia's ability to provide value, such as reliable military exports, will further diminish if the West exhausts Russian capability faster. Helping Russia lose faster in Ukraine will likely accelerate the process of other states distancing themselves from the Kremlin. The Kremlin can absorb enormous costs but not without risk or limits. U.S. incrementalism strengthens Putin's ability to absorb risk, as it grants the Kremlin time to normalize an increasingly worse reality within Russia. The next 2 to 3 years are critical for the Kremlin in this war, however. If U.S. support to Ukraine persists and gains momentum, the Kremlin will have to reckon with its accumulating problems. The Kremlin is eroding Russia's future capabilities. Material is a decisive capability for Russia in this war. Russia is burning through a lot of its equipment in pursuit of limited tactical gains. Russia's defense industrial base, DIB, and partner support can likely support the Russian strategy of gradual battlefield gains in the short term. Russian DIB's ability to consistently support Russia's current tempo or to fully resource Russia's reserve manpower is far from a given, however. The Kremlin's policies are eroding the foundation of Russia's defense production, including macroeconomic stability and workforce. The West, on the other hand, can surge its great latent capability in support of Ukraine. The prospect of persistent U.S. support to Ukraine that includes increasing U.S. defense production and helping Ukraine regain battlefield initiative is a direct threat to Putin's strategy of gradual gains. Improved defense production will also be essential to support U.S. requirements in other theaters. Putin's control over Russia is strong, but it is built on fragilities and conflicting structures. For years, Putin has been cohering Russian society and his regime around those who are willing to get in line with his agenda. Putin is increasingly dependent on those who support his regime and the war, Russian nationalists. Those willing to fight against Ukraine for ideological, monetary, or other reason, Russia's mobilizable force, and those willing to protect the regime, the Kremlin's suppression apparatus. Prigozhin's failed mutiny in 2023 and Ukraine's Kursk offensive in 2024 exposed weaknesses of Russian domestic security. Russia's invasion of Ukraine also introduced new divides and worsened old fissures. Empowerment of ultra-nationalists coupled with the Kremlin's targeting of non-ethnic Russians for mobilization is exacerbating ethnic tensions in Russia. Rising ultranationalism, which Putin needs to sustain the war, is ironically a direct threat to Putin's fundamentally imperial ways of ruling Russia through his long-standing effort to portray Russia, even if falsely, as an inclusive multi-ethnic and multi-confessional federation. The brutality of returning Russian soldiers, many of whom are convicted criminals, is creating tensions within Russian society with repeated incidents of violence of soldiers against civilians and even civilian violence against returning soldiers. Putin's strategy, so far a successful one, has been that of controlled risk accumulation. He has counted on Russia to absorb enormous costs, while Putin meticulously mitigated a few select risks related to the regime stability. For example, the Kremlin has been systemically tightening control over the information space in Russia over the years. Putin is offering steep financial compensations for Russian mobilized, contract, and volunteer servicemen to ensure that Russian society remains docile to the Kremlin's increasing demands for sacrifices. Putin's strategy of controlled risk accumulation worked for 25 years in part because of Russian society's ability to accept an increasingly worse reality. Russia normalized 500,000 Russian causalities in a war against a country that Russians used to portray as a brotherly nation. Putin has also rarely been challenged with enough pressure that would stretch his ability to manage the risks. Putin's risk mitigation approach may continue to work, but it does require Putin to constantly manage a substantial amount of risk. This approach is vulnerable to an adversary who can create conditions that stretch Putin's risk management capacity and deny the Kremlin time to normalize a worse reality within Russia. Putin's main effort in his war against Ukraine has been to ensure that Western policies on Ukraine never achieve persistence or momentum. U.S. policy of controlled escalation has given Putin just that, an environment where Russia is never challenged with enough velocity across time and space for the costs and risks to exceed the Kremlin's capacity to manage them. U.S. persistence and momentum are key to denying Russia the ability to sustain its war against Ukraine. An effective campaign would seek to degrade, disrupt, and destroy the Kremlin's capability and sources of capability to sustain the war in Ukraine across theaters, in multiple domains, in a way that denies the Kremlin time to adapt and reconstitute this capability. The United States should seek to help Ukraine. The United States and its partners regain control over the tempo of the war and force the Kremlin to contend with compounding pressures without easy ways to offset them. Russian capability can be brought down to its true size by stripping the Kremlin of its sanctuaries and safety nets. Western strategy should focus not only on imposing multiple dilemmas on the Kremlin but also on imposing the most painful ones. First, Russia's military failures are a linchpin that makes other actions to degrade Russia's military capability more effective. Helping Ukraine restore maneuver to the battlefield, building on momentum afforded by Ukraine's operation in Kursk, and reinforcing the already successful efforts to demilitarize Crimea are therefore strategic, not only operational, priorities. The United States can help Ukraine do so by opening all legitimate military targets within Russia for strikes with U.S. weapons, increasing the speed and scale of capability deliveries to Ukraine, and surging U.S. and partner defense production to sustain the momentum of capability deliveries to Ukraine. Second, Putin's center of gravity is his ability to shape the will and decisions of the West, Ukraine, and Russia itself. The U.S. must adopt a strategy to persistently dismantle the Kremlin-generated alternative reality that helps Russia advance in the real world. The West must abandon its reactive mentality that seeks to contain Russia through countermeasures. Countermeasures are inherently reactive. The effort to limit the Kremlin's access to Western technologies is an example of a cat-and-mouse game, in which the West grants Russia turns to adapt its sanction evasion techniques. The West can instead anticipate Russia's likely pivots to preemptively block its moves. This non-trivial effort would require the United States to proactively coordinate across theaters with partners. Any war that the United States will fight or help to fight, however, will have the same requirement. The war in Ukraine offers many important lessons for the defense of Taiwan against possible aggression by the People's Republic of China. The obvious differences between the theaters and the combatants must not be allowed to obscure the important changes in the character of war manifested in Ukraine that will likely apply to almost all future major conflicts. Some lessons will apply directly, since a successful amphibious invasion ends in ground combat. Others require abstraction and major adaptation. But the PRC is studying the war and drawing its own conclusions about how to prepare for future conflict in the Western Pacific, and it behooves the United States, Taiwan, and our allies and partners to do the same. The Ukraine war is demonstrating dramatic changes in the character of war in 5 main ways. 1. The effectiveness of integrated air/missile defense, IAMD, against even intensive and complex air/missile attack, a phenomenon also visible in Iranian attacks against Israel. 2. The ability of enormous masses of tactical drones, millions of drones used on both sides, to create partially transparent battlefields and constrain combat to positional forms. 3. The ability of integrated drone missile attacks, including both aerial and maritime drones, to achieve mission kills, and even catastrophic kills of major and minor surface combatants. 4. The expansion of electronic warfare, EW, capabilities to scales and effects never before seen in combat. And 5. The emergence of an extremely rapid battlefield technological tactical innovation cycle, driven largely by a race between drone and EW technologies, that can see major changes implement along a 1,000-kilometer front line in as few as 2-3 weeks. Both Russia and Ukraine have fielded integrated air/missile defense systems in response to increasingly complex attacks combining ground and air-launched cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, and drones. These IAMDs have proven successful at preventing either side from achieving decisive effects even with mass strikes. The effectiveness of these IAMDs calls into question the ability of any state to rely on traditional missile systems to penetrate to their targets, a reality that should drive a reconsideration of Taiwan conflict scenarios that have assumed that high proportions of such systems would achieve their intended effects. Both sides have responded to the development of these IAMDs by innovating strike packages and patterns to achieve temporary advantages. The Russians in particular have experimented constantly with different combinations of drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles to reconnoiter and penetrate Ukrainian air/missile defenses. Their approaches have alternated between attempting to saturate the defenses and finding weak points or vulnerabilities to exploit. Iran's 2 major attacks on Israel demonstrated unsuccessful efforts to implement some of these Russian best practices and innovate on its own. The cost curve of the offense-defense race in the air has become a factor in systems design. The scarcity, expense, and difficulty of mass-producing high-end interceptors has forced Ukraine and Israel to design IAMDs that can allocate the cheapest and most available defense systems against targets they can destroy while preserving the rarest and most expensive systems for the hardest threats, and to adjust prioritization and integration dynamically as the character of attacks changes. Sometimes important innovations come from using the most mundane technologies. Ukraine lifted the burden of shooting down many drones from expensive systems by fielding mobile fire teams equipped with shotguns and rifles, for example. The potential combatants in a Taiwan scenario are wealthier and better able to produce large quantities of exquisite systems, but they will likely find themselves constrained by the same realities. It is simply easier to mass-produce inexpensive and less complex systems with which to overwhelm exquisite defenses, and defenders must be able to defeat such systems with simple and cheap defenses of their own. The resulting IAMD must be built, therefore, to optimize algorithmically for cost and availability as well as effectiveness. The scale of the use of unmanned systems in Ukraine is difficult to internalize. The Russians and Ukrainians will likely have deployed and used more than 3 million drones in 2024. These drones range from handheld quadcopters with ranges of about 10 kilometers to longer-range quadcopters, ranges up to 40 to 50 kilometers in one-way attack mode, all the way to fixed-wing drones with ranges beyond 2,000 kilometers. The Russians have reportedly already used well over 6,000 Shahid-type drones with ranges up to 2,500 kilometers. These drones perform a wide array of functions but have been particularly transformative in creating a nearly transparent battlefield. Drone operators can see nearly every individual armored vehicle and many small infantry units across the battlefield in increasingly integrated common operating pictures and can strike almost anything they can see. This phenomenon has brought the war to its current positional character, in which it is almost impossible for either side to make operationally significant advances unless they can gain a temporary set of advantages, about which more below. Small attack drones can achieve both mission kills, disabling the target temporarily, and catastrophic kills against tanks and armored vehicles. Larger drones have been used together with missiles to achieve both mission and catastrophic kills of major and minor surface combatants and surface submarines. Drones still suffer from important limitations and can only partially replace traditional artillery, rocket, missile, and bomb systems, but they have been far more successful in destroying armored vehicles en masse than in any previous conflict. The Ukraine war is extremely unusual in that a state with effectively no navy has inflicted major naval defeats on a great power. Ukrainian forces using different combinations of maritime and aerial drones and missiles have sunk approximately 1/3 of the Russian Black Sea Fleet and driven it from its home base and headquarters at Sevastopol to a reserve base more than 200 miles to the east. Ukraine used a combination of drones and anti-shipping missiles to sink the Black Sea Fleet's flagship, an air defense cruiser, as well as numerous major and minor surface combatants and submarines, dockside. Ukraine's maritime drones have largely driven the BSF even from operating in the western Black Sea and have forced the Russians to develop and deploy extensive tactical and technical defenses. Ukrainian unmanned surface vehicles, USVs, have the range to strike Russian positions in the eastern Black Sea, but Ukrainian forces have not yet developed offsets for Russian defenses, especially the use of rotary-wing aircraft. Both sides have invested heavily in electronic warfare and have generated dramatic new capabilities. The Russians disrupted the 2023 Ukrainian counteroffensive partly by deploying jammers that disrupted GPS signals over a wide area and, in some cases, completely blocked almost all means of electronic communications. EW systems regularly disrupt drone operations at varying distances, and soldiers on both sides have personal counter-drone EW systems. Ukraine has reportedly become adept at using EW to disrupt Russian Shahid long-range fixed-wing drone operations, regularly disorienting significant percentages of the Shahids fired. Developments in EW have driven a very rapidly cycling race with drone developers, who constantly find ways to restore communications resilience in the face of new EW advances. The drone EW race moves very rapidly, and significant changes can ripple across the entire 1,000-kilometer front in 2-3 weeks. Developments take place at differential rates in 3 key areas. Platforms, slowest, usually months. Electronics, faster, often within a few weeks. And software, as fast as days in some cases. Both sides work to find and then block new frequencies, frequency hopping, and other improved communication systems. Neither side has found a way to secure a long-term advantage in either EW or drone communications. Neither side has developed a way to deconflict drone and EW efforts in the close fight, however, leading to extremely high rates of drone fratricide. Soldiers instinctively down any drone they see, and neither Russia nor Ukraine has fielded a trusted system to let soldiers know if a drone is friend or foe. An integrated tactical reconnaissance strike complex, TRSC, has emerged on both sides of the battle line comprised of drones and traditional fire/strike systems, and communications that has rendered successful operational-level maneuver prohibitively costly for the moment. Taiwan and the PRC could field suitably modified TRSCs for the ground forces that would face one another in the event of a successful PRC landing, but also as part of their maritime operations. The limited ranges of the most common drones can be offset by using the Taiwanese, Japanese, and possibly Philippines archipelagos to their greatest potential. Seeding those archipelagos with tens or hundreds of thousands of long-range quadcopters could provide nearly continuous coverage from Penghu to Kyushu with only one significant gap. Supplementing long-range quadcopters with smaller and much more numerous handheld quadcopters can give individual islands, including Taiwan, an opportunity for defense in-depth against landings or waterborne attack. Integrating the feeds of all such systems can help ensure that the maritime battlespace remains nearly transparent by supplementing radar and satellite-based surveillance with low-altitude visual observation. The fact that quadcopters cannot sink ships does not deprive them of great potential utility in disrupting an amphibious operation. Thousands of drones circling incoming ships can confuse and disorient them, overwhelm targeting and defense systems, and attack vulnerable intelligence collection and communications components. They may be able to achieve mission kills, enough of which on the right targets could force the abandonment of an amphibious operation or support catastrophic kills by other systems. Taiwan and its partners must also be prepared to defend against the PRC fielding of such capabilities. Ships make excellent EW platforms, for example, and could be used to disrupt communications at long distances. PRC aerial and maritime drones can also confuse, overwhelm, and achieve mission kills against essential Taiwanese, Japanese, and U.S. vessels and ground-based systems. Taiwan and its partners, finally, must be prepared for the requirement of extremely rapid and continuous adaptation under fire, even in a relatively brief conflict. The systems with which both sides start the war will likely be rendered ineffective before the war is over. Success may well go to the side that can innovate at scale more rapidly and can take advantage of that innovation through dynamic planning and flexible operations. The requirement to be able to field millions of drones is a requirement to be able to produce millions of drones rapidly, not to have them warehoused in advance. Ukraine and Israel are demonstrating that free societies with robust innovation centers and the ability and willingness to support decentralized innovation and creativity, as well as highly flexible planning and operations, can hold off much larger and, in Ukraine's case, better resourced adversaries. Taiwan should take heart from this case study while exploring it closely for approaches that could be used, suitably modified, to defend the Republic of China. The rise of China as a great power in all dimensions, military, economic, and diplomatic, has ended the unipolar era that followed the Cold War, if such an era ever truly existed. Instead of producing a bipolar world order, China's rise is creating a multipolar world order by enabling second-tier powers like Russia and Turkey and others to maneuver between Washington and Beijing. The return of a multipolar world of great power rivalries is forcing American strategists to rethink the relationship between military, security, and diplomatic influence on the one hand and industry and trade on the other. During the Cold War, these were habitually treated as separate subjects. The Soviet Union and, to a lesser degree, Communist China were military and ideological rivals, but not commercial adversaries. Japan and West Germany were commercial adversaries, but not military and ideological rivals. In contemporary China, however, the United States, for the first time since the defeat and dismemberment of Germany in 1945, faces a rival on all fronts simultaneously. It is as though in the 1950s the United States had not only competed with the Soviet Union in arms races and bids for influence in post-colonial countries, but had also competed with the Soviets for global market share in aviation while defending the U.S. home market against subsidized Soviet automobile imports. Although in 1990 Edward Luttwak defined geoeconomics in terms of the logic of conflict combined with the grammar of commerce, there is no precedent in living memory for the kind of full-spectrum great power competition embodied in the Sino-American rivalry. Today's members of the U.S. foreign policy establishment grew up in a rapidly vanishing world in which the National Security Advisor supervised defense, defined in terms of war and terrorism, while international trade was handled by the U.S. Trade Representative. In the split brain of America's foreign policy elite, one hemisphere was programmed by international relations theory, which paid next to no attention to trade and investment, while the other half of the brain was programmed with free market economics that assumed a world of perpetual peace. Realist thinkers might have been expected to contest this separation of trade and statecraft. After all, the history of the modern world before 1945 is largely a history of attempts by European great powers, and later the United States and Japan, to use military power and diplomacy to control foreign resources and labor and secure foreign markets for their domestic manufacturers and investors. But while classical realists took such factors into account, late 20th century American academic neorealism focused excessively on national security, narrowly defined, and got sidetracked into abstruse models of polarity and seduced by the dream of pseudoscientific rigor. If national security thinkers had dared to stray into subjects of international trade and industrial structure which academic economists claimed as their own preserve, they would have been subject to attack by the Capitoline geese who guarded the free trade/free market Washington consensus from the barbarians, like the economist and pundit Paul Krugman. As a result, American strategists are wholly unprepared at the intellectual level to deal with the emerging world order, in which national security and national economic policy can no longer be separated. In order to think clearly about national strategy, it is necessary to distinguish power from security and wealth from prosperity. To use the jargon of game theory, power and wealth are zero-sum games, and security and prosperity are non-zero-sum games. Power and wealth are relative. A country can be more powerful or wealthier only in comparison to other countries. Security and prosperity, in contrast, are absolute concepts. All countries can become more secure or more prosperous at the same time, even if some countries become relatively more powerful and relatively wealthier than others. To simplify somewhat, the dream of a certain idealistic strand of liberalism for generations has been to replace a world of zero-sum rivalries for relative power and relative wealth with a world of non-zero-sum mutual cooperation among all countries in promoting absolute security and absolute prosperity. Realists argue that this is neither possible nor prudent in a world of independent states without a single global sovereign. In the military realm, the different objectives of absolute security and relative power are reflected in different methods: arms control and disarmament. The policy of arms control implicitly takes for granted the continuing existence of competition for relative power among great powers, if not minor states, for relative military advantage. The purpose of arms control is not to eliminate national militaries, or even to eliminate arms races, but to reduce the danger and cost of particular arms races to both sides in a geopolitical contest. In contrast, the goal of advocates of disarmament is absolute and universal human security by means of the eventual abolition of national militaries and weapons of war everywhere. all countries could become more secure from threats of invasion. For example, if all armed forces that could be used offensively to project power across borders were eliminated. The problem with disarmament, realists would object, is that if one country became aggressive and chose to rearm later, its neighbors might be forced to hastily rearm to deter invasion or intimidation. If they fail to do so in time, they might sacrifice vital interests or even lose their independence. Far better for all nations to maintain minimally adequate militaries that can be expanded in response to threats, rather than risk disarmament, even if, temporarily, all countries were to disarm at once. The difficulty with U.S. strategy since 1945 is that it has been informed by the zero-sum logic of arms control in the military realm and by the non-zero-sum logic of disarmament in the economic realm. In the military arena, the United States in the Cold War engaged in arms races, not to build a war machine enabling it to invade the Soviet Union and its client states, but to achieve a position of strength from which to negotiate arms control treaties that benefited the United States and its allies. In the economic realm, however, U.S. trade policy in the same period was engaged in economic disarmament. The purpose of multiple rounds under the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs, the creation of the World Trade Organization, and regional free trade agreements like NAFTA/USMCA, has been to strip countries, including the United States, of various tools traditionally used to protect and promote their own industries like tariffs and subsidies and local content requirements and procurement preferences. Why would an industrial great power like the United States promote a global trade regime that makes it illegal to engage in industrial policy for the benefit of American producers and workers? On the face of it, given the dependence of military power on national industrial capacity, this policy seems irrational, particularly because the United States during and since the Cold War has tended to turn a blind eye to violations of free market ideals by allies like Japan and rivals like China alike. U.S. support for a rule-governed international economic order that binds the United States itself is not as peculiar as it seems. Under conditions that existed for a time, both multilateral and unilateral economic disarmament may have made sense in realist terms. According to the tradition of economic nationalism informed by Alexander Hamilton, Friedrich List, Alexander Gerschenkrin, Raoul Prebisch, and others, the foreign trade strategy of a country should depend on its stage of industrialization. I will limit the discussion to the small number of populous, major military and industrial powers, two categories that tend to overlap. Small and weak countries, the majority in the world, have far fewer choices and little bargaining power and must seek the protection of greater powers and access to markets of populous nations on whatever terms they can get. An agrarian country attempting to industrialize should engage for a time in protectionism or import substitution industrialization. Tariffs, non-tariff barriers, local content requirements, or other measures can exclude imports from more advanced, already industrialized countries and reserve the national market for its own national infant industry firms, which, though inferior to the firms of the advanced countries, must learn by doing over time. The infant industry firms need not be national. They can be local affiliates of foreign firms, as long as they build up national industry and transfer technology to national capitalists and skills to national workers. Once a country has industrialized, its trade strategy should change. Its industries are now equal in quality to those of other countries, so it no longer needs the training wheels of infant industry protectionism. The emphasis should shift from protecting its own market to gaining access to foreign markets, without, however, sacrificing its home market completely to foreign firms. The trade strategy that the nation pursues in this second era depends on its own relationship with other powerful industrialized nations. If the newly industrialized country is only one of several great powers, then it can benefit from access to affluent consumer markets, most of which are found within the other great military-industrial powers at a similar level of development. At the same time, in a multipolar system, the country should be wary of becoming overly integrated with and dependent on other great powers that might turn against it in the future. In a multipolar system, the wisest course for great powers is to increase their access to foreign markets or foreign investment by means of reciprocal trade liberalization agreements, while limiting their trading partners to military allies or neutrals and protecting their national firms in their strategic industries from competition even with the firms of friendly allies in some cases. But another scenario is possible once the catch-up phase of national industrialization is complete. In a unipolar world in which a single power radically outmatches the other powers in military power, industrial capacity, and market size, the sole superpower can establish something like an informal world government, albeit one with rules it makes and with norms that it tends to enforce in a unilateral way. A hegemon that possesses overwhelming industrial power, as well as military might, can afford, at least for a time, to be much more relaxed about competition in international trade with other countries. It can even afford to be willing to pay some unreciprocated costs to provide transnational public goods, without endangering its primacy in the system. Only two countries have been liberal economic hegemons since the industrial era began: Britain and the United States. In each case, the hegemon pursued an infant industry protectionist policy for generations. Once its national industries were far superior to those of other countries, both the United Kingdom and the United States adopted and preached policies of international free trade and free investment, on the theory that their manufacturers and capitalists had more to gain from opening up global markets than their domestic producers had to lose from import competition. Unlike the United States, Britain was never a global military hegemon. In the military dimension, Britain was only one of a number of great powers. Britain's brief hegemony in the mid-19th century was limited to manufacturing and finance. From the Tudor era in the 16th century to the 1840s, Britain engaged in strategic protectionism and a highly sophisticated industrial policy. Its colonies, including those in North America, were banned from trading with other empires and forced to buy British goods, which by law had to be shipped on British vessels. The transfer of advanced technology was discouraged by British laws, making it illegal for skilled technicians to emigrate. Only after Britain had become the first industrial superpower thanks to centuries of protectionism did it switch to free trade, on the assumption that the non-industrial nations of the world would have no choice but to buy Britain's manufactured exports while competing with each other to drive down the prices of cheap food exports to British workers and cheap raw materials exports to British factories. As the economic historian Ha-Joon Chang has explained, Britain's free trade strategy may have been rationalized in terms of idealism or economic laws, but its goal was the same as the goal of mercantilism: to create a buyer's market in Britain for low value-added imports from other countries and a seller's market abroad for high value-added British manufactured goods. The British economist Stanley Jevons declared, "Unfettered commerce has made the several quarters of the world our willing tributaries." That British manufacturers benefited the most from free trade in the early industrial age was not lost on the leaders of the 19th century United States, Germany, Japan, and others. They realized that London wanted them to specialize forever in providing agricultural commodities, mineral ores, and lumber to factory Britain, and decided they preferred to have factories of their own, not least because no country without its own factories can be a major power in the industrial era. As a result, with the goal of catching up with or surpassing British industry, in the late 19th century, all of the great powers adopted their own versions of import substitution industrialization. For its part, Britain persisted too long in its policy of unilateral free trade, with the result that American and German imports, and later East Asian imports, in Britain's unprotected market eroded much of British industry, with consequences that linger to this day. Although 19th century Britain for a time was the manufacturing and financial hegemon of the world, it was never a global military hegemon, only one of several great military powers. In 1945, however, the United States was a full-spectrum hegemon, the first in the history of the industrial era and possibly the last. Post-war America's GDP was larger than that of the next few great powers combined. Because many of the factories of Europe, Russia, and Japan lay in ruins, American exporters could dominate global markets while facing little competition. The Cold War order is usually described as bipolar, but that needs to be qualified. Arguably, the world was unipolar and America-centered from 1945, and the Soviet goal was to catch up with the United States and become a genuine second superpower, a goal at which it ultimately failed. At most, the world had one full hegemon and a half hegemon, the Soviet Union, which combined a massive military along with considerable ideological appeal in the Third World, and even in the West, with a limited and inferior economic base. The Cold War United States created a Pax Americana in which it provided quasi-governmental services to its allies and clients, including the two most important industrial capitalist nations, Japan and West Germany, which, following their defeat in World War II, unlike Britain and France, were not traditional great powers but American protectorates. One hegemonic service was extended deterrence. The United States agreed to go to war to defend allies and client states in Europe and Asia, with no expectation that its allies and clients would defend the United States, and went to war to prove its credibility to more important allies by defending the minor client states of South Korea and South Vietnam. Another hegemonic service provided by the United States as a benefit to members of the Pax America was financial, the use of the dollar as the world's reserve currency. Finally, in the area of trade, the United States tolerated a high degree of protectionism and mercantilism on the part of its allies, particularly its East Asian allies, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and Singapore, which, having lost the China market following the communist victory on the mainland in 1949, were dependent for their prosperity on access to American and Western European consumers. American industrial producers were often sacrificed to American national security strategy in the Cold War Pax Americana. A high dollar hurt American exporters and made foreign imports cheaper in the United States, but the U.S. government was willing to pay the price to maintain the dollar as the global reserve currency, which allowed the United States to borrow in its own currency even when it ran up huge trade deficits. Even worse, from Harry Truman and Dwight Eisenhower to Ronald Reagan, whenever American manufacturers complained that their goods were being kept out of the markets of U.S. allies or otherwise undercut, the Defense Department and the State Department often would weigh in and say that having U.S. bases and good relations with those trading partners was vital, even if it meant sacrificing American industries. Usually, American presidents sided with the Defense Department and the State Department. An opportunity to reconsider the Pax Americana strategy arrived after the end of the Cold War. The United States should have begun to adjust to an inevitable future multipolar world order in both its security strategy and its trade and industrial policies. Unfortunately, utopian adherents of liberal hegemony won the debate among Democrats and Republicans alike. According to the rosy scenario shared by American triumphalists, China would be integrated with little friction as a low-tech, low-cost manufacturer into the existing Pax Americana system that would expand to incorporate the entire world. The United States would be the sole superpower in the military dimension and the headquarters nation in the global economy. Bush Republicans and Clinton Democrats alike optimistically interpreted the rapid defeats of Iraq and Serbia by high-tech U.S. weaponry to mean that the United States would lack great power rivals for the indefinite future and needed only to worry about weak rogue states seeking weapons of mass destruction and stateless terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda. Meanwhile, the leading role of the United States in the third industrial revolution of information and communications technology, much of it, like the Internet and computers, originally emerging from Pentagon state capitalism during the Cold War, made the American strategists of the 2000s as confident as the British strategists of the 1850s that the rest of the world could not catch up for decades or generations. The increasing economic sophistication of China and its combination of growing military capabilities with aggressive revisionist policies has shocked many, though not all, complacent members of the American foreign policy elite into rethinking their assumptions. 2 decades ago, most in the U.S. foreign policy establishment thought of China as a hybrid of Mexico, with its cheap labor maquiladoras assembling goods with high-tech components made in the United States and elsewhere, and Boris Yeltsin's post-Soviet Russia, where foreign carpetbaggers could make a quick fortune. But while it lags behind in some industries like chip manufacturing, Xi Jinping's China is determined to compete at the level of advanced technology, not just provide cheap labor and consumer markets for American, German, Japanese, and South Korean multinationals. Already DJI, a Chinese drone manufacturer, controls 70% of global civilian drones, a technology pioneered in the United States. In global shipbuilding, an advanced manufacturing industry abandoned by the United States under Reagan, China controls nearly 40% of the global market. By 2015, thanks to the Reagan administration's short-sighted abolition of U.S. subsidies under the influence of free market orthodoxy, only 1/3 of new commercial shipbuilding construction occurred in the United States. The COVID-19 epidemic illustrated the shocking dependence of the United States on Chinese manufacturing for critical items from drugs to medical face masks. And on May 15th of this year, China was the second country in history to land a robot rover on the surface of Mars. Mexico has yet to challenge the United States in the space race. China has the opportunity to become what neither Germany under the Kaiserreich and Nazi regime nor the Soviet Union ever had a realistic chance of becoming: a full-spectrum competitor of the United States, surpassing the United States not only in population size but also in domination of one global market after another. While China could in time become the second superpower that the Soviet Union never really was, there may be others in the future. India lags far behind both China and the United States, but it will surpass China in population soon. A more advanced India that falls short of Western standards of living would still be a major power with a home market accounting for a large share of global GDP. The nations of Europe are unlikely ever to cohere as a functioning power bloc, but Britain, France, and Germany, along with Russia and Turkey on the European periphery, and Japan in East Asia, will be great powers of the second rank. Unfortunately, U.S. adjustment to today's radically new conditions is being thwarted by intellectual lethargy and special interests. Intellectual lethargy takes the form of hoping that strategies that worked during the First Cold War, democratic regime change, support for a rule-governed global trading system, can work during what promises to be a prolonged rivalry with China. The Chinese challenge has nothing to do with the regime. If China embraced Western-style liberal democracy tomorrow, it is likely that all of the politicians in a Chinese multi-party system would favor overtaking or displacing the United States in global markets and global power politics, just as most American leaders shared the goal of replacing culturally similar Britain as the dominant industrial and commercial power in the world in the first half of the 20th century. Nor is calling on China to renounce its protectionist and mercantilist practices to embrace a rule-governed international trading system based on the ideal of free trade likely to succeed. If it did succeed, the beneficiary might be China, not the United States. Remember that the UK and the United States both turned from catch-up industrial protectionism to the promotion of global free trade at the moment they were so far ahead of their peers that they could bid for global economic hegemony. The UK embraced free trade in an attempt to lock in its manufacturing hegemony in the 1840s. The United States embraced free trade in an attempt to lock in its manufacturing hegemony in the 1940s. What if China is so confident in its industrial superiority that it embraces free trade in an attempt to lock in its manufacturing hegemony in the 2040s? In that case, a deindustrialized and militarily weak United States might be reduced to the sad condition of contemporary Britain, which, having been driven out of most manufacturing apart from foreign transplant factories, specializes in finance, tourism, and selling prestigious diplomas to foreign students. An ex-hegemon, like Britain in the 20th century and the United States in the 21st century, must abandon the strategy of liberal hegemony that served it well earlier for a generation or two. It made sense for the United States to open its market to German and Japanese and South Korean imports when American industry was the strongest in the world and the United States needed military bases in those countries. It makes no sense for the United States to sacrifice its manufacturing to China today. Nor does it make sense for the United States to continue providing hegemonic services like extended deterrence and one-way access to U.S. consumer markets for other countries in a multipolar world in which the United States is no longer the hegemonic power but first among equals at most among the great powers. Adding to the problem of intellectual lethargy is the problem of special interests that remain committed to the continuation of a failed U.S. strategy. U.S. multinationals that profit from low wages and sometimes Chinese government subsidies in their reliance on key suppliers in China, for the most part, resist moving any production back to the United States. Even if they wanted to reshore some production, it is difficult for firms to do so because the United States has allowed much of its industrial base to atrophy, including skilled technicians and the industrial commons constituted by regional manufacturing firms. American corporations that benefit from offshoring strategic links in industrial supply chains, from medicine to electronics, are only part of the coalition that opposes any significant rethinking of U.S. trade and industrial policy. Opposition also comes from domestic U.S. industries that rely on cheap imported goods, like construction, whose firms want access to the cheapest steel on the world market, regardless of whether this undermines American national security and long-term economic growth. Then there are American farmers. First Japanese, then more recently Chinese, trade negotiators learned that by promising to import more U.S. farm products, they can mobilize American farmers to oppose measures to protect American manufacturers from foreign mercantilism. Many firms on Wall Street, too, are willing to sacrifice American industry in order to gain access to foreign financial markets, including the huge Chinese market for banking services. The increasingly dangerous status quo is also defended by powerful ideological factions in both parties. On the right, the libertarian ideal, more influential among Republican donors than Republican voters, is a borderless world of unrestricted commerce among individuals and firms. Many on the left have come to view restrictions on trade, like restrictions on immigration, as motivated by xenophobia and therefore to be rejected. Some environmentalists on the left argue for appeasing China, which thanks to its subsidies and industrial policy controls 80% of the global solar cell manufacturing market and 80% of the global market for raw materials for advanced batteries, arguing that global warming is such a grave crisis that countries must set aside their strategic rivalries. These green ideologues prefer importing Chinese green energy products rather than taking the time to build up alternatives in the United States or among U.S. allies. Even if these formidable intellectual and political challenges to rethinking American grand strategy can be overcome, the bipartisan commitment of America's leaders to hegemonic liberalism from World War II to the present means that precedents for a new U.S. policy must be found in the American protectionist era before the World Wars. Plenty of historical precedents for American industrial policy can be found, including Alexander Hamilton's report on manufactures in 1791 and Henry Clay's vision of the American system, along with federal support for the development of the railroads, the telegraph, radio, television, aviation, and nuclear energy. What cannot be found in American history, however, is a sustained period in which the United States was one of several great powers, rather than an isolationist country or the global hegemon. This explains, perhaps, why so many critics of overextended U.S. global hegemony tend to flip to the opposite extreme of isolationism. There is simply no institutional or historical memory among Americans of a time when the United States was not either trying to isolate itself from power politics or abolishing power politics by imposing its own vision and order on the world as the sole superpower. In the absence of historical precedents, a new strategy for a post-hegemonic America that no longer treats national security and industrial policy as subjects in separate silos will have to be improvised. While the details remain to be filled in, the outline is clear. To begin with, the United States must distinguish between strategic and non-strategic industries. To protect everything is to protect nothing. To attempt to promote every sector and industry in the United States would waste and diffuse the attention and capabilities of the federal government. The industries and products and services that are identified as strategic will vary from time to time, depending on the state of technology. Nevertheless, it is not a difficult intellectual exercise, because all of the great powers engage in the same exercise at the same time. In the 1870s, every great power wanted to stay ahead or catch up in steel and coal and repeating rifles and machine guns and battleships. Today, the United States, China, and the EU all want to bolster existing aviation and steel and chip producers, as well as maintain adequate shares of new industries with both civilian and military applications like artificial intelligence, drones, robotics, battery technology, and, following the pandemic, drug precursors and medical supply chains. Raw materials and intermediate products, as well as finished products, can be deemed strategic if a lack of access to them renders a major power vulnerable to blackmail or blockade by a hostile rival or alliance. For that reason, the U.S. government is trying to reduce America's dependence on rare earths, a primary product, as well as subsidizing private American rocket companies that can launch payloads into orbit, a finished product. In some cases, the government may decide it wants to keep one link of a supply chain on American soil but not others if there are multiple diverse and safe sources of supply. If it is legitimate for the United States to protect its strategic industries, then it is also legitimate for other great powers to do. No rational great power will allow a trading partner, even an ally, to wipe out its own strategic industries in its own home market, however indifferent it may be to the location of less essential production. From this, it follows that every great power should be allowed by trade rules to protect the industries that its government designates as strategic, not only in emergencies, but as a matter of routine. For non-strategic industries, free trade could be the default. But in the world after the Pax Americana, free trade in strategic sectors is not desirable either for the United States or other great powers, be they U.S. allies or rivals. What is needed in strategic sectors is managed trade. Managed trade does not rule out a high degree of trade among non-hostile great powers. For example, instead of blanket protectionist tariffs barring all imports in a strategic sector, a country might set minimal local content requirements, allowing the rest of the content to be imported. Or it could negotiate market-sharing agreements with allies, stipulating that if the share of domestic producers fell below a certain minimum, the government would intervene to boost domestic production. The multi-fiber textile agreement, which limited the textiles that could be imported from developing countries to developed nations between 1974 and 1994, provides a model for that approach. The point is that the idea of global free trade as an end in itself is obsolete in a multipolar world of several great powers and shifting coalitions, in which today's friendly trading partner may be tomorrow's enemy determined to cut off essential supplies. Free trade should be rejected as a goal of global trade negotiations in favor of mixed trade. That is, a mixture of managed trade in strategic sectors and relatively free trade in less important sectors. It goes without saying that free market fundamentalists, along with those who speak for special interests opposed to reform, will denounce even a relatively market-friendly mixed trade system as protectionist. Let them denounce it. The major industrial nations, which also happen to be the major military powers, are moving rapidly away from free trade toward greater economic nationalism and mixed trade. Not because they are ignorant of economics or irrational, but because they are engaged in the economic equivalent of rearmament in anticipation of a future in which the United States will no longer serve as a provider of free security services and one-way access to the U.S. market. Free trade as a universal ideal might have made sense under U.S. global hegemony. In a post-hegemonic, multipolar world of never-ending great power rivalries, free trade is only one tool to be used by the government in the national interest, along with reciprocal trade and pure protectionism, on a case-by-case basis depending on the circumstances. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has made it clear that what Boris Yeltsin in the 1990s called the Cold Peace has given way to Cold War II. The first Cold War was a struggle not only of nations and alliances but also of systems, capitalism versus communism. The Second Cold War is already a struggle among systems as well, pitting countries that focus on manufacturing China and resources Russia in the physical world against an alliance led by the United States, which for the last generation has sacrificed much of its own manufacturing and mining to specialize in global leadership in finance, services, and entertainment. To put it another way, the contest of models in Cold War II is not about ownership of the means of production. It is about material production versus immaterial service provision. The other side in the new Cold War is very good at making things, mining minerals, and growing food. In contrast, the U.S. economy, although it still manufactures many products and is highly productive in energy and agriculture, rewards and celebrates those who make apps and loans. After a generation in which American business and financial elites made fortunes by offshoring industrial jobs and facilities to China and Taiwan. Beginning in the Clinton years, policymakers and economists of both parties celebrated the shift of the United States to a post-industrial economy. In a speech titled, "The Challenges of Success to Tech Executives and Investors in San Francisco" on April 28, 1998, the neoliberal economist Larry Summers, then Deputy Secretary of the Treasury, celebrated the allegedly immaterial information economy. The twin forces of information technology and modern competitive finance are moving us toward a post-industrial age, he said. Silicon Valley and Wall Street, not manufacturing or agriculture or oil and gas, symbolized the new economy. Summers listed examples of this new economy: AIG in insurance, McDonald's in fast food, Walmart in retailing, Microsoft in software, Harvard University in education, CNN in television news. Let backward, old-fashioned East Asians and Germans make cars and TV sets and telephones and computers. America will sell insurance and infotainment to the world. In the post-industrial economy, large firms regulated and supported by government and negotiating with organized labor would give way to spunky startups founded by overnight tycoons, according to Summers in 1998. Look right here in California, where millions are invested before revenues, let alone profits, come, and anyone with a good idea can make their first million before buying their first tie. A quarter century later, when it turned out during the COVID pandemic that the United States had ceased making many essential drugs and medical supplies and was dependent on autocratic, anti-American China for many of them, the same Larry Summers was apparently shocked to learn that many things are no longer made in America. On March 21, 2020, Summers tweeted, "Thoughts at the end of a long week. Why can't the greatest economy in the history of the world produce swabs, face masks, and ventilators in adequate supply?" During and after the First Cold War, many Westerners assumed that capitalism was associated with democracy and liberalism, and communism with autocracy. But economies based on resource capitalism or a single commodity crop, banana republics, have so often been ruled by dictatorships or oligarchies that the phenomenon is known as the resource curse. To excel in global manufacturing, a country has to have a well-educated workforce, while innovation requires a high degree of intellectual, if not political, freedom. But if a government or economic elite derives its income simply by selling other countries the products of its mines or farms or ranches, what Darren Acemoglu and James Robinson call an extractive regime, it has no incentive to educate most of the population or respect their rights, and every incentive to enserf or enslave the miners or agricultural workers. And if the route to personal political power and wealth in a nation lies through control of the nation's oil fields, mines, or agricultural estates, ambitious individuals will be tempted to dispense with cumbersome elections and to seize power and resources directly through assassination and coup d'état. We Americans should recognize this pattern in our own history. The original sin of the United States was not slavery or racism. It was plantation agriculture. The Southern planters, oligarchs who raised first tobacco and then cotton for export, did not care what race their unfree workers were, settling on African and African American slaves only after experiments with exploiting Native American labor and European indentured servants had failed. And as Barbara Fields and other scholars have observed, Southern racism was formulated and enforced to rationalize labor exploitation in the plantation system, both before and after the abolition of slavery. Far from being backward or pre-modern, the 19th century Southern planter oligarchy, like the theocratic monarchy in 21st century Saudi Arabia, was a product of modernity. As Britain and the northern United States industrialized, the demands of their factories for Southern cotton grew and enriched the lords of cotton, just as global industrial development has enriched the monarchs and military dictators of various contemporary petrostates. Southern planters and Saudi princes, like Russian oligarchs, recycled the wealth they gained from the industrial regions by importing manufactured goods and vacationing and buying luxury real estate abroad. This kind of elite codependency is built into industrial capitalism. The more advanced the technology becomes, the richer become those who, through fair means or force and fraud, control the appropriate industrial inputs and energy supplies. The genius of the creative entrepreneur in the diversified industrial economy, who improves the quality of life of working-class people with innovative goods, may indirectly create corresponding fortunes in poor countries with deposits of essential minerals ruled by hereditary cliques or military dictators. A green transition, then, will not necessarily lead to a liberal democratic world. Rather, it may simply ensure that petrostate oligarchs will have to share Swiss banks and swank London and New York neighborhoods and New England prep schools with counts of cobalt and lords of lithium, whose yachts and mansions may be as impressive as those of Jeff Bezos or Putin's fellow kleptocrats. Generations of politicians from liberal democracies who are yet unborn may find themselves forced to flatter the president for life who controls a large bauxite deposit or the junta whose country sits atop a lot of samarium. Last but not least, great powers like the United States that have decided to forego entire areas of manufacturing as well as resource mining and refining may find that cornering the global market in insurance, investment banking, and adolescent action movies may not help them in the global resource competition to come. Following COVID-19, Cold War II may finally discredit the fallacies of the free market globalist economists like Summers, Paul Krugman, and Glenn Hubbard, who shaped the consensus among both Democrats and Republicans for 3 decades. Appropriately enough, for a financial and online business services superpower, the United States responded to the brutal Russian invasion of Ukraine with more or less the arsenal described by Summers in 1998. AIG in insurance, McDonald's in fast food, Walmart in retailing, Microsoft in software, Harvard University in education, CNN in television news. The United States waged financial warfare against Putin's Russia. American credit card giants cut off Russian consumers. And, in a devastating blow, McDonald's pulled out of the Russian Federation. It may be that financial and economic sanctions are enough to force Russia to retreat or negotiate. But Germany, the major NATO economy after the United States, is dependent on Russian oil and gas, which Germans continue to buy, partly subsidizing Putin's military. At the same time, the world's largest nation and its biggest economy, in purchasing power parity terms, China, which has surpassed the United States in many areas of manufacturing if not yet software, is in a position to help Russia endure Western sanctions as part of a common crusade to drive the United States out of their regional spheres of influence. Even the beneficiaries of U.S. dependence on China, Silicon Valley, universities, Wall Street, green technologies that need Chinese imports, are being forced to acknowledge that we still live in a material world in which countries can be great powers even if they do not dominate global banking and insurance markets, on the basis of mining energy and minerals, growing crops, and making physical things. Russia and Ukraine together are responsible for more than a quarter of global wheat exports. Russia and Belarus together produce nearly half of the global exports of potash, a critical nutrient used in fertilizers, while Russia produces more than a fifth of the ammonia exports used in global agriculture. For its part, China dominates global production of many essential minerals, both directly, producing 63% of rare earths and 45% of molybdenum, and indirectly, by investing in lithium mines in Australia, platinum mines in South Africa, and cobalt mines in the Democratic Republic of Congo. A few decades ago, the United States mined and refined many of the minerals it now imports. But thanks to cheap labor abroad, excessive environmental regulations at home, and the fantasy of the post-material information economy, the U.S. government allowed corporations to shut down many American mines even as other firms shuttered American factories. The energy analyst Mark P. Mills describes the result. As recently as 1990, the U.S. was the world's #1 producer of minerals. Today, it is in 7th place. More relevant, As the United States Geological Survey, USGS, notes, are strategic dependencies on specific critical minerals. In 1954, the U.S. was 100% dependent on imports for 8 minerals. Today, the U.S. is 100% reliant on imports for 17 minerals and depends on imports for over 50% of 29 widely used minerals. China is a significant source for half of those 29 minerals. Along with free market globalism, the environmental movement has crippled and endangered the economies of the United States and its allies. Rejecting the asceticism of the old Malthusian left that called for voluntary poverty, growth, and population decline through antinatalism, establishment environmentalist leaders like Al Gore and his European counterparts have optimistically claimed that existing technology permits a rapid green transition from fossil fuels and nuclear energy to solar, wind, and hydropower, with no need to lower Western living standards or cripple what remains of Western industry. But according to experts on global mineral production who belong to SOS Minerals, in a letter delivered to the British Committee on Climate Change, the metal resource needed to make all cars and vans electric by 2050 and all sales to be purely battery electric in the UK by 2035. To replace all UK-based vehicles today with electric vehicles, not including the LGV and HGV fleets, assuming they use the most resource-frugal next-generation NMC 811 batteries, would take 207,900 tons cobalt, 264,600 tons of lithium carbonate, LCE, at least 7,200 tons of neodymium and dysprosium, in addition to 2,362,500 tons copper. This represents just under 2 times the total annual world cobalt production, nearly the entire world production of neodymium, 3/4 the world's lithium production, and 12% of the world's copper production during 2018. Even ensuring the annual supply of electric vehicles only, from 2035 as pledged, will require the UK to annually import the equivalent of the entire annual cobalt needs of European industry. Challenges of using green energy to power electric cars. If wind farms are chosen to generate the power for the projected 2 billion cars at UK average usage, this requires the equivalent of a further year's worth of total global copper supply and 10 years' worth of global neodymium and dysprosium production to build the wind farms. There is not enough cobalt, neodymium, or lithium being mined and refined in the entire world today for Britain to meet its green transition goals in the next generation. And Britain has only 67 million people. The United States has 330 million. The world has nearly 8 billion. Do the math. Clean energy is not clean. No less than natural gas and oil extraction, extracting the minerals required for solar, wind, and hydropower equipment requires massive mines and destruction of local landscapes and ecosystems. For pointing out this obvious fact, the left-wing filmmaker Michael Moore's documentary Planet of the Humans was denounced by the organized Green Lobby, and Moore himself has been cancelled by the left. While some democracies like Australia, Canada, and the United States have significant mineral resources, many of the countries with large mineral resources and reserves are autocracies or fragile post-colonial regimes. China, gold, tin, and bauxite used to make aluminum, Indonesia, nickel, tin, gold, and Russia oil, gas, nickel. Half of global cobalt reserves are found in one country, the Democratic Republic of Congo. Substitutes for some of these minerals may be discovered or synthesized. But in other cases, natural deposits of elements that are essential to an advanced industrial society may give particular countries enormous economic windfalls. During and after the First Cold War, many Westerners assumed that capitalism was associated with democracy and liberalism, and communism with autocracy. But economies based on resource capitalism or a single commodity crop, banana republics, have so often been ruled by dictatorships or oligarchies that the phenomenon is known as the resource curse. To excel in global manufacturing, a country has to have a well-educated workforce, while innovation requires a high degree of intellectual, if not political, freedom. But if a government or economic elite derives its income simply by selling other countries the products of its mines or farms or ranches, what Darren Acemoglu and James Robinson call an extractive regime, it has no incentive to educate most of the population or respect their rights and every incentive to enserf or enslave the miners or agricultural workers. And if the route to personal political power and wealth in a nation lies through control of the nation's oil fields, mines, or agricultural estates, Ambitious individuals will be tempted to dispense with cumbersome elections and to seize power and resources directly through assassination and coup d'état. We Americans should recognize this pattern in our own history. The original sin of the United States was not slavery or racism. It was plantation agriculture. The Southern planters, oligarchs who raised first tobacco and then cotton for export, did not care what race their unfree workers were, settling on African and African American slaves only after experiments with exploiting Native American labor and European indentured servants had failed. And as Barbara Fields and other scholars have observed, Southern racism was formulated and enforced to rationalize labor exploitation in the plantation system, both before and after the abolition of slavery. Far from being backward or pre-modern, the 19th century Southern planter oligarchy, like the theocratic monarchy in 21st century Saudi Arabia, was a product of modernity. As Britain and the northern United States industrialized, the demands of their factories for Southern cotton grew and enriched the lords of cotton, just as global industrial development has enriched the monarchs and military dictators of various contemporary petrostates. Southern planters and Saudi princes, like Russian oligarchs, recycled the wealth they gained from the industrial regions by importing manufactured goods and vacationing and buying luxury real estate abroad. This kind of elite codependency is built into industrial capitalism. The more advanced the technology becomes, the richer become those who, through fair means or force and fraud, control the appropriate industrial inputs and energy supplies. The genius of the creative entrepreneur in the diversified industrial economy, who improves the quality of life of working-class people with innovative goods, may indirectly create corresponding fortunes in poor countries with deposits of essential minerals ruled by hereditary cliques or military dictators. A green transition, then, will not necessarily lead to a liberal democratic world. Rather, it may simply ensure that petrostate oligarchs will have to share Swiss banks and swank London and New York neighborhoods and New England prep schools with counts of cobalt and lords of lithium, whose yachts and mansions may be as impressive as those of Jeff Bezos or Putin's fellow kleptocrats. Generations of politicians from liberal democracies who are yet unborn may find themselves forced to flatter the president for life who controls a large bauxite deposit or the junta whose country sits atop a lot of samarium. Last but not least, great powers like the United States that have decided to forego entire areas of manufacturing as well as resource mining and refining may find that cornering the global market in insurance, investment banking, and adolescent action movies may not help them in the global resource competition to come. The SCO, established by China and Russia in 2001, is an economic, political, and security alliance. It currently includes 8 states: China, Russia, Pakistan, India, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. Together, these states account for 20% of global GDP and include 40% of the world's population. Iran's first, unsuccessful bid for full membership in the SCO took place in 2008. At that time, Tehran's application foundered because of the objection by a number of member states to full membership for a country subject to US and UN sanctions due to its nuclear program. Tehran applied again last year. Its efforts failed again because of opposition from Tajikistan. This week, the barriers were removed to full membership, though no date for Iran's accession has yet been set. Iranian media, quoted in an article by Agence France-Presse, were jubilant concerning this development. Kayhan, a publication associated with hardline positions, wrote that, from now on Iran can implement its policy of multilateralism, progressively abandon a vision based solely on the West and mitigate Western sanctions. Iranian President Ebrahim Raisi, in his address to the SCO, was similarly blunt in his appraisal of the meaning of this development. The world has entered a new era. Hegemony and unilateralism have failed, Raisi told SCO leaders. The international balance from now on leans towards multilateralism and the redistribution of powers towards independent countries. Unilateral sanctions don't uniquely target one country. It has become evident that, in recent years, they affect more the independent countries, especially SCO members. On Farsi social media, meanwhile, Mohammad Hassan Dagani, an official in Iran's IRGC-associated resistance economy structure, tweeted that SCO full membership would bring significant economic, security, and political benefits for Iran. So are these Iranian assessments correct? Should the imminent Iranian accession to the SCO therefore be seen as a significant step in the direction of an emergent anti-Western strategic bloc, of which Iran will be a member? There is increasing talk in Western capitals of a new and emergent Cold War, pitting the United States and its allies against China, and centering on the Indo-Pacific region. The hasty U.S. exit from Afghanistan was a perhaps clumsy attempt to draw a firm red line under the 9/11 wars, in order to focus attention and resources on the demands of this new strategic contest and era. The announcement of the AUKUS Pact between the US, Australia, and the UK represents a sharp drawing of lines in the Asia-Pacific region, as three English-speaking countries combine in a clear effort to contain Chinese efforts at expansion in this area. Historic strategic contests of this type between global powers do not tend to remain confined to particular geographic spaces. The Cold War of 1950 to 91 consisted of a binary contest between US and USSR-led systems, which impacted on all local strategic environments. Earlier global contests, such as the effort by European imperial powers to contain the rise of Germany in the pre-1914 era, similarly came to encompass the globe and transform it in the conflict which these efforts eventually produced. Are we now therefore witnessing the first moves in a similar drawing of lines in the Middle East, with the outlines of US-aligned and China-aligned blocks now visible on the horizon? Firstly, a number of caveats are in order. The SCO is not yet anything close to a China-led strategic alliance arrayed against the West. Its members include India, a rival of China and a Western ally. Nor is the SCO aligned with Iran in its defiance of the international system regarding its nuclear program. Rather, the sanctions were a principal concern preventing earlier accession to full membership in the SCO for Tehran. Even now, a timeline has yet to be announced for Tehran's joining the organization. Major investments by Russia, China, and India in Iran have doubtless been deterred by the threat of U.S. sanctions. It should also be noted that the pattern of Chinese investment in the Middle East does not conform to strict allegiance with any regional bloc. Beijing is a major purchaser of Saudi oil and maintains extensive trade ties with both Israel and the United Arab Emirates. Nevertheless, and with all the appropriate cautions against oversimplification, a general direction to events can be discerned, and it points toward closer alignment between Beijing and Tehran on the basis of hard, shared long-term interests. The accession to the SCO does not cement this process. Rather, it is a signpost along the way. On March 27, 2020, Tehran and Beijing announced a 25-year strategic agreement for $400 billion of Chinese investment in Iran. This agreement is more of a roadmap for the future rather than a deal with immediate operative consequences. This does not mean it should be discounted. Iran's ascendance to membership in the SCO is the first concrete consequence of this agreement. Iran forms a key component of China's ambitious Belt and Road Initiative. BRI is intended to produce contiguous, China-aligned land and maritime trade routes from China across Eurasia. Iran forms a route to the Arabian Sea and international waterways for the landlocked, Central Asian countries that are SCO members. Iran's integration into the BRI would thus help solidify China's ambition to emerge as the hegemonic power in Eurasia, able to offer routes for trade under its control to countries aligning with it. In this regard, China is unlikely to be indifferent to the fact, still improperly acknowledged by naive Western observers, of Tehran's domination of the entire landmass between the Iraq-Iran border and the Mediterranean Sea, and consisting of three nominal states: Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon. For China, Iran is a powerful, stable, non-threatening state. Tehran's anti-US stance is of use to China in that it ensures that there is no chance of the country hedging its bets in the emergent strategic contest between Washington and Beijing. This is despite the fact that China does not, of course, share the components of Iran's governing ideology. In the latter regard, however, the Shia nature of that ideology means that Iran does not constitute a potential disruptive source of appeal to China's own, overwhelmingly Sunni, restive Muslim populations. The emergent closer relations between Tehran and Beijing have already produced one significant outcome. Iran's defiant and successful resistance to the U.S. policy of maximum pressure during the period of the Trump administration was made partially possible because of the presence of China as a kind of insurance policy on which Tehran could rely. China's continued purchase of Iranian illegally exported crude oil, in particular, enabled Tehran to maintain oil revenues despite supposedly crippling sanctions. The era of maximum pressure is now over. Tehran is close to becoming a threshold nuclear power, or already is one, according to some. Beijing, by helping to prevent Iran's economic ruin, played a significant role in this. So the emergent global contest between the US and China will not leave the Middle East as an area of non-alignment. And as the lines harden, Tehran, for both geostrategic and political reasons, is likely to continue to draw closer to Beijing. Iran's admittance to the SCO is a significant milestone along that road. Through its early history, but not for the last 4 decades and more, the main threats to Israel's security came from its Arab neighbors. That resulted in several wars against Egypt, Jordan, Syria, and Iraq. But except for Jordan, Israel's Arab enemies were in effect proxies for a far more potent threat, the Soviet Union. To displace American power in the Middle East, Moscow supplied thousands of tanks and hundreds of jets to Cairo, Damascus, and Baghdad. Thousands of Soviet technicians and training officers came too, even as Arab officers were trained in Soviet academies. This was a formidable threat to Israel's survival in its first decades. But nobody there even considered the possibility of striking directly at the Soviet Union itself. Aside from the certainty of a massive retaliatory response, there were simply no relevant targets that Israel could strike, even if its small air force managed to penetrate Soviet airspace. These days, however, everything is different. The Shurey militias that have been targeting Israel for years, which greatly escalated their attacks after October 7th, are entirely armed and directed by Iran. That's true right across the Middle East, from Hezbollah in Lebanon and the Houthis in Yemen to a pair of militias in Iraq. But unlike the Soviet Union, Tehran enjoys no immunity from Israeli action. The crucial vulnerability is the money from Iran that sustains the militias. Iraq's Shurey fighters can extort some cash from the country's oil revenues. Hezbollah, for its part, receives some funding from Shurey diamond buyers in Sierra Leone and smugglers in South America. Yet over the years, it and its cousins elsewhere in the region have become increasingly reliant on the funding they receive from their paymasters in Tehran. Cut the cash off, then, and they will quickly wither because even the most committed must receive their pay to feed their families. That is most obviously the case in Yemen, one of the world's least productive countries, where the Houthis are funded by monthly payments from Iran. But Hezbollah too has become more reliant on its Iranian ally, not least because its extortion of airport and customs receipts has yielded less and less with Lebanon's descent into poverty. This all means that Iran's export revenues must now pay for a bewildering range of military expenditures abroad, in US dollars rather than homemade rials. Beyond the upkeep of foreign allies starting with Hezbollah, there are the imported components and supplies consumed by the domestic Revolutionary Guards, with its 125,000 troops and a naval force. This includes the imports of Chinese and North Korean missile and rocket components, as well as the foreign currency costs of the entire nuclear program, which proceeds at a very large scale. In practice, most of this cash comes from a single source, oil. It's true that Iranian farmers grow pistachio nuts and other exportable crops, and that there are some manufacturing exports, even if Tabriz's famous carpets are out of fashion. Yet, at the last count, in 2023, oil accounted for 83% of Iran's exports. For their part, the merchants who export Iran's agricultural and craft exports tend not to repatriate the foreign currency they earn, using it instead for the imports they bring in. While much celebrated in regime propaganda, meanwhile, state-controlled industrial exports remain slight. In other words, the flow of dollars that sustains Israel's enemies, and which has caused so much trouble to Western interests from the Syrian desert to the Red Sea, emanates almost entirely from the oil loaded onto tankers at the export terminal on Kark Island, a speck of land about 25 kilometers off Iran's southern coast. Benjamin Netanyahu warned in his recent speech to the UN General Assembly that Israel's long arm can reach them too. Indeed, Kark's location in the Persian Gulf is relatively close. At 1,516 kilometers from Israel's main airbase, it's far closer than the Houthis' main oil import terminal at Hodeidah in Yemen, a place that was destroyed by Israeli jets in July and attacked again yesterday. Iran has made great efforts to reduce its dependence on the Kark terminal. That's not because it is too close to Israel, but rather because it was too close to Iraq and was indeed attacked and burned during the Iran-Iraq War. The result is Iran's newly opened Jask oil terminal. Out on the shores of the Indian Ocean, it's much further from Israel than Kark. But for the IDF's air planners, that's scarcely a problem. The oil reaches Jask by a very long pipeline that can be disrupted at points even closer to Israel than Kark Island. Given that Israel could easily cut off Iranian funding for Hezbollah and its other enemies by doing so, why has it refrained from targeting the country's oil exports? In one phrase, Obama's law, tacitly but very forcefully promulgated by the former president, it banned any Israeli or U.S. attacks against Iran, even as the Islamic Republic has continued to kill U.S. soldiers in Iraq and Yemen, and has kept attacking Israel through its proxies. On April 13th, Iran even attacked Israel directly, stemming from Obama's great fear that he would be manipulated into going to war against Iran, just as his predecessor was talked into war with Iraq. The then-president's all-out pursuit of a historic reconciliation with Iran utterly ignored the simple fact that the Islamic Republic's fanatical rulers could not possibly be reconciled with the West. With Obama's people also staffing Biden's White House, the U.S. has persisted with this policy of one-sided restraint, which it also imposed on Israel. That's even as the Ayatollah's regime has continued to forcibly suppress a pro-Western opposition that hates its corrupt and wasteful rule with a passion. Nor did U.S. policy change when Iran continued to target U.S. allies in Saudi Arabia and elsewhere. In the event of a Harris victory, the Obama crowd would continue to staff the White House. That leaves a narrow window for Israeli action against Iran. To be sure, attacking a vast country of 91 million people would be a reckless act for Israel under any circumstances. But to stop Iran's oil revenues, whose benefits are denied to its long-suffering population by an oppressive regime that most Iranians bitterly oppose, is quite another matter. Given, moreover, that hyperinflation has brought outright hunger to Iran's urban population for the first time since the fall of the Shah in 1979, an attack on the country's oil exports could even trigger the downfall of the regime. There are, of course, very many variables between any Israeli action and such a happy consequence. But if destroying Iran's oil revenue did finally bring about the end of the Ayatollah regime, it's not just Netanyahu who would celebrate. America's entry into the war against Iran is the latest step up an escalation spiral that began in October 2023. What started with an attack by a Palestinian Islamist organization on a poorly defended Israeli border, and then became a fight between Israel and a series of Iran-supported Islamist paramilitary groups by the end of 2023, and then extended to limited exchanges between Israel and Iran itself in April 2024, and then turned into war between Iran and Israel, has now become a confrontation pitting the U.S. and Israel against their longest-standing and most powerful adversary in the Islamic world. So what are the implications of this latest turn, and what may happen next? While prediction remains unwise regarding the current U.S. president, the notion that the Trump administration will be dominated by isolationism can be laid to rest. In Washington a few weeks ago, I found that much of the talk behind the scenes was worried assessments concerning the rise of isolationism and of individuals professing such views at the top reaches of the administration. People with past associations with hawkish or pro-Israel circles were having trouble getting confirmed for posts. Vice President J.D. Vance and Donald Trump Jr., I heard, were the most senior and influential members of the rising camp. An old friend of mine who has interviewed the president on a number of occasions cautioned against despair. His advice: don't take too much notice of the people around Trump. Pay attention to Trump himself and to what his track record suggests regarding his views on Israel. Possessing no special insights of my own, I hoped he was right. It appears he was. Over the last 2 years, much ink has been spilled regarding a supposedly emergent axis of anti-Western states. This axis, as usually depicted, is headed by China, with Russia, Iran, and North Korea as members. Cooperation between these countries has indeed measurably increased over the last half-decade. Chinese purchase of Iranian oil to foil Trump's strategy of maximum pressure on Tehran during his first term is one example of this growing operational closeness. Yearly joint naval exercises between the Chinese, Russian, and Iranian navies, the role of Iranian Shahed 136 drones and North Korean ground troops in the Ukraine war, the provision of advanced air defense systems by Moscow to Tehran all support this view. But while the eventual emergence of such an axis may be likely, it is also the case that no such crystallized alliance currently exists. Russia is bogged down in its own forever war in Ukraine. There are no indications that Moscow supports Tehran's ambition for a nuclear weapon, and still less that Russia would jeopardize its own interests, security, or relations with other states in support of this goal. Moscow is a rival but not an enemy to U.S.-aligned Israel, and clearly prefers to maintain this ambiguous status, which brings some benefits. As for China, While rumors have abounded regarding mysterious Chinese cargo planes reaching Iran in recent days, Beijing's interest in the region and its growing influence depends on stability and relations with all sides. The mood music from China has shifted over the last 2 years, with increasingly harsh criticism of Israel. Beijing has strongly condemned Jerusalem's preemptive action against Iran. But China has also sought to build diplomatic leverage on the basis of strong commercial ties with all major regional powers. It has no interest in involving itself in conflicts. What all this means is that Iran currently finds itself isolated. Now at war with both Israel and the US, it has no major power interested in fighting alongside it. This is no doubt a matter for concern and consternation on the part of the mullahs. It's a blessing for the rest of us. So, isolated and faced with attacks by powers enjoying massive technical advantage, what are the options now available to Tehran? Tehran could, of course, agree to a new nuclear deal which sees the final abandonment of uranium enrichment on Iranian soil. This would represent a historic victory for the US and for Israel. As of now, Tehran may not yet feel that the regime faces existential danger. Short of this, surrender appears unlikely. If it wants to opt for defiance, Iran has a number of means of possible pressure. It will need to consider carefully, of course, if it wishes to use them, and thus invite further US retribution. Tehran still has its proxies, even in depleted form. The Houthis are likely to recommence attacks on US-flagged vessels on the Gulf of Aden Red Sea route now. The Iraqi Shia militias are relatively unscathed from the last 20 months of regional war. The US has bases in Iraq, at Erbil and Ain al-Assad. Iran itself or its client militias might attempt missile or drone attacks on these facilities, or on the remaining US presence in northeast Syria. Theoretically, Tehran could order its once powerful Lebanese Hezbollah proxy back into the fray. But to do so would be to risk the final decimation of an organization that has already been battered by Israel. US bases throughout the region could potentially be targeted by Iranian missiles. Iran might also seek to hit at US allies in the Gulf and their oil-producing capacity as it did in 2019. But Israeli attacks on launch sites and supply chains throughout Iran in recent days have significantly reduced Iranian capacities in this regard. Iran could block the Strait of Hormuz, through which 1/5 of global petroleum exports are shipped. This is a potent threat which would cause oil prices to rise. But this would also almost certainly precipitate a full US entry into the war. Finally, of course, Tehran could accelerate efforts toward the testing of a nuclear weapon. All these potential courses of action bring with them the likelihood of increased global isolation and increased US countermeasures. These, in turn, would lead to deteriorating internal conditions in the country, which could hit at the regime's legitimacy and stability. Then again, acceptance of defeat and surrender might have a similar effect. Supreme Leader Khamenei and his isolated regime have few good options at present. Whichever one they take, they are likely to be privately cursing the memory of their brother and comrade Yahya Sinwar, deceased former Hamas leader, whose decision to launch the massacres in October 2023 has led directly to Tehran's current predicament. The trade war between the US and China has also been affecting rare earths since the spring of this year. China had severely restricted exports of the strategically important raw materials until an agreement was reached on certain points during negotiations in June, and the export restrictions were eased again. Reuters reported that China's exports of rare earth magnets to the US rose to more than 7 times the May level in June. China imported 352.8 tons of rare earth magnets, worth $16.08 million to the US in June compared to $2.42 million in May. However, the relaxations only apply to civilian purposes. In complex and detailed approval procedures, importers must prove that the purchased rare earths will not be used for armaments or the aviation industry. At the same time, the Chinese authorities have introduced strict control measures to curb the flourishing black market in these products. This is a disaster for Western defense companies, as the Wall Street Journal reported. Worldwide, around 90% of all rare earth magnets and 85% of refined rare earths come from China. In addition, China had already banned the sale of germanium, gallium, and antimony to the USA in December. These substances are used to harden lead bullets and projectiles and for night vision devices, among other things. According to data from defense software company Gavini, More than 80,000 of the parts used in U.S. weapons systems are made from the critical minerals that are now subject to Chinese export controls. Almost all supply chains for these products are dependent on at least one Chinese supplier, according to Garrison. Drone manufacturers supplying for the war in Ukraine are particularly affected. This is because lightweight drone motors require rare earth magnets in order to function. The development of the F-47 fighter jet, a sixth-generation aircraft that will cost over $300 million each, is also under threat. Boeing cannot build it without rare earths. Despite their name, rare earths are not all that rare. They are often byproducts of other mining operations. However, their extraction and processing is costly and has a high environmental impact. China has systematically developed and expanded this sector as part of its long-term industrial planning. The rest of the world has so far relied on China as a supplier. Now that the conflict between the West and China is coming to a head not only economically but also in terms of armaments policy, the Western defense industry finds itself in a precarious position. It is dependent on its enemy in order to be able to produce the armaments needed in a potential conflict. The U.S. Department of Defense, therefore, has no choice but to enter the mining industry. It is investing directly in a number of companies that mine rare earths but will not be able to supply them until 2027 at the earliest. And then only those raw materials that still need to be refined and processed into magnets. For example, the ministry paid $400 million for a stake in MP Materials, the operator of the largest rare earth mine in America. In the first quarter of 2025, the company achieved a turnover of $61 million with losses of $23 million. Since China has already conquered the global civilian market for magnets, it can produce them on a large scale and at a profit. The U.S. company, on the other hand, will probably only have a very limited customer base that will have to pay very high prices. Chinese export restrictions are also proving to be a major obstacle to European armament plans. This applies both to the purchase of American armaments and the planned expansion of its own defense industry. Europe is also trying to obtain rare earths itself, find other sources of supply for them, and overcome the bottleneck through increased recycling, without being able to catch up with China's lead in the foreseeable future. Although a breakthrough was achieved in the negotiations on the civilian use of rare earths, the latest trade talks with China were not very successful overall. Despite all the criticism and possibly justified concerns, the Europeans accused China of unfair trade practices and supporting Russia in the Ukraine war. The reality cannot be denied. China has the upper hand. Firstly, China dominates the supply of raw materials that are difficult to replace, not only rare earths but also graphite and battery materials, for example. Secondly, Chinese companies are strong competitors for European companies in high-tech sectors such as solar energy, electric vehicles, and telecommunications. By restricting the export of critical raw materials while at the same time providing finished substitute products, China can paralyze foreign production and at the same time expand its own market share. Like NATO, the EU regards China as a strategic competitor that challenges our interests, our values, and our democratic way of life. Does the China shock mean that Europe is hopelessly inferior to China's economic power, at least in some important sectors? How is it possible to pursue a sovereign economic policy from a position of relative weakness? European politicians still seem to be a long way from accepting this new reality. However, it would be the necessary prerequisite for a consistent response to a completely new strategic challenge. Open, resource-rich, and integrated capital markets. This is one of the overarching goals that the European Union has been pursuing since Commission President Jean-Claude Juncker's inaugural speech around 10 years ago. The catchy keyword for this initiative is the Capital Markets Union. Unlike in the USA, corporate financing in Europe is still predominantly carried out via traditional bank loans and less via the financial markets. As banks have been subject to stricter regulatory requirements since the financial crisis, there is less risk capital available, particularly for riskier projects such as startups, which then has to be sourced from abroad. The European Commission wants to deepen and further integrate the EU's financial markets in order to diversify and improve the financing options available to European companies and promote cross-border investments. The Capital Markets Union should also open up new savings opportunities, strengthen the euro, and make the EU as a whole more resilient, stable, and competitive. The EU is confident and self-assured. But what exactly is planned and how should the plans be classified? Unlike the USA, the EU is made up of many different countries with their own laws. Although common rules have already been agreed in many areas, the EU is still a long way from having a single economy. As a result, the European financial markets are also fragmented and only function across borders to a limited extent. This makes EU-wide investments more difficult. In the past, there have been many declarations of intent by European countries to merge and deepen the capital markets in a union. Agreements on new, harmonizing regulations are usually difficult and time-consuming. The EU Prospectus Regulation, for example, which simplifies and standardizes the requirements for issuing securities, has been implemented to date. The regulation on key information documents for packaged retail and insurance-based investment products, PREPS regulation, also ensures standardized investor information for financial products. The regulation of European venture capital funds and social funds also sets uniform EU-wide framework conditions and an approval procedure for cross-border investments. The EU crowdfunding regulation standardizes the rules for digital financing platforms, and the EU taxonomy and the EU standard for green bonds have created further foundations for ostensibly sustainable investments. However, Thierry Philipponnet, chief economist at the NGO Finance Watch, believes that the measures taken so far do not constitute a proper capital markets union. According to Philipponnet, in addition to a common supervisory authority, common insolvency rules, company law regulations and taxes are the most important measures still to be implemented. As long as there are different insolvency rules, there cannot, by definition, be the same market for securities from different countries. The same applies to company law and taxation. Company law regulates how general meetings are to be organized, how the management board functions, who has what powers, and whether shareholders can pass resolutions. With the legislative package on the Capital Markets Union 2022, the EU is at least aiming to harmonize certain aspects of insolvency law. The EU-wide securitization regulation, which aims to create uniform and more transparent standards for securitizations, has also been implemented. Securitization means that a shadow bank bundles various individual, previously granted loans and turns them into tradable securities. These securities are then sold, for the most part, to investors, who subsequently receive the interest from the borrowers but also bear a proportion of the risk of the loans involved. The bundling of several loans is intended to reduce the default risk through broader diversification and distribute it proportionally across many borrowers. This reduces the size of the bank's balance sheet, as the loans granted are no longer recorded under its umbrella. It also frees up some of the equity that has to be held as collateral for high-risk transactions such as loans. This means that there are less risky loans on the balance sheet for which liability must be assumed in accordance with capital requirements. Securitization is back in vogue. For a long time, tradable loans had disappeared from the public eye and were more associated with the 2008-9 financial crisis. U.S. banks, in particular, granted real estate loans on a large scale to everyone, whether solvent or not. Interest rates were low, the economic mood was good. What could possibly go wrong? Some of the loans granted were combined into large packages, securitized into tradable securities and sold on via the capital markets. Rating agencies, usually also financed by the issuers of the securities, often gave the new securities good ratings, which further strengthened confidence in the practice. Over time, securitized real estate loans found their way onto the balance sheets of financial institutions around the world. Came as it had to come. In order to combat rising inflation, the Fed raised interest rates according to the prevailing logic. A large number of loans with variable interest rates could no longer be serviced. Countless people were no longer able to finance their property mortgages, became homeless, and many of the financial institutions that held the securities on their balance sheets faced insolvency. As the major banks involved were considered systemically important, most national governments stepped in and absorbed the losses from the risky transactions with many billions in public funds. After the financial crisis, the EU introduced a wide range of new regulations to prevent future financial crises. By implementing the International Basel III standard, for example, it introduced stricter capital and liquidity requirements, debt limits, and numerous capital buffers. With the banking union, it centralized supervision and created mechanisms for the resolution of ailing banks. However, banks and their interest groups in Brussels and Berlin have been lobbying again for several years to reduce existing transparency regulations and capital requirements for securitizations. Former Finance Minister Lindner and his French counterpart also jumped on this bandwagon at the beginning of 2023. According to research by the non-governmental organization Finanswende, the finance ministers used exactly the same wording as the banking lobby to push for the deregulation of securitizations in Brussels. The proposals are now being discussed in the EU. Studies show, see for example Gallardo and Vaca 2022, if capital requirements and transparency obligations for securitizations are lowered, banks tend to grant riskier loans. Michael Pietz, an economist at the University of Hamburg who recently published a textbook on monetary theory, also says, if banks incur losses in the event of a loan default, they check more carefully and grant loans more cautiously than if they can sell the default risk on to the capital markets. One question that arises with the increased systemic risk: who benefits from this? With regard to securitizations, Michael Pietz says, as long as the loans are repaid, everyone involved in the process benefits. The security buyer, the bank, and everyone in between. The buyers usually include other banks, insurance companies, and institutional investors, including private pension funds. A publication by the European Systemic Risk Board states that only 10 major banks make up the majority of the securitization market. The banking lobby and the EU Commission also sell securitization as an investment booster. The space freed up on balance sheets could be used for new loans and thus for financing many of the challenges facing the EU economy, including the green transition, they say. Whether the real economy really benefits depends on whether more loans are granted or not. First and foremost, however, this requires increased demand for credit, which depends crucially on the overall economic climate, i.e. ultimately on profit expectations, says Pietz. Another way to deal with the reduced balance sheets is to repurpose the equity previously deposited as collateral, for example for share, purchases, or dividend distributions. Data from the European Banking Authority (EBA) shows that these have risen continuously since 2021. More risk capital through securitization. This is what the EU wants, if not independently via harmonized European financial markets, for which it is difficult to reach EU-wide agreements, then initially via the deregulation of banks. In order to respond to Trump's deregulation measures in the USA, the EU Commission is also proposing to temporarily suspend various other Basel III financial market regulations. Only time will tell whether the systemically higher risk will also finance the green transformation, on the one hand in terms of banks and their lending, and on the other hand in terms of overall economic demand and companies' profit prospects. However, even if the EU member states were able to agree on significantly greater integration of the capital markets, the private sector as a whole would only meet around a third of the investment requirements for the green, social, and digital transformation, as a report by Finance Watch states. One of the reasons: investments for the common good do not always generate enough profit. In the end, it is the state that has to make many of the essential investments. Following COVID-19, Cold War II may finally discredit the fallacies of the free market globalist economists like Summers, Paul Krugman, and Glenn Hubbard, who shaped the consensus among both Democrats and Republicans for 3 decades. Appropriately enough, for a financial and online business services superpower, the United States responded to the brutal Russian invasion of Ukraine with more or less the arsenal described by Summers in 1998. AIG in insurance, McDonald's in fast food, Walmart in retailing, Microsoft in software, Harvard University in education, CNN in television news. The United States waged financial warfare against Putin's Russia, American credit card giants cut off Russian consumers, and, in a devastating blow, McDonald's pulled out of the Russian Federation. It may be that financial and economic sanctions are enough to force Russia to retreat or negotiate, but Germany, the major NATO economy after the United States, is dependent on Russian oil and gas, which Germans continue to buy, partly subsidizing Putin's military. At the same time, the world's largest nation and its biggest economy, in purchasing power parity terms, China, which has surpassed the United States in many areas of manufacturing if not yet software, is in a position to help Russia endure Western sanctions as part of a common crusade to drive the United States out of their regional spheres of influence. Even the beneficiaries of U.S. dependence on China, Silicon Valley, universities, Wall Street, green technologies that need Chinese imports, are being forced to acknowledge that we still live in a material world in which countries can be great powers even if they do not dominate global banking and insurance markets. on the basis of mining energy and minerals, growing crops, and making physical things. Russia and Ukraine together are responsible for more than a quarter of global wheat exports. Russia and Belarus together produce nearly half of the global exports of potash, a critical nutrient used in fertilizers, while Russia produces more than a fifth of the ammonia exports used in global agriculture. For its part, China dominates global production of many essential minerals, both directly, producing 63% of rare earths and 45% of molybdenum, and indirectly, by investing in lithium mines in Australia, platinum mines in South Africa, and cobalt mines in the Democratic Republic of Congo. A few decades ago, the United States mined and refined many of the minerals it now imports. But thanks to cheap labor abroad, excessive environmental regulations at home, and the fantasy of the post-material information economy, the U.S. government allowed corporations to shut down many American mines even as other firms shuttered American factories. The energy analyst Mark P. Mills describes the result. As recently as 1990, the U.S. was the world's #1 producer of minerals. Today, it is in 7th place. More relevant, as the United States Geological Survey, USGS, notes, are strategic dependencies on specific critical minerals. In 1954, the U.S. was 100% dependent on imports for 8 minerals. Today, the U.S. is 100% reliant on imports for 17 minerals and depends on imports for over 50% of 29 widely used minerals. China is a significant source for half of those 29 minerals. Along with free market globalism, the environmental movement has crippled and endangered the economies of the United States and its allies. Rejecting the asceticism of the old Malthusian left that called for voluntary poverty, growth, and population decline through antinatalism, establishment environmentalist leaders like Al Gore and his European counterparts have optimistically claimed that existing technology permits a rapid green transition from fossil fuels and nuclear energy to solar, wind, and hydropower, with no need to lower Western living standards or cripple what remains of Western industry. But according to experts on global mineral production who belong to SOS Minerals, in a letter delivered to the British Committee on Climate Change, the metal resource needed to make all cars and vans electric by 2050 and all sales to be purely battery electric in the UK by 2035, to replace all UK-based vehicles today with electric vehicles, not including the LGV and HGV fleets, assuming they use the most resource-frugal next-generation NMC 811 batteries, would take 207,900 tons cobalt, 264,600 tons of lithium carbonate, LCE, at least 7,200 tons of neodymium and dysprosium, in addition to 2,362,500 tons copper. This represents just under 2 times the total annual world cobalt production, nearly the entire world production of neodymium, 3/4 the world's lithium production, and 12% of the world's copper production during 2018. Even ensuring the annual supply of electric vehicles only, from 2035 as pledged, will require the UK to annually import the equivalent of the entire annual cobalt needs of European industry. Challenges of using green energy to power electric cars. If wind farms are chosen to generate the power for the projected 2 billion cars at UK average usage, this requires the equivalent of a further year's worth of total global copper supply and 10 years' worth of global neodymium and dysprosium production to build the wind farms. There is not enough cobalt, neodymium, or lithium being mined and refined in the entire world today for Britain to meet its green transition goals in the next generation. And Britain has only 67 million people. The United States has 330 million. The world has nearly 8 billion. Do the math. Clean energy is not clean. No less than natural gas and oil extraction, extracting the minerals required for solar, wind, and hydropower equipment requires massive mines and destruction of local landscapes and ecosystems. For pointing out this obvious fact, the left-wing filmmaker Michael Moore's documentary Planet of the Humans was denounced by the organized Green Lobby, and Moore himself has been cancelled by the left. While some democracies like Australia, Canada, and the United States have significant mineral resources, many of the countries with large mineral resources and reserves are autocracies or fragile post-colonial regimes. China, gold, tin, and bauxite, used to make aluminum. Indonesia, nickel, tin, gold, and Russia, oil, gas, nickel. Half of global cobalt reserves are found in one country, the Democratic Republic of Congo. Substitutes for some of these minerals may be discovered or synthesized, but in other cases, natural deposits of elements that are essential to an advanced industrial society may give particular countries enormous economic windfalls. During and after the First Cold War, many Westerners assumed that capitalism was associated with democracy and liberalism, and communism with autocracy. But economies based on resource capitalism or a single commodity crop, banana republics, have so often been ruled by dictatorships or oligarchies that the phenomenon is known as the resource curse. To excel in global manufacturing, a country has to have a well-educated workforce, while innovation requires a high degree of intellectual, if not political, freedom. But if a government or economic elite derives its income simply by selling other countries the products of its mines or farms or ranches, what Darren Acemoglu and James Robinson call an extractive regime, it has no incentive to educate most of the population or respect their rights and every incentive to enserf or enslave the miners or agricultural workers. And if the route to personal political power and wealth in a nation lies through control of the nation's oil fields, mines, or agricultural estates, ambitious individuals will be tempted to dispense with cumbersome elections and to seize power and resources directly through assassination and coup d'état. We Americans should recognize this pattern in our own history. The original sin of the United States was not slavery or racism. It was plantation agriculture. The Southern planters, oligarchs who raised first tobacco and then cotton for export, did not care what race their unfree workers were, settling on African and African American slaves only after experiments with exploiting Native American labor and European indentured servants had failed. And as Barbara Fields and other scholars have observed, Southern racism was formulated and enforced to rationalize labor exploitation in the plantation system, both before and after the abolition of slavery. Far from being backward or pre-modern, the 19th century Southern planter oligarchy, like the theocratic monarchy in 21st century Saudi Arabia, was a product of modernity. As Britain and the northern United States industrialized, the demands of their factories for Southern cotton grew and enriched the lords of cotton, just as global industrial development has enriched the monarchs and military dictators of various contemporary petrostates. Southern planters and Saudi princes, like Russian oligarchs, recycled the wealth they gained from the industrial regions by importing manufactured goods and vacationing and buying luxury real estate abroad. This kind of elite codependency is built into industrial capitalism. The more advanced the technology becomes, the richer become those who, through fair means or force and fraud, control the appropriate industrial inputs and energy supplies. The genius of the creative entrepreneur in the diversified industrial economy who improves the quality of life of working-class people with innovative goods may indirectly create corresponding fortunes in poor countries with deposits of essential minerals ruled by hereditary cliques or military dictators. A green transition, then, will not necessarily lead to a liberal democratic world. Rather, it may simply ensure that petrostate oligarchs will have to share Swiss banks and swank London and New York neighborhoods and New England prep schools with counts of cobalt and lords of lithium, whose yachts and mansions may be as impressive as those of Jeff Bezos or Putin's fellow kleptocrats. Generations of politicians from liberal democracies who are yet unborn may find themselves forced to flatter the president for life who controls a large bauxite deposit or the junta whose country sits atop a lot of samarium. Last but not least, great powers like the United States that have decided to forgo entire areas of manufacturing as well as resource mining and refining may find that cornering the global market in insurance, investment banking, and adolescent action movies may not help them in the global resource competition to come. The Inflation Reduction Act was supposed to be one of the most significant laws in our history. When Joe Biden signed it into law last year, he heralded it as proof that the American people had won and the special interests lost. As it celebrates its first birthday today, are the American people still winning? In its main goal, stimulating private investment, chiefly in the renewable energy industry, it has proven to be an outstanding short-term success. Unfortunately, however, on most other counts, this focus on green technology at the expense of other kinds of manufacturing has been a costly mistake. For all the fanfare that accompanied its launch, the IRA is unlikely to meaningfully close the gap in global markets between China's clean energy exports and America's. much less in manufacturing as a whole. In the aftermath of the COVID pandemic and the unveiling of the West's industrial dependence on China, there was a chance to rally both parties around identifying and reshoring critical manufacturing supply chains. Instead, the Biden administration and its allies in the Democratic Congress decided to spend their limited political capital on creating a slush fund for investors in green energy companies. One would not know it from the Democratic obsession with a just transition away from fossil fuels, but America's contribution to global greenhouse gases is relatively small and has fallen rapidly over the past 2 decades. In other words, even if the U.S. achieved Biden's unrealistic decarbonization goals, most global greenhouse gas emissions would be unaffected. Politicians are always vulnerable to the tendency to try to promote multiple unrelated goals with a single piece of legislation. Franklin Roosevelt's National Recovery Act, 1933, had good elements, but collapsed because it tried to stimulate the depressed economy and restructure American industry at the same time. With the IRA, Biden and congressional Democrats indulged in a similar temptation. Here, just one piece of legislation was supposed to accelerate the green transition away from fossil fuels to net zero. Onshore manufacturing supply chains that have been lost to China and other countries, create great numbers of well-paying new jobs, revitalize left-behind local communities, and promote racial and gender justice. In practice, this was always going to be too sprawling, premised as it was on a fusion of technocracy and progressive ideology that is already having a surreal impact on the American landscape. In May, for instance, guidance from the Internal Revenue Service on the allocation of a 1.8 gigawatts bonus to low-income communities divided it up in a manner incompatible with an incentive-based, market-driven energy revolution. 700 megawatts for low-income communities, 200 megawatts for Native American communities, 200 megawatts for facilities on affordable housing properties, and 700 megawatts for low-income economic benefit projects. Elsewhere, the IRA also included $64 billion in funding for Obama's signature health care program, the Affordable Care Act. This is neither rational energy policy nor rational industrial policy. It is simply political patronage for Democratic client groups. Politics, rather than industrial strategy, similarly dictates Biden's recurrent focus on helping small businesses and new firms. In manufacturing industries characterized by increasing returns to scale, when output increases by a larger proportion than increases to input, bigger firms naturally dominate many sectors, including those the Biden administration seeks to promote, such as semiconductor and pharmaceutical manufacturing. But big business is unpopular with the American public, and politicians love to shower favors on small business and startups, even though few of these have a chance in face-to-face competition with state-backed Chinese corporations and other multinationals. Paradoxically, too, the attempt to force a shift from oil and gas and nuclear energy to favored renewable technologies such as batteries, wind, and solar panels increases rather than reduces America's dependence on China. While 13 countries control only 40% of global oil, China is virtually a green energy OPEC by itself. Today, more than 60% of the world's wind turbines and 80% of solar panels and batteries are made in China, which also controls an estimated 90% of the production of rare earth metals essential in batteries and other green technology. The implementation of the IRA is helping Beijing in other ways, too, particularly when it comes to the participation of Chinese companies and foreign workers in federal-funded American projects. Members of both parties in Congress, for instance, have criticized Ford for partnering with a Chinese company, CATL, to build a new $3.5 billion battery plant in Michigan. Elsewhere, the Taiwanese firm TSMC, the world's largest contract chipmaker, has outraged unions by announcing plans to bring hundreds of Taiwanese workers to its new factory in Arizona, which is estimated to be eligible for $15 billion in various federal subsidies derived from the IRA. And this fits in with a broader trend whereby unionized American workers are being undermined, rather than empowered, by the IRA. Of the dozens of new factories whose construction was announced between August 2022 and March 2023, 83% have been in anti-union, anti-labor, right-to-work states, many in the American South and West. Contrast this with China's green manufacturing industry, which, according to current estimates, will meet the goals of its plans for wind and solar energy development 5 years ahead of schedule. despite the best intentions of the IRA and related initiatives such as the CHIPS and Science Act. In 2030, China will be responsible for 68% of global battery manufacturing, compared to only 15% by the US. How likely is this to change soon? Not very, if the response of American consumers does not also change swiftly. As long as tax credits for purchases of electric vehicles, EVs, remain the main method of stimulating consumer demand, the beneficiaries will be the affluent, college-educated American overclass. The average EV purchaser in the US is a household with an income of $150,000, more than twice the median. Too expensive for most Americans. Even with tax credits, EV's share of the US car market has plateaued at around 7%. Gas auto sales, by contrast, have surged. None of this is to doubt the impact of the explosion of investment in new factories as a result of the IRA and the jobs they have created. After all, if a government pays companies to do things they would not do otherwise, many will gladly change course and accept this largesse. The danger here, however, is that the boom stimulated by the IRA may prove to have been just a sugar high. China is still racing ahead, and it seems unlikely that America will catch up soon. Amid the competitiveness of our new multipolar world that will require investment in many manufacturing sectors, not just a Green New Deal for batteries, windmills, and solar panels. Has Donald Trump been reading Don Quixote? The incoming president warned the UK that it was making a very big mistake by raising tax on North Sea oil. His solution? Get rid of windmills. It was classic Trump, the presidential candidate who fashioned himself as a friend of big oil, promising to free up the nation's stores of liquid gold and secure America's energy dominance. Thanks to Biden's pause, which yesterday crescendoed into a ban on new oil and gas leases, along with his restrictive environmentalist agenda, America's stocks have been kept in reserve, and Trump wants to exploit them. But does this mean the US can expect another oil boom? Not so fast. In America, the oil business is identified in the public mind with individual Texas oil men and their families. Think Hollywood movies like Giant, 1956, starring Rock Hudson and James Dean, and the 80s TV soap opera Dallas, whose Machiavellian antihero, J.R. Ewing, was portrayed by the late Larry Hagman, who happens to be my cousin twice removed. Today, the hybridization of pop culture and petroculture continues with Landman, starring Billy Bob Thornton as a jack-of-all-trades working for an oil company. The Texas connection is no myth. Only 5 American states produced 70% of U.S. natural gas in 2023, with Texas producing 28% of the total, the same as the next 2, Pennsylvania and Louisiana, combined. And from the 30s to the 70s, the Texas Railroad Commission helped to set world oil prices with its production quotas in the state. However, this has never just been an American tale. From its origins in the 19th century, the oil industry in the U.S. has been dominated by multinational corporations and subordinated to great power politics. During the 50s, when Giant played on movie screens, global oil prices were largely controlled by the cartel known as the Seven Sisters. And in the early Cold War, these companies, which included the predecessors of ExxonMobil, Texaco, and British Petroleum, were partners with the US, UK, and other Western governments. Indeed, during this period, petropolitics was geopolitics, leading to interventions such as the Western-backed coup that overthrew Iran's democratic government and installed the autocratic Shah of Iran in 1953. Over the following decade, Saudi Arabia and other oil-producing countries formed OPEC and demonstrated their collective power with the oil embargo of 1973 against the US and other allies of Israel during the Yom Kippur War. It was during this era, in television land, that J.R. Ewing hired a mercenary named B.D. Calhoun to blow up oil fields in the Middle East. Back in the real world, however, foreign state capitalism won out over American-style private capitalism. Today, 3/4 of the world's oil reserves are controlled by state-owned national oil companies. The largest, by revenue, are 2 Chinese companies: Saudi Arabia's Saudi Aramco, Russia's Rosneft, Brazil's Petrobras, and India's Indian Oil Corporation, IOCL. America, suffice it to say, does not compete. Today's Landman series, like the rerun of the Trump presidency, takes place in an era when high-tech hydraulic fracturing, the use of huge quantities of water to flush out shale oil, and shale gas, has transformed the American fossil fuel industry and the global market. But geopolitics still rules the oil patch. More than 80% of the world's oil reserves are controlled by the 13 members of OPEC, which produces 40% of all crude oil and 60% of global petroleum exports. And those members of OPEC, along with their expanded group OPEC+, which was created in 2016, are not afraid to flex its muscles. After sanctions were placed on OPEC+ member Russia following its invasion of Ukraine, China helped Moscow by replacing Saudi Arabia with Russia as its largest foreign source of crude oil. Meanwhile, pipeline politics also remain geopolitics. Shortly after President Biden vowed to bring an end to the Nord Stream 2 natural gas pipeline if Russia invaded Ukraine, explosions rendered the undersea pipeline useless in September 2022. Washington and allied NATO governments professed to be mystified. Last August, however, the Wall Street Journal reported the sabotage was carried out by Ukrainian saboteurs. Around the same time, the Chinese government claimed that a Hong Kong-flagged ship in the Baltic had destroyed a critical pipeline in the Baltic between Estonia and Finland. It was, needless to say, by accident. The late J.R. Ewing no doubt is smiling somewhere. Trump, by contrast, is surely not. For in addition to having to deal with state-owned oil companies and the shifting alliances of our new Cold War, the incoming president can also expect resistance from inside the oil industry and investment world. The American Petroleum Institute, the main oil and gas lobby, opposes Trump's threat to impose 25% tariffs on imports from Canada and Mexico, including energy imports. Elsewhere, the major oil companies, which rely on delicate international deals, are unlikely to approve of Trump's cowboy diplomacy, including his threat to impose tariffs on the EU if it fails to buy more oil and gas from the US. Yet Trump doesn't seem to recognize this, declaring instead that, if they drill themselves out of business, I don't give a damn. Strong words? Indeed, but ones that overlook the fact that not even the President of the United States can force private oil companies to ramp up drilling. Instead, Trump is left with an oily irony. If he wants to secure America's energy dominance, he'll have to imitate every other global competitor and create a state-owned oil and gas company. History teaches us that black gold will never be tamed by one man alone. Forget Texaco, and bring on the age of America. If the nightmare of anti-communists during the Cold War was an endless future of totalitarian terror, the nightmare of today's critics of liberalism is an endless future of constant social upheaval and atomization as a result of unchecked markets and radical individualism. Not a boot stamping on a human face forever, but a high-tech appliance in need of the latest upgrades forever. What many critics as well as defenders of liberalism tend to overlook is the possibility that liberalism, in the economy, in politics, and in culture will prove to be unstable and self-liquidating. To put it another way, a liberal social order tends to be an ephemeral transition between one non-liberal system or regime and another. The ideal of most contemporary liberals, I think it is fair to say, is a vision of society as three self-correcting markets: an economic market, a political market, and a cultural market. I use the term market for all three spheres because today's liberals in practice are guided more by the vision of self-correcting markets in academic economics than by the philosophies of John Locke or John Rawls. In each of these three markets, we are supposed to believe the normal condition is healthy competition among a plurality of rivals. In a market economy, competition prevents the formation of economic monopolies. Any firm that temporarily attains a dominant market share inevitably will be whittled down to size by existing or new competitors. In the democratic political marketplace, parties will win only fleeting majorities and will sooner or later be turned out by their adversaries. In the realm of culture and ideas, free debate and contestation will ensure that no stifling orthodoxy can be imposed. Liberalism, then, posits that society can be kept fluid and dynamic by never ceasing competition for consumers, voters, and audiences for ideas and art. As long as there is free and fair competition in commerce, monopolies with market power will not appear. As long as there is free and fair competition in politics, one-party rule is not a danger. And as long as there is free and fair competition in academic life and the media industry, we need not fear that a single faction with a single point of view will capture education and journalism. The basic assumption of liberalism, then, is that competition more or less naturally and automatically eliminates concentrations of power, market power, political power, and cultural power. But this belief that competition and concentration are incompatible is an article of faith of the liberal creed that it is refuted by actual experience. Let's begin with the economic market. In the real world, completely competitive markets cannot exist, because perfect competition would soon drive down profits until they are the same as costs. In a perfectly competitive market, no firm would ever be able to exercise its market power to make a profit, and capitalism could not exist. Moreover, in certain kinds of industries, those characterized by increasing returns to scale, like manufacturing, and by network effects like infrastructure grids, a competition, far from restraining monopoly, tends to produce it. Each round of competition produces fewer and bigger rivals, until finally, in the absence of intervention by state antitrust or competition authorities, the most successful firm has established a monopoly or near monopoly in its field. And a monopolistic firm need not cheat. It may simply be slightly more efficient or slightly more user-friendly than its rival, and this slight advantage is rapidly compounded by a kind of snowball effect. Around 1900, there were dozens of startup automobile companies in the U.S. By the 1920s, these had been winnowed down to about a dozen, and by the 1950s, Detroit was dominated by the Big Three. The same process of elimination, following the later digital technology revolution, eliminated rivals like Dogpile and Inktomi to give Google a near monopoly in the search engine industry and Microsoft a dominant position in software. Thanks to the advantages of scale, following deregulation of financial markets in the U.S., many small, protected state and local banks have disappeared, and winner-take-all dynamics has produced massive concentration in the financial industry. The story is the same in the market of electoral politics. So-called dominant party systems, in which a single party or coalition of parties maintains a majority for long periods without authoritarian measures, have been common in democratic countries. Parties like America's New Deal Democrats, the Swedish Social Democrats, the Italian Christian Democrats, and the Japanese Liberal Democratic Party enjoyed periods of dominance and near fusion with the government for decades at a time. In the United States today, every big city and college town is run by the Democratic Party. So much for the hope of the American founder James Madison in Federalist 51 that a multiplicity of interests would prevent prolonged dominance by any single political coalition. We find the same pattern of monopoly and monoculture in the universities and establishment media. Instead of hosting vigorous debate among thinkers representing all shades of mainstream political opinion, American universities are monocultures in which upwards of 90% of professors describe are left-leaning Democrats. In the mass media, political and philosophical debate has been shut down by cancellation. None of this should surprise us if we recognize that competition produces winners, whose monopoly of commerce, power, or influence then fortifies them against challengers. Marxists were wrong about many things, but they were right that in many modern industries competitive capitalism tends to give way to monopoly capitalism. The same is true, as we have seen, of competitive politics and cultural and intellectual competition. In one area after another, not only do winners take all, winners also can keep all, not forever, but for a very long time indeed. The error of liberals, then, is to posit never-ending contests in politics, markets, and the culture. But contests come to an end, and they do so by rewarding winners and penalizing losers. Meritocracy engenders aristocracy, in which the winners then rig the competition to benefit their offspring. Free markets engender monopolies and oligopolies, which are then insulated by their market power from competitors. The contest of ideas in universities and the media produces winners who then shut down the contest and ban any ideas other than their own. Both champions and many critics of liberalism then treat liberalism as a possibly permanent social order, instead of merely a transition between different kinds of long-lasting non-liberal regimes. What kind of non-liberal regime might succeed liberalism in the West? The conditions for a return of militarized, mobilized fascist or communist statism do not exist. More likely is a condition of unaccountable oligarchy and universal corruption, which I like to think of as mafiacracy. Despite their differences, communism and liberalism both tend to weaken intermediate institutions and communities that are not controlled by elites and atomize and isolate individuals. The weakening of communist state power in Eastern Europe and Russia, far from producing a renaissance of social and civic institutions, has produced a kind of mafiacracy. The replacement of market competition by market power might produce a similar result in the West after liberalism mutates into something non-liberal. The regime would be a post-liberal order, so to speak, but not the kind of which today's post-liberal thinkers are likely to approve. Among others, I have used the term Brazilianization to describe a future in the industrial nations of the North characterized by oligarchy, inequality, widespread corruption, and poor economic performance. As it happens, Brazil was the title of a dystopian science fiction movie directed by Terry Gilliam in 1985. In a conversation with the philosopher John Gray, I suggested that the satire suffered from a confusion of purposes, because the dystopian regime was both tyrannical and incompetent. "Oh no," John replied, "tyranny and incompetence are usually combined. If I am right, then the aftermath of liberalism in the West is more likely to resemble contemporary Latin American dysfunction than the Central European totalitarianism of a century ago." A Mexican law professor, himself a victim of official harassment, once smiled and told me, "In Mexico, we view constitutions as aspirations, not laws." A widely shared proverb in Spanish America since colonial times has been "obedezco pero non cumplo." I obey, but I do not comply. In many dysfunctional societies, basic goods can be achieved only through informal means, like bribes or purchases on the black market. Even the rich and powerful are forced to pay off the books to get things done. One of the characteristic social types in such regimes is the fixer. The classic example in the US is knowing somebody who knows somebody at City Hall who can get your ticket fixed. In societies in which intermediate organizations and civic ethics have decayed, you need to know somebody who knows somebody to get anything done for a price. We are seeing the rise of the fixer economy in the allegedly liberal West. Increasingly, market goods and public services that used to be offered to all customers or citizens on a universal basis now require additional charges. In the United States, for an extra fee, you can drive in the reserved express line on the highway, go through airport security faster, and see your doctor next week instead of next month or next year. Under Barack Obama, the Affordable Care Act, designed to provide insurance to the uninsured on the basis of the liberal principles of consumer choice and market competition, was gamed by insurance companies in such baffling ways that the federal government itself had to pay fixers called Sherpas, after the guides who help climbers ascend Mount Everest, to help perplexed citizen consumers fill out the incomprehensible insurance forms. If I am right, then it is not enough for post-liberals and like-minded thinkers and reformers to oppose the radically individualistic and competitive version of liberalism. They must anticipate the kinds of non-liberal regimes into which liberal regimes over time may decay. Regimes characterized by corrupt oligarchies at the top and an atomized population below. Brexit, Trump, the rise of national populism in the United States and Europe, and the crack-up of the old center-left and center-right, all of these are manifestations of larger trends in what might be called local geopolitics, the politics of place within countries rather than among them. Until recently, partisan divisions in the US and many other Western democracies have tended to track geographic and long-time ethnic cleavages. North versus South in America, a similar North-South divide in Italy, the Anglo-Saxon Southeast versus the Celtic periphery in the UK. These older divisions are fading in importance compared with new partisan maps on both sides of the Atlantic, in which the most important divide is between large, stratified, multi-ethnic cities and the less diverse, less economically stratified territories that surround them. The county map of national elections in the US, with its blue urban dots in a sea of red, looks remarkably like maps of the Brexit vote in the English portion of the UK, with the Leave vote dominant almost everywhere outside of London. Driving the tectonic shifts that are creating the new political map have been recent economic and demographic trends. The liberalization of international trade and investment following the Cold War and the abandonment of communist and third world import substitution policies led rapidly to the development of genuine transnational firms, most of them headquartered in North America, Europe, and littoral East Asia, which coordinate regional or global supply chains. At the same time that national capitalism was giving way in part to transnational capitalism, European countries became, for the first time, countries of mass inward migration. Meanwhile, following a legislated cessation of large-scale immigration from the 1920s to the 1960s, the U.S. was transformed by a new wave, dominated by Latin Americans who qualified for family reunification quotas or who took up residence in the U.S. illegally. The combination of low native fertility and high fertility on the part of some, though not all, immigrant diasporas has led to dramatic ethnic and cultural change on both sides of the Atlantic. The combined trends of globalization and mass immigration have reshaped both economic geography and partisan politics in the Atlantic democracies. In an article titled The Coming Realignment, published in the Breakthrough Journal in 2014, I described the division of developed nation-states such as the U.S. into two regions, urban densitaria and exurban posturbia. Onto this admittedly crude but useful map can be laid an equally crude but useful division of four economic sectors: producer services, goods production, luxury services, and mass services. Producer services and luxury services are concentrated in what Saskia Sassen has called global cities, such as New York and London. Producer services include finance, insurance, accounting, marketing, consulting, and other services whose clients tend to be corporations, including global corporations. Continental and global markets enrich the most successful individuals and firms in these fields beyond the avaricious dreams of the old national producer service elites. Much of that wealth in the densitarian cities is spent on luxury services, the Four Seasons, as opposed to Outback Steakhouse. The social liberalism of these high-end service meccas cannot disguise caste systems reminiscent of Central American republics, with extreme wealth and income stratification and a largely immigrant, impoverished menial service class whose complexions differ from those of the free-spending oligarchs. The gap between richest and poorest in New York City is comparable to that of Swaziland. Los Angeles and Chicago are slightly more egalitarian, comparable to the Dominican Republic and El Salvador. In the vast areas of low-density, low-rise areas between the hierarchical service headquarters cities, a radically different society has formed. In the US and Europe, the population of posturbia is much more native-born and white, though it is becoming more diverse as immigrants and members of racial minorities move up economically and out of overpriced cities. There are fewer working poor and fewer super-rich. Here are found almost all of the goods-producing industries, factories, farms, mines, and wells. In addition to being the realm of goods production, posturbia is the land of what might be called mass services. In the somewhat idealized era of Fordism, the workers in mass production industries earned enough to buy the products they made, such as cars, radios, and television sets. In the 21st century, the workers in mass provision service industries, say waiters at chain restaurants such as Outback Steakhouse, unlike those at the Four Seasons, often can afford to purchase the services they provide. To date, the public conversation on both sides of the Atlantic has been dominated almost entirely by the elite inhabitants of densitaria, interrupted only by occasional populist revolts such as the Trump phenomenon or the Brexit vote. In a relatively short period of time, a new elite ideology has emerged that contrasts the dynamic, multicultural, libertarian city-state with the allegedly anachronistic and immoral nation-state. This ascendant worldview unites the open borders economics and cosmopolitan, utilitarian morality of old-fashioned libertarianism with an idealization of the largest cities and their denizens. In the 1970s and 1980s, libertarians made all of the major arguments heard from globalists since the 1990s. Favoring citizens over foreign nationals is the equivalent of racism. National borders impeding the free flow of labor and goods are both immoral and inefficient. The goal of trade and immigration policy should not be the relative security or relative wealth of particular countries, but the absolute economic well-being of all human beings. Until the 1990s, this was an eccentric minority perspective in the US and other democracies, encountered only in small circulation libertarian journals or in the work of the occasional unworldly academic theorist of cosmopolitan ethics. But in the 2000s, as affluent whites from the professional class and their Latino, immigrant, and black allies displaced working-class whites as the base of the Democratic Party, the traditional labor-liberal opposition to low-wage immigration and offshoring of industry was replaced by a new open-borders progressivism distinguishable from traditional libertarianism only by its unworkable combination of support for unrestricted immigration with a generous national welfare state. Journalists associated with the website Vox have played a key role in rebranding old-fashioned libertarian arguments for free-market immigration and trade policies as progressive. During an interview with Bernie Sanders, the founding editor of Vox, Ezra Klein, proposed sharply raising the level of immigration we permit, even up to a level of open borders. The Democratic Socialist Sanders, speaking for traditional labor liberals and nationalist conservatives as well, replied, "Open borders? That's a right-wing libertarian proposal which says essentially there is no United States. I think from a moral responsibility we've got to work with the rest of the world to address the problems of international poverty, but you don't do that by making people in this country even poorer." Klein's Vox colleague Dylan Matthews wrote a piece titled, "Bernie Sanders' Fear of Immigrant Labor is Ugly and Wrong-Headed." Matthews began by praising the late Wall Street Journal editorial page editor Robert Bartley's proposed one-sentence amendment to the Constitution, "There shall be open borders," and then endorsed a well-worn libertarian moral argument. "I think Bernie Sanders is obligated to weigh the interests of a poor potential Nigerian immigrant equally to those of a much richer native-born American." The libertarian-inspired demonization of the nation-state as a sort of racist gated community is accompanied among the new globalists by hype about big cities. According to U.S. Metro Economies, a publication by Global Insight sponsored by the United States Conference of Mayors and the Council on Metro Economies and the New American City, metropolitan areas are the engines of the U.S. economy. Indeed, our metro economies are drivers of the world economy as U.S. economic growth is leading most of the rest of the world. These metrics give a misleading picture of the importance of urban economies. The statistics are based on job creation, most of it in the labor-intensive, low-tech, non-traded domestic service sector, and minimize the vast physical output of high-tech, capital-intensive, goods-producing sectors such as manufacturing, mining, and farming, which are mostly located in low-density posturbia. Notwithstanding statistical conventions, insurance offices and hair salons in Manhattan are not more productive, in any meaningful sense, than Texas oil and gas fields, southern car parts factories, or Midwestern farms. What is more, global centers of finance and other important business-to-business producer services are almost always embedded in the most populous industrial nation-states. Not coincidentally, populous nation-states are also the homes of the largest consumer markets and the birthplaces of most globally successful corporations. Measured by market exchange rates, the most relevant measure in this case, the largest economies in the world in 2015 were those of the US, China, Japan, Germany, and the UK. It is no accident that New York, Hong Kong, Tokyo, Frankfurt, and London are leading centers of global finance. In contrast, the Cayman Islands and Jersey are mere tax havens. Influenced by Why Do Cities Matter? A 2015 study by the economists Chong Tai-si and Enrico Moretti. Many business journalists and pundits have argued that the U.S. could be more productive if land use restrictions allowed more workers to move to cities such as San Francisco, San Jose, New York, Boston, and Seattle. The grain of truth in this notion is that agglomeration effects help certain cities dominate particular industries and professions. Lost in the hype, however, has been the important qualification of Si and Moretti. The assumption of inter-industry mobility is clearly false in the short run. In other words, neither personal nor national productivity will necessarily be raised if a roboticist moves to Wall Street or a stockbroker moves to Silicon Valley, while a janitor who moves from a small town to either may be worse off because of the higher cost of living. The combination of open borders, libertarianism, and trendy urbanist hype might lead one to wonder whether leagues of dynamic city-states should replace moribund modern nation-states. Benjamin Barber has published a book titled, "If Mayors Ruled the World: Dysfunctional Nations, Rising Cities." Barber is one of the founders of the Global Parliament of Mayors, which, according to his website, can help fill the void left by nation-states whose sick are increasingly dysfunctional. The economist Paul Romer has proposed boosting third-world development by means of semi-autonomous charter cities, which to his critics look remarkably like Western colonial enclaves. Not even Barber and Romer propose actual urban independence. While cities may teach one another best practices, there is not the slightest chance that leading American cities will secede from the United States, link up with other city-states around the world, and form a new, global version of the Hanseatic League or the Delian League. Indeed, framing the issue as nationalism versus globalism is misleading. Apart from a few peripatetic academics and billionaires with multiple passports and homes in several countries, most members of the would-be global elite are actually deeply rooted in their own nation-states, in which they belong to the dominant local establishments. Few, if any, of America's would-be globalists really would move to Canada if Trump were elected. Few, if any, of the Remainers in the UK are likely to renounce their British citizenship after the Brexit vote. The number of expatriate tycoons in Belize remains quite small. What both sides portray as a struggle between globalists and nationalists is actually a number of international struggles taking place simultaneously within particular nation-states between national elites who are pseudo-globalist and fellow citizens whose nationalism and populism are genuine. Pseudo-globalist rhetoric about a borderless, post-national world is intended mostly to justify policies undertaken by local national governments, not the United Nations or some other global agency. These policies include making it easier for corporations to offshore production or services, preserving the ability of some corporations and individuals to avoid paying taxes to the nation-states where most of them are rooted, and suppressing wages to the benefit of some employers and some consumers by increasing immigration, both skilled and unskilled. Curtailing mass low-wage immigration would not harm, and might help, the working classes employed by the mass service industries of post-urban America. Few of them can afford nannies, maids, and gardeners. And thanks to service sector Fordism, if tighter labor markets allow waiters at Outback Steakhouse to earn more, they can also spend more, not only on mass-provided services but also on mass-produced goods at the discount furniture outlet at the mall. In contrast, reducing the levels of unskilled, low-wage immigration would have harmful repercussions for elites in cities such as New York and London. Luxury industries, including tourist businesses, which depend on low-wage, low-skilled, foreign-born labor, would face higher costs in a tight labor market. Without a perpetual influx of immigrants to counteract domestic net emigration to other parts of the U.S., the populations of cities such as New York and San Francisco would probably shrink considerably, with consequences for urban markets and tax revenues. The exodus might accelerate if the cost of living for professionals rose with the wages of nannies, apartment doormen, dog walkers, and the like. Some defenders of low-wage, low-skilled immigration candidly admit that wage suppression keeps menial services affordable for professional-class employers and consumers, especially those who live in expensive cities. According to Dylan Matthews, increased immigration reduces the prices of services provided by immigrants, such as gardening and housekeeping. There's some evidence that immigration even gets more women into the workforce by making it cheaper to hire people to watch after children and elderly relatives, and perform other homemaking tasks. In a favorable review of Jason L. Riley's libertarian tract Let Them In, The Case for Open Borders, Ezra Klein pointed out that without mass unskilled immigration, you wouldn't have many Chinese restaurants at all, and folks who like Chinese food would eat at home more often. Matthew Iglesias, also of Vox, has worried that, in a world without immigrant house cleaners, we wouldn't have an equal number of much higher-paid native-born maids. What we'd have is less house cleaning being done on a market basis and more being done as unpaid work at home. For many middle-class families, that would be pure waste. Time spent cleaning the toilet could be spent on higher-value labor, on leisure, or on quality time with friends and family. What is remarkable about this is not so much the unapologetic defense of elite-class privilege. Imagine cleaning your own toilet, cooking your own meals, or raising your own child, as the absence of any attempt to argue that unskilled immigrants contribute to productive industry, as opposed to the productivity of middle-class journalists who can write more blog posts because servants will clean up the messes they make. To be sure, lobbyists for the agricultural industry often claim that crops will rot and Americans go hungry if American farmers are not guaranteed a large workforce of low-wage immigrant farm workers. But as factories and even farms are increasingly automated, it is becoming harder to argue that American industry and agriculture depend on importing poorly paid, poorly educated workers from other countries. What appears to be a debate among globalists and nationalists, then, is really a debate about the structure of the 21st century nation-state. There are real dangers associated with the coalescing elite ideology of post-national globalism, or, to be precise, national elite pseudo-globalism. One danger is groupthink resulting from the attempt by the new globalists to equate even enlightened and civic nationalism with racism. When the economist Larry Summers, nobody's idea of a pitchfork-waving populist, tentatively called for responsible nationalism, he was criticized by The Economist, whose open borders libertarianism, once eccentric, has become near-orthodoxy among the transatlantic elite. Another danger is that the new globalist ideology will allow scofflaw citizens to disregard national laws and norms with a good conscience. The rich, powerful, and post-national can comfort themselves with the thought that they are virtuous citizens of the world, even as they use foreign tax havens to hide their taxes, profit from brutalized labor forces in tyrannical regimes, and pay illegal immigrant servants off the books in violation of U.S. laws. These actions may be violations of the letter or spirit of national legislation, but the scofflaws can argue that from a global Benthamite utilitarian perspective they are actually promoting the greatest good of the greatest number. The most significant threat is the possibility that the abandonment of national patriotism by many elite citizens of the nation-state for make-believe cosmopolitanism will weaken national unity, to the benefit of subnational racism, ethnocentrism, and regionalism. The loyalties that succeed national solidarity are likely to be narrower, not broader. If history is any guide, the victims of tribalism and illiberal populism are likely to include would-be citizens of the world who despise the nation-states that make possible not only their wealth but also their security. People have to live somewhere, and housing costs, regardless of whether they own or rent, usually make up a significant proportion of income. If it becomes increasingly difficult to find a place to live and/or housing costs become more and more oppressive, then growing resentment is only a matter of time. At the same time, the real estate market is important for the economy and employment, and at least as important for politics. However, there is a lot wrong with the U.S. real estate market. This does not affect all sections of the population equally, but the discontent is growing and spreading. Now the situation threatens to become even more difficult rather than more relaxed. This harbors risks for both the economy and political developments. America's last major economic crisis almost 20 years ago, leaving aside the special situation caused by the pandemic, affected the real estate market. In the 1990s, the United States had experienced a long economic boom driven by new technologies. Income, employment, and real estate prices rose considerably. When the internet bubble, dot-com bubble, burst, the American economy was to a certain extent dependent on the real estate market, as the highly indebted non-financial corporate sector was reluctant to invest. Rapidly rising real estate prices and growing employment in the construction industry became the most important economic driver in the 2000s. Wealth effects and property-related financing options also had a strong multiplier effect on consumption and the economy as a whole. All of this was facilitated by financial deregulation, innovative financial products, and low interest rates. The latter are the means used by monetary policy to stimulate the economy. The spark was particularly strong in the real estate market. Things went well enough for a while, but then the real estate market collapsed in 2006 and the whole story ended in the global financial crisis of 2007-09. However, the similarities between today's real estate market development and that of 20 years ago are few and far between. Rather, the current situation on the U.S. real estate markets appears to be a late aftershock of the crisis back then, or a continuation of a recovery that was never complete. One could also say that the real estate market illustrates very well the importance of path dependencies in the economy, which contradicts the dominant equilibrium thinking of economics. The real estate bubble of 20 years ago was followed by an abrupt crash. Not only did real estate prices plummet, bringing down the financial system in the process, the deep recession also led to a sharp and sustained decline in house building and construction employment. The evil of today's situation. Since then, far too few houses and apartments have been built in the USA. Before the crisis, many single-family homes were built despite rising prices. The construction industry was booming. Then the crisis destroyed a lot of wealth and initially left behind high vacancy rates. However, in the 10 years that followed, the construction of new single-family homes recovered only slowly and incompletely despite a significantly growing population. Accordingly, the proportion of U.S. households with home ownership has fallen sharply since the boom, as the following chart shows. Even during the period of sharply higher real estate lending rates following the Volcker shock in the early 1980s, the home ownership rate was significantly subdued. The property price bubble was followed by a sharp rise, which was, however, followed by a sudden crash. Although property lending rates were historically low around 2015, both the construction of new private single-family homes and the home ownership rate rose again only slowly. Accordingly, more families opted to rent after the crisis, as evidenced by the increased construction activity of apartment buildings. In the post-crisis period, these were financed by well-funded non-bank financial institutions. Even when rental housing construction picked up, rents generally rose faster than the general inflation rate, while wage growth was weak anyway and the labor market was slow to recover from the deep crisis. One of the after-effects of the real estate crisis was that more and more young people stayed with their parents for an unusually long time before they could finally afford to move into their own four walls. In view of the gradual increase in housing costs, the construction of new residential units has fallen short of demand since the crisis, despite a growing population. From 2013 onwards, property prices for single-family homes significantly outstripped the long period of weak income growth. With the pandemic shock, not only did property prices then rise even faster, but rents also increased rapidly. Today, the inflation rates of rents and calculated rents on residential property, owner's equivalent rents, which reflect the development of residential property prices, are slowly approaching the Federal Reserve's target inflation rate of 2% again. The rates of increase are still around 4% year on year, but have been lower and falling in recent months. However, the rise in inflation in the wake of the pandemic and the resulting tightening of monetary policy has put further pressure on the real estate market since 2022. Inflation and the tightening of monetary policy in the wake of the pandemic heralded an abrupt end to the 40-year trend of falling long-term interest rates. Since then, real estate loan rates have experienced a very brisk rise. Rising debt can be endured as long as the interest rate on the debt keeps falling. It is not only the U.S. federal government that is now bearing an increasing interest burden due to rising interest rates, which is prompting the Treasury to refinance predominantly in the very short term at present. With the rise in interest rates on safe government bonds, interest rates on real estate loans have also risen accordingly. If, as is currently the case, both real estate prices and interest rates on real estate loans end up being very high, then we have an affordability crisis on our hands. This does not affect all Americans equally. Many homeowners who refinanced their mortgage in the years of very low interest rates before or during the pandemic were able to comfortably reduce their interest burden in the long term. So if you own a house, you don't want to sell it today despite very high prices, because not only would you also have to pay a lot for a new house elsewhere, but you would also have a much higher interest burden on the new property loan. There are correspondingly few existing properties on the market. This factor also has consequences for the labor market. This is because the required wage increase, which could motivate a change of job including relocation, increases for a homeowner with a cheap property loan in line with the impending additional interest burden. This considerably reduces labor mobility. A similar interplay between the real estate and labor markets was already evident after the price collapse of earlier years. Anyone who was underwater with their mortgage back then, i.e. owed more than the property was worth, was often unable to move and was therefore tied to a particular location. Today, we see a comparable subsequent development. A phase of historically low interest rates was followed by a steep rise in interest rates. The past continues to have an impact. Path dependency has many faces. Today, the brief post-pandemic phase of strong wage increases for job changers is history. Employers are back in the stronger position, and they usually prefer to raise their prices rather than their wages if they get the chance. Based on their experience during the pandemic, many employers are still reluctant to lay off employees. As a result, the unemployment rate remains very low. However, they are also extremely cautious when it comes to hiring new employees. Increased uncertainty, for example due to the customs chaos, seems to be one reason. The AI revolution is probably another. Young people in particular, unusually including those with a degree, are affected by this. But back to the real estate market. If you own a house, you don't want to sell. If you don't own one, you can't buy. In other words, those who don't own a home today can no longer afford the American dream of home ownership. On the one hand, the equity contribution, usually 20% of the purchase price, has become unaffordable due to the high level of real estate prices. On the other hand, the interest burden on the remaining 80% would exceed the household budget, which makes up the loan-financed purchase price. Once again, young families and young Americans who would like to start a family with children are particularly affected by this. Demographic consequences of the housing situation are also becoming apparent. The U.S. birth rate has fallen significantly and steadily since the crisis of 2007-9, so that the fertility rate is now only around 1.7, well below the critical level of 2.1 that would keep the U.S. population stable apart from net immigration. So how critical is the situation today for single-family homes? The National Association of Home Builders published an analysis on this in March, according to which 60% of all U.S. households are financially unable to purchase a home costing over $300,000. The analysis assumes that a maximum of 28% of household income should be spent on housing. The problem is that the median value of new construction homes is a good 50% above $300,000, and the median value of existing homes is about 40% above $300,000. This creates the seemingly absurd situation that home vacancy rates are rising even though there is actually a shortage of housing. And what is the situation in the rental housing market? Moody's recently published a detailed report on the situation in the U.S. real estate market, which shows a considerable shortage of rental apartments in addition to the shortage of owner-occupied homes, although the situation varies greatly from region to region. However, there is a housing shortage in all major cities, which limits the options available to poorer and younger Americans in particular. The too little that is built is too big and too expensive for them. A study conducted by the Pew Research Center last October not only paints a depressing picture overall, but also shows considerable geographical and demographic variations within the USA. The situation varies from region to region and affects different population groups unequally. However, there is also a seemingly absurd increase in vacancies on the rental housing market. The housing crisis is unlikely to improve as vacancy rates rise. Rather, it will further curb construction activity. At the very least, rising vacancy rates should lead to further disinflation in real estate prices and rents, and thus help to achieve the Federal Reserve's target of 2% inflation in the near future. But at this point, we encounter another problem. While the inflationary forces behind the rise in inflation during the pandemic have been overcome and general disinflation towards 2% is the order of the day, tariff increases, the devaluation of the dollar, and presumably also the immigration freeze are causing prices to rise again. In the second half of the year, inflation threatens to rise back towards 3% rather than fall to 2% due to tariff increases alone. The Federal Reserve under its chairman Jay Powell is therefore not currently giving the green light for interest rate cuts. The experiences of recent years and the sometimes harsh criticism of the Federal Reserve for negligently accepting the rise in inflation have left deep scars. The widespread dissatisfaction with the rise in prices also played a decisive role in the presidential and congressional elections. Unsurprisingly, the Federal Reserve has therefore come under constant fire from the Trump administration. Trump is calling for immediate interest rate cuts, preferably by several percentage points. In his view, this would apparently solve all problems quickly. The interest burden on the federal debt would fall. This would not only give the rich the gift of another tax cut to further boost the already grotesque inequality. Falling interest rates would also light the fire in the real estate market, and the housing crisis would be over in no time at all. However, it is not only questionable whether interest rates on real estate loans would actually fall. The bond markets and the currency market have not yet forgotten the recent rise in inflation and react nervously to every attack by the president on Jay Powell and the Federal Reserve. Even more important, however, is the entire political environment. Not only do tariffs tend to increase construction costs and housing prices. For example, timber supplies from Canada, which are important for residential construction, are severely affected. The massive deportation of immigrants, who are particularly well represented in the construction industry as cheap labor, threatens to have a similar effect on price trends. With cheap interest rates, it may be possible to build rose-colored castles in the air that anyone can easily afford. But creating new living space requires materials and labor, which are becoming more expensive instead of cheaper. And overcoming the housing crisis would require greater mass purchasing power, but this will come under further pressure from the Trump government's big, beautiful bill. The housing problems in the U.S. emerged more than a decade ago. The severe crisis of 2007-9 casts a long shadow, and they will not be resolved quickly or easily, but they could soon become a political flashpoint. In the current climate of rising populism, or what Mark Blythe calls global Trumpism, the United States and Germany remain key engines of the global economy. While Germany has long been admired for its export-led model, the United States is a powerhouse of household consumption. But both economies are vulnerable to problems endemic to their growth models. The ongoing euro crisis continues to pose a threat to the German model, which relies too excessively on export-led growth. In the United States, the consumption-led growth model is closely tied to the housing market, which has not been properly reformed after the global financial crisis that originated in the U.S. mortgage market. These issues raise questions about the sustainability of these growth models in the global economy. What makes the two economies tick? In the United States, private consumption constitutes roughly 70% of GDP. Housing is an essential part of the U.S. growth model with important transmission effects into the broader economy. The German growth model is less dependent on consumption, constituting only 55% of GDP. Instead, it relies on export manufacturing and savings, with a particular focus on price stability, wage restraint, and competitiveness. There are major risks to the sustainability of these models on both sides of the Atlantic. While Germany has dodged the Eurozone crisis, other European economies have hardly recovered from it. Germany's prescribed medicine of austerity and structural reforms did not lift up crisis-ridden economies, and European policymakers did not do enough to solve the Eurozone's deeper institutional problems. Political shocks, such as Brexit, the Italian referendum, the rise of populist and anti-Euro forces, as well as the political unwillingness of adopting major institutional reforms at the European level, could eventually bring down the Eurozone and hurt the global economy. This makes the German export model vulnerable to declining demand from not only Europe but also other economic powerhouses, such as the United States or China. The United States has neglected to fix its housing market worth $26 trillion, which was the source of the recent financial crisis, a major piece of unfinished business of financial reform. This poses an important source of global financial risk. U.S. mortgage debt is still an attractive asset to domestic and foreign investors, most notably Chinese investors. In response to the crisis, the U.S. nationalized parts of its housing finance market by placing the battered mortgage giants, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, in government control. Almost a decade later, the two mortgage giants remain in the hands of the government with an uncertain future. Taxpayers are currently on the hook for $6 trillion in mortgage debt handled by the two institutions. Importantly, regulators have already sounded the alarm, citing Fannie and Freddie's declining capital buffers and their insulation from competition and private markets. These factors could reduce investor confidence, hurt the housing market, and the broader consumption-led economy. Reducing these vulnerabilities is a tall order, given the powerful interests entrenched in each growth model. It would therefore be unrealistic to ask either country to fundamentally switch their growth models. However, German policymakers can do more to boost domestic demand and consumption without hurting the country's export-led success. They could increase spending on education, infrastructure, and R&D, as well as work on integrating immigrants into the labor force as a new source of demand, consumption, and growth. This would, in combination with much-needed institutional reforms at the EU level, help lift up the Eurozone, which would also go on to benefit German exporters. And it would somewhat alleviate the risk of declining global demand for German exports. Similarly, the new U.S. administration should move forward with comprehensive housing finance reform, given the risks the housing market currently entails. The transatlantic and global economy will be better off if policymakers improved the sustainability of these interdependent growth models. There are increasing signs that the global economy is fragmenting into competing blocks. Christine Lagarde, president of the European Central Bank, observed in a speech on November 17, "For a generation after the end of the Cold War, elites on both sides of the Atlantic took for granted a world without great power rivalries, in which the unchallenged U.S. would export security to Europe and other regions and import their manufactured goods in return. The rise of China, however, has brought the return of great power conflict and created a world with two military poles, China and the U.S., and three economic ones, China, the U.S., and the EU. In 2022, the populations of the U.S., the EU, and China were 338 million, 448 million, and 1.4 billion, respectively. According to the European Central Bank, their shares of global GDP, measured using purchasing power parity, PPP, were 15.5% US, 12% EU, and 18.5% China. In 2017, PricewaterhouseCoopers estimated that by 2050, in terms of its global share of GDP, PPP, the US at 12% would fall to number 3 below China at 20% and India at 15%, with the EU 27 in fourth place at 9%. All such projections are guesswork, of course. And for decades to come, if not longer, per capita GDP is likely to be higher in Europe and America than China and India. On the other hand, as the French economist Jacques Sapir has argued, conventional GDP calculations understate the actual strength of the Chinese and Russian economies, in which manufacturing and mining play a greater role than in the US and Europe. In any event, the regimes of Xi Jinping and Narendra Modi and Vladimir Putin have discredited the naive delusion that the two most populous countries on Earth and geographically, the largest would be unable to resist a supposed global trend towards democratization and market liberalization. And the proxy war in Ukraine, which is, among other things, a war of industrial attrition between the NATO powers and Russia and its enabler China, serves as a reminder that military power and diplomatic influence are inseparable from manufacturing capability. Now that a de facto Sino-Russian bloc is engaged in the Second Cold War with the US and its NATO allies in Europe and elsewhere, and now that China has a Made in China 2025 import substitution strategy, while India has a similar Make in India initiative, the Realpolitik case for deeper transatlantic collaboration in the interest of pooled security and the defense of European and American market shares in a multipolar world must be taken seriously. In 2009, the former French Prime Minister Edouard Balladur, in his book For a Union of the West between Europe and the United States, called for the US and EU to combine their economic and military resources so they could compete with rising giants like China and India. Balladur's proposed design, centered on a US-EU council, found few supporters on either side of the Atlantic, and an Atlantic Union modeled on the EU with its own flag, parliament, court, and currency would be as absurd as it would be unpopular. Nevertheless, a case can be made for a set of common transatlantic institutions and policies with the limited mission of promoting strategic sectors of combined military and commercial importance to the US and its European allies, in other words, a common Atlantic industrial policy. Only a decade ago, the term industrial policy was taboo for policymakers on both sides of the Atlantic. But the separation of trade and state has been the exception in history, not the rule. Most polities, from ancient Greek city-states to early modern European mercantilist empires to 19th century Germany and the US and contemporary China, have sought to minimize the threat of dependence on potentially hostile foreign powers by using military, political, or commercial methods to enlarge consumer markets, promote their own strategic manufacturing capabilities, and secure reliable sources of supply. Universal free trade tends to be espoused only by two kinds of states. One consists of small countries that fear being locked out of foreign markets. Free trade was also taken up as a cause by countries such as the UK in the 19th century, the US in the 20th century, and China in the 21st century, which hope that global free trade will permanently lock in their temporary leadership in manufacturing by preventing other countries from using protectionism and industrial policy to catch up. In a world economy divided among rival great powers, free market globalization is irrelevant, and it is imperative for great powers to become independent on foreign nations for military and other essential supplies, in the words of Alexander Hamilton in his report on manufactures, 1791. Industrial policy today may need to be made at the level of the military economic bloc rather than the individual nation. The American economist Robert D. Atkinson, among others, has called for a NATO for trade. Another analogy might be the European Coal and Steel Community, ECSC, that was founded in 1952, the precursor to the European Economic Community and its successor, the European Union. To be sure, the ECSC was viewed by its founders as a stepping stone to ever greater European integration, culminating in the EU with its single market, common currency, European Parliament, and European Court of Justice. In contrast, to discourage paranoid populist claims that a transatlantic industrial policy system would be the precursor to a tyrannical Atlantic superstate or the New World Order, common policies should be limited to a small number of sectors of both military and commercial importance. To further minimize the power of transnational technocracy, the agencies that implement a shared Atlantic industrial policy should be limited in their discretion and subordinate to the supervision of democratically accountable national governments, directly or through the EU. The purpose of an Atlantic industrial community would be geopolitical and geoeconomic, not cultural. To avoid false accusations that a common industrial policy represents Euro-American neocolonialism or white supremacy, the geographic term Atlantic should be preferred to Western, which in some versions has religious and racial overtones. The Biden administration, together with the European Commission and the European Council, has already established a US-EU Trade and Technology Council, TTC, but a similar Transatlantic Economic Council, TEC, has existed since 2007. Less talk and more action are needed. A limited but robust Atlantic industrial community might include some or all of the following institutions. A customs union in strategic sectors. Most discussions of industrial policy are incomplete because they focus solely on supply-side objects such as subsidies, tariffs, procurement, research and development, R&D, and skills training, while ignoring demand-side policies. The most important demand-side industrial policy is the creation of the largest possible market for the products of firms and industries that a country or bloc wants to sell. But industrial performance is often correlated with market size. Manufacturing industries tend to enjoy increasing returns to scale, meaning that the costs of production go down as output goes up. In a virtuous circle, the larger the market becomes, the bigger and more productive successful manufacturing firms can be. As Mae West observed, "Too much of a good thing is wonderful." What economists call the home market effect refers to the phenomenon that countries with successful firms in industries for which there is a large local demand tend to dominate the same industries in global markets. This explains why lists of leading global corporations are dominated by American and Chinese firms, and why Japanese and German firms, from some of the most populous democratic capitalist nations, also are overrepresented among successful multinationals. In competing with countries like China and India perhaps later, which have billion-plus populations, in certain strategic sectors, the US and EU along with the countries of the Anglosphere could benefit from the scale economies possible in a shared home market of nearly 1 billion consumers. An Atlantic industrial community should take the form of a customs union, not a free trade area alone, but a free trade area with common external tariffs, like the contemporary EU and its predecessor, the European Economic Community, beginning in 1968. A free trade area without common tariffs is too vulnerable to commercial arbitrage, with components or products made outside of the area making their way inside. As an alternative to cross-border trade, firms based in countries outside of the customs union would have an incentive to jump over tariffs by creating transplant factories inside the economic bloc, hiring local workers, relying on suppliers within the customs union, and obeying national security, labor, and environmental laws. In a future great power détente, Chinese and Indian transplants might be as welcome in North America and Europe as the facilities of German, Japanese, and Korean carmakers are welcome in the US today, with reciprocal arrangements for American and European transplants. In the case of the proposed Atlantic Industrial Community, the common external tariffs shared by the US, the EU, and perhaps the Anglosphere nations should be few in number and limited to strategic sectors, steel and aerospace and cars and drones and robots and batteries, among others. When possible, strategic import substitution policies should also encourage the local sourcing and processing of critical raw materials needed for a high degree of strategic self-sufficiency, including chemical drug precursors, rare earth elements, and oil and gas. Members of the new Atlantic Bloc would be free to liberalize or protect non-strategic sectors, such as cheese and winemakers, local retailers, as national governments and the EU already see fit. Immigration policies, too, should be national. An Atlantic customs union should be an endpoint, not the path to a single market with free labor mobility, much less a currency union. A common investment oversight and sanctions policy. The Atlantic Industrial Community might also benefit from a transatlantic institution that coordinates the review by national security agencies of both inward and outward investment, such as the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, as well as to oversee export controls and sanctions. The agency would complement, not replace, existing national and EU institutions. Specialized public development banks. Public development banks, like the European Investment Bank and the U.S. Export-Import Bank, can support national or bloc industrial policy by means of targeted lending, as an alternative to the promotion of strategic industries through controversial direct appropriations or scattershot tax breaks. Like long-term investments in infrastructure, investment in long-lasting assets such as factories in strategic industries should be financed by borrowing money that is repaid to creditors over many years, rather than funded up front out of existing taxation. In addition to issuing bonds for infrastructure development and school construction, state and local governments in the U.S. can issue industrial revenue bonds to help private sector businesses like manufacturing firms as part of economic development programs. Specialized public development banks that can issue debt instruments and are explicitly or implicitly backed by governments can crowd in large amounts of money for local purposes from global investors in search of safe financial assets. China's Belt and Road Initiative is financed in part by the China Development Bank, the Export-Import Bank of China, and the Silk Road Fund. A new Atlantic Industrial Community might create an Atlantic Industrial Investment Bank, an Atlantic Infrastructure Investment Bank, and even an Atlantic R&D Bank. Any transatlantic public development banks should be overseen by transnational boards that are answerable to democratic member governments. Research consortiums. With renewed great power rivalries, the members of the Atlantic Alliance should lead the global competition in science and technological innovation. Consortiums among Atlantic governments, universities, and businesses to promote both science and R&D might be established to that end. Technological innovations could be spread to small and big businesses alike through organizations including Germany's Fraunhofer Institutes and the National Network for Manufacturing Innovation in the U.S. Antitrust realism. Antitrust laws, which stop companies from working together to undermine markets, can be useful, but those that hinder national and block-level industrial policies need to be revised. The small is beautiful ideology that underpins U.S. antitrust law and European competition law seeks to create an economy based on high levels of competition among many small producers. But in a modern industrial economy, as the economists Joseph Schumpeter and William Baumol once pointed out, the most important manufacturing and infrastructure markets are imperfect, competition in increasing returns industries tends to produce market-dominating winners, and dynamic oligopolies that use their market power to fund R&D to create new product lines or to scale up innovations are essential to technological progress. To compete in the rest of the world for consumers and procurement by businesses and governments with giant, state-backed Chinese corporations, Atlantic champions on a scale larger than American and European national champions may be needed. State-owned steel industries and the like had a bad record in post-war Europe, so a merger of Airbus and Boeing would probably be a bad idea. Instead, the emphasis of a common Atlantic industrial policy should be on cultivating several firms of sufficient scale that compete with one another in the transatlantic home market and abroad. In strategic industries, Atlantic governments and transnational agencies might even encourage the merger of small, less efficient firms into bigger entities that can reap the benefits of increasing returns to scale or network effects. In the 1920s, John Maynard Keynes argued on these grounds for the rationalization and consolidation of Britain's inefficient Lancashire cotton textile industry, which had too many small businesses, not too few. Managed European and American exchange rates. The replacement of the dollar and the euro and the pound by an Atlanto currency is not necessary for transatlantic collaboration in a limited number of strategic industrial sectors. But some degree of coordination among the currencies of an Atlantic bloc's members would be desirable, to prevent currency fluctuations from wrecking transatlantic supply chains. Strategic commodity reserves. Support for buffer stocks for commodities like America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve fell out of favor in the era of neoliberal globalization. The just-in-time strategy in business discouraged the buildup of large private inventories. Neoclassical economic theory held that shortages of essential raw materials could be prevented by futures markets and by diverse sources of supply in a globalized economy. This complacent conviction ignored the fact that the winner-take-all dynamic of industrial markets characterized by increasing returns to scale tends to concentrate supply chains in fewer and fewer companies and countries. Jointly managed stocks deserve a second look. During military or economic crises, transatlantic strategic commodity reserves could prevent the kind of selfish scramble to hoard scarce resources and products that the COVID-19 pandemic set off among allied nations of Europe and North America. Policies in the areas of taxes, labor, the environment, and education should remain the responsibility of national governments, or in some cases EU authorities. Genuine democracy can exist only in nation-states, so the power to use the tax code to shape the economy should not be delegated to supranational institutions. A transnational industrial policy should be promoted by methods including common external tariffs and targeted lending, not by wasteful, indiscriminate, and exploitable tax breaks showered on companies and investors of the kind relied upon by the U.S. in its Chips and Science Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. Any attempt to include common labor provisions in the charters of organizations serving a new Atlantic industrial community would be fatal to its political prospects. However, reshoring essential supply chains from low-wage and anti-union regimes to the U.S. and Europe indirectly would strengthen the bargaining power of organized labor, by reducing opportunities for companies to offshore workers. While there could be an Atlantic industrial policy overlap between the European Green Deal and the American Progressive Green New Deal, these are two distinct enterprises with distinct rationales. The goal of an Atlantic industrial policy is shared military security and global commercial competitiveness, not long-term decarbonization. The range of strategic industries that need to be reshored or friendshored is much larger than the narrow set of conventional green technologies such as batteries and solar panels and windmill components. Moreover, the importance of North American oil and gas in freeing Europe from dependence on Russia and reducing the dependence of both the US and Europe on the Middle East, along with the importance of cheap electricity in transatlantic manufacturing, mean that a common Atlantic industrial policy must reject the elimination of fossil fuels and nuclear energy as a goal in the near and medium term, whatever the distant future may hold. Arguments that the climate change emergency requires the West to appease both Chinese mercantilism and geopolitical revisionism and import green technology from Chinese factories must be rejected. A gunmetal-colored gray New Deal should take priority over a Green New Deal. Multinational corporations for the most part are lying when they claim that they have transferred industrial production to China because of its skilled labor, rather than to exploit low wages, unfree workers, and government aid. Even if that is true in some cases, if Western companies, together with the Chinese government, can train workers in China for jobs in strategic industries that did not even exist a decade or two ago, they can do the same with government aid in Europe and North America as well. Subsidies for vocational training should go to businesses and trade associations for on-the-job training and apprenticeships, perhaps in partnership with local education institutions. Funding for skills training should not go to students who rely on guesswork about the future job market, or rent-seeking colleges and universities that have an interest in perpetual institutional expansion by turning out more graduates whether their diplomas are useful or not. In whatever form it may take, a common Atlantic industrial policy should be explicitly limited from the beginning, not only in its scope but also in its membership. By law, the U.S. Congress has already included Canada, Britain, and Australia, though not New Zealand, in America's national technology industrial base. So the incorporation of these Anglosphere countries into an Atlantic industrial community would be logical. Mexico, however, should be excluded for now. While it has great long-term potential, at present Mexico is a failed state, weakened by corruption and criminal violence fueled in part by the endless appetite of American consumers for contraband drugs and the demand of American employers for inexpensive and powerless illegal immigrant workers. The corporate transfer of many U.S. car supply chains to this roiling Lebanon on America's southern border, encouraged by the U.S. government, was as great a folly as the offshoring of other American manufacturing to mercantilist, authoritarian China, America's major rival. Why not include Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, turning the Atlantic industrial community into a trilateral industrial community? The accession of America's East Asian protectorates might be considered in time. But in the short run, the national industrial policies that have enabled Japan and the Little Tigers to succeed may be impediments to their cooperation in a transnational industrial policy. Moreover, these economies are relatively small compared with the US and EU, and the future of Taiwan's effective independence from China is in doubt. Furthermore, the project of a common industrial policy might die from dilution if membership came to be seen as the equivalent of the free trade agreements that the U.S. has handed out as rewards to countries like Panama, Oman, or Honduras in the service of various diplomatic goals. The benefits of an Atlantic industrial community for the U.S. are evident. The economies of the U.S., Britain, and the EU are already deeply integrated. In return for sharing decision-making power in a limited number of strategic industrial sectors, the U.S. could enhance its security through greater friendshoring, even as American firms and suppliers take advantage of increasing returns to scale in a much larger home market. What of Germany and France? The plates that Germany was juggling as it sought to avoid alienating either the U.S., China, or Russia by benefiting from America's military protection, selling goods to China, and relying on Russian natural gas, have fallen and shattered as a result of the Ukraine war and Washington's pressure on Berlin to pick a side in the Second Cold War. Today, as in the Konrad Adenauer years in the 1950s, Atlanticism is a better option for Germany than neutrality between the blocs. In the past, French opposition has contributed to the failure of proposals for greater Euro-American economic integration, such as the failed transatlantic trade and investment partnership and earlier proposals for a transatlantic free trade area. On a recent trip to China, the French President Emmanuel Macron called for Europe to become a third pole in world politics to avoid being vassals. But from a French perspective, transatlantic institutions in which Europeans had a voice would surely be less demeaning than the present pattern, in which, under Donald Trump or Joe Biden, the U.S. unilaterally enacts America-only industrial policies and European leaders complain after the fact. Even among French Gaullists there have been Atlanticists, including Balladur and his protégé Nicolas Sarkozy. Finland, Sweden, and the newest members of the EU in Central and Eastern Europe, like Poland, tend to be pro-NATO and see the U.S. as a defender of their sovereignty rather than a threat to it. Most, if not all, would welcome the chance to join a new Atlantic Industrial Union. Post-Brexit, Britain might benefit the most from membership in a common Atlantic industrial community. Participation in transatlantic industrial policy institutions would give London a voice in decision-making, and perhaps greater access to strategic markets and technology and investment in the US, the Anglosphere, and the EU. In 1904, the British statesman Leo Amery predicted correctly that the successful powers will be those who have the greatest industrial base. It will not matter whether they are in the center of a continent or on an island. Those people who have the industrial power and the power of invention and of science will be able to defeat all others. No one will ever speak of an Atlantic dream as inspiring as the American dream or the dream of European unification. But in a deglobalizing world of great power rivalries, an Atlantic industrial community only needs to inspire pragmatic collaboration to promote the industrial power and the power of invention and science to succeed. Over a century ago, at the Royal Geographic Society in London, Halford Mackinder delivered a paper titled The Geographical Pivot of History, in which he argued that the rise of railroads would diminish the influence of sea power and render control of the Eurasian heartland the key to world power. A generation later, the American international relations scholar Nicholas Spickman disagreed. He asserted that control of the rimlands around Eurasia, including Western Europe and East Asia, was more important than domination of the steppes of Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Meanwhile, Admiral Alfred Thayer Mahan, a close associate of Theodore Roosevelt, found enthusiastic followers in the United States and Europe for his influential theories of sea power. Not all strategic theorists agreed that the basis of global power and influence in the 20th and 21st centuries would be determined by military and political control of this territory or that strait or sea lane. Present in the audience when Mackinder delivered his 1904 paper was a young journalist named Leo Amery, who became an influential policymaker in the British government in both world wars. Following Mackinder's presentation, Amery stood and argued in opposition to the Heartland thesis that where a great power in the future was located would be less important than its possession of a large and advanced industrial base. Amery suggested that a great deal of this geographical distribution must lose its importance, and the successful powers will be those who have the greatest industrial basis. It will not matter whether they are in the center of a continent or on an island. Those people who have the industrial power and the power of invention and of science will be able to defeat all others. Alas, neither Amery nor anyone else developed this early version of what the strategist Edward Luttwak has called geoeconomics, as an alternative to map-based geopolitics. Nevertheless, the history of the last century of great power conflict vindicated Amery's view of the centrality of technological innovation and large-scale manufacturing. What tipped the balance of power in the world wars against Germany was America's superior manufacturing base and energy production, mobilized first in the form of aid to Germany's opponents, and then directly after the United States had joined both conflicts. The British historian Alan Millward observed in the case of World War II, the war was decided by the weight of armaments production. Admiral Chester Nimitz, commander of the U.S. Pacific Fleet, declared, "Winning the war is a matter of oil, bullets, and beans." The Soviet Union under Mikhail Gorbachev was forced to seek a truce in the Cold War because the Soviet command economy could not compete with the combined industrial forces of the United States, Western Europe, and Japan. What Amery called the power of invention and science was essential as well, enabling the United States to keep ahead of Nazi Germany in atomic science and of the Soviet Union in computer and rocket technology. Detroit, Los Alamos, and Silicon Valley turned out to be key pieces of strategic real estate in the 20th century, not because of any intrinsic geopolitical value, but because they housed key manufacturing or R&D installations of the greatest scientific industrial power on Earth. Unfortunately, since the end of the Cold War, the United States has under both political parties followed grand strategies closer to the territorial visions of Mackinder, Spickman, and Mahan, while post-Mao China has followed something like the Amery strategy, attempting to maximize its global shares not only of manufacturing but also of cutting-edge science and innovation. Apart from bloody skirmishes on its border with India, China has not fought a war since its 1979 war with Vietnam. Although China still lags behind in some areas, including the most advanced microchip technology and aerospace, in one field of global manufacturing after another it had risen to a leading or dominant position before the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, a single Chinese company, DJI, produces more than half of all civilian drones that are purchased worldwide and the majority of those used in U.S. domestic law enforcement. Meanwhile, in the last 3 decades, the United States has lost 70% of its semiconductor manufacturing industry to other countries, in particular Taiwan. In 2020, China's made 76% of the world's lithium-ion batteries, essential for electric cars. The United States made only 8%. Chinese companies make 60% of the world's wind turbines. The only American company among the top 15 wind turbine manufacturers, GE Renewable Energy, in 2018 controlled a mere 10% of the global market. In 2018, Chinese pharmaceutical firms dominated the U.S. markets for antibiotics, 97%, ibuprofen, 90%, hydrocortisone, 91%, vitamin C, 90%, acetaminophen, 70%, and heparin, 40 to 45%. In 2016, only 69 of Apple's 766 iPhone suppliers were in the United States. 346 were in China, 41 in Taiwan, and 126 in Japan, twice as many, in a country with less than half of America's population. And China continues to move up the value chain, seeking to displace the United States and other advanced industrial capitalist nations in high value-added industries. During the George W. Bush years, there was a complete contradiction in U.S. strategy toward China. The Pentagon treated China as the most likely peer competitor, threat to the United States, while the Bush Commerce Department sometimes encouraged companies to offshore production to China. Rising tensions with China led the Obama administration to combine a military pivot to Asia with an attempt to use the Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP, treaty to create an Asia-Pacific trade bloc excluding China. But the TPP was dominated by 2 economies, the United States and Japan, and most of the small economies which, like Japan, traded as much or more with China as with the United States, so the idea that the TPP would advantage the United States over China never made sense. In any event, it was so unpopular in the United States that both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump denounced it in the presidential race of 2016, and a then-elected President Trump canceled it. During his tempestuous single term, Trump spent much of his time at war with neoliberal globalists whom he had appointed, and he antagonized U.S. allies including Canada with his unsystematic use of tariffs. The Biden administration has kept some of Trump's tariffs on China and has sought to increase domestic content rules in various laws. In addition, it has approved subsidies in the CHIPS and Science Act to make the United States less dependent on chips from Taiwan. But U.S. corporations that have offshored production to China and other countries, along with U.S. firms dependent on imports from China, provide Beijing with a powerful lobby in the United States that works to thwart efforts to achieve American industrial independence. If Washington were serious about ending and partly reversing the deindustrialization of the United States in the last half a century, the first question would be what the unit of industrial policy should be. A purely national industrial policy like Trump's would exclude the industrial bases of allied countries. At the other extreme, it would be impossible to persuade all of the members of NATO and America's Pacific Alliance system to agree to common policies to increase their collective share of the global market in particular targeted areas of production. China recently replaced the United States as Japan's largest trading partner, and Germany's business model until recently depended on using low-cost Russian gas in factories making goods for export to China, while running perpetual merchandise trade surpluses with the United States. The size of the market matters because manufacturing industries are characterized by increasing returns to scale, a phenomenon that means bigger firms are not only more profitable than smaller ones but also more efficient. Multinational corporations disproportionately originate in the advanced industrial countries with the largest populations and the largest national home markets, the United States, Japan, and Germany. And according to the Transnationality Index, used by the United Nations, UN Conference on Trade and Development, many of these multinationals tend to have nearly half of their sales in their home market. In other words, big firms based in big national home markets find it easier to expand to become global corporations with suppliers and affiliates in many countries. Most multinational firms retain a national market base. Few are truly global. Between the national home market and the global market are intermediate markets with increasing degrees of organization, the free trade area and the customs union. A free trade area like that created by the U.S. Mexico-Canada Agreement, USMCA, formerly NAFTA, can provide preferential treatment for domestic content sourced from any of its members, while allowing each national member to set its own tariffs and various other rules. In contrast, a customs union with a common external tariff and no tariffs within is more like an enlarged home market. In the 19th century, the Prussian-led Zollverein, or customs union, preceded the unification of most German-speaking states outside of the Habsburg Empire. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, inspired by the German Zollverein and the vast internal market of the industrializing United States, British champions of imperial federation like the historian Sir John Seeley and the politician Joseph Chamberlain, among others, proposed a customs union and common market for the British Islands and the White Dominions like Canada and Australia. The strength of financial interests and free trade ideology in Britain, and the desire of the British dominions to protect their own infant industries, thwarted this scheme. What about an Anglosphere customs union for some, though not necessarily all, strategic industries? Since the rapprochement of the United States and Britain in the face of the rising German threat in the late 19th century, there have been appeals for a union of Churchill's English-speaking peoples. However, during and after World War II, the United States was more intent on dismantling the British and other European empires to realize the Wilsonian ideal of a single rule-governed global market that could be dominated by American exports and investment. And members of the bipartisan U.S. diplomatic establishment tended to oppose Brexit, preferring that Britain remain as a pro-American voice in the European Union (EU), otherwise dominated by France and Germany, rather than seek economic independence from the EU bureaucracy and a closer affiliation with the United States. Support for an Anglosphere bloc today is found chiefly on the center-right in English-speaking countries. The derision of two British academics in a 2017 essay on the Anglosphere in the British Academy Review is not untypical of attitudes on the left. Advocates of the Anglosphere appear to blend imperial nostalgia with historical myopia in their projection of an overly positive and largely uncritical view of the legacies of the British colonial past. But quietly, and with little public discussion, Congress has enlarged the definition of America's National Technological and Industrial Base, NTIB, to officially include the United Kingdom, Canada, and Australia. Those countries, together with New Zealand, happen to be the members of the Five Eyes Intelligence Sharing Partnership. In September 2021, the United States, United Kingdom, and Australia deepened their strategic partnership with the Trilateral AUKUS Security Pact, designed to help Australia acquire nuclear submarines and infuriating France, which had hoped to supply Australia with subs but was excluded by the Anglophone Club. Some of the more enthusiastic proponents of the Anglosphere propose to include India and the entire British Commonwealth and anyone who speaks English anywhere. But the five core Anglosphere nations on their own would add up to a very impressive economic bloc indeed. Add America's 333 million people to the United Kingdom's 67 million, Canada's 39 million, Australia's 27 million, and New Zealand's 5 million, and you get a potential common market of 471 million, larger than the post-Brexit European Union's population of 447 million. The most common objections to an Anglosphere customs union or common market are weaker than they may seem. It is true that the five nations have different patterns of trade. The largest trading partners of the United States are China, Mexico, Canada, Japan, and Germany, while those of Australia are China, Japan, the United States, South Korea, and Singapore. But the purpose of a strategic trading bloc would not be a modern form of autarky. It would be a common industrial policy towards selected strategic industries like microchip fabrication, in which the bloc sought to combine collective self-sufficiency with economies of scale, even as it remained open to trade in many or most other industries. Why not pursue such limited strategic autarky at the level of America's alliance system as a whole? The answer is that coalitions with fewer members are more likely to be effective than coalitions with many. There is a reason why America's core intelligence partnership is the Five Eyes and not the 30 Eyes. At present, there are 30 members of the NATO alliance. The attempts of the European Union to carry out a common industrial policy have yet to produce impressive results, with the exception of Airbus. The late Robert Conquest, in his book Reflections on a Ravaged Century, proposed an Anglosphere organization that would be weaker than a federation, but stronger than an alliance. Conquest, a science fiction writer among other things, conceded that the idea might remain an example of cultural and political science fiction. But in the aftermath of the failed utopias embodied in the would-be post-Cold War global Pax Americana and European federalism, and in response to the ongoing consolidation of the Sino-Russian bloc in Cold War II, a half-billion-member Anglosphere bloc might not be so unrealistic after all. The centenary of the beginning of World War I has revealed a deep divide between perceptions of the war held by the general public and historians, at least in the English-speaking world. Pundits and commentators and politicians routinely opine that World War I was a needless and unavoidable catastrophe, variously attributed to the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand by a Serbian terrorist at Sarajevo on June 28, 1914, runaway arms races, imperialism in general, or sleepwalking politicians who stumbled blindly into catastrophe. The general impression among the broader public is that nobody in particular was to blame for the greatest conflagration in world history before the Second World War. Literary and cinematic masterpieces like Remargue's All Quiet on the Western Front and Kubrick's Paths of Glory have reinforced the perception that the conflict proved the absurdity of war. The lesson is that war is like catastrophic climate change, a destructive force that must be avoided and for which everyone is partly to blame. In the Anglophone world, this popular interpretation of World War I has deep roots in strains of isolationism, the international peace campaigns of the early 20th century, and, not least, Woodrow Wilson's call for a peace without victory. In the European Union, treating World War I as the product of abstract forces like arms races or nationalism is doubtlessly useful in minimizing national animosities. But unlike the chattering classes, most historians, ever since Fritz Fischer published Germany's Aims in the First World War, 1961, have tended to agree that the major cause of World War I was Imperial Germany's determination to become a world power or superpower by crippling Russia and France in what it hoped would be a brief and decisive war, like the Franco-Prussian War of 1870–71. Following the Archduke's assassination, Berlin deliberately used the crisis in relations between its satellite Austria-Hungary and Russia's satellite Serbia as an excuse for a general war that would establish German hegemony from Belgium to Baghdad. World War I started in 1914 for the same reason that World War II started in 1939. A government in Berlin wanted a war, though not the war it ultimately got. The secret September program of the German government in 1914 envisioned lopping off territory from France and turning Germany's neighbors into vassal states, a term used in the document for Belgium. The 1918 Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, negotiated between Germany and the Soviet government that it had helped to install in Moscow, removed Russia from the war, gave Germany the Baltic states and part of Belarus, and made an independent Ukraine a German satellite. Put the September program and the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk together, and you have a striking vision of a German continental empire as expansive as the one imagined by Hitler, although, unlike Hitler's genocidal German settler empire, the Kaiser's empire would have been a more traditional empire of German-dominated vassal states. Defenders of the everyone was at fault interpretation of World War I point out that Germany's enemies had expansive war aims, too, and that Britain and France carved up the Ottoman Empire following the war. But this misses the point. The alliance of Russia, France, and Britain was defensive, provoked by Germany's bellicose drive to become a global rather than merely regional power. There had been numerous Balkan wars in the preceding decades, and the conflict between Austria and Serbia could have been confined to the Balkans, if Berlin had chosen that option. Instead, Germany's rulers used Sarajevo as an excuse to do what it wanted to do anyway: convert itself into a world power by dominating Europe through war. The British historian Neil Ferguson once suggested that if Britain and the US had stayed out of World War I, a Middle Europa established by the Kaiserreich might have evolved into something like today's European Union. Nonsense. Within Imperial Germany, victory would have strengthened the authoritarian militarists and weakened the forces of liberalism and democracy. The political culture would have been not that of today's bourgeois Germany, but that of a Latin American banana republic or today's Thailand or Egypt, illiberal regimes in which generals and colonels pull the strings. A German victory in World War I would have created a European superpower which, if less maniacal and murderous than Hitler's aborted superstate, would have been much more formidable than the Soviet Union. Soviet Russia was a backward nation that controlled the poorest half of Europe during the Cold War. If it had prevailed in World War I, Imperial Germany would have been the most advanced nation of Europe, dominating the richest region in the world. Would this new superpower, created in a bloody war of aggression by Berlin, have been a status quo power? It seems more likely that the German imperial elite, emboldened by success, would have charged recklessly on to wage Cold War against the British Empire and against the US in the Western Hemisphere. In any hypothetical German-American Cold War, Imperial Germany might have mobilized superior scientific and technological resources, including areas like chemistry and rocket science in which it led the world. And unlike the Hitler regime, A triumphant Kaiserreich probably would not have allowed distinctions between Jewish science and Aryan science to get in the way of developing atomic weapons. Bismarck's Germany was a status quo power. Post-Bismarckian Germany was a rogue state. Wilhelm II did not dream of exterminating Jews and enslaving the Slavs, but in his recklessness and radicalism he was proto-Hitlerian. To achieve the goal of creating a German superpower, Wilhelm and his officers sought to cripple Britain and France by stirring up a global Muslim jihad and to tie the U.S. down by embroiling it in border war with Mexico, the Zimmermann telegram. Last but not least, Imperial Germany successfully crippled Russia by sponsoring Lenin's communist coup d'état in October 1917. The Kaiser and his soldiers and diplomats were not prudent old world statesmen playing chess. They were revisionist radicals, overturning the chessboard and stomping on the pieces. To what end? What was the alternative that was so terrible, so inconceivable, that the imperial regime and later the Third Reich were willing to plunge the world into two wars that cost a total of 75 to 100 million deaths and devastated Germany in the process? The alternative, unthinkable to the imperial German ruling class, was that a peaceful, status quo Germany within its 1871 borders would be nothing more than the richest country in a rich and peaceful Europe, enjoying cooperative relations with Britain and America. In his book Middle Europa, Central Europe, 1917, Friedrich Naumann, himself a moderate German national liberal, considered and rejected the option that Germany could be a regional European power affiliated with the Anglophone world, as a matter of sentiment, and in spite of all the war songs of hate. It is easier for us to contemplate a permanent union with the English world power than an alliance with Russia. In this case we shall become, as one of my friends puts it, the junior partner in the English world firm, shall supply it with confidential agents and clerks, build ships and send teachers to the colonies, furnish English emporiums with German goods, industriously made and well paid for, speak English outside our own four walls, enjoy English internationalism, and fight the future English battles against Russia. All of this would be regulated after the English fashion, in quite reasonable and pleasant forms, but our German imperial history would have become a history of a territory as is today that of Saxony or Württemberg. A great nation only does a thing like this when nothing else remains to it. Emphasis added. We know that most of the nations on the globe have no choice but to seek such an alliance, on one side or another, but a greater aim tempts us in virtue of our strength and experience, to become a central point ourselves. Naumann was wrong. Like the leaders of West Germany after World War II and reunited Germany after the Cold War, Germany's leaders a century ago should have chosen the alternative of being an honored and well-remunerated junior partner in the Anglo-American world firm. Had they done so, the world would have been spared World War I, World War II, and probably Soviet communism and the Cold War too. It's time to retire the myth that World War I was a meaningless, avoidable tragedy while World War II was a just and necessary crusade. World War I and World War II had the same cause, the desire of German elites to use aggressive war to turn Germany from a regional power into a global superpower, and the same result, the defeat of Germany by a defensive coalition of Russia, Britain, France, and the United States. If it was right to prevent the German conquest of Europe by the Führer, it was also right to prevent the German conquest of Europe by the Kaiser. The tragedy of Germany in the 20th century was the determination of many German nationalists to acquire an international empire similar to that of the British and French empires. But those empires were already doomed. The post-war superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, were anti-colonial in principle, if not always in practice. But even in the absence of American or Soviet pressure, it is hard to imagine the colonial empires of Britain, France, and other European countries surviving to this day in the Middle East, Africa, and Asia by some combination of elite co-optation and periodic massacres. The period of hard colonialism from the scramble for Africa until World War I was relatively brief. Britain's championship of national self-determination within a global economy has arguably been more central to its foreign policy in the last 2 centuries than its brief and controversial experiment in lording it over Asians and Africans. Britain's leaders usually preferred informal hegemony to direct colonial administration, an expensive last resort. This was not a matter of idealism. Commercial, civilian great powers, like the early modern Netherlands, Britain, or the United States, prefer a world order that spares them the necessity of maintaining overgrown military and civilian bureaucracies, at home or overseas. To employ a useful distinction introduced by Immanuel Wallerstein's world systems theory, they prefer a world economy to a world empire. In the early 19th century, Britain and its offshoot, the United States, both favored independence for the colonies of Spain and Portugal in the Americas. The United States lent the name of one of its presidents to the Monroe Doctrine, but the determination to keep continental European powers from establishing new footholds in the Western Hemisphere was shared by London with Washington. British and American policymakers similarly favored an open door in China in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. What hardline realists often dismiss as idealism, international institutions and international law, is best understood as part of the apparatus necessary to realize the Anglo-American liberal vision of a world society without a world empire. International law is an answer to the question of how nation-states, most of them small, are to cooperate, if they are not provinces coordinated from above by a regional or global empire. In a post-colonial, non-imperial world, as a practical matter, the function of providing security for many small and weak independent states must be performed by the most powerful states in a concert of power, or perhaps by a single liberal hegemon. The project of creating a liberal world order based on national self-determination requires world governance as an alternative to world government. With good reason, then, Boo concludes his history of realpolitik with a tribute to the Anglo-American alternative. In many cases, Anglo-American idealism has been vapid or self-deluding, and yet, it has given Anglo-American foreign policy more coherence, direction, and purpose than it might otherwise have had. Notwithstanding critics who are guided by continental traditions of realpolitik, the United States, like Britain before it, at its best has sought to shape world order in ways that promote both its interests and its ideals. The Biden administration's announced Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, IPEF, which aims to strengthen cooperation between the United States and multiple Asian nations on economic, trade, and technology issues, has elicited a fairly consistent response both domestically and internationally. Nice job, but try again. IPEF is a trade partnership, not a formal trade agreement, and foreign nations say what they really want is access to U.S. markets that the latter would have guaranteed. Many in the U.S. trade policy community agree, arguing that IPEF is a well-meaning but largely hollow effort. Both are wrong. The United States can no longer afford to trade U.S. market access for geopolitical alignment, and other nations can no longer afford to stay on the sidelines as the United States does the hard work of limiting China's economic, technological, and foreign policy aggression alone. The sooner the U.S. trade policy establishment and IPEF nations realize this, the better off we all will be. IPEF nations may not want to look too far ahead in considering the double-edged sword that is burgeoning Chinese trade and investment. But having China, a country whose trading practices are hegemonic, thin-skinned, and punitive, as one's main trading partner is sure to eventually end in tears. The U.S. trade community has been almost unanimous in condemning IPEF's lack of market access and tariff reductions from the United States. Without including market access, the elimination of tariffs and non-tariff barriers, the framework is unlikely to affect trade flows between the United States and the other 13 participants. Tory Smith at the American Action Forum commented, "As the U.S. seeks allies in a new Cold War with Russia and China, it does so without a lever that helped win the last one. New economic pacts like the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade and the North American Free Trade Agreement," Greg IP wrote in the Wall Street Journal. International trade expert Brian Mercurio was even blunter, telling CNBC, "The U.S. has to offer, and the only thing the U.S. has to offer is money." In other words, to thwart China's mercantilist expansion, Washington must, by the cooperation of the countries in the region most likely be hurt by it. Foreign trade officials and the media voiced the same complaint. Without offering market access concessions to signatory countries, the Indian press asked, how will the U.S. attract a sufficient critical mass of countries to sign up to IPEF and make significant commitments? In January, before IPEF was formally launched, South Korea's then Trade Minister, Yeo Han-koo, noted that, traditionally, the most important aspect of this multilateral, bilateral trade agreement was this high level of market access. And in June, Indonesia's then Trade Minister, Muhammad Lutfi, didn't pull any punches when he said, "We're going up the value chain to lithium batteries and electric vehicles. I want Indonesian cars to be driven in the United States," implying support for a reduction of U.S. tariffs on Indonesian cars. In most cases, U.S. markets are already more open to exports from IPEF nations than their markets are to U.S. exports. Indian tariffs on imports from the United States are almost 3 times higher than U.S. tariffs on imports from India. Malaysian and Philippine tariffs on U.S. goods are also higher than the inverse. Overall, the effective IPEF nation tariff rate on U.S. imports is 47% higher than the U.S. tariff rate on their exports. So why should the United States be the one expected to open its markets? An article by Tobias Harris and Trevor Sutton in Foreign Policy sums it up. The new Indo-Pacific economic framework isn't quite what Asia-Pacific governments were hoping for. What those nations were looking for was better access to U.S. markets without having to act reciprocally, while at the same time not having to choose between trade relationships with the United States and China. They'd like to continue to free-ride off the United States' economic pressure on China while also gaining asymmetrical access to U.S. markets. Great work if you can get it. Rather than offering to lower tariffs further, perhaps the Biden administration should suggest that unless these nations join IPEF, it will urge Congress to raise U.S. tariff rates to be reciprocal. This gets to a key point. 50 or even 25 years ago, the U.S. economy may have been strong enough to afford to buy states' political cooperation by granting them access to U.S. markets. But the United States' advanced economy has since weakened so significantly that such a strategy is no longer possible if the country has any hope of avoiding irreversible deindustrialization. That would mean fewer good jobs, a weakened defense industrial base, reduced global economic power, and increased foreign dependency. The Information Technology and Innovation Foundation's new Hamilton Index, the creation of which I oversaw as the Foundation's president, which measures 10 nations and regions' performance in 7 advanced industries: pharmaceuticals, medicinal, chemical, and botanical products, electrical equipment, machinery and equipment, motor vehicle equipment, other transport equipment, computer, electronic, and optical products, and IT and information services, found that U.S. performance is weak and declining. These industries now play a smaller role in the U.S. economy than they do in many other countries. At 7.86%, advanced industries' share of the U.S. economy is 6% smaller than the global average of 8.34%. This fraction is 20% lower when IT and information services are removed from the equation. If U.S. advanced industries constituted the same share of the U.S. economy as they do in China, 11.2%, then U.S. economic output would be 42% larger, or $679 billion annually, 3.3% of GDP. While the United States has lost global share in advanced production industries, it has gained share in business services and public administration, education, health, and other personal services. Not exactly the foundations of a strong, technologically advanced powerhouse. By contrast, IPEF nations as a group are now stronger than the United States when it comes to advanced industry output. These industries' share of South Korea's GDP is more than twice the global average, Japan 43% higher, India 13% higher, and Thailand 7% higher. Overall, IPEF countries are 29% more concentrated in advanced industries than the United States. Given their strength, maybe it is these nations that should be making asymmetrical market opening to the United States. After all, they now lead in advanced industries and have more closed markets. Given its significant deterioration in advanced industry competitiveness, the United States can no longer afford to offer asymmetrical market access to woo other nations. If Washington is to counter China's economic and technological advances, the most important thing it can do is to boost U.S. advanced industry output, not weaken it. IPEF nations, for their part, must ask themselves where they stand on the issue of China's rise and decide whether their economies will thrive more in an Indo-Pacific economy dominated by a mercantilist power or one in which market-based, democratic economies, including the United States, are strong. This extends to questions of national security and territorial integrity. IPEF nations presumably understand the China risk. But like many countries during the Cold War, they hope they can sit on the fence and not have to choose, knowing their prevaricating will likely lead the United States to try to woo them even harder. In the Cold War, this might have been acceptable. The United States, if it had to, could have confronted the economically weak Soviet Union on its own. However, in the new Cold War with China, going at it alone will not work, as former U.S. President Donald Trump's solo and unsuccessful efforts to get China to change its economic and trade practices showed. If the IPEF nations wish to avoid being under the thumb of Beijing in a decade or two, now is the time to choose. For its part, the Biden administration needs to make it clearer to IPEF nations that China's economic strategy in the Indo-Pacific region is not one of seeking Ricardian comparative advantage. Rather, it's about dependency theory, with China being the advanced industrial producer and exporter, and nations in the region, especially developing ones, cast as commodity and low-wage production export partners. Given China's systematic mercantilist targeting of U.S. tech firms and products, IPEF countries cannot realistically expect that China will allow their advanced tech firms and products to enter, compete, and succeed in China in the future. Like Germany from 1900 to 1945, China embraces neither free trade nor protectionism. It practices power trade, a way to ensure that trade boosts its power vis-a-vis other nations. China's punitive targeting of trade with Australia, Lithuania, and others over political disputes is indicative of this practice, as well as Beijing's disregard for the rules-based trading system. For all the United States' faults, when it subscribes to power trade, it is to provide beneficial trade deals to allies. It is wishful thinking to believe we can return to the halcyon days when the United States was happy to allow foreign economies access to U.S. markets, so they took its geopolitical side. Trump's so-called America First policy didn't change that. It simply caught up to the reality that the U.S. economy is no longer globally dominant and thus cannot afford such one-sided policies. U.S. Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo has said as much herself. None of this is to say that IPEF is optimally structured. In fact, it is not. While the Biden administration has rightly rejected protectionist Trumpian trade policy, it appears to have adopted a progressive, labor-focused trade policy that makes global equity and governance the preeminent goals. Indeed, much of what IPEF proposes reflects progressives' wish list. Stronger labor and environmental standards, tougher antitrust enforcement, corporate transparency, climate change measures, higher corporate taxes, and more economic fairness. The Progressive Roosevelt Institute, for its part, celebrated another nail in the coffin of the Washington Consensus, the view that trade liberalization, fiscal restraint, and free markets were the royal road to growth. While perhaps increasing equity, which is now the left's overarching goal domestically and internationally, their paradigm would limit trade, innovation, and growth and do nothing to build a stronger bloc against China. No wonder so many U.S. allies are slow-walking their participation in IPEF. They are like the United States used to be, putting economic growth and competitiveness first, not global public goods and equity. So rather than reverting to the prior asymmetric access approach or embracing progressives' new equity-based framework, the administration should instead be laser-focused on one goal: working with IPEF allies on win-win activities that will boost the nation's economic and technology growth while limiting China's. It is understandable that the Biden administration wants to hide that the entire raison d'etre of IPEF is for democratic nations to beat China, in part to not spook nations that already fear Chinese retaliation. But that doesn't mean beating China should not be IPEF's associated goal. Crafted properly, IPEF can help the democratic, market-based economies of the Asia-Pacific region work more closely together to push back against Chinese economic and political predation, all while helping each other. IPEF can and should include rules enabling cross-border data flows and digital trade, cooperation on export controls and technology standards, as well as technology development, joint financing of key infrastructure and climate change programs, and shared efforts on cybersecurity and confronting Chinese industrial espionage. In short, IPEF should be about building market access, scale, investment, and business connections as part of a mutually beneficial trade and economic arrangement. The days are gone, or at least should be gone, when the United States must make concessions to get other nations to do the right thing, in this case cooperating to beat China. IPEF needs to be a coalition of the willing, with Washington at the helm. But the United States should not have to buy acquiescence with market access to get there. It is dawning on the United States that China is not just a military adversary but an economic one. The two countries are at war for primacy in both innovation and production capacity, as much of Beijing's economic gain in advanced industries comes at Washington's loss, and vice versa. This trend is likely to continue. Chinese President Xi Jinping acknowledged as much last year when he stated, "Technological innovation has become the main battleground of the global playing field, and competition for tech dominance will grow unprecedentedly fierce." Economic war is distinct from economic competition. Canada and the United States, for example, compete economically, But both nations understand that trade is conducted on the basis of a mutually beneficial comparative advantage. By contrast, China has launched massive frontal assaults on U.S. technology and industry capabilities. Beijing's 2006 national medium and long-term plan for the development of science and technology can be considered an initial strike in this conflict, followed in 2015 by Xi's Made in China 2025 strategy. Both identified key technologies in which China sought to achieve self-sufficiency, and both are backed by restrictions on foreign firms' market access in key industries, widespread intellectual property theft, forced technology transfers, enormous subsidies for Chinese firms, and much more. The latter document also added numerical targets for China's market share in leading industries. Economic war is not unprecedented. From 1900 to 1945, Germany used a wide array of unfair trade practices to gain economic and political power globally, ultimately in service of its military power. But Beijing has taken economic war to another level. China's long-standing and increasing attacks are designed to crush its competitors and make the United States an economic vassal state. Former U.S. President Donald Trump's trade war was a response, albeit a poorly formulated one, to China's long assaults on U.S. industrial and technological capabilities. At the time, most experts in Washington ascribed this to Trump's protectionist proclivities rather than a recognition that the United States was in a full-scale economic war. It is only in the last few years that the intent and extent of China's economic aggression has become more widely understood. U.S. President Joe Biden's new export ban on advanced chips and semiconductor equipment to China is evidence that he and some people in his administration have caught on. Despite Biden's ban, the United States remains largely unprepared for a protracted economic war with China. Beijing's innovation mercantilist practices, which seek to gain a large share of advanced industry output by using tactics considered illegal by the World Trade Organization, go far beyond the industrial policies of other nations. Ignoring them and believing that China will change course, or assuming that China can't succeed because it is not a democratic, free market country or has an aging population, as many U.S. policymakers do, is akin to putting its head in the sand and hoping for the best. The stakes are high. Winning the war will boost domestic wages, competitiveness, and economic and national security. Losing will do the opposite. The U.S. national security establishment takes planning for military war seriously. It spends significant resources on wargaming exercises and supporting the U.S. Defense Department. It has numerous war colleges to study combat. It enlists endless consultants to advise on every aspect of war. It employs historians to learn from prior conflicts. And it coordinates with agencies from across the federal government. Such a system is largely absent for economic warfare. There is no planning, no assessment, no strategy, no economic security system. At best, there are individual programs and initiatives that fail to constitute a whole-of-government strategy or system. Absent an invasion of Taiwan, it seems there is no Chinese economic attack that could awaken Washington from its slumbers. Most of Washington does not, at least yet, see economic relations with Beijing in win-lose terms. Although policymakers understand that foreign adversaries can and do attack vital U.S. national security interests, they are less willing to acknowledge that the same can be true when it comes to vital U.S. economic interests. Indeed, most economic advisors still proffer the notion of comparative advantage, where trade is a mutually beneficial win-win. The United States, they say, might be good at producing passenger jets, whereas China is good at producing 5G equipment. But China's massive subsidies and other unfair practices used to build up advanced domestic industries in telecommunications equipment, high-speed rails, construction equipment, aerospace, semiconductors, biotechnology, clean energy, automobiles, computing, artificial intelligence, and more, have nothing to do with comparative advantage. They reflect a desire for dominance through industrial predation, boosting their own firms while crushing foreign competitors' ability to compete. This is why there is a strong negative correlation between the change in the respective shares of global output that China and the United States held in advanced industries from 1995 to 2018. In other words, China gained shares in the industries the United States lost. Washington also persists in holding on to the free market doctrine that firms maximize economic welfare when they act in their own interests without government aid or strategic direction. Yet even the most devoted follower of economists Adam Smith or Friedrich Hayek believes that market forces alone will not generate a nation's needed military capabilities. That's why governments must intervene and plan. But too many experts in Washington don't extend that logic to capabilities for economic war. To be sure, economic war and military war are different. There are few, if any, direct casualties from economic war, and battles take place over a much longer period of time. But both ultimately threaten the ability of the state to exist autonomously. The only thing worse than not having a strategy for a war of necessity is not fighting it at all. Washington needs to commit to fighting an economic war with the overarching aim of preventing Beijing from achieving global leadership in most advanced industries, and ensuring a significantly greater rate of Chinese economic dependence on the United States and close allies than vice versa. The question, then, is how to develop and operationalize such a strategy. To date, the federal government has failed to generate a real U.S. economic competitiveness strategy. Rather, to the extent that U.S. administrations produce anything on this topic, it is usually lists of accomplishments, favored policies, or future policy intentions. This is seen in the recently launched White House Bioeconomy Initiative, which proposed how to grow the U.S. biotech industry but is not grounded in competitive industry analysis. The program is also narrow, led by the Office of Science and Technology Policy. Any effective biotech industry strategy, especially vis-a-vis China, needs to incorporate trade policy, tax policy, regulatory policy, and much more. One key reason there has not been a coherent U.S. industrial strategy is that there is no entity whose job it is to craft one and ensure all government agencies fall in line. Such a strategy needs to be centralized and backed by the power of the president so it can enlist a whole-of-government approach. And it needs to be funded properly. Just as defenders of the republic rightly call for increased military defense spending, the United States also needs increased economic defense spending. If Washington decides an economic war strategy is needed, it must first decide who should guide it. The Pentagon leads military strategy because it is the one fighting military wars. But the U.S. Commerce Department cannot unilaterally lead economic security strategy because economic warfare is multi-pronged. Effective coordination between U.S. government agencies on this front can't be expected to be automatic. There is still no consensus that winning the economic war with China should be the United States' #1 international economic policy goal, and different agencies often act to advance their own narrow, and sometimes, conflicting interests. It's common, for example, for Treasury and State to oppose tougher actions toward China with commerce and defense supporting them, usually resulting in a stalemate. Treasury and State seek international comity and global financial harmony, whereas commerce and defense want to weaken China and boost U.S. businesses. As such, Congress should establish a White House National Economic Security Council to manage economic competition with adversaries, especially China. This is similar to the idea for a Technology Competitiveness Council proposed by the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence, which has been introduced in Congress by a bipartisan group of lawmakers. The Council's role would be to establish and coordinate an all-of-government strategy for how the United States can beat China economically, ensuring that all major U.S. activities are aligned in service of this goal. Congress should also establish a joint economic competitiveness committee to help give coherence to its own disparate efforts in the U.S.-China economic war, which are currently embedded in a wide variety of committees and subcommittees but not at all coordinated. Once policymakers accept that the United States is at economic war with China and establish an organization to guide U.S. efforts, the question becomes what to do. Any economic war strategy, just like a military war strategy, must embrace two key tasks. Running faster than the adversary, in this case, through domestic policies to boost U.S. competitiveness in key industries, and slowing down the adversary, China, by limiting the economic inputs it gets from the United States and stymieing access to U.S. markets by Chinese firms that benefit from unfair trade practices. This means reviewing and revising policies in many areas, including tax, trade, antitrust, foreign affairs and aid, intelligence, science and technology, and manufacturing, among numerous others. In other words, virtually all parts of U.S. economic and foreign policy need to be aligned to win the economic war with China. To be sure, agencies have different priorities. It will be the president's job to coordinate them. For example, U.S. foreign aid would be explicitly linked to whether receiving nations are siding with China. The Treasury would push to lower the value of the dollar against the yuan. Tax policy would focus on reducing taxes on traded sectors, especially those in advanced industries. Trade policy would prioritize the fair treatment of the United States' advanced industries. Antitrust regulators would abandon their quest to break up big companies. Science policy would focus on applied research. The State Department would take the lead in organizing a NATO for trade, which I have previously advocated for, to coordinate actions against Chinese economic aggression. And the intelligence and domestic law enforcement communities would prioritize commercial intelligence and counterintelligence. To do this, Washington needs talent. Most civil servants and political appointees in the defense, intelligence, and foreign policy establishments attended leading universities specializing in these areas. But no U.S. universities currently teach economic war fighting. In fact, they teach that it's bad to fight. Washington needs to fund university and career training programs focused on this emerging field. It also needs to build vastly improved analytical capabilities to assess U.S. and Chinese advanced industrial strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats along the lines of an Office of Global Competition Analysis, proposed a bipartisan group of senators. Finally, political divisions must be overcome. To the limited extent the federal government has mobilized for economic war thus far, each party has prioritized different weapons. Democrats spend money, whereas Republicans cut taxes and regulations. Imagine if U.S. military policy was so bifurcated, one party favoring the Navy and the other the Air Force. Yet, that's what the United States has when it comes to economic war fighting. That needs to end, with Republicans and Democrats setting aside their differences and embracing the same goal: keeping the United States ahead of China. The German High Command learned a key lesson after losing World War I. Never fight a two-front war. That's why Germany signed the 1939 Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact with the Soviet Union, which stated that neither country would attack the other for a decade. But Adolf Hitler couldn't count to 10, and Germany ended up in World War II. Another two-front war that ended badly for Germany. The same dictum goes for trade wars. It's okay to fight a one-front war, but not a war with the whole world. As comedian Norm Macdonald joked on The Late Show in 2015, in the early part of the previous century, Germany decided to go to war, and who did they go to war with? The world. Then about 30 years pass and Germany decides again to go to war. And, again, it chooses as its enemy the world. Now, U.S. President Donald Trump has decided to start a trade war, and who does he choose to attack? The world. On his so-called Liberation Day in April, Trump imposed tariffs on most countries, even islands with penguins and allies that run trade deficits with the United States. The result is that the rest of the world appears to resent the United States now and is beginning to plan for a post-American trading system. Japan, South Korea, China, and members of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations are in talks to cooperate on trade, as are the European Union and China. Canada is also looking to the EU for closer trade and investment ties in light of Trump's tariffs. Regardless, Trump seems to think that the United States is still the top dog, the head honcho, the boss. But it's time to face the facts. The United States will lose massively from his trade war. The reason is simple. Too many U.S. companies, especially in advanced industries, need global market access to survive and thrive. The model Trump company is a low to moderate tech and non-traded American company selling almost all its output domestically. Think kitchen knife makers, furniture producers, and golf club companies. Does Trump know that he and his fellow country club members will soon pay more for a new set of irons? If Trump protects these companies from overseas competition, his thinking goes, these companies will thrive. How could they not with a large protected market? Not so fast. The United States cannot be powerful without robust advanced industries, and those industries will seriously struggle in Trump's new world. There are multiple vectors of challenge. The first is that U.S. firms that produce for export, think Boeing, Merck, General Electric, and others, will see their input costs increase significantly as they pay tariffs on imported components and materials. Second, as other nations enact reciprocal tariffs, these companies' products will be priced out of foreign markets. Companies in other countries will buy South Korean memory chips rather than those manufactured by Micron. Airbus jets, not Boeing. Hitachi machinery, not Caterpillar. You get the idea. On top of that, Trump is opening the floodgates for blatant discrimination against U.S. firms. The EU is using Trump's aggression to justify its Eurostack, a plan to eventually replace almost all US tech products, from computer chips to servers, with those made in Europe. And while the bloc has finally announced plans to boost military spending, it will do so by purchasing European-made weapons. This gets to a related challenge. While US exporters under Trump's trade war will be increasingly shut out of foreign markets, their competitors will find themselves in a globally integrated market, albeit sans the United States. That will be particularly true as other nations take steps to create more integrated markets through new trade agreements. Foreign companies will have the scale needed to innovate and thrive. By contrast, US producers, dependent on the relatively smaller US market, will slowly shrivel and perhaps ultimately die. Trump's import substitution strategy, ISI, has been tried elsewhere before, failed. The international development community widely embraced ISI in the 1950s and 60s as a growth strategy, and many developing nations held onto it until the 1980s and beyond. One reason it failed was that countries, even relatively large ones like Brazil, did not have big enough markets to efficiently make increasingly complex goods. A recent analysis of global industrial policies by the International Monetary Fund found that it was nations that adopted export strategies, such as South Korea and Taiwan, that thrived, not those that championed ISI. Even though the US economy is much bigger than, say, South Korea's, today's advanced industries require larger markets than the United States can provide to survive, if only to generate the revenues needed to pay for continuous research and development. But there's more. As the United States' role as the global trade hegemon wanes, China will surely take its place. Beijing has spent the last 15 years penetrating every global institution, with Trump leading the US exit from many of them, such as the World Health Organization, the Paris Agreement, and the United Nations Human Rights Council. Victory is China's. We are already seeing, and will likely continue to see, vastly more countries traveling to Beijing and kowtowing to Chinese President Xi Jinping to cut trade deals. Brazil and Colombia, once the largest recipient of US economic assistance in South America, have already gone down that road. Chinese advanced industries may not have US market access after the trade war, but they will have the rest of the world's. American companies, meanwhile, will be left with the scraps of the US market. After Trump's drawdown of foreign aid, China is also spending much more than the United States to win the hearts and minds of other countries. It doesn't take a weather person to know which way the wind blows. East. As she recently wrote in an article for a Russian newspaper, unilateralism, hegemony, and acts of bullying are inflicting severe harm around the world. Only Trump could make China look like the defender of free trade and solidarity. To be clear, Trump needed to go to trade war with nations not playing fair. The top offender is China, which started the global trade war around 2006 and has ramped it up since she took office. Along with some other countries, Beijing has engaged in systemic mercantilist practices, helping to hollow out US manufacturing and leading to massive US trade deficits. China conducted massive intellectual property theft. It bludgeoned foreign firms, forcing them to produce in China and transfer technology. Then, it closed its markets once it gained production capabilities in a particular industry. U.S. attempts to address China's cheating through the World Trade Organization, WTO, have been few and far between, in part because the WTO is structured in ways that make effectively prosecuting such actions nearly impossible. U.S. firms also largely refused to cooperate with the WTO for fear of Chinese government retribution. The same goes for the EU. The relatively few cases the United States brought and won provided mostly Pyrrhic victories, such as quotas for rare earth exports and wind power subsidies, neither of which changed competitive realities. And in most cases, China filed countersuits to U.S. suits. Trump was right. It was time to declare war, but not, as MacDonald would say, on the world all at once. So, is there any hope? Probably not. But if Trump is one thing, it is unpredictable. Here's what Trump should have done. First, focus on a few of the worst offenders of global trading rules, such as Vietnam, Indonesia, and India. Before imposing tariffs, invite those countries to talk, list key U.S. demands, and give them 90 days to fix them. Only impose tariffs if they refuse to respond. And while doing that, focus on the trade barriers and irritants that are most important to U.S. competitiveness in advanced industries. If these nations want to expand their shrimp exports, then who cares? If they want to close their markets to U.S. whiskey, that's not worth fighting about. But attacking U.S. tech firms and limiting access to advanced U.S. goods and services, that's worth going to the mattresses over. Then pivot to Europe. After that, pivot to Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. You get the picture. But don't go to war with the whole world at the same time. All that does is create a worldwide anti-American alliance. When China conducts its trade wars, it has enough sense to not attack every country all at once. Beijing launches a trade strike on a particular nation and then waits for a bit, gauging the foreign response. When outrage has died down, it launches another. And like a frog in boiling water, other nations have taken China's blows with barely a whimper. China remains the only country with the will and the means to destroy U.S. and Western advanced technology industries. Trump's trade war should be designed to keep Beijing from winning. Above all, that means working with U.S. allies. But in the face of the United States' increasing hostility and declining power, many nations find it easier to cut deals with Beijing. Without allies, any war is lost. Unless Trump shows a willingness to negotiate with U.S. allies, something he refused to do when he met with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney in May, the United States will be just as globally isolated as it was before World War I. However, the big difference between then and now is that technology requires U.S. firms to attain global scale to survive and that China has emerged to outcompete them. We can only hope that the United States emerges from its own multi-front conflict better than Germany did. If Rip Van Winkle had gone to sleep in 1992 and awakened in 2017, he might have been astounded by many things, including smartphones and President Donald Trump. He might also have been astonished at how little has changed in the deep structure of world politics since the end of the Cold War. The NATO alliance still exists, having expanded by incorporating former Warsaw Pact nations to the borders of the Russian core of the Soviet Union. Van Winkle might be surprised to discover that the United States of 2017 is engaged in what would look to him very much like new Cold Wars with post-Soviet Russia and post-Maoist China. In the first Cold War, many conservatives accused liberals of being Russian stooges or spies. In the new Cold War, many liberals charge that President Trump and his supporters are Moscow's agents of influence. Iran, an American adversary since it became a theocratic regime in 1979, is still considered by many Americans to be the major enemy of the United States in the Middle East. North and South Korea are still divided and in a state of perpetual conflict. If he is interested in a radically different world order, Rip Van Winkle might be tempted to resume his sleep after setting his alarm for 2050 or 2100. The degree of inertia in geopolitics should be a particular embarrassment for the realist school of international relations theory. Conventional realism holds that alliances are temporary responses to external threats, and that when the threats disappear, the alliances should be abandoned or transformed. When realists turn from description to prescription, they generally favor one or another variant of an offshore balancing strategy, with the United States shifting its weight to the least threatening great powers in a multipolar world. I called a version of this a concert balance strategy in my 2006 book, The American Way of Strategy. In the long run, realists may turn out to be right. The NATO and U.S.-Japan alliances may wither away. The United States may retrench and adopt a policy of offshore balancing. These developments may simply take more time. It has been only 28 years since the Berlin Wall fell and only 26 years since the Soviet Union dissolved. But those of us who consider ourselves realists must reevaluate whether we are, in fact, realistic. Realists of the offshore balancing school may be wrong, without it being the case that neoconservative and neoliberal promoters of American global empire are correct. There are more than the two options of ever-shifting alliances and American global hegemony or empire. The third option is the division of the world among long-lasting geopolitical blocs. Blocs are far from unfamiliar. The division of the globe among superpower-led blocs was the central fact of the Cold War from the end of World War II until the 1990s. The American-led bloc was sometimes called the free world. At best, this was a euphemism, at worst an Orwellian distortion of reality. America's Cold War bloc was not made up exclusively of liberal or democratic countries. It included despotic monarchies in the Persian Gulf and pro-American dictators in South Korea, Taiwan, the Philippines, South Vietnam, before its conquest and absorption by the Communist North in 1975, and most of Latin America. The free world was no more the world than it was free. It was challenged by the Communist bloc, whose rulers considered themselves to be part of a single Marxist-Leninist movement, even when, beginning in the 1950s, Mao began to challenge Stalin's heirs for leadership. The Third World was not a true bloc but a catch-all category, including non-aligned nations like India and many other post-colonial states in Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, which sought to maximize their independence from the two superpowers. The Cold War blocs were less integrated than many pre-modern empires but much more integrated than old-fashioned arm's-length alliances among independent states against a common threat. Post-war West Germany and Japan were semi-sovereign states at best, denied truly independent foreign policies and subject to a high degree of informal U.S. domination. They might be described as protectorates, at a midpoint in the spectrum between directly governed imperial colonies and truly independent allies. The Soviet bloc in Eastern Europe was even closer to a traditional empire. In a sphere of influence defined solely in military terms, a great power may insist on having a veto over foreign military alliances on the part of the countries within the sphere, while allowing them to be otherwise independent. This was the situation in Cold War Finland, but it was never the case in the nations of the Warsaw Pact, from the time that Moscow installed subservient communist satrapies throughout the areas of its post-1945 control until the end of the Cold War. The Brezhnev Doctrine asserted the right of the Soviet Union to intervene in the affairs of fraternal communist bloc nations. The Soviets suppressed anti-communist rebellions by invading East Germany in 1953, Hungary in 1956, and Czechoslovakia in 1968. Martial law under the Jaruzelski regime in Poland, beginning in 1981, possibly averted another invasion. With good reason, the subordinate communist regimes of the Eastern Bloc were described as Moscow's satellites. No communist government potentially aligned with Moscow ever came to power in any NATO country, so it is not clear what the Western response would have been. However, the United States sought to weaken communist parties in Western Europe and strengthen their opponents by means of covert action in the immediate post-war period. And in other places, the United States engaged in a series of covert operations to prevent clients from falling, or pro-Soviet or non-aligned leaders from coming to power. The United States covertly helped to topple the Mossadegh government in Iran in 1953, tried to overthrow or assassinate Fidel Castro, encouraged coups in Guatemala in 1954 and Chile in 1973, and invaded the Dominican Republic in 1965 and Grenada in 1983, to name only a few of the many U.S. interventions in the politics of other countries. And the United States fought major wars in the Korean Peninsula and Indochina during the Cold War to keep pro-American, anti-communist dictatorships in power. The Cold War blocs were economic and cultural as well as military and ideological entities. The Cold War was, among other things, a war of financial, commercial, and industrial attrition by the American bloc against the Communist bloc, employing a variety of stringent economic sanctions over a period of half a century. As part of its Cold War strategy, the United States encouraged the economic integration of Western Europe and turned a blind eye to the mercantilist trade policies of its Japanese, South Korean, and Taiwanese protectorates. The Soviet Union had its own Cold War economic bloc, the Council for Mutual Economic Assistance, 1949-91, known in the West as Comecon. The Cold War was also an ideological war. Beginning with the communist seizure of power in 1917, the Soviet Union sought to manipulate public opinion in the rest of the world, including the United States, by means of local Communist Party members, spies, and sympathetic but non-communist fellow travelers. In the Cold War, the United States, its allies, and protectorates set up their own counter-communist propaganda networks and institutions. Some, like Radio Free Europe, were public. In other cases, anti-communist propaganda was secretly encouraged by the U.S. government, which, via the CIA, funded the Congress for Cultural Freedom and the magazine Encounter. In some ways, the Cold War blocs were far more integrated than the older European colonial empires or dynastic monarchies had been. To be sure, the dynastic empires had state religions, and colonial empires, at one time or another, claimed to be carriers of a universal idea: Counter-Reformation Catholicism in the case of Spain, liberty in the case of Britain, the mission civilicitris in the case of France. But the combination of hegemonic military alliances, integrated transnational industrial economies, and a permanent version of wartime propaganda directed at the masses for half a century was something new in history. It was also something temporary, or so many realists expected. Once the Berlin Wall crumbled, many of us believed that the Cold War's alliances and mindsets, like its institutions, would fade away or be drastically reconfigured. In the new normal that followed, nation-states large and small would reconsider old alliances on the basis of cold calculations of their national interests. This may very well happen, but so far it hasn't. To be sure, the Philippines and Turkey, former close U.S. allies, are flaunting their independence from Washington. But these are the exceptions that prove the rule of the continuing survival of America's Cold War bloc. In the 1990s, many feared that the newly reunited Germany would rapidly reemerge as a great power, seeking to create its own Middle Europa. Instead, the United States maintained its hegemony within NATO, and the alliance expanded eastward, and post-Soviet Russia invaded Georgia and Ukraine. A case can be made that realists are mostly right about the dynamics of world politics, but not necessarily about the major actors. What if the main actors in world politics are, and will continue to be, not many independent nation-states but a small number of more or less permanent hierarchical multinational blocs, each led by one or more dominant nation-states? The belief that the world in the industrial era is being organized into one or a few military economic political agglomerations goes back to the 19th century. The idea helped to inspire the late 19th century competition among Western powers for overseas possessions. It was also the underlying cause of both world wars, which occurred when German and Japanese regimes sought to carve out and consolidate their own blocs or empires through regional conquest. In the Managerial Revolution, 1943, James Burnham, a former Trotskyist who became a founder of American Cold War conservatism, predicted that three major blocs would emerge after World War II, with the United States, Germany, and Japan as nuclei. His work influenced the dystopian vision of George Orwell's 1984 of perpetual low-level conflict among the imaginary superpower blocs of Oceania, Eurasia, and East Asia. Burnham proved to be a poor prophet. World War II gave way to a bipolar world order, with the United States and Russia now superpowers as rival bloc hegemons, Japan a U.S. satellite, Germany divided between the blocs, and East Asia and other regions contested by the superpowers in proxy wars. But Burnham, true to the Marxist tradition from which he had only recently emancipated himself, sought to integrate a theory of global economic and social change with his theory of geopolitics. This was, and remains, an advantage for something like Burnham's approach against contemporary mainstream Western academic approaches to world order, which tend to isolate a single factor and try to build a theory on it. In international relations theory, neorealism in its purest form isolates power, usually equated with military power. Some variants try to explain the foreign policies of particular states as reactions to conditions of polarity, by dash, multi-dash, uni, or a dash. Meanwhile, in another department on the university campus, conventional neoclassical economics ignores both nation-states and blocs as economic actors in their own right and theorizes trade in terms of individuals and firms specializing in an idealized global market that does not exist. In yet another academic silo, housed elsewhere in the university, is found political theory, including theories of liberal democracy, which tend to pay little attention to real-world developments in national security or the economy. Idealized models can be useful in some lines of scholarly endeavor, but they are not helpful in understanding world politics. In this case, the three isolated approaches of international relations theory, academic economics, and political philosophy can yield a hypothetical world in which each state, in theory, can join one set of security alliances for purposes of military protection, a different trade bloc for commercial purposes, and a third set of international alliances, perhaps drawn together by political creed and social values. In the real world, this kaleidoscopic complexity does not exist. There has always been significant alignment among nations in the military, economic, and political realms, both during the Cold War and in the quarter century since its conclusion. In Europe, there is a high, though imperfect, degree of overlap between membership in NATO and membership in the European Union. And there is strong pressure for members of both the EU and NATO to conform to a common liberal democratic ideology. For example, Poland and Hungary today are condemned by other EU and NATO members as dangerously backsliding illiberal democracies for controversial policies involving public television, Poland, and the regulation of nonprofits and immigration, Hungary. Policies that, in comparison with those of autocratic China or Saudi Arabia, are hard to distinguish from those of their liberal, European neighbors. Elsewhere, there is significant overlap between military alliance membership and membership in trade blocs. The mega-regional trade pacts promoted by the Bush and Obama administrations, the TTIP and TPP, were intended in part to bolster U.S.-led security alliances in Europe and East Asia. China's proposed regional comprehensive economic partnership was equally geopolitical in its manifest intent, including many of the same Asian nations as the TPP but excluding the United States. And there is significant overlap in membership among the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, a military alliance headed by China that includes Russia, and new economic institutions promoted by China, including the BRICS New Development Bank and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Vladimir Putin's Eurasian Economic Union is as much a geopolitical as a commercial project. To treat security and trade policy as distinct realms, each with its own internal logic and unconnected to the other, can only make us as confused as the sages in the Indian fable about the blind men and the elephant who did not realize that what they felt, a snake-like trunk, a leaf-like ear, a tree-like leg, were in fact parts of the same beast. The beasts, in this instance, are blocks. Taking blocks seriously means rejecting the idea of the national interest as a list of discrete priorities, in favor of recognizing that the national interests of both dominant and subordinate powers are often defined by leaders as the preservation or expansion of the bloc to which they belong. For the hegemonic power that orchestrates a bloc, the bloc multiplies national military power and wealth by adding foreign populations and foreign resources to its own. Given low fertility rates and the difficulty of raising productivity levels by innovation, the quickest and most effective way to boost the overall GDP of a bloc is to add more countries to it. A bloc can even augment the status of second-tier powers. For example, the population of the Eurasian Economic Union, which includes Russia, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Armenia, is 179 million, compared to only 143 million for Russia itself. Needless to say, strength based on territorial expansion as well as internal growth was the strategy of past empires. In the modern era, based on the rules of national self-determination and popular sovereignty, incorporation of additional territories by conquest would be resisted as illegitimate. But blocs that are similar to informal empires can be built up by means of security alliances and trade deals, which may be hard to distinguish from de facto colonialism, where one partner is a weak protectorate and the other a great or superpower. At this point, neoclassical economists and libertarians, two overlapping sects, may object that in a global free market the size of economic blocs would not matter. That is true but irrelevant. A borderless global market has never existed and, in the absence of a world government, never will exist. In a world economy divided among great power blocs, industries with increasing returns to scale, like manufacturing, are likely to be most productive and dynamic in the blocs with the largest integrated markets. That is to say, the internal markets of populous nation-states and even more populous blocs. Technological and commercial efficiencies enabled by scale can, in turn, permit higher growth, higher per capita income, and the possibility of raising more taxes in absolute terms, even with lower rates of taxation, taxes to be spent on, among other things, the military. This is the successful strategy the larger and richer American bloc used to drive the smaller and poorer Soviet bloc into bankruptcy. In a zero-sum, mercantilist world of rival blocs, the bigger the bloc, the better. For the leaders of relatively weak and small countries, that is, the majority of countries in the world, membership in a bloc can also bring benefits, even if power relations within the bloc are more hierarchical than egalitarian. The exporters and importers of small nations can be guaranteed access to bloc-wide markets and suppliers, and incorporated into bloc-wide supply chains. As de facto protectorates of the bloc's dominant nations, weak countries can engage in free riding when it comes to defense, spending relatively little on the military. In addition to being united by shared security and economic interests, blocs may be united by a sense of shared identity or values. The communist regimes in the Warsaw Pact and the Soviet republics paid lip service to Marxist-Leninist ideology. Today, not only liberal democracy in the abstract but an ever more left-wing version of it, characterized by support for multiculturalism and mass immigration, is becoming something like the official ideology of the European Union. In Europe, many members of the social elite claim to consider themselves Europeans first and British, French, Spanish, or Greek nationals second. But modern blocs can exist without this third element of common identity and values, on the basis of shared military and economic policies alone. Saudi Arabia remains part of the U.S. bloc, although its values could hardly be more antithetical to America's liberal and democratic creed. And the approach to international relations, including bloc building, of the Chinese and Russian governments has been described as sovereigntism, a high degree of respect for, or indifference to, the internal politics and social structure of allies and clients. Realist critics of post-Cold War U.S. foreign policy tend to attribute policies of which they disapprove to naive idealism or utopianism. This may seem plausible in light of the utopian rationalizations invoked by defenders of NATO expansion, expanding the circle of market democracies. The war in Iraq, the global democratic revolution, and regime change in Libya, the responsibility to protect. But these rationalizations for public consumption are not necessarily the actual rationales. America's bipartisan foreign policy establishment treats as an article of faith the belief that the existence of the American bloc is in the national interest. From this axiom, it follows that anything that strengthens the American bloc is in the national interest as well. The bloc may expand, if possible. In any event, it must not be allowed to shrink. While the interests of the America-centered bloc are identical with the long-term interests of the United States, so this logic goes, in the short term it may be necessary to sacrifice narrowly national American interests to the imperatives of bloc maintenance. If preserving the multinational bloc requires sacrifices on the part of the American people, so be it. If some American soldiers must die demonstrating U.S. credibility to weak client states, thereby preventing some or all of the other protectorates from losing faith in America as a security guarantor, then the price is worth it from this perspective. If some American businesses and industries must be sacrificed in order to bribe foreign countries into joining or remaining in the bloc by means of one-sided access for their exporters to U.S. markets, then the sacrifice should be made. What is good for the American bloc is good for America. The transactional nationalism of Donald Trump horrifies the bipartisan foreign policy establishment because it suggests the president does not realize that bloc maintenance is not merely one of several goals, but the overriding objective of U.S. strategy. From the elite perspective, asking whether Americans are getting their money's worth by protecting Japan, South Korea, and rich NATO allies is tantamount to asking for a cost-benefit analysis of federal government protection of the American South or West Coast. Most members of the foreign policy elite can no more conceive of South Korea or Poland outside of the U.S. military bloc than they can conceive of Virginia or California outside of the United States of America. Their alarm may be premature, because Trump appears more interested in pressuring American allies to contribute more to U.S.-led alliances than in dissolving them. Like their American counterparts, the foreign policy establishments in European nations are not dominated by Bismarckian realists, coldly calculating on a day-to-day basis whether the costs of membership in NATO and EU outweigh the benefits, from the point of view of national interests narrowly defined. In the campaign that culminated in the vote for Brexit, it was the outsider populists who made arguments in favor of the British or English national interests. The British elite was almost entirely opposed. Sometimes they argued on pragmatic grounds that the cost of Brexit would be disastrously high. But it was clear that being part of the European Union, like being part of a transatlantic Euro-American system, was a major part of their personal and professional identities. For most elite Britons, a British departure from the EU could only be thought of as a joke or a nightmare. The mystery that puzzled Rip Van Winkle in our fable is solved. Then, the Soviet threat may have been the original stimulus to the formation of NATO and, indirectly, of an integrated Europe. But the transatlantic Euro-American bloc is so integrated, so held together by ties of military cooperation, economic interdependence, and shared values, and so fundamental to the personal identity of elites on both sides of the Atlantic that it endures even in the absence of a credible Russian superpower threat, to which Putin's limited revisionism cannot be compared. In other regions like East, Central, and South Asia and the Persian Gulf, there is less deep transnational integration and more traditional arm's-length alliances. And there is nothing like the common, crusading ideology of Marxism-Leninism in the former communist bloc or the dominant, if not universal, left-liberal variant of democracy in the contemporary European Union. It is in Asia, rather than in the North Atlantic, that something like the traditional realist account of transactional national diplomacy based on calculations of discrete state interests can still be found. But even there, in the heartland of 21st century realpolitik, conventional American realists are likely to be refuted. The reason is that the offshore balancing strategy favored by many realists, with the United States as the holder of the balance among multiple great powers, is likely to be rendered irrelevant by the long-term growth of Chinese wealth and power and its consequent regional hegemony. One alternative to shifting balances of power is provided by more or less fixed geographic spheres of influence. Spheres of influence are disliked by both realists and idealists, But this is a relatively recent development in American history. Before the World Wars, the United States channeled the Monroe Doctrine and identified its own sphere of influence. The open door doctrine promoted by the United States and Britain more than a century ago was compatible with European and Japanese spheres of influence within the territory of a then powerless and divided China. Although Franklin Roosevelt seems to have envisioned his four policemen, the United States, Britain, the Soviet Union, and China, policing their regions after World War II, the Cold War quickly became a contest among rival liberal and communist visions for the loyalties of post-colonial nations and the captive nations of Soviet-controlled Europe. In practice, of course, the United States and USSR defended their spheres of influence in Eastern Europe, the Caribbean, and Central America. But the idea that the weak neighbors of a regional great power or superpower should defer to the local hegemon fell out of favor. Indeed, in November 2013, Secretary of State John Kerry declared, "The era of the Monroe Doctrine is over." One interpretation of this would be that the historic Monroe Doctrine had lost its relevance in the post-Cold War period, in which the United States asserted its exclusive sphere of influence as the world's only superpower, not only in the Americas but also in Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and every other region. Today, however, America's project of converting hegemony within its Cold War bloc into universal hegemony, turning the entire planet into a single sphere of influence, as it were, has collapsed thanks to Chinese and Russian resistance and the war weariness of the American public. But the U.S. foreign policy establishment refuses to acknowledge the failure of America's recent bid for global hegemony, pretending instead that the so-called liberal world order is under unjustified assault by China, Russia, and perhaps Iran. Meanwhile, America's illiberal and anti-democratic allies Saudi Arabia and Qatar, responsible for promoting Salafist jihadist proxies in Syria and elsewhere, are supposed to be understood as states that uphold the liberal world order. This is just propaganda of a particularly Orwellian kind. What the bipartisan U.S. foreign policy elite and its allies abroad call the liberal world order is nothing more than the contemporary American bloc, like the free world of the Cold War. The current conflicts with China and Russia are not bumps on the road to U.S. global hegemony but barricades. There is not the slightest chance that Chinese and Russian regimes of any character will ever accept as legitimate a permanent U.S. military presence along their borders. Because the stakes are too low for the American public to support risking wars with either great power, the most likely long-term outcomes are either the neutralization of contested interstitial areas like Ukraine and the South China Sea, or the laying down of new, militarized tripwires in these areas like the Iron Curtain of the Cold War. There would be neither enduring, widely accepted U.S. global military hegemony nor a rule-governed global free market. Instead, there would be, at least in the short run, a version of the world envisioned by Burnham and Orwell, an American-led Oceania, a Chinese Eastasia bloc of some kind, and a Russia-centered Eurasia much smaller and weaker than the former USSR. Over time, India might join the United States and China as a leading military and economic power, perhaps as the center of its own bloc. Let us call it South Asia. Populist nationalism within Europe will doom any attempt to turn the continent into a centralized, independent bloc capable of acting as a unit in world affairs. Instead, Europe may remain a U.S. protectorate, drift into neutrality, or, in the worst-case scenario, become a shatterbelt for which external powers once again compete. There is nothing in this analysis at odds with classical realism, but it suggests that the favored strategy of many contemporary American realists, offshore balancing, may be as irrelevant as the now moribund global hegemony strategy of the neoconservatives and neoliberals. Offshore balancing assumes that entry into and exit from alliances is relatively easy. It also requires a sufficient number of major powers, not just 2 or 3. But a world of a few immense, integrated transnational blocs is not a world of loose, easily revocable arm's-length alliances, in which rivals periodically switch sides. Arguably, that view of world politics projects an anachronistic version of 19th-century continental European power politics on the less fluid world of the 21st and 22nd centuries. What if the world of the future, instead, is more like the world that existed during most of pre-modern history, divided among a small number of large multinational empires, the Chinese, the Persian, the Roman, which expanded until they bumped up against each other at their edges? In a world of military-industrial blocs, as in the older system of agrarian tributary empires, there could be centuries of low-level skirmishes along the frontiers without the conflicts escalating to wars of annihilation. If I am correct, then Rip Van Winkle may even be more disappointed if he goes back to sleep now and wakes up in 2050 or 2100. By then, it is possible that power politics will have been transformed beyond recognition. But it seems more likely that the major powers, as well as their spheres of influence, will seem boringly familiar. The United States will still be the hegemon of North America, perhaps of Europe, parts of the Asia-Pacific zone, and other regions as well. China will have a sphere of influence yet to be defined, and there will be smoldering flashpoints where these and other lesser blocs intersect. Phases of Cold War among the blocs will alternate with phases of Cold Peace. Within blocs, there may be a high degree of free trade, investment, and migration, but economic relations among blocs will tend to be conflictual and governed by the zero-sum logic of strategic mercantilism. What about a united world of truly independent nations sharing a global free market and policed by a benevolent United States or the Security Council? Rip Van Winkle will find that world only in his dreams. There hasn't been as much fascism as in 2017 since 1945, at least if you believe the commentators from Die Zeit, WDR, Süddeutsche Zeitung, or even the smaller newspapers such as Konkret or Jungle World. But one thing about fascism seems to have changed fundamentally. Germans are no longer the perpetrators, but the watchdogs and admonishers who reproach the others, the non-Germans, for how racist, how fascist they are. Germany and the German-dominated EU, whose economic structure is so similar to its World War II predecessor, even if today it is only held together by foreign currency and no longer by divisions, are increasingly openly behaving as a bulwark of reason, of peace in Europe, as a state and institution that has become a lesson from history. The worst drivers of fascization in left-wing Germany in 2017, and this would complete the historical reversal, are the former victorious powers of the Second World War and their legal successors, the United States, Great Britain, and Russia. Now, the accusations against Russia are rarely completely unfounded, as there is no doubt that autocracy, militarism, corruption, and mismanagement prevail there, while the hyperreactionary Orthodox Church establishment is courted by the state. It just seems strange that such a country, whose circumstances are unlikely to appeal to other Europeans or even Americans, is suddenly ascribed such immense power over thinking and political sentiment in the West. The officially promoted interpretation, and not only on Deutschlandfunk Radio but also by the Obama administration, which has finally run out of control in its final days, is that Moscow hackers and trolls have succeeded in influencing events via the internet in such a way that in London and Washington, of all places, outright fascists are now in charge or have even been elected to the highest offices of state. The media in the Berlin Republic left no doubt that Donald Trump, who had the audacity to describe the EU as a means to an end for Germany, is to be seen as the reincarnation of Hitler in the White House, the more left-wing, the louder, and more hysterical. Although there is an unfortunate tradition of German anti-imperialists and friends of peace inflating U.S. presidents into right-wing monsters, sometimes with at least a few sprinkles of reality, as with Nixon, sometimes with a complete lack of reality testing, as with Reagan or Bush Jr., what was showered down on Donald Trump eclipsed everything that had gone before. Not least because those who should actually be expected to at least not push German historical politics and at least not join in shouting their slogans are joining the chorus particularly loudly. George Cieslin, for example, warns with reference to Hannah Arendt of the connection between the economic political elite and the street mob, which now dominates the White House, while Jan Suzelbeck sees the successors of the Tsarist secret police moving in, because Trump has used the methods of the protocols of the Elders of Zion and has proven to be an eclectic multiplier of resentments and racist lies that have already caused much harm in the USA and the whole world, including German National Socialism. Lars Rensman, on the other hand, describes Trump's government as if it had come to power with the help of the SA and expects from it immediate appropriation of wealth based on power and violence while at the same time suspending or undermining liberal abstract law with resentful demagoguery and mass mobilization of the mob from the streets against Jews. Those up there, blacks, minorities, dissenters. Finally, Lars Quadfasel locates fascism entirely in the West. Since Brexit, and even more so since Trump, it is no longer true that, for all the nonsense the Americans may have in their heads, there is one thing they will not be open to, namely fascism. End quote. A particularly bitter punchline lies in the fact that the very milieu from which and for which these derailments were written recently tried to incorporate Ike Geisel, who died in 1997, as ruthlessly as possible and presented him with the permanent presentation of the film Triumph of Goodwill as the crown witness of decent, left-wing Germany. Yet it was precisely Geisel who, in clear-sighted moments, sensed that it would be the left who would accomplish what the right must necessarily fail to do, the reparation of Germany. In a text that took particular aim at the anti-British furor of the German feuilleton, the vindictive tendency of Germans to label the vanquishers of National Socialism as the true Nazis, Geisel wrote, almost as if he had heard the current Brexit-Trump field clamor. As little as the Germans forgive the Jews for Auschwitz, they also resent the former Allies for putting an end to it in 1945. The liberation, for which they do not forgive the Americans and Russians and have recently begun to resent the British in particular, was only for the inmates of camps and prisons. Therefore, anyone who looks down on the Germans is hostile to Germany, and anyone who once prevented them from killing millions more is a mass murderer. End quote. What Geisel could not have foreseen was the leftist refinement of the means to the same historical political end. In Geisel's time, these means were incomparably more treacherous, because once klezmer and Hebrew courses had to be used to enable the Germans to transmigrate and stylize them as the better Jews. The new generation of historical politicians can do without such embarrassments. These simply declare themselves to be the better, because purified anti-fascists, and use the dialectic of enlightenment as an arsenal from which they draw all-purpose phrases, such as the ever-elusive racket, and gain templates for recognizing antisemitism that have been stripped of any historical as well as psychodynamic content. If you then replace anti-German with populist or even fascist and swap the Jews as victims for Islam and Muslims, and the unbroken boom in refugee bliss speaks eloquently here, then the templates fit the UK and the USA today, and, should the Israelis dare to elect another government that the Germans dislike, Israel tomorrow too, completely anti-fascist and naturally unsuspected of antisemitism. The fact that this is not an exaggerated fear is shown by the extent to which the critical clichés and templates have already distanced themselves from reality and, above all, how unquestioningly they are used to distort, obscure, and interpret facts. Nothing is more absurd than characterizing Donald Trump, of all people, as an anti-Semite. The malicious intent is already evident in the fact that the president is not being blamed for what he says and does in relation to Jews in Israel, which would be rather difficult given his views on the subject, but that it is enough to point out that his voters and supporters included anti-Semites and conspiracy paranoiacs. Whether there were more of them in the Trump camp than among the Democrats, however, can justifiably be doubted, as the latter get their votes not least from the camp of neo-racist esoterics keyword critical whiteness dash, from left-wing Ami-imperialists and anti-Semitic grassroots movements and their academic offshoots, who are in no way inferior to Breitbart's clientele in their paranoia. The difference is that Obama and Clinton not only courted these groups, but also accommodated them in practical foreign policy, a foreign policy that trivialized international Islam just as much as it scapegoated Israel. Trump, the alleged anti-Semite, is now declaring that he wants to put an end to precisely this policy, which Germans who think they are particularly anti-fascist must not take any notice of. In shameful contrast to the Süddeutsche Zeitung, by the way, which is known to have no problem classifying supporters of Israel and enemies of Islamic terror as right-wing extremists. Quote, "It wasn't long before Trump was also spouting the usual right-wing election campaign phrases. He railed against Iran and the terrorist Palestinians, claimed that Israel had no better friend than him, and promised to move the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem after winning the election, thereby recognizing Jerusalem as the country's capital, SZ, December 28, 2016. But Trump doesn't just hurt because his stance on Israel and Islam makes the carefully constructed image of the U.S. fascist particularly implausible and implausible, thus practically invalidating the arguments that are supposed to justify a German monopoly on anti-fascism. What hurts the left even more is the socio-economic shift in perspective that the conservative campaigns in the US and also in the UK have undertaken. Here, right-wingers are openly and with obvious success courting the not-so-small remnants of the metropolitan proletariat, i.e. those from whom the left successively bid farewell 40 years ago. With the farewell to the historical subject, Andre Gors summed it up in 1980 with the striking formula farewell to the proletariat, from whose perspective a more or less fundamental change in the equally fundamental capitalist mode of socialization had been envisaged up to that point. The character of the left changed decisively. The postmodern ban on thinking was imposed on society as a totality, and thus on a change in society that would have affected all its members. Society fragmented into a rhizome diffuse of sub- and micro-societies, into a patchwork of minorities, leotard, which in turn gave rise to a multitude of particular concerns and thus functionaries and lobbyists. These once left-wing functionaries and lobbyists now only acted and represented according to the special interest, the special discrimination regardless of the extent to which this was real or imagined. Anyone who had nothing to show for it, i.e. who did not somehow present another, to the society of equalizing exchange and the formal law that flanked it, disappeared into the shadows of political representation. Where society disintegrates into a community of particular victim groups, ostensibly anti-essentialist thinking regresses all the more to essentialism. This is because such thinking negates the progressive potential of capitalism that Marx and Engels once emphasized. Everything that is static and standing evaporates, everything sacred is desecrated, and people are finally forced to look at their position in life and their mutual relationships with sober eyes. This indifference of the social function to the real or imagined natural characteristics of its bearers captured the liberating potential of abstraction, i.e. the at least negative freedom of the indifference of social intercourse to the skin color, body shape, gender, or sexual preference of its participants, the indifference in which successful exchange and bourgeois law meet. It is precisely this indifference that quite involuntarily forms the basis for the generality of the association of free people that is to be revolutionarily achieved, in which the renunciation of the particularity of each individual is transformed into actual equality in the absence of need and disadvantage, in which the particular is allowed to be itself without being brutally taken into political service. This universalism, this central social perspective on the possible liberation of all, was inevitably abandoned by the left with the farewell to the proletariat. The new partisanship for minorities fixates those subsumed under this category precisely on the status or characteristic that qualifies them as a minority, often on gender and race, and thus projects not only an eternal agonal state of the struggle between norms and anti-norms, but also lays the foundation for a new racial and gender studies in which physical constitution, descent, and even the religious confession of parents are solidified as secondary natural characteristics of the subjects. Nature itself thus also becomes a special subject to be represented, another other in society, an oppressed minority, with the consequence that even a statistical average such as the climate is assigned subjective qualities and, crazily enough, attracts significantly more pity and concern than all the welfare recipients in the world put together. This is precisely where the rise of the right begins. The forgotten and the bygone are grateful that, for the first time in decades, their cause is being heard in public at all, as Donald Trump and also Theresa May did in no uncertain terms. Trump, for example, when he announced a large-scale program to restore public infrastructure in his victory speech, coupled with the promise that the forgotten men and women of our country will no longer be forgotten, a promise that applied to all Americans, regardless of skin color, religion, ancestry, and personal beliefs, quoted from Week, September 11, 2016. And Theresa May, the UK's Conservative Prime Minister, also used tones in her inaugural speech on July 13, 2016 that sound as if they are answers to the classic demands of socialist parties, which, however, have not existed for decades, apart from as twisted sects of an anti-Semitic nature. Quote, "If you belong to one of these impoverished families, if you are just getting by, then it is you who I would like to address directly here. When we make the big decisions, we will not think of the powerful, but of you. When we pass new laws, we will not consult the big players, but you. When it comes to taxes, we will not favor the rich, we will favor you. When it comes to opportunity, we will not further entrench the advantages of the fortunate few." End quote. The actual economic prospects of success of such programmatic declarations are initially of secondary importance. The not-so-distant echo of the Rooseveltian agenda alone reminds us for the first time in a long time that another world is at least possible, reminds us that late capitalist society works and processes as a natural process and doom, but not as one to which we must surrender or even assimilate for better or worse. Reminds us that wages, price, and profit, as Marx insisted, also have a political dimension, that the workers' struggle and the state political reaction to it do not change the principles of production and reproduction, but keep alive the idea that these principles can be abolished. This is the terrain that the left has cleared, in Germany, by the way, often with the particularly nasal reference to the fact that the struggle for the exchange value, more precisely, the price of labor power always threatens to turn immediately, by natural necessity, so to speak, into the National Socialist attempt to destroy the exchange value character of capitalist production with the Jews in a physical and symbolic way. But this kind of thinking, which turns trade unionists into future concentration camp guards without further ado, makes use of precisely those dehistoricized templates to which Adorno and Horkheimer were reduced, and which are also used to paint Trump as an anti-Semite. Such, to put it kindly, short-circuiting ignores the specifically German anti-capitalism, the historically specific ingredients that ensured that the barbaric potency of the false consciousness of financial capital, which alone is destructive, was translated unchecked into a state-organized rampage. In other words, one pretends that all people are Germans or their Islamic legacy administrators and auxiliaries. As the Neue Zürcher Zeitung reported, There are hopes that the Trump administration will pursue an active economic policy that is also financed by government spending on Wall Street. In particular, the prospect of nationwide investment in infrastructure, strange as it may sound, is reminiscent of Roosevelt's New Deal, whose economic policy was initially little more than a collection of logical contradictions and arbitrary measures based on trial and error. According to the NZZ, the Obama administration was hardly able to pass market-friendly reforms. To a certain extent, the burden of economic policy was on monetary policy and therefore on the central bank. The new assessment of the stock market analysts, which came as quite a surprise, cannot be dismissed out of hand. They are apparently hoping for a paradigm shift under Trump. Monetary policy will be backed by an active, market-friendly economic policy. The historical comparison should not be overstretched, but it is worth noting that Roosevelt's early years in office still showed little sign of his later hegemonic foreign policy, for example his positive attitude towards Mussolini. What speaks against the immediate comparison with the 1930s, however, is that the current social and economic dynamics are clearly different from the earlier World War crises. Heinz Langerhans. Thanks in particular to the measures taken by the central banks and financial markets to permanently postpone the crisis. These are measures which, in stark contrast to the former reactions of monetary and trade policy to the global economic crisis, also constantly promote and intensify international interdependencies. And as long as free trade efforts are not politically torpedoed, society is moving away from the possibility of an escalation into a world war crisis on the scale of the first half of the 20th century, which would certainly have to be preceded by disentanglement and a turn towards autarky policies. Jihadism, on the other hand, can be recognized as the political reaction to this permanent postponement, in other words, as the adaptation of the mania for annihilation to the given conditions, which in political terms include the existence of the State of Israel itself. Only this postponement brought about by monetary policy and the financial sector, which must be coordinated internationally and for which a policy of intervention aimed at hegemony, as in the era of George W. Bush, would be the only adequate response, still holds the possibility of averting what those crises have already ended, and, ultimately, of finally abandoning their conditio sine qua non, the capital relationship itself, in favor of a society that no longer has to constantly produce the crisis and thus the potential for destruction anew from within itself as a society that is essentially unreconciled. As long as this conditio exists, however, this primacy of foreign policy, as Leo Strauss was able to make clear in 1936 with Hobbes' Leviathan, must be regarded as a prerequisite for state unity within the state, just as the existence of a hegemonic power among the states in the developed capitalist world has become the condition for the power of resistance of law Horkheimer to be secured within such a unity at all. Recognizing this connection is, of course, only possible for a critique that adheres just as concretely to the policy of intervention immediately after September 11th with all its intellectual consequences. Incidentally, George W. Bush before September 11th also suggested an isolationist line, just as it has learned from and based on this experience to determine sovereignty and hegemony in their relationship to each other and to distinguish them from the imperialism of world conquest. A hegemon such as the USA does not direct its power towards gaining the most comprehensive control possible over the domestic politics of the states in its sphere of influence, but is concerned with ensuring that market structures are established there that allow companies in its immediate sphere of influence, i.e. on its original national territory, to move on these markets in exactly the same way as at home, i.e. that no conditions prevail in the states over which it exercises its hegemony that hinder their accumulation. Today, for example, it is no longer decisive whether the hegemon can fall back on industrial production capacities in its territory. What is more decisive is that it has the technology and the capital, even if only potentially, that allows it, for example in an exceptional situation, to stamp out of the ground, so to speak, a military force against which other states have no chance. Just as without a chance as a company on the world market that relies on forced labor instead of free wage labor. However, alongside hegemonic and imperialist politics, there is also German catastrophe politics, Adorno, which usually follows on from imperialist politics that have necessarily failed. Reunified Germany is developing particularly defensive forms here, by striving neither for hegemony nor imperialism, but rather by largely renouncing the primacy of foreign policy in the name of European politics, one without its own sovereignty, but also by no longer simply subordinating itself to the hegemony of the USA, which for its part has shown a tendency since Obama to give in to such policies, It is mobilizing the reserves of General Chaos, Karl Kraus. Once again, the refugee crisis is only the immediate consequence of the non-intervention policy that has set the tone since the Schroeder government. Against this backdrop, the protest that has arisen against Trump in Germany is paradoxically optimistic, just as Trump's unspeakable election campaign could appear to a Hegelian as a cunning of reason in retrospect. Shortly after the election, the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung wrote, "But especially in Germany, you shouldn't be like that. What does Trump want? Rejection of free trade, of TTIP, of NATO, friendship with Russia, job creation. The left party, SPD and Greens will have a hard time explaining why this is supposed to be so appalling. That's not what all of Berlin, as reported from there with a faltering voice, was shocked by, as if it were a political terrorist attack and not the result of a democratic election in a yes, that remains America democratic country. It is rather the brusque rejection of the heartfelt concerns of left liberal politics, first and foremost the dogmatic migration, climate and gender policies, that has led even the chancellor to be tempted to set conditions for cooperation with Trump, which she should occasionally also set for Vladimir Putin." End quote. It is possible that all of Berlin, unlike the stupid Trump supporters, already senses with the clairvoyance of the Rankune that the rejection of neither free trade nor intervention policy will be able to permanently characterize Trump's term of office, and thus even the sympathies of Ku Klux Klan people who fit the anti-hegemonic isolationism would come to nothing. That, in a word, the delusion of world sovereignty, which had Obama floating on air when he was elected president and was then reflected in the retreat from hegemonic foreign policy in favor of climate protection, is now being followed by a counter-movement. The rejection of both climate protection and the Iran deal may speak for this. In contrast, however, Trump's statement in his first interview after the election to cut spending on foreign military missions in future does not bode well for the time being and seems more like a continuation of Obama's policy. The fact that it is conservatives like Trump who are threatening to inherit the left and, at least from a distance, are once again bringing to light the universalist perspective that capitalism also opened up, is of course painful, especially in Germany, which once prided itself on its corporatist statism and its power of social integration. The traditional image of British and American conservatives as enemies of trade unions and social slashers must be maintained at all costs, first and foremost at the price of facts. Quote, "In American domestic policy, not only is Obamacare now coming under scrutiny, but Medicare and social welfare spending are also to be drastically cut. Trump wants to limit the power of the trade unions. The declared aim is to roll back the welfare state," explained Wolf Lepenies, to name just one of many examples. In Die Welt, September 1st, 2017. It is hardly surprising that no mention is made here of the fact that it was the Democrat Bill Clinton who made the most drastic cut since the 1950s when he abolished the lifelong right to welfare in 1997 and restricted the entitlement to a maximum of 5 years in total, which may well explain the extreme unpopularity of the Clinton clan among poorer voters. The quoted statement also celebrates the art of lying by omission in other ways. As far as the trade unions are concerned, it can only be said that their apparatus of functionaries has been weakened, as the members were clearly more interested in the prospect of regular industrial jobs associated with Trump, including trade union representation, than the further expansion of the precarious sector, which Obama's crisis intervention had consisted of, in any case, the expensive and comprehensive pro-Clinton campaign by the AFL/CIO Trade Union Federation in September 2016 did not work at all. And Lepenies is also missing crucial facts when it comes to Obamacare. First and foremost, that Obamacare is not a Scandinavian-style state health insurance scheme, but merely an agreement by private insurance companies to provide discounted policies for the previously uninsured. To the extent that the associated calculation does not work out, i.e. many sick people but only a few healthy people take out Obama policies, their premiums increase. Insured people in the state of Iowa are threatened with over 40% higher premiums in 2017. In Texas, it could even be 60% more, reported Die Zeit, November 19, 2016. It is also often concealed that Obamacare provides for penalties for those unwilling to take out insurance, who can now be forced to pay these high premiums. And it is precisely these extremely unpopular penalties that Trump promised to abolish first. Lepenies also failed to mention that the U.S. healthcare system is one of the most expensive in the Western world, accounting for 17% of gross domestic product, which is primarily due to the exorbitantly high prices of medicines. Here, too, Trump announced that he would intervene and impose price restrictions on pharmaceutical companies, something that Obama had probably forgotten to do in order to limit the costs of Medicare, instead of reducing costs by expelling pensioners and low-income earners from hospitals, as Lebanese and company suggest. Of course, there is no question that public health care in the USA needs to be fundamentally changed and that Trump will do just as little as his Democratic predecessor. Only the juxtaposition of the social Obama and the antisocial Trump is and remains a European fantasy. But it is not just strategic misjudgments that can be corrected at any time or moral intellectual deficits on the part of the protagonists that underlie the postmodern antiproletarian turn of the left. Rather, this turn also expresses the changed conditions of reproduction of the intellectuals, journalists, lobbyists, political functionaries, and social welfare workers themselves, who essentially made up the so-called New Left. They reacted to the epochal restructuring process of capitalist production that began in the crises of the 1970s and aimed at nothing less than the disposal of the metropolitan proletariat as an economic and thus political power factor. This process consisted of at least decentralizing the factory, previously the central site of class struggle, if not moving it completely. If it was not possible to completely relocate entire central branches of industry to locations on the European or US periphery or even further away, whether heavy or light industry, whether steel, shoe, or watch manufacturing, the previously centralized production was dispersed into a network, a rhizome, of small, materially and financially dependent suppliers and subcontractors. The corporate headquarters remained where they had always been, the regionally and globally dispersed production chains ended where they had always ended, but now under conditions of absolute decentralization of variable capital. This invisibility, this disempowerment of what had hitherto been referred to as the working class, is behind the sociological discourse of the service society and deindustrialization, is behind the descent of the proletariat into precarity, whose material access to income was now practically cut off. As capital emancipated itself from the working class, the difference between wages and handouts also disappeared. The former industrial reserve army of the unemployed became an army of the permanently superfluous and increasingly reluctant state-subsidized workers. Trade unions mutated into save-who-can unions, whose jobs and thus contributors broke away, just as much as the privileges of the craftsmen's guilds had once been crushed under the pressure of industrial mass production. This process not only drastically changed the political prospects of success of the New Left, which had legitimized itself through the proletariat and its organizations, but also the conditions of reproduction of the movement's social supporters. These had always been linked to public service, to state intervention in society. Now, however, the conditions of this intervention changed. The working class was no longer a dangerous factor to be contained, but human material to be dragged along and fed, which no longer had to be taken into account politically. The former interventionist state, which had to buy integration, gradually transformed itself into a subsidiary state, which found it too expensive to support the isolated and therefore wanted to make the substate community, family, village, and clan both a social glue and a cost-reducing factor. In other words, a state that wants to withdraw to the role of mediator of a patchwork of microcommunities, that prefers to strengthen the social networks, to negate the reproductive demands of the individual and to delegate them to the communitarian association. This is precisely what makes the Islamic clan, in which immediate relationships of violence ensure that everyone who participates is taken care of, so attractive to the subsidiary state. What follows from this should be obvious. The former regulatory assistants, the left-wing teachers and committed social workers, have inevitably become deregulation assistants, who do not change their habitus, but do change the clientele in whose name they serve the state. In this perspective, the postmodern fixation on the minority as an essential point of reference, and the concomitant vain abandonment of the grand narratives, is distorted into a pathetic recognizability. As an ideological reflection of the new crisis regime, as the theorizing superstructure of a new type of agreement between social movements and the state, which wants to set its outdated social system in motion. The one offers identitarian integration of the individual into the particular small collective. The epidemic growth of hyphenated cultures in recent decades has its material foundation here. The other gratefully accepts the offer, not only symbolically congratulating it, but also practically propagating the actually paradoxical self-administration of the completely dependent. Ironically, the rhizomization effect that can be observed in the car industry, for example, is spreading to the public sector. The delegation of once official tasks to an archipelago of projects that have to fight for their funding in the same way that subcontractors have to fight for their contracts, with the double advantage that costs are reduced and the client simultaneously shifts away from direct responsibility. The advertisement used by the social subcontractors and project rivals is that of the representation of discriminated minorities, which, with the dynamics of competition, dissolve into ever smaller, more specialized minorities, for whose previously undiscovered needs more and new projects have to be launched. A spiral of supposed identitarian disadvantage, with ever more shrill and hysterical background noises, in whose noise the tangible disadvantages are drowned out, such as the fact that in Great Britain the average life expectancy of the poor, whether black, white, gay, or straight, is 9 years less than that of the upper middle class, or the fact that some people vegetate with gaps in their teeth and reading glasses from the supermarket, while others are reserved for varifocals and bright smiles. The project milieu is thus tied for better or worse to the subsidiary state, and even more so to the European behemoth, which is based almost exclusively on a project funding regiment. The typical globalization conformism, the insistence on one's own new bourgeoisie that has become fashionable everywhere, is not a reprise of the long economically liquidated bourgeoisie, but feeds on a mixture of fear of relegation, i.e. a sense of the structural similarity of one's own living conditions to those of the precarized clientele, and contempt for those who have already ended up on the garbage heap of recent history. It would be more correct to speak here of an after-bourgeoisie of the subsidiary state, which combines the loss of any social autonomy that characterized the bourgeoisie in its best hours with an all the more pronounced class hatred towards even lower levels. This is the dirty trade secret that is denied all the more vehemently the more openly it is revealed. The younger functionary apparatus in particular felt affected by an article by Dieter Dem and Wolfgang Gierk in Neues Deutschland, which called for not the creative basket weaving of minority issues, but initially a defragmentation program for the split majorities as well as welfare state security, not incomprehensible theoretical constructs of emancipation theoretical paternalism and renunciation rhetoric. The farce here is that Dem and Gierk simultaneously advocate the overall German package of the people's state and anti-Semitism, which of course makes it easier for their opponents to defend what is wrong for them by pointing out what is right in itself. And this is precisely what the postmodern left fears most about Donald Trump's policies. Because, at least as it stands now, Der Spiegel could be right that the end of the world, as we know it, is approaching, the title of issue 46/2016, that the basis of life of the left-wing milieus with an affinity for the state, the identitarian cultural ecological project sphere and its well-established functional mechanisms are losing importance. It is not minorities that are at risk in the USA, mind you, but those who have made political capital and economic advantage from them. Something that many a conservative commentator has smugly noted. Quote, "What does Trump want? Rejection of free trade, of TTIP, of NATO, friendship with Russia, job creation. The left party, SPD and Greens will have a hard time explaining why this is supposed to be so appalling. That's not what all of Berlin, as reported from there with a faltering voice, was shocked by, as if it were a political terrorist attack and not the result of a democratic election in a yes, that remains America democratic country. Rather, it is the brusque rejection of the core concerns of left liberal politics, first and foremost the dogmatic migration, climate and gender policies, that has led even the Chancellor to be tempted to set conditions for cooperation with Trump, FAZ, November 11, 2016. He is unlikely to care much about these conditions, on the contrary. Trump is actually threatening to take a hand in the transnational production chains, the basis for the abandonment of the proletariat as well as for the hitherto unstoppable triumph of the two main beneficiaries of the production regime of recent decades, Germany and China. In any case, he is clearly striving for the return of production to the neighborhood of the executive floors and dares to point out the basic features of a demand-oriented economic policy, something that has not been heard from social democracy for a long time. This blatant attempt to revise a decades-old capitalist strategy, the prospects of success of which can hardly be more than speculated upon, is accompanied by a consequent delegitimization of the superstructure of the subsidiary state. This can be exemplified by Trump's emphatically flippant skepticism about the sense of the entire climate conservation industry, already in tone as a counterattack against the verbal violence that Erebon registers. The milieu of the after-bourgeoisie reacts unanimously to this public questioning, from climate protectors to cultural project managers to the deputy editor-in-chief of ZDF. Anyone who shakes our nimbus and contradicts German interests to boot can only be an anti-minority Ku Klux Klan chieftain. This is how German anti-fascism works in 2017, with no improvement in sight for the time being. One of the lasting achievements of the student movement of 1967 FF was the establishment of anti-Americanism as part of the mass consensus in the Federal Republic of Germany. It succeeded in taking the hatred of America out of the neo-Nazi or Stalinist dirty corner and soon made it a genuine concern of all Germans. The fact that those who popularized the slogan USASASS are credited with key achievements in Germany's efforts to come to terms with the past is testament to the fact that the Nazi era has finally been successfully dealt with. Today, Europe is governed by a generation of politicians who were politically socialized at a time when the suspicion that the USA was particularly susceptible to a return of fascism had already become a certainty. In the 1970s and 1980s, it was not only Germans who seemed to have lost all knowledge of the preconditions for the military defeat of National Socialism and the relative peace in Europe afterwards. What Horkheimer saw as a political quirk of left-wing students is now official European policy. Valid proof of this was provided by the European reactions to the American withdrawal from the fatal agreement with Iran, whose non-binding, time-limited declaration on the renunciation of nuclear weapons was rewarded with the lifting of sanctions and consequently with fresh money for the spread and financing of war and terror. German and European politicians openly sided with Tehran and thus against the USA, which should have made it clear to the last remaining transatlantic and pro-Israeli commentators that the EU is acting in a fundamentally and irredeemably anti-Western, anti-American and anti-Israeli manner. When the U.S. Embassy was moved to West Jerusalem, the vast majority of the EU, including Germany, had already agreed to a UN resolution condemning this action. Both steps taken by the Trump administration are largely due to the policies of Netanyahu's government and are in Israel's interests. When Trump's predecessor Obama and his Secretary of State Kerry were negotiating the Iran deal and wanted to conclude it at all costs, Netanyahu traveled to the U.S. and gave a speech at the invitation of the Republicans in Congress in which he emphatically explained to the American public why this agreement was disastrous for America and Israel. Because it was clear to him that after 8 years of Obama, against whose sometimes open hostility and snubbing of important allies in favor of Iran there was hardly any resistance within the party, no state of Israel could be maintained with the Democrats. He used his reputation in the USA to strengthen the opposition. Netanyahu knew that the Israeli-American alliance was based on the mutual appreciation of the respective populations and that he could use his reputation in the USA to speak directly to the Americans with speeches and video messages. Netanyahu's alliance with the Republican-dominated Congress against the anti-Israel President Obama paid off. Both in the pre-election campaign and at candidate Trump's nomination party convention, it became apparent that there would be a significant change in policy if the Republicans won the election. The fact that Trump was actually able to win the presidential election in the end and fill key positions with decidedly pro-Israeli politicians who were able to push through a clearly pro-Israeli line is not least a success of Netanyahu and his interventions. While he enjoys a considerable reputation as a statesman, diplomat, and determined political leader in the USA and many other countries, in Europe Netanyahu is seen as an ultra-right hardliner and the embodiment of everything that is so reprehensible about Israel. Against this backdrop, pro-Israeli forces in Europe can be credited with mentioning Netanyahu as little as possible, or at most critically, mainly for tactical reasons. Since Trump's election, however, it has become increasingly clear that it is not only the notoriously Israel-critical governments of Western Europe that are constantly accusing Israel of calling for peace, but also that more and more Israel solidarity groups and individuals prefer to rave about David Ben-Gurion and other pioneers of the founding era and celebrate the peace politicians Rabin and Peres. The inability of German Israel solidarity to relate positively to one of the most successful Israeli politicians because he is too far to the right and does not fit in with their own left-wing and left-liberal ideas of peace, understanding and open borders points to a fundamental problem. Only very few have really grasped solidarity with Israel as a prerequisite for political reasonableness. It has remained external to the political core business of most others and has merely been added to it as a rather alienating ingredient. The exclusively negative justification of Israel's existence as a state of Shoah survivors is also unpleasantly conspicuous among anti-German friends of Israel. This makes it sound as if the state-founding enterprise, which was initiated decades before the Nazis seized power, would be an illegitimate endeavor without the extermination of the European Jews. Such ideologically blinded thinking, which goes back to an anti-nationalism that is as rigorous as it is embarrassing in terms of content, culminated in the convulsive attempt to incorporate Israel into revolutionary theory treatises as a kind of state that had become a placeholder for communism. These, too, were blindly and unreflectively always about the immediate abolition of all nations, albeit with a time delay built into the defense revolutionary theorem. Israel, it was generously conceded, was the last state to be abolished. The recognition of Israel's central achievements, in particular the integration of a collection of largely poor refugees from very different cultures into a modern, Western society that was only just emerging and later emancipated itself quite confidently from agrarian socialist ideas, was only bashfully acknowledged. The integration of such diverse groups into one society was often attributed to the socialist pioneers of the founding period or the politicians of understanding Perez and Rabin, but not to Likud politicians such as Begin or Netanyahu, who could rightly be described as the fathers of today's economically and socially strong Israel. Because the incrustations of decades of social democratic rule were broken up and the focus was placed on dynamism, economic cooperation, innovation, and personal responsibility, the country has now become a leading high-tech nation. In addition, with the Likud taking over the government, the old hierarchical division of the population into Ashkenazi Jews, who traditionally control the state economy, and the Zionist movement, and Sephardic Jews, who had previously been politically underrepresented, has been significantly reduced. As a result, today there are more and more families based on mixed marriages and thus increasingly only one Jewish nation. Among those on the left who are in solidarity with Israel, there is evidently a clear reluctance to deal with the low points of Israeli politics, or even to refer positively to its economic successes, which still fall within the legislative periods of right-wing governments. Obviously, this is contrary to the purity of their own political doctrine, which cannot do without the idealistic Jews from a legendary, but now coming to an end, founding era. Israel solidarist leftists share this definition of what it means to be Israeli with people like Richard Herzinger from Die Welt, who fear an anti-German, culturally and progressively pessimistic usurpation of Israel's solidarity by means of critical theory, which is likely to discredit Israel's solidarity in the long term among reasonable people. It took Donald Trump's election as U.S. president to finally unite these two seemingly irreconcilable positions, which are confusingly similar in their purely instrumental solidarity with Israel, the transatlantic German liberal conservative, and the left-wing anti-German solidarity with Israel, which appears to have been trained in critical theory in Team Merkel against American fascism. One of the misconceptions about anti-Americanism is the assertion that it always declines when the USA is conciliatory, i.e. when Democrats like Carter or Obama focus on understanding, multilateralism, and appeasement policy, while it increases by leaps and bounds under Republican presidents. Rather, it is true that the at least official rejection of anti-Americanism in the period from 1949 to around 1970 was primarily due to the need to be on the side of the victors, the leader of the free world. The rejection of the USA is always articulated particularly strongly when the political personnel of the USA, and in particular its supreme leader, fails to adequately satisfy the projective needs of the Germans. Proof of this mechanism is provided by the fact that West German anti-Americanism did not arise under the Reagan presidency, as is often believed, but under that of Carter, whose deliberative, hesitant policy, characterized by moral scruples, was interpreted as an indication of weak leadership and incompetence. In particular, the then West German Chancellor Schmidt, whose casino tone shaped the mindset and diction of his success-hungry declared opponents and rivals. Obama's presidency has promoted anti-Americanism in several ways. Firstly, by making it unmistakably clear right at the beginning of his term of office in Cairo that he considered America's role as a leading Western nation to be harmful, i.e. he himself argued in anti-American and, worse still, European terms, thus following anti-imperialist and anti-colonialist thought patterns. Secondly, by elevating the signal of weakness he sent out to a political program, for example by alienating allies, courting Iran, largely letting Putin have his way and drawing red lines, the crossing of which had no consequences, which boosted America's enemies worldwide. Thirdly, especially in Europe, he liked to serve the already consensual image there that he was the representative of the other, philanthropic, globalist, educated, European and anti-racist America of the coasts and college graduates, which was in a culture war with the racist flyover states inhabited by uneducated hillbillies, their Republican voters and primitive politicians like G.W. Bush. Moreover, he seems to have extremely frustrated some supporters of his predecessor G.W. Bush's interventionist foreign policy. The increasingly petulant tone in which thwarted transatlantic and anti-German political advisors explained to President Obama, who was not listening to them, how he needed to bring peace to Syria and democracy to the Middle East, revealed the at least unspoken notion that it was not the clueless Obama, but they, the intelligent, dashing Germans, who were actually entitled to leadership and world domination. The enthusiasm in Germany was correspondingly great when, after Trump's election, Angela Merkel was proclaimed leader of the free world by parts of the international press. Contrary to Port's claims, Reagan's election as Carter's successor was not the beginning of a wonderful friendship, but merely brought relief to convinced transatlanticists when Reagan's policy of American strength, especially towards the Soviet Union, enabled Europeans to continue to be Europeans safely and without risk. They preached multilateralism and pointed accusingly at America, but at the same time were quite unhappy with the prospect of being under the protection of American military power in the event that something went wrong in the world. Since the end of the Cold War, the proponents of a transatlantic alliance in Germany and in large parts of Europe have been increasingly confronted with the problem that the actual policies of their nations were increasingly inconsistent with their pro-Western pronouncements. The Germans, and with them the EU, have been gradually abandoning their ties to the West since 1990 and openly since 2003, to which both Obama's and Trump's foreign policy reacted. Obama made an ineffectual attempt to at least partially Europeanize America, while Trump is trying to return to America and assert American interests more consequentially, including vis-a-vis Europe. What both approaches have in common is the experience that American strength alone is not enough to transform regions such as the Middle East into a greater Middle East in which decent conditions prevail, at least to some extent, especially when these attempts are more or less openly torpedoed by the supposed allies. The person of Donald Trump, who in part appears to have been invented by anti-American propaganda, and his often direct, undiplomatic approach provide the ideal opportunity to finally let out the resentment that was already simmering under Obama. While the furious rejection of America is unproblematic for the political mainstream in Germany and the EU, because what has been their policy for years is now being openly expressed, the Atlanticists, who publish in the Springer newspapers in particular and who consider themselves to be fundamentally pro-American and in solidarity with Israel out of concern for Germany, are in a dilemma. Since the election of an American president who is on a confrontational course with the EU, they have had to join Team Merkel and initially resort to taking perverse delight in any snippet that provided even the slightest hint that Trump, a friend of Israel, is not far off and is actually an anti-Semite and therefore an existential threat to Israel and the Western alliance. However, the facts that the U.S. government and UN Ambassador Nikki Haley are standing up for Israel internationally, that Trump finally implemented the recognition of Jerusalem as Israel's capital more than 20 years ago, which was supported by a broad majority of Congress, that he left the UN Human Rights Council, whose favorite sport is Israel bashing, and last but not least, the termination of the disastrous Iran deal, which was only pushed through with massive lies from the Obama administration, speak so clearly that this line can no longer be maintained. The fact that the EU and Germany not only did not support any of these steps, but even openly showed solidarity with Iran against the USA, is completely underestimated in its full scope. Under these circumstances, solidarity with Israel and defense of the West would mean going into fundamental opposition to German and European policy towards the USA instead of continuing to dream of a free world led by Angela Merkel or stating that the EU seems like the more reasonable alternative to Trump. Those who had once decided that Donald Trump was the evil of the world therefore had to come up with something. Springer journalist Hannah Stein, for example, explained that although he didn't particularly like the Iran deal either, he is now even more skeptical, as it was Trump who terminated the deal. The sheer madness of this solidarity with Israel that professes to be Angela Merkel's leadership, as practiced by Salon columnists and others, is based on the axiomatic assertion that Trump can't do anything right because he is Trump, as Henrik Broder rightly noted. If Trump indicated that he would not immediately terminate the Iran deal and would first consider moving the embassy to Jerusalem, he would prove that he is anything but a friend of Israel. If he does, then he is acting irresponsibly. There is no clearer way to say that this is by no means criticism of the Trump government, but pure resentment. One way out of the dilemma that Trump, who has been so consistently vilified as a fascist in his first year in office, is clearly on Israel's side is to relax his solidarity with Israel. It was left to the NGO activist Thomas von der Ostensacken, who plays the Middle East expert at Springer and in anti-German publications, to translate the anti-Israeli propaganda, which showed the opening of the American embassy in Jerusalem on a split screen with images of the unrest in Gaza, into what is now originally anti-German. Referring to statements by his Israeli friends, no anti-Israeli vulgarity without Jewish key witnesses, he published a post on his Facebook page on May 16th, which must be seen as a caesura in anti-German solidarity with Israel, especially because of the great approval it received. After a typically German examination of conscience as to whether one would not perhaps storm the Israeli border fence oneself, if one had not grown up in the well-protected Federal Republic, but in the Gaza Strip, for example, reminiscent of Kohl's mercy of late birth and similar empathies with the accomplices of National Socialism, he comes to the point. I understand and at the same time sympathize wholeheartedly with friends in Israel who are completely horrified. Some even took part in a peace demonstration in Tel Aviv, who write to me that Monday was probably the blackest day in Israeli history, and that they could not bear to see the pictures of the celebration in Jerusalem to mark the opening of the embassy on the one hand and those of all the dead and injured at the Gaza fence on the other. Monday was the final declaration of Zionism's bankruptcy, says a friend in view of the Christian evangelical preachers who spoke at the event in Jerusalem. Israel is giving itself a birthday present by killing and injuring people, a friend writes to me. End of quote. After he naturally, with reference to key witnesses whose statements he only reproduced, but with whom he sympathized wholeheartedly, declared the day on which Israel's most important ally and guarantor power finally recognized its capital, had turned it into the final declaration of Zionism's bankruptcy, and the darkest day in Israeli history. Von der Ostensacken Reloaded and, in an article for MENA Watch, wished for a peaceful march on Israel's borders by tens of thousands of people, holding only olive branches in their hands instead of AK-47 rifles, Zwillen, or Molotov cocktails. In his unconditional desire to see borders fall, he does not even notice that storming a border, with or without weapons, cannot be peaceful, but is a violent act against a sovereign state. Nor did he speak of a fictitious action by European pacifists on the Dutch-Belgian border, for example, but instead named the inhabitants of Gaza of all people as the collective subject of the will for peace, i.e. people of whom one must assume, until proven otherwise, that the overwhelming majority of them wish death on all Jews, something the author is well aware of, as he repeatedly admits elsewhere. It is only consequent that anti-Germans like Thomas von der Ostensacken finally give up their solidarity with Israel at the exact moment when a U.S. president fulfills Israel's old dream of a capital with an American embassy, and at the same time Israel has to protect its borders against its attacking mortal enemies, preferring to accept deaths rather than let even one potential murderer of Jews through. Because what Israel has to do in order to remain a sovereign state is exactly what the opponents of borders and nation-states, who at best generously grant Israel an exception as long as its enemies are openly violent and do not appear as angels of peace, also want to see destroyed everywhere else in the world. They are particularly offended by the fact that there are now forces, not only in the U.S. government but also in many other European countries, that recognize that the so fiercely defended sovereignty of Israel and the integrity of its borders is linked to securing the sovereignty of their own country and the integrity of its borders. It is about the ability to decide sovereignly who is allowed to enter the country and to prevent illegal border crossings by force if necessary, because anything else would not only mean unlimited freedom of movement for terrorists, but the beginning of the end of a necessarily violent civic statehood based on at least minimal rationality, in other words, the West. Because they have no alternative worthy of the name, but have decided that the state and, above all, reasonably closed borders are the ultimate evil, the decidedly left-wing anti-German Friends of Israel must at some point sense fascism not only in the right-wing parties of Europe and in Donald Trump with his border fence, but also in Israel. This path had long been on the horizon, and it should come as no surprise to anyone that it is finally being followed. Even before the announcement of the embassy relocation, a survey had shown that 67% of Israelis are satisfied with the work of the U.S. government, 14 percentage points more than under Obama. In a country that would be the first to be affected if a view based on self-sacrifice were to prevail in Western countries, paving the way to certain doom, there seems to be a prevailing awareness that Trump's election and the demand of many Americans to look to America first in order to make it great again is by no means to be subsumed under fascism. The justified skepticism of political masses and political change has led to a blindness to the fact that Trump's election and Brexit are opportunities to break the rotten Western alliance with an EU in which there is precisely nothing to suggest that it will become a United States of Europe, because its policies are increasingly clearly aimed at undermining statehood as a whole without changing anything for the better. Especially not for refugees fleeing Islamic states, who find themselves in an increasingly Islamized environment, who continue to drown in the Mediterranean, who suffer from European impoverishment policies and who, by delegating border security to regimes such as Turkey, do not even reach the West to which they wanted to set out or hardly find it at all. This makes the EU the gravedigger of any hope of rebuilding a West in which an orientation towards one's own strength, the defense of achievements and a resolute alliance with Israel would not be suspected of fascism, but would be a matter of course. However, this would require recognizing the ideological opponent in the forces that are now mobilizing against Trump, America, and the nation-state, because the West still lies on the other side of the Atlantic. On April 28, 2017, Deutschlandfunk Radio reported the following on the topic of 100 Days of Trump: how the president is annoying Silicon Valley. When Leo Pereiro testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee in early 2016, the father of two was soon in tears, The IT specialist remembers the day his employer Disney informed him that he would lose his job to an employee from abroad. According to Pereiro, he and dozens of colleagues were told, "Your jobs have been transferred to workers from abroad. You will train your successors until they are 100% safe. Anyone who fails to do so will lose their right to severance pay." H-1B is the name of the formula that makes Pereiro cry. It is a program to attract top foreign talent to the USA. Around 85,000 H-1B visas are granted each year. This year, the U.S. government received 199,000 applications. The visas are therefore distributed by lottery. The work visa is valid for 3 years and can be extended for a further 3 years. Scientists, doctors, and legal experts are the usual recipients of such visas, and above all IT specialists who are desperately sought after by Google, Facebook, Apple, and others. This is why U.S. President Trump's announcement that the H-1B work visa for foreign workers is to be reformed raised eyebrows in Silicon Valley. Far away from the airy offices north of San Francisco, Trump told employees at a tool factory in Wisconsin, "Our immigration system is being abused. American workers are being replaced by foreigners doing the same job for less money." Disney, Leo Pereiro's former employer, is one of these abuses. Other companies such as Southern California Edison, Toys R Us, or Texas Instruments have also demonstrably laid off American employees, only to replace them with H-1B recipients, mostly from India, with the help of large Indian outsourcing companies, and fob them off with minimum wages. Exactly how Trump wants to change the program is completely open. Sam Hardnett is a technology reporter for KQED. Trump's vague statements are causing fears to rise that the program could implode. But it is essential to attract highly qualified people to the U.S. and give them the opportunity to gain a foothold here. One involuntarily wonders whether it is really indispensable, especially for whom that American workers are being replaced by foreign workers who then do the same work for less money and without a permanent employment contract, while the brain drain in their countries of origin is taking on ever more dramatic forms. The rare attempt by German media standards to present Trump's America First policy in a reasonably objective manner shows the ugly side of so-called globalization. Like Jorn Schultz, the foreign editor responsible for the weekly newspaper Jungle World, you can dismiss this policy as the end of the era of the free trade regime and the return of national capitalist power politics, thereby proving that you obviously understand very little about the connection between the state and capital, i.e. the critique of political economy. You can also, like Thomas Ebermann, who is always called into the fray by anti-national German leftists when they have to confirm each other's inability to criticize the status quo, proclaim with regard to Britain's withdrawal from the EU and Trump's presidency that geopolitical and economic interests, which were at least analyzable as interests, are losing weight in relation to the delusional, concrete March 2017. The only problem is that this ignores the perfectly analyzable reality that produced a Trump and a May. And because this denial of reality is garnished with equally inflationary and false accusations of anti-Semitism, which are not only used to untruthfully and particularly repugnantly slam Trump, but also prohibit any criticism of so-called globalization and free trade, people refuse to look up what can be read there, but not only there under the heading, "The IT industry as a user of a globally unsecured labor market." The IT industry has become a pioneer through crowdsourcing, the outsourcing of contract work to freelancers on the web, and cloud working, web-based teamwork at different locations. Global players are using the World Wide Web for intellectual work, for digitizable, knowledge-intensive services. The spatial dissolution of boundaries in the labor market is intensifying the competition for jobs. Increasingly, globally and permanently competing employees, freelancers, are taking the place of employees who have traditionally enjoyed Social Security. This process of change is socially completely unsecured. The global markets, which are geared towards economic efficiency, shape the one-sided orientation of trade policy without a view to the social organization of working conditions in the international labor market. End quote. Crowdsourcing or cloud working and H-1B are the basis of business, especially for those sectors of the economy with which feminism, anti-racism, multiculturalism, and LGBTQ have entered into an alliance, as not Breitbart News states, but the Foucault-oriented feminist Nancy Fraser in her contribution to the Surekamp bestseller The Great Regression. It is anything but coincidental that it is precisely those modern American economic sectors, which Fraser also calls the high-tech, symbolic, and service-based economic sectors, Wall Street, Silicon Valley, the media and culture industry, etc., which on the one hand cannot present themselves as cosmopolitan, and tolerant enough, and on the other hand stand for a particular, literally limitless lack of mercy and consideration for wage laborers worldwide. Fraser, of course, can't resist using the same phrase to whitewash the new social movements as genuine progressive forces. They have been particularly vocal in their criticism of Trump and have used it to promote themselves, especially in Europe, which cannot help but catch on here in the land of cross-party Trump hatred. The American technology industry is continuing its fight against President Donald Trump's immigration policy through legal means. A group of 162 companies have filed an amicus curiae brief, unsolicited brief from a party not involved in the lawsuit, with an appeals court. The signatories include some of America's most prominent tech companies, including Google, Facebook, Uber, Amazon, and Snap. America proudly calls itself a country of immigrants. The document states, Trump's decree would cause considerable damage to American companies, their employees, and the entire economy. FAZ, April 21, 2017. Just a few days later, the FAZ reported a somewhat different type of damage feared in Silicon Valley. U.S. President Donald Trump wants to strengthen the competitiveness of the American economy and relieve the burden on citizens with a comprehensive tax reform. The authors of the tax plan are hoping for additional tax revenue from a clause that would allow American foreign profits to be repatriated. Corporations such as Apple and Amazon have hoarded billions in profits abroad. April 27, 2017. However, it was not only the insistence on what should actually be a matter of course, i.e. that companies pay taxes at their headquarters, that caused a stir. Germany in particular pricked up its ears when U.S. Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin not only spoke out against the otherwise obligatory anti-protectionism passage in the final declaration of the meeting at the G20 meeting of all finance ministers in mid-March, but also announced that excessive trade surpluses and trade deficits must be balanced. FAZ, March 20, 2017. With this statement, Mnuchin was not only aiming at the world export champions Germany and China with their immense trade surpluses, but also at his own economy and its import surplus, which causes a large trade deficit. Just a few days after the G20 meeting, it was confirmed just how serious the Trump administration is about this issue. U.S. President Donald Trump will issue a new decree to investigate all trade relations with the USA for violations and imbalances. Germany is also affected. The decree is also intended to investigate any violations of trade agreements. After 90 days, the results of this investigation should be forwarded to Trump as a basis for consequences. The investigations would focus on countries and products. There would be a particular focus on countries with which the USA has a particularly high trade deficit in its view. First and foremost is China. It was followed by Japan, Germany, Mexico, Vietnam, India, Thailand, South Korea, and Switzerland, among others. All free trade agreements that had not been helpful would also be examined. Manager Magazine, March 4, 2017. And this announcement was immediately followed by action. In addition to a number of foreign steel producers, the German companies Salzgitter AG and Dillinger were also convicted of price dumping, IBID. The FAZ also reports, U.S. President Trump is having his government examine whether national security considerations are forcing a restriction on steel imports. Steel is not a sector in which the United States can afford to be dependent on other countries. April 22, 2017. But where does protectionism begin? Where does free trade end, and vice versa? Setting the two in absolute opposition to each other does not do justice to the relationship between the two forms of trade policy, either historically or in terms of substance, and necessarily falls foul of liberal or anti-liberal dogma. Since mercantilism was replaced by liberalism in the 18th century, practical free trade has never been free of protectionism among all rising industrial nations. The liberal pioneer nations, in particular, the United Kingdom and the United States, have always combined their pursuit of free trade with protective and punitive national tariffs. When Friedrich Engels called Adam Smith the spiritual father of free trade, an economic Luther in his outline of a critique of national economy because he substituted Protestant rectitude for Catholic rectitude, he acknowledged with admiration that Smith had proven that humanity is also founded in the essence of trade. Engels, however, conceded this against the background of his criticism that trade was nothing but legal fraud anyway. Engels wrote, "Trade under the rule of private property must, like every activity, become an immediate source of gain for the trader. That is to say, everyone must seek to sell as dearly as possible and to buy as cheaply as possible. In every purchase and sale, therefore, two people with absolutely opposite interests face each other. The conflict is decidedly hostile, for each knows the intentions of the other, knows that they are opposed to his own. The first consequence is therefore mutual mistrust on the one side, and on the other the justification of this mistrust, the use of immoral means to achieve an immoral end. Thus, for example, the first principle in trade is secrecy, the concealment of everything that could reduce the value of the article in question. The consequence of this is that in commerce it is permissible to derive the greatest possible benefit from the ignorance and confidence of the other party, and also to ascribe to one's goods qualities which they do not possess. In a word, trade is legal fraud. That practice agrees with this theory. Every merchant, if he wishes to do honor to the truth, can testify to me. MEW 1, page 503. Marx is writing in defense of Adam Smith and David Ricardo against Friedrich List, who condescendingly called the two most important theorists of liberal free trade only the school, and whose theoretical attempt to emphasize the German cultural nation as the essential productive force that rises above the mere production of exchange values, focused on what made Smith's and Ricardo's liberalism so sympathetic to the German ideas of the closed commercial state, Fichte or List's so-called educational tariff, the neglect of the nation in favor of the idea of world-spanning trade, which can only establish a world society worthy of its name. In his work The National System of Political Economy, List writes, "The errors and contradictions of the school cited can easily be corrected from the standpoint of the theory of productive forces. It is true that those who raise pigs or manufacture pills are productive, but the teachers of youth and adults, the virtuosos, bagpipers, doctors, judges, and administrators are productive to a much higher degree. The former produce exchange values, the latter produce productive forces." End of quote. In the pamphlet published in 1845 under the title Über List's book Das Nationalsystem der politischen Ökonomie, Marx, in his support for Smith and Ricardo, had anticipated ideas that were formulated in a very similar way just 2 years later in the Communist Manifesto. Now that the majority of nations have fallen prey to the laws of haggling without regard to the political conditions of nations, the nationality of the worker is not French, not English, not German, it is labor free. Slavery, self-bartering. His government is capital. His native air is the factory air. The soil that belongs to him is a few feet under the ground. End quote. Marx knew only too well that German culturalism could never be better than liberalism. It was precisely in his aversion to German Philistinism, however, that he overdid the historical philosophical hope for capital. What the nations have done as nations, they have done for human society. Their whole value consists only in the fact that each nation has undergone for the others a main destiny, main point of view, within which mankind has undergone its development, and thus after industry in England, politics in France, philosophy in Germany have been processed, they have been processed for the world, and their world historical significance, like that of the nations, has thus ceased. End quote. As is well known, this cosmopolitan hope for the end of all nations has not yet been fulfilled, that the essential progress made through nation-building had literally reached its limits, and that the best national ideas now belong to humanity as a whole. When Friedrich List objected that the school had failed to take into account the nature of nationalities and their particular interests and conditions and bring them into line with the idea of universal union and perpetual peace, and thus assumed as really existing a condition that is yet to become, then on the one hand, the naturalization or culturalization of the nation can of course be denounced as typically German, according to List, as a particular national interest and national condition. On the other hand, the critique of political economy today, unlike in Marx's time, cannot help but share List's accusation against the school that it has abstracted from the actual object. This is what we know today from anti-national leftists, who similarly only talk about state and nation in general and abstract terms, ignoring anything concrete and specific. Certainly, the hope that states and nations would automatically prove to be an anachronism on the path to a global society under the global social production relationship of capital through trade and the development of productive forces was one that, in the time of the greatest critic of classical national economics, only recognized progress as the advance towards communism, but did not have to consider the threat of a relapse behind state and nation. This, however, is the greatest threat in the globalist age, i.e. the epoch in which the continued existence of capitalist production no longer implies social progress, and which has found its most brutal expression to date in the National Socialist unstate, Franz Neumann. Not only with regard to National Socialism, but also in reaction to post-Fordism and Toyotism and the value chains that characterize them today, it would be the task of critique to present the dilemma that arises from capitalist socialization on a global scale and the impending loss of the only previously effective instruments of social struggle within the state and national framework. The prerequisite for this, in turn, can only be a critique of the nation that thinks together the general and the particular of every nation-state and does not tear it apart ideologically. This is precisely what Marx did against Liszt when he denounced his whispering about the higher value of the particular national productive forces compared to the general capital exchange values as what was and is German. Even if, in contrast to the times of Friedrich List, this whispering no longer expressly takes place in the name of the German nation, but in a post-national quasi-delimited form, it does not turn out to be the overcoming of nationalism, but on the contrary its reaction to the defeat in the Second World War as the special relationship between the form of commodity, the form of law and the form of thought, which is the basis of the German nation. This is based on the false assumption that National Socialism was nothing other than exaggerated nationalism and that it therefore taught that the idea of the nation-state was essentially fascist anyway and would therefore be discredited forever. If Marx despised Liszt's idealizing, phrase-believing, bombastic manner, with which he tried to suppress the fact that under capital, the real organization of society is a mindless materialism, an individual individualism, then he recognized in Liszt the real German, who can still be found en masse as a social character today and must be at the center of anti-German criticism that deserves its name, the hollow, windy, sentimental idealism of the German citizen, behind which lies hidden the pettiest, dirtiest huckster spirit, the most cowardly soul hides itself, has come to the epoch when it must necessarily betray its secret. But he reveals it again in a genuinely German, exuberant manner. He betrays it with idealistic Christian shame. He denies wealth by striving for it. He disguises mindless materialism in an idealistic way, and only then does he dare to go after it. The German citizen is himself religious where he is industrial. He shies away from speaking of bad exchange values, for which he lusts. He shies away from speaking of competition, and he shies away from speaking of his private interest. The German idealizing Philistine who wants to become rich must of course first create a new theory of wealth that makes the latter worthy of being pursued by him. He creates an idealizing economy, which has nothing in common with the profane French and English economy, in order to justify to himself and the world that he also wants to become rich. The German citizen begins his creation of wealth with the creation of an exuberant, hypocritical, idealizing national economy. But just as the German citizen knows no better way of opposing his enemy than by attaching a moral stain to him, by suspecting his attitude, by looking for bad motives for his actions, in short, by bringing him into disrepute and suspecting him personally. End quote. We know all this in the present. German free trade, unlike that of Western states, is not seen as competition for influence and power, but as a dialogical principle of international understanding. Merciless export is not seen as national profit maximization, but as a charitable measure to allow others to share in one's own prosperity in a completely selfless way. Refugee aid first had to be turned into a kind of ersatz religion called welcome culture, so that Germans could do something good for their fellow human beings in need. Criticism of Trump and the Brexiteers only exists as moral arrogance and slander, and so on and so forth. The self-congratulatory tone of endless self-talk, which already drove Marx up the wall, makes people in this country naturally susceptible to those who cultivate similar forms of monologue. When President Xi Jinping, of all people, who to the delight of the Germans has been peddling the slogan of a community of human destiny internationally for some time, declared China to be the Lord Keeper of the seal of free trade at the World Economic Forum in Davos in January this year, German enthusiasm knew no bounds. Xi showed himself to be an anti-Trump, a cosmopolitan globalist, cheered Handelsblatt, January 17, 2017, and Defense Minister Ursula von der Leyen felt that she had really understood him. We had the feeling that she was giving our speech, FAZ, May 4, 2017. It was only logical that the German Chancellor referred to China as an alliance partner in a phone call with Xi Jinping one day before her visit to Donald Trump in mid-March this year. The FAZ added to this action, which was obviously aimed at snubbing the U.S. president, with the words, "But after his America First statements, his threats and his rejection of free trade agreements, Trump is not considered an ally, at least for the time being. March 18, 2017. The German ambassador in Beijing, Michael Klaus, then bluntly calls for a real alliance. We should be staunch advocates of globalization together, because we are the ones who benefit most from globalization. It therefore makes sense to join forces at a multilateral level such as the G20. German People com.cn, January 24, 2017. However, you will have to search with a magnifying glass in this country to find someone who names Germany's ruthless interest-based policy for what it is, as one that only follows the principle of Germany first. As a result, the pronouncements everywhere sound as hollow, windy, and sentimental as Marx detested cunning. This idealism of the German citizen Marx is exemplified in a joint declaration by the chairman of the General Works Councils of the German automotive industry entitled Against Protectionism and Renationalization from February 2017. It reads as if it had been written for a Sunday sermon from the pulpit. In a world that is moving closer together every day through integrated value chains, international knowledge networks, and digital technologies, isolation and isolationism are completely the wrong way to go. igmetal.de. It fits the picture that, according to Allensbach, the majority of Germans bluntly see their own economy as the beneficiary of globalization, FAZ, April 26, 2017, and yet attach a moral stain Marx to every critic of the German economy, and by no means just the Trump administration. But how do Germany and China actually benefit from globalization and free trade? When answering this question, significant national economic differences between the two world export champions must be taken into account. Unlike China, Germany is at the stage of a highly developed national economy, within which medium-sized companies, in particular more than almost anywhere else, are at the top of long internationalized and decentralized value chains in many economic sectors. They determine which product is manufactured when, where, how, and for what price, which then ultimately receives the Made in Germany seal of quality. The president of the Institute for SME Research, in Bonn states, however, it should not go unmentioned that significantly more SMEs are at the top of value chains in Germany than in other countries. FAZ, February 27, 2017. Such value creation is based to a large extent on German foreign investment, 60% of which, according to current figures, is made in the Eurozone, particularly in Spain, Ireland, Lithuania, and Slovenia, and 37% in North America, i.e. the USA and Canada. Under the title Record Prospects for Investments Abroad, the FAZ states, however, the reasons for the record level of investment abroad are not all good news. It is true that the majority of companies are going abroad for sales reasons and to open up new markets. However, 1 in 4 companies cites high costs at home as the reason for their investments. July 4, 2017. In other words, cheaper is always possible. The full perfidy of this practice only becomes clear if you are aware of the so-called wage restraint that has been corporatistically agreed between trade unions, politics, and business for years, which the FAZ cites as one of the main reasons for Germany's good situation, and which is also sharply criticized by the IMF. For example, Germany's labor market is strong. Employees should actually be able to negotiate high salaries, but wage increases have only been significantly higher than inflation since 2014. This has the same effect as the weak euro. German products remain cheap, and Germans can buy fewer foreign products. FAZ, April 22, 2017. Enrique de Tragiac, the IMF staff member responsible for Germany, commented, a sustained rise in wages and inflation in Germany is necessary to lift price increases in the Eurozone and facilitate a normalization of monetary policy. The fund is also working for higher wages because it hopes this will reduce what it sees as an excessive foreign trade surplus. FAZ, May 16, 2017. The euro is another main reason for Germany's economic strength. No other EU country benefits from the supranational currency in anything like the same way. Because the euro exchange rate is kept low by the many economically clearly weaker countries, German products are relatively cheap abroad. The exchange rate of the euro is a reflection of the economic strength of the Eurozone as a whole. An undervalued currency drives up the surplus via both imports and exports. This is because anyone wishing to import German goods has to put less of their own currency on the table in order to pay the corresponding purchase price in euros. On the other hand, imports from abroad are more expensive for Germans paying with a weak euro. According to economists, this is precisely the reason why the current account surplus has risen so sharply in recent years. FAZ, July 3, 2017. The resulting dominance in trade at the expense of all others is not just accepted by the responsible German side as a kind of collateral damage. On the contrary, the inequality is systematically made into its own business basis, which cannot be called anything other than nationalistic, albeit under different-sounding pretexts. The federal ministries of finance and economics have agreed on a policy paper on the German current account surplus in the light of German-American trade relations. At a global level, current account developments should be assessed at the Eurozone level, it says. The Californian current account balance with China is no more the subject of discussion than the German current account balance with the United States should be. In a monetary union, the external value of the currency is determined by the conditions of the entire currency area. FAZ, April 20, 2017. You have to come up with that first. To equate Germany with the U.S. state of California and to lie about the German-dominated EU as the United States of Europe is similar to what, in a different context, would probably easily be called a fraud with high criminal energy. Why such unscrupulousness should not also be commented on with the words the Germans are bide, as Donald Trump did at a meeting with EU leaders at the end of May 2017, according to Spiegel Online, May 26, 2017. Must remain the secret of those who still refuse to admit how close the new U.S. president's criticism of Germany's trade practices comes to the truth. In the German media, the word bad was of course immediately translated with relish not as bad, but as evil. Der Spiegel led the way. Later, when EU Commission President Juncker publicly declared that Trump had not used this phrase in an aggressive manner and that he had not said, "The Germans are behaving badly." He said, "We have a problem." They quickly wrote back. Spiegel Online, May 26, 2017. Unlike Germany, world export champion China could easily be described as a model pupil of Friedrich List and his idea of so-called educational tariffs. List understood this to mean a protective system solely for the purpose of the industrial education of the nation. The protective system, insofar as it is the only means of putting the states that are far advanced in civilization on an equal footing with the predominant nation, which has not received an eternal manufacturing monopoly from nature, but has only gained a head start over others in time. The protective system appears, from this point of view, as the most important means of promoting the finite union of peoples, consequently true freedom of trade. End quote. China's means of transportation towards true freedom of trade are exemplified in the case of the most important German export good, the car, by the fact that the Beijing leadership has been imposing a 25% tariff on imports of motor vehicles for years, forcing companies to set up manufacturing plants in the country, which, like all foreign company foundations, are only possible as joint ventures with at least 50% Chinese participation. A further condition is that the Chinese are allowed to access the technology they bring with them. With a low car import quota of only 5% market share, China has long since become the largest car manufacturer in the world. Because the country does not yet have the status of a market economy in the World Trade Organization, WTO, to which it was admitted in 2001, China is allowed to take protectionist measures to a certain extent due to its alleged infant industries. The term tariff barriers to trade has become established in economic jargon for protectionist measures such as import and export duties and state subsidies for export goods, in contrast to non-tariff barriers to trade, which officially exclude punitive tariffs and in practice exist at the level of product and production regulations, import quotas, bans, or taxes. Currently, the most prominent German victim of Chinese protectionism is the insolvent SolarWorld, the largest manufacturer of solar cells to date. Its bankruptcy is particularly serious in two respects. Firstly, for years German companies were only world leaders in solar technology because the state had subsidized and financially supported the industry. Secondly, the gradual loss of market leadership to China is due to its aggressive protectionism. Because China is about to be granted WTO market economy status and EU anti-dumping measures against China will only be permitted as long as the country has not yet been granted the status. The FAZ takes the end of SolarWorld as an opportunity to sound the alarm. It could get even worse, because the EU is in danger of losing the most important instrument it has against China: the non-classification of the country as a market economy. The EU should actually have granted China the status of a market economy at the end of 2016, as agreed when it joined the WTO. The EU has so far refused to do so. China has taken legal action against this before the WTO and will probably prevail December 5, 2017. Given this legal situation, one might now expect the EU, with Germany at the helm, to feel as committed to free trade as it has been constantly trumpeting to the world since the change of government in Washington as a fight against Trump's evil protectionist ambitions. But we learn in the same place. In Brussels, it is assumed that the WTO will uphold the complaint in the first quarter of next year. A new anti-dumping regime must then be in force. The EU trade ministers have now taken a first step towards creating an adequate replacement and have largely followed a proposal made by the EU Commission in the fall. According to this proposal, the EU would effectively get rid of all its problems with a trade policy trick. In future, the decisive factor would be whether a country distorts prices and production costs through state intervention. Tough anti-dumping measures should be possible if a state directly controls many companies, has a direct influence on prices and production costs, or favors domestic manufacturers. End quote. One wonders how this approach differs from what Donald Trump's economic advisor Gary Cohn has formulated programmatically and authoritatively for the new U.S. government, according to Spiegel Online. The U.S. would treat other countries the way they treat us. This means, if they have no barriers to trade or no tariffs, we will have no tariffs. May 26, 2017. Tariffs here means tariff barriers to trade. If you listen a little more closely, i.e., if you don't allow yourself to be misled by the usual anti-American rhetoric, you will come across some interesting side notes. When Economics Minister Bridget Zypries met U.S. Secretary of Commerce Wilbur Ross in his Washington office at the end of May 2017, which Der Spiegel is bound to call the new heart of darkness, the Hamburg-based news magazine Meekly reported that Zypries had asked Secretary Ross to level the playing field. The common enemy is China. The aggressive economic expansion of the communist rulers is aimed at buying up Western cutting-edge technology. We need to defend ourselves against this. May 25, 2017. Zypries was referring, among other things, to the Made in China 2025 campaign, with which the country has set itself the goal of buying up Western companies and know-how on a previously unprecedented scale by means of state-led and financed industrial policy. This is why economic commentators in Germany are already warning that the precious made-in-Germany high-tech image is in serious danger of being lost as a unique selling point in the long term. Deutschlandfunk, April 13, 2017. If you also consider China's monstrous plans for the so-called New Silk Road, which are not only intended to finally establish a countermodel to what China calls the imposition of Western values, FAZ, May 13, 2017, but also underpins the claim to global leadership that has recently been openly asserted, only then can one appreciate the significance of terms such as China shock or death by China, which, unlike in Germany, have been present in the American public for some time, and what these terms have to do with Donald Trump's election victory. According to Wikipedia, the project includes both land and sea routes. The initiative names 6 corridors that are to be developed step by step, including the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, CPEC. 65 countries should or can participate in the projects. Financing is to be provided by the Silk Road Fund and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB, with the total volume estimated at $1,100 billion. Trade with China has lost important advocates in the United States, says Daniel Eikenson, trade expert at the think tank Cato. The relationship has deteriorated since the financial crisis at the latest. The American Chamber of Commerce and Industry published 2 reports in 2009. One bundled the complaints about China's growing protectionism. Americans complained about the lack of transparency of regulation in China, difficulties in enforcing their rights, and preferential treatment of domestic competitors. The second report was even more explosive. It described a network of Chinese industrial policies with the aim of developing national champions with borrowed Western technology. A bipartisan report published in February by renowned presidential advisors and China experts warned that events related to the financial crisis have strengthened Chinese national pride and their determination to assert their own interests against neighboring countries and the United States. The report sees a sharp rise in protectionism in China since 2008, with state-owned companies being propped up and foreign companies discriminated against. The Chinese government is undermining long-standing relationships. The discrimination, at least as perceived by the Americans, has not been without consequences. Cato expert Eikenson sees the representatives of America's multinational corporations, who were China's most important advocates in the United States, as discouraged. After years of harassment by Chinese authorities, they are less willing to take sides with the country. These are not the only friends China has lost. Its natural allies, the economists, have also become somewhat silent of late. An essay by the three authors David Autor, David Dorn, and Gordon Hanson entitled The China Shock has contributed to this, The China Shock. The quintessence of the study is that American workers in regions that were particularly hard hit by Chinese import competition often lost out. They rarely found adequate replacements after losing their jobs, and their income generally shrank. They became ill, were less likely to find a wife, and died earlier. In short, the China shock hit American workers much harder than economic theory suggests. Since the publication of this study, economists have always qualified their positions in favor of free trade with the caveat that, in addition to its great benefits for consumers, it also produces social costs. Author Dorn and Hanson published another study in November, after the presidential election, which had it all. The battleground states of Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina would have voted for Hillary Clinton if they had not been so hard hit by competition from Chinese imports. This has created a new attitude towards China in America. The disappointment of American corporations and the disillusionment of economists have combined with the economic nationalism propagated by Donald Trump and some of his advisors, FAZ, April 5, 2017. What is not even conceded in this context is that the Chinese approach described is not just perceived as such by the Americans, but a very serious, objectively verifiable discrimination. If at least this concession were made to the American self-image, perhaps it would then be possible to understand why Peter Navarro, the director of the new National Trade Council Authority created by Donald Trump and author of the 2011 book Death by China, which traces Chinese trade policy in detail and calls for a different American free trade policy, is a beacon of hope for many Americans and not a crude isolationist preacher. Welt, December 22, 2016. Die Welt, which is still said to be not particularly anti-American, also gave the Yank a lesson in free trade. The reason given for Navarro's foul title was, after all, it has been a foregone conclusion in economic theory since Adam Smith and David Ricardo at the latest that free trade and globalization generally serve growth. That's more or less how they all tick, the German see-through economists and Trump critics, who naturally don't want to notice that President Obama already urged China and Germany to make fundamental changes because of their current account balances, but was rebuffed by China and Germany together. In the newspaper Die Zeit on November 11, 2010, under the headline Obama Buckles in Trade Dispute, one can read, U.S. President Barack Obama has failed in his attempt to politically curb the enormous export strength of China and Germany. German Chancellor Angela Merkel and Chinese head of state Hu Jintao led a U.S. initiative come to nothing right at the start of the G20 summit. At the meeting of the strongest economic powers, G20, on Thursday in the South Korean capital Seoul, Obama had to make do with a declaration of intent that the problem would be seriously tackled at an as-yet unspecified date. End quote. This is why the anti-national opponents of the G20 meeting chaired by Germany, who took to the streets in Hamburg at the beginning of July 2017, did not understand the message of the German Alliance Future of Industry, in which trade unions, industrial and employers associations, and the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy have joined forces to modernize Germany as an industrial location in the long term and strengthen industrial competitiveness. A joint declaration by the alliance states, current protectionist measures and industrial policy interventions in favor of domestic production, including among the G20 countries, must be combated under the German presidency. www.bmwi.de. What used to be said so boldly, the main enemy is at home? Instead of wanting to join the German Future of Industry alliance against protectionism and nationalism without being asked, as the anti-national side has done so far, it would be urgently recommended to finally take the slogan seriously in the present. When technology overcame national borders a good 20 years ago, this was celebrated as proof of the emergence of the much-vaunted One World, which would finally allow all inhabitants of the earth to share in the blessings of prosperity and progress, beyond chauvinistic narrow-mindedness and thus also exclusion and war. In the meantime, disillusionment has set in and even European countries feel compelled to regulate technology transfers using the otherwise much maligned state coercion in order to maintain social cohesion. This has nothing to do with the rise of a new nationalism, but with the need to protect themselves against the threat of femdomination through the use of certain technology that can be used for imperialist purposes. Since the USA has failed as the guardian of the global order, and its technical suppliers, e.g. from Silicon Valley, have been challenged globally by growing Chinese capacities, tensions have been increasing worldwide. This is all the more true as China links its battle for markets in the high-tech and communications sector with its continued rise as a global power against the USA. If the current US-Chinese trial of strength continues to develop in this way, the FAZ fears, technology will fragment far beyond internet content and the world will split in two in this area. FAZ, May 6, 2019. Not only the newspaper for Germany, but also politicians and the inevitable experts leave it open as to which of these parts Germany should choose. In America, perhaps not the hope, but the expectation that China's decades-old, ever closer integration into the international economic and political power structure will first liberalize its economy and then its political system has been abandoned. Skepticism towards China has long been a cross-party consensus there, especially since Xi Jinping succeeded in consolidating his power as General Secretary of the Communist Party, Chairman of the Central Military Commission, and, since 2013, as President of the People's Republic. With his Made in China 2025 plan for the future, Xi Jinping has set the goal of developing the People's Republic into a leading industrialized country with hundreds of billions of dollars in state aid for 10 key industries. 1. Agricultural machinery. 2. Shipbuilding and marine technology. 3. Energy conservation and electromobility. 4. New generation information and communication technologies. 5. High-end controlled machine tool systems and robot technology. 6. Electric power equipment. 7. Aerospace technology equipment. 8. New materials and materials. 9. Advanced rail transportation equipment. And 10. Biomedicine and high-performance medical devices. According to the plan, this development will first be accelerated in the shielded domestic market and then expanded to the rest of the world. The supervisory organization SASAC, State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, which is directly subordinate to the Central People's Government, determines the paths that the individual companies must take, e.g. through bankruptcy, or the merger of a profitable company with one that is too heavily indebted, or the entry of financially strong Chinese companies or private individuals as part of a partial privatization, so that money flows into the relevant company coffers and, possibly, the expertise of a successful company helps the failing company. By 2049, China should be the world's leading industrial nation. In terms of influence and power, China always looks to the USA, which is seen as a role model for the development of political and economic power, and at the same time as the strongest power of the international hostile forces. In various models developed in China as a result of its rise for power relations in the world, China sees itself positioned against the USA, be it bipolar, all against the USA, tripolar, the USA, the EU and Asia, or pentapolar, USA, China, Japan, Germany, Russia. From China's point of view, hostile forces are trying to slow down the emerging country on its unmistakably Chinese path to a new heyday, which it sees as a challenge, especially as it has not yet reached the zenith of its power. This power is based on the power of the Communist Party and the expanding economy. In Internet Trends 2018, analyst Mary Meeker took stock of how rapidly the internet world has changed in recent years. Whereas 5 years ago, only American companies dominated in terms of market capitalization, these U.S. companies are now up against rivals that all come from China. In the current top 20, companies from the two countries are almost equally represented. 11 American corporations are matched by 9 Chinese corporations. Sad but true, no European company makes it into this top league. While the U.S. companies on this list are already very international, their Chinese counterparts are only at the beginning of their internationalization, as they first serve their gigantic domestic market with its current 700 million internet users. Manager Magazine, March 6, 2018. China has excluded American internet companies and networking platforms from its domestic market and driven forward the development of corresponding products under its own control. The network infrastructure was planned centrally and its technical structure makes it much more effective for control and censorship than is the case in Russia, for example, which is also governed by authoritarian rule. The control of the internet and social media enables the CCP to counter Western interference to weaken itself. In order to secure its rule, it does not rely on increasing material prosperity, but has also declared the great Chinese dream of strengthening the nation to be the people's wish and obligation to integrate. For many years, modernization and development have been achieved by copying superior Western models, which has made China strong in a prosperous Asia. Today, the aim is to counter everything Western with its own. Under the Xi government, since 2013 with Xi Jinping as president and Li Keqiang as premier, a nationwide campaign was launched against Western values and Chinese ideas were propagated as guiding principles. A newly invented and immediately canonized Chinese culture and tradition serves to propagate unity internally and demarcation externally. The prescribed and apparently also widely believed harmony, which subordinates the personally special to the predetermined path of society, and is also directed against regionalisms that have always been virulent and other, e.g. religious deviations, also impresses Western countries. Under Barack Obama, the turn to Asia was proclaimed as an American reaction to China's lack of liberalization and the increasing blackmail of non-biddable neighboring states in order to prevent Asia from being handed over to Chinese supremacy. When Obama finally received the Dalai Lama in Washington as an expression of the failure of his cooperative charm offensive and to save face, China celebrated its victory by threatening sanctions. The turn to Asia has failed because China has increasingly globalized its economic, trade, and alliance strategy, while at the same time flaunting its national strength and thus its willingness to engage in conflict. Chinese foreign policy does not even define what it actually wants to achieve in its conflict strategy against the countries bordering the South China Sea. It insists on indisputable sovereignty over this sea, refuses any multilateral approach to finding a solution and confronts each littoral state individually with its military power. Beijing does not recognize decisions by the Court of Arbitration in The Hague, nor does it respect the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. The USA, on the other hand, insists on freedom of navigation, which it demonstrates time and again, and supports some states in the region. However, China not only insists on its position against America in the South China Sea, it also presents itself as an opponent of the USA in American regulatory and containment actions in completely different regions, such as the sanctions against Iran due to the Iranian nuclear and missile program, against Russia after the occupation of Crimea and the war against Ukraine. Even in its attempt to undermine the power of Venezuelan President Maduro, China has been at odds, earning Xi Jinping the accusation from U.S. Vice President Mike Pence of offering life insurance for corrupt regimes. FAZ, November 30, 2018. China uses its economic ties for political maneuvering of all kinds. When a Chinese fishing boat deliberately rammed a Japanese Coast Guard boat near the Senkaku Islands, which are claimed by both countries, in September 2010, Japan's dependence on the supply of rare earths was used to get the arrested man released without conviction after the Chinese captain was arrested by the Japanese Navy. The whole world expects Chinese sanctions for government contacts with the Dalai Lama, and the awarding of the Nobel Peace Prize to the dissident Liu Xiaobo was met with a ban on the import of Norwegian fish. Another example is the first-time assumption of the chairmanship of the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, by the former Chinese Deputy Minister of Agriculture Chu Dongyu. He won the election against the European Union's candidate, Catherine Jesslane-Laniel, despite the very valid accusations of corruption and blackmail, which was also followed critically in Germany, the fourth largest contributor to the UN. To avert the foreseeable defeat, the EU spread the word that a victory for China would put the FAO's hegemonic ambitions in Africa under the mantle of the FAO. All member states would then have to co-finance China's demonstrations of power and its neo-colonial development policy via the FAO, FAZ, June 25, 2019. However, the result of this vote came about. It stands for China's strong position. For example, the country was able to initiate the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which was founded in 2015 by 57 countries and, under Chinese leadership, is pushing back American influence with the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the Asian Development Bank. It has also been able to set up its own arbitration bodies in China for Silk Road projects with the help of friendly or dependent states against the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes, which provides an arbitration mechanism between investors and governments based on the legal system of the USA and European countries. China's long arm also means that below the national level, the humiliating procedure from real socialist times, the self-criticism associated with self-censorship, is being revived, as happened when Daimler CEO Dieter Zetsche and his China board member Hubertus Troika sent an official letter of apology to the Chinese ambassador because a commonplace saying from the Dalai Lama was posted on Instagram along with a long-deleted picture of the new C-Class. Look at a situation from all sides and you will become more open-minded. Daimler had previously affirmed on the company's own Weibo account, China's Twitter clone, we will strive to get to know China's culture and values better and thus adapt our behavior to the norms. Foreign Office spokesperson Geng Shuang accepted the apology as a sign of moral improvement in the context of ritualized self-criticism. Recognizing and correcting mistakes is a basic principle of all actions, not without adding, China will be more self-confident in the new era. Foreign corporations must abide by the basic rules. Zeit Online, February 15, 2018. In this way, the culture of authoritarianism is practiced as an element of calculating reason, and since this is not an isolated case, such processes can be seen as a successful export of Chinese culture. Today, the USA is pursuing a strategy of bilateral agreements while at the same time maintaining its own strength. Exercising control over its own interests also means occasionally shirking its obligations to coordinate internationally. The USA recognizes itself as the decisive global shaper alongside or against China, but no longer as the transformer. China is no longer seen as a technology copier, trash workbench, and developing country, but as a rival. It is not enough to imagine a systemic competition between a market economy and a state-controlled economy. The CCP has established a socialist market economy with Chinese characteristics, as it officially describes itself according to Wikipedia, an expertocracy and educational dictatorship with market economy dynamics. The dynamics in product development are just as proverbial as those in the destruction of the last remnants of traditional China not yet raised by the Maoists. The U.S. view of China today is more realistic, explained Robert Daly, director of the Kissinger Institute for China and the United States in Washington. The struggle for world power sounds too much like the 19th or 20th century. It no longer fits. Our economies and societies are much more interconnected today. It is a conflict of its own kind. Yes, it's not just about things like protecting intellectual property. We are demanding changes to the Chinese economic system, and therefore also to the political system. If we call on Beijing to stop subsidizing public companies, for example, then that goes to the heart of the Communist Party's governance. That almost borders on regime change. We won't get that. The conflict in the South China Sea was significant because it created a new consensus in America. When China started turning archipelagos into military bases, there was no way to sugarcoat it. That was raw aggression. China has paid a price for this because its reputation has suffered worldwide ever since. But China has prevailed. That's why people in Beijing believe it was worth it. They have created a new reality. FAZ, May 22, 2019. New realities also provide the backdrop to the current mass protests in Hong Kong, which were sparked by a proposed law that would have allowed people to be extradited to the Chinese judiciary, bypassing Hong Kong's rule of law. Previously, the central leadership had to organize kidnappings for this purpose, such as that of 5 Hong Kong booksellers who have since gone missing. The new law was also intended to punish economic crimes in particular, which would have followed the Chinese practice of strengthening the rule of the central government over the provinces as part of anti-corruption campaigns. Beijing has established the Shenzhen Special Economic Zone in the immediate vicinity of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, which not only supplies goods and electricity to Hong Kong and is home to many Hong Kong workers, but also receives foreign capital from Hong Kong for its telecommunications industry, for example. It is not only industries and workers from Hong Kong that are migrating to mainland China on a large scale. Shenzhen has now replaced Hong Kong as a major goods transshipment center thanks to a large-scale port expansion, and the financial district there is also successfully competing with Hong Kong in its core business. Shenzhen represents the future, and the leading real-time mobile phone supplier Huawei, which is based there, also stands for this. The end of the old glory and the consequences of the decline that has long since taken place are spreading fear and the feeling of being at the mercy of others in Hong Kong. The prerequisite for the fourth industrial revolution, i.e. the transition to a digital industry, is the modernization of data transmission. In the merging of information technology and industry, known in this country as Industry 4.0, a constant flow of data accompanies both the production process and the product. For anyone who generates and processes data, however, the The problem is how to secure it for their exclusive use and protect it from unauthorized access. If everything is to be networked with everything else, the first step is to establish standards, data formats, interfaces, basic software, so that a manufacturer can position itself both nationally and internationally. Once the technical issue of standardization has been resolved, the dilemma of Industry 4.0 remains that, to increase one's own competitiveness against competitors, it is necessary to network with other competitors. Many companies in Germany are reluctant to modernize in this area, and China, for example, has a correspondingly large advantage where such caution can be ordered away. Economics Minister Altmaier's plan to promote the formation of German and European champions, i.e. mergers of several large EU companies, has its origins here. As the intended use of IT technology leads to a means of power of the providers over those who derive their business benefits from it. Dealing with this dilemma requires consequent action by a higher power. Since in information and communication technology, the de facto control of an entire system is possible through the technical control of certain subareas, digital sovereignty must be achieved in order to increase operational security and secure the volume of data, the raw material of the future, as it is sometimes pathetically called, for one's own use. China understands this sovereignty nationally and links the social and ideological control of the Chinese with its own concept of cyber sovereignty. Each country sets its own rules for the use of the internet. To this end, it is attempting to anchor the primacy of state control in the newly emerging international law of the internet. As a European contribution to shaping this law, the European Parliament has created a new legal standard for the collection and transfer of personal data with the European General Data Protection Regulation. This makes their use subject to European scrutiny and consultation and creates a uniform European market. It is by no means a question of collecting data as sparingly as possible. On the contrary, it is intended to facilitate this. The General Data Protection Regulation is particularly aimed at American IT companies, which will now have to undergo certification under the EU-US Privacy Shield whenever they receive such data from Europe in order to comply with the law. The 5G mobile communication standard is intended to be the basis for the industry of the future, i.e. for robot cars, telemedicine, learning machines, etc. The large amounts of data required for this can only be transmitted by 50, which is supposed to be 100 times as powerful as LTE and as responsive as the human nervous system. The 50 network is part of the critical infrastructure, like the electricity or water networks, the functioning of which is subject to state supervision. As many state and non-state actors are continuously expanding their ability to carry out cyber attacks, ensuring the security of this infrastructure requires extensive precautions and constant updating. These cyber attacks have been around for a long time. The German Federal Office for Information Security, BSI, has registered an increase in reportable incidents. Attacks are not listed separately. By operators of critical infrastructure, Welt Online, February 17, 2019. The accusations made by U.S. Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein, who accused China of stealing masses of classified data in large-scale hacker attacks on the United States and its allies around the world, must have had an impact on European straight geese, as authorities and companies from various sectors in at least 12 countries, including Germany, were affected. Zeit, December 20, 2018. Back in 2012, an investigative report was presented to the U.S. House of Representatives on the two Chinese companies that have since gained some notoriety as suppliers of the 50 network, ZTE and Huawei. Here are some statements from its summary. The House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, hereafter referred to as the Committee, initiated this investigation in November 2011 to examine the counterintelligence and security threats posed by Chinese telecommunications companies doing business in the United States. In particular, to the extent that these companies are influenced by the state or allow Chinese intelligence agencies access to telecommunications networks, there is the potential for further economic and foreign espionage by a foreign nation-state already known to be a major perpetrator of cyber espionage. The investigation concludes that the risks associated with Huawei and ZTE providing critical infrastructure equipment to the U.S. could undermine U.S. national security interests. Any company providing such equipment, and especially any company that has access to or detailed knowledge of the architectural plans of the infrastructures, must be trusted to comply with U.S. laws, policies, and standards. In another industry, this development may not be of particular concern. If these companies seek to control the market for sensitive devices and infrastructure that could be used for spying and other malicious purposes, the lack of market diversity becomes a national problem for the United States and other countries. Contrary to what is often claimed, the US, Australia, and New Zealand's exclusion of Chinese providers is not about protectionism, because in none of the three countries are domestic providers the main beneficiaries. The special feature of the market for 50 is that there is no US provider that covers the full technological spectrum. The alternatives to Huawei and ZTE are mainly two European companies, Nokia and Ericsson. This has, of course, also reached Germany. It doesn't seem reasonable to place a bet on the security of Huawei's 50 networks, especially as the main competitors Ericsson and Nokia come from the EU. Capital, January 13, 2019. In the US, the lack of socio-political and economic liberalization of the Chinese ruling system is seen as a lack of trustworthiness. This political reservation has an impact on differences on seemingly only economic issues, such as the intention to correct unfair trade relations or to stop the theft of intellectual property and forced technology transfer in foreign investments in China. The U.S. is concerned about its national security in its relations with China, and this must be considered separately from the trade conflict, especially since this security issue cannot be resolved bilaterally. If, for example, Germany relies on Huawei and the 5G mobile network becomes part of the military communication networks, NATO will no longer communicate with its German counterparts in this way, said the commander of NATO forces in Europe, Curtis Scaparrotti, at a hearing in the U.S. Congress. The U.S. had previously threatened to restrict intelligence cooperation if Huawei were to be involved in the development of the new mobile communications standard 50-inch, NZZ Online, March 14, 2019. In Germany, there is little talk of such security aspects, which in the U.S. are also leading to calls for greater decoupling of the U.S. economy from the Chinese economy, but all the more talk of trade war, technological war, and a new Cold War. There is also a trade conflict with Germany, Mexico, and Canada. In renegotiations of the Free Trade Agreement, formerly NAFTA, under Trump, the USA has agreed with these countries that Chinese dumping steel exports, which endanger steel jobs everywhere due to gigantic overproduction in China, will no longer be accepted by the three countries. This Chinese export offensive is a consequence of the domestic Chinese construction slump and is not described as an economic war. The U.S. enforced penalties against ZTE, based in Shenzhen, whose largest shareholders include an academy of the Ministry of Aviation and the Chinese Aerospace Exploration Agency, for violating Iran and North Korea sanctions, and in the case of Huawei, allegations that the company had violated Iran's sanctions were initially the reason why the U.S. had Huawei's CFO arrested in Canada. While a violation of the Iran sanctions has not yet been proven, due to the lack of trust in the company's political representation and the discretion of the U.S. authorities regarding the actual damage, it is unlikely to be possible to prove that American security interests were deliberately violated. Huawei may be able to prove security gaps, like any company in this field, but it is unlikely to be possible to prove the unlawful collection of data and disclosure to government agencies without betrayal or loss of face for the side being spied on. A report by the Australian state news service ABC News from June 16, 2018 provides an example of how something can remain in the dark. The story begins in 2005, when BT, formerly British Telecom, embarked on a £10 billion, $17 billion, upgrade of its network. Huawei was contracted by BT to supply routers, transmission, and access equipment. Sources briefed by British intelligence agencies have told the ABC that a problem has been identified in so-called core switches installed by Huawei. These devices are the proverbial stable door for information, letting data in and out. BT noticed that these core switches were making a lot of chatter. The Government Communications Headquarters, GCHQ, the UK's intelligence and security organization, set up a Huawei Cybersecurity Evaluation Center, HCSEC, also known as the Cell, to investigate any hardware or software for the UK market at Huawei's expense. The Cell also randomly tested new hardware and software updates for the UK infrastructure for malicious code. The extent of the vulnerabilities in BT's infrastructure is not public, but the ABC understands that BT has replaced many of the core switches. BT has not confirmed this process, but as part of its security strategy, the Now BT Group has stated that it intends to remove some of Huawei's equipment from its mobile networks. Nevertheless, it is continuing to work with Huawei on innovations and is using the equipment outside of its core networks, said a BT spokesperson, Handelsblatt Online, December 5, 2018. The British have a different approach to the issue of trust than the Americans. In April, The Telegraph reported on the secret decision of the National Security Council, chaired by the Prime Minister, which agreed to allow Huawei limited access to build parts of the network such as antennas and other non-central infrastructure, April 24, 2019. The former director of the British GCHQ, Robert Hannigan, had previously spoken out strongly in the Financial Times against generally excluding companies from China in the 50 expansion. He referred to the UK's National Cybersecurity Centre, NCSC, which had never found evidence of malicious Chinese state cyber activities by Huawei in its investigations, and pointed out how inefficient a blanket security ban based on national company flags is likely to be. Börse-online.de, February 13, 2019. However, his call to start risk management now, Wirtschaftswoche Online, February 13, 2019, remains without any concrete content and raises the independence of Chinese companies from the state to a question of faith. More worrying is the situation of countries that are dependent on international regulations because they do not have the legal and technological possibilities of cyber sovereignty. In Ethiopia, the headquarters of the African Union was financed with Chinese government money. Huawei took care of the communication technology in the building. An employee of the private Berlin-based Mercator Institute for China Studies, MERIX, is quoted as saying by the Swiss news site Watson. And from 2012 onwards, unauthorized data was transmitted to Chinese servers every night for 5 years. The role of the company has not been clarified, but there is at least the suspicion that Huawei's infrastructure may have been used for this. Watson.ch, July 12, 2018. It also remains to be seen whether the accusation of espionage for the Chinese Secret Service, which the Polish authorities made against the Huawei boss in Poland, Wei Jingw, and the IT security expert Piotr D. after their arrest in January, can be substantiated. Huawei parted ways with Wei Jingw 2 days later and appointed a confidant of Prime Minister Duda as the new CEO of Huawei Poland at the end of February. Within 30 years, the company has developed from a semi-secret IT company in Shenzhen, which imported and resold switching equipment from abroad, into one of the world's leading providers of information and telecommunications technology. In the early 1980s, the Communist Party decided to modernize the country's ailing telecommunications infrastructure. And in 1996, the Chinese government passed a law restricting access for foreign telecommunications companies. By its own account, Huawei also received favorable government loans amounting to at least 30 billion euros. Huawei experimented early on with innovative organizational concepts, now operates as a private company whose shares are held by employees, and invests a lot of money in research and development, with the result that no other company from the People's Republic is a world leader with its technology. However, the dependence on semiconductors and chips from American production and software from American suppliers remains. Semiconductors are a more important import commodity for China than crude oil, accounting for more than 10% of total imports in 2017. In view of the looming conflict, China has filled its warehouses for a year, but it is questionable whether its own Chinese products will be able to replace the missing components by then. FAZ, May 17, 2019. Huawei is not only omnipresent with its products, it also maintains an extensive network of information channels and is constantly establishing new contacts. Universities such as RWTH Aachen University and research institutes such as the Fraunhofer Gesellschaft are keen to work with Huawei. At the lobby association Bitkom, Huawei heads the Communication Technologies Working Group. At the German Academy of Science and Engineering, Acatech, Huawei sits on the Senate alongside domestic top dogs such as BASF, Bosch, and BMW. Huawei is also involved in the German Economic Council and the Alliance for Cybersecurity. And that is just a small excerpt from the list. Tagesspiegel Online, January 29, 2019. The lobbying does not stop at the party conferences, where Huawei repeatedly rents stand space, for example at the SPD in 2017, the CDU in 2018, and the CSU and FDP in 2019. The opportunities offered by the German economy, which is geared towards cooperation with China, are also used for further networking. Network operators such as Vodafone, Telefonica, and Telecom are among Huawei's customers, which supplies considerable parts of the existing German 3G and 4G infrastructure. According to Wirtschaftswoche, the telecommunications group United Internet from Montabor is relying on technology from ZTE to build its own 5G network. Until 2013, there was still a German provider of fair network technology, Nokia Siemens Networks, NSN, from which Siemens, however, withdrew. Germany has thus lost the opportunity to develop its own technical infrastructure for mobile networks and then to control it. Wirtschaftswoche Online, June 12, 2018. In order to present the extent of the cooperation as trustworthy, a test center for Huawei equipment has now also been opened in Bonn, as in the UK, in which the Federal Office for Information Security is also involved. Zeit Online, June 12, 2018. As the question of trust arises for every user of a cell phone and the internet, and the line to surveillance paranoia is easily crossed, it is at least as much about image as it is about security. Working on the image of trust is all the more important the more intensive and comprehensive the cooperation is, for example in the design of a networked Ruhr area, where the city of Gelsenkirchen has been working with Huawei for years on its development into a smart city. The projects range from public Wi-Fi services and faster communication, e.g. between the fire department and citizens, to a more efficiently coordinated city administration and, as a step towards intensified cooperation in the future, the establishment of a digital open-air laboratory. There, garbage cans will soon signal that they need to be emptied and cars will be guided to the nearest free parking space by the computer system. Duisburg, which is the world's largest inland port, plays a special role in the new Silk Road project, also wants to become a smart city with Huawei, like 160 other cities in more than 40 countries. Last year, SPD Mayor Soren Link traveled with a delegation to Huawei's headquarters in Shenzhen and was shown a model smart city. The company has turned the Longgang district with several 100,000 inhabitants into a fully networked model smart city. Almost everything there is equipped with electronic sensors, and a good 41,000 cameras monitor the district. Everything is connected. Everything is evaluated by artificial intelligence. The collected data flows together in the command center, the brain of Longgang. The results are overwhelming. According to the city administration, crime has fallen by 28.8% within a year, which was achieved with complete video surveillance. Better communication within the authorities has halved waiting times in the offices. The all-encompassing nature of the Longgang model can be seen in seemingly small things such as the streetlights. Not only is the street intelligently lit, dimmed when no one is there, there are also surveillance cameras in the lantern. It also checks the air quality, provides free Wi-Fi, and is equipped with an emergency button. FAZ Online, March 27, 2019. However, the spokesperson for the mayor of Gelsenkirchen does not counter the now more frequent critical questions about the company's dealings with Huawei with rhetoric of trust, but with widespread fatalism. Huawei is inexpensive, a technical leader, and has won the public tenders. And what would be the alternative? Cisco? IBID. According to the Snowden papers, the American Foreign Intelligence Service NSA used devices from the American manufacturer Cisco for espionage by stopping the devices in transit and installing backdoors to intercept data. Although Germany has repeatedly been the beneficiary of American intelligence findings, the knowledge that it is itself the subject of American reconnaissance has also led to a certain amount of indignation. In 2014, Germany was still basking in its exclusive bilateral relations. Germany and China want to cooperate more closely in the field of modern digital industrial technologies. Economics Minister Sigmar Gabriel, SPD, and the Chinese Minister for Industry and Information Technology, Miao Wei, signed a corresponding declaration of intent on cooperation in intelligent manufacturing this Tuesday in Beijing. This is about the digital networking of industrial production, Industry 4.0. We want to breathe life into the innovation partnership between Germany and China that was agreed in 2014, said Gabriel after the signing. Miao Wei spoke of a stage victory and a new phase of industrial cooperation between the two countries. FAZ Online, July 14, 2015. A year later, the tone had changed considerably and Gabriel announced a tougher stance towards Beijing in order to protect German and European technologies from being sold off. Germany is one of the most open economies in the world. It is all the more difficult for us that direct investments by European companies in China are becoming increasingly difficult and are only permitted under discriminatory conditions, while China itself is going on a shopping spree with a long list of interesting companies, with the clear intention of acquiring key strategic technologies. Welt Online, October 29, 2016. The Federal Ministry of Economics then also blocked the sale of chip system manufacturer Garrison to Chinese investors, 2016, which had already been classified as unobjectionable, and when Chinese energy giant SGCC wanted to acquire a stake in electricity grid operator 50 Hertz, the German government prevented this, 2018. Until 2015, the rule of law dialogue and the human rights dialogue with China provided the facade for the relationship, which was upgraded to a comprehensive strategic partnership, Osweiertiges-amt.de, in 2014, but this view changed due to China's plans for the future. This is a serious challenge to the established industrial nations. If China succeeds in implementing its plans, the country will become an equal competitor for Germany in the cutting-edge technology sector. Composure is not appropriate, above all because China is going on the offensive, especially in industries that form the backbone of the German economy. Here, China wants to modernize its production facilities and replace foreign technology imports with its own innovations, wrote Die Zeit online, May 27, 2015, for example. It is often even claimed that China has copied its Made in China 25 strategy from the German Industry 4.0 concept, without looking into the question of what this might mean for German plans. Having long been persuaded of Chinese dependence in technology development, people are now disillusioned and offended by the brash Chinese. In fact, China is forcing foreign investors into joint ventures as part of the so-called concubine model. There are numerous complaints that technical knowledge has been diverted from such joint ventures. Often even exact duplicates of Western factories are created. FAZ, April 16, 2018. It is not only car manufacturers that now have Chinese joint ventures, which is why parts of German industry are now calling for a new strategy in dealing with China as an important trading partner and competitor. The Federation of German Industries, BDI, is calling on companies to reduce their dependence on the Chinese market. Handelsblatt Online, October 31, 2018. The chairman of the CDU/CSU parliamentary group in the Bundestag, Ralph Brinkhaus, sees the need to defend the basic economic order. When countries like China pursue a very sophisticated and sometimes aggressive industrial policy, we have to react and formulate our position. We like to talk about a defensive democracy, but we also need to talk about a defensive market economy. FAZ, May 20, 2019. The FAZ is also combative. Today's Chinese foreign trade and credit policy would certainly elicit an admiring comment from a European imperialist of the late 19th century, November 29, 2018. It has now been recognized that China is not only setting the agenda in its own country, but also increasingly in the European core area. It is not coming along as a disciplinarian with convergence criteria and deficit procedures, but is undermining Germany's position in the EU with its cornucopia and offers of cooperation. The exogenous influences should actually help to overcome the internal divergences and impositions, but what should have welded the Europeans together is now plunging them even further into an existential crisis. Although all EU states are calling for China to open up to European companies just as much as vice versa, 14 EU states, from Italy and Portugal to Greece, Hungary and Poland, are involved in the Silk Road Initiative, which prevents any common strategy towards China. On the contrary, the bilateral ties following the example of Germany in 2014 ensure that no position independent of Chinese interests is adopted. For example, access to the Chinese market for German companies cannot be linked to the threat of restricting Chinese companies in the European market. Understandable in principle but somewhat helpless in tone, the European Commission is now also taking a tougher stance towards China. With the help of the EU Authority for Network Security, ENISA, it wants to identify overarching risks in order to agree joint steps against them. It has also warned the member states to only consider companies that guarantee the security of mobile networks when tendering for frequencies for the 5G network. Finally, the Commission has presented a paper entitled EU-China, a strategic outlook, which expresses a political course correction towards the EU's most important trading partner. China is no longer only described as a cooperation partner, but also as an economic competitor and, for the first time in an EU document, as a system rival pursuing alternative regulatory models. Handelsblatt Online, 29. 3.2019. However, the new activism against Chinese impositions in itself paints a false picture. Criticism of China can only be voiced if the USA is also named as a related and dangerous rival in the same breath. CDU MP Brinkhaus, for example, wants to use his defensive market economy not only against the People's Republic, but also against the Federal Republic. It is also about finding a way to curb the market power of large platforms such as Google and Amazon with regard to data. FAZ, May 20, 2019. Nils Schmid, foreign policy spokesman for the SPD parliamentary group, sees Germany and the free world as being torn between two totalitarianisms. To put it bluntly, the state in China could do what Google, Facebook, and company do in the Western market economy. In dystopian terms, the world would then have the choice between a status totalitarian and a private totalitarian economic order. International Politik, May 2018. The Tagesspiegel Online expresses a similarly equidistant and fatalistic view. It is about accusations of espionage, links to the Communist Party, and, last but not least, which superpower is more likely to offend the German government. That of the past or that of the future, America or China, January 29, 2019. It is clear that Europe feels it is facing a crisis of confidence, which was of course brought about by the USA. Quote, the Trump administration, however, is now pushing for an economic decoupling between the West and China, not just for 5G but for high-tech products in general. Global supply chains with Chinese involvement should give way to trusted markets within the West. But then the question arises for the Europeans. Can the competitor, which is technologically weak in many areas, trust the hegemon USA? Zeit Online 6.12 and Tagesspiegel Online, August 12, 2018. This much is already certain. The German government will not ban the Chinese network operator from the mobile networks in Germany. Instead, the Federal Network Agency is to work with the Federal Office for Information Security, BSI, to formulate requirements that will then apply to all network equipment suppliers. To this end, the catalog of security requirements in the Telecommunications Act, TKG, is to be amended. The adoption of the TKG, which is intended to ensure the protection of telecommunications secrecy, for example, marked the end of the federal government's telecommunications monopoly. In future, the suppliers of network operators are to have their products certified under security aspects and provide security guarantees. Heise Online, December 2, 2019. What remains of the security discussion is an anti-discrimination regulation for network equipment suppliers. In February 2019, Economics Minister Altmaier announced his National Industrial Strategy 2030 to secure and regain economic and technological competence, competitiveness, and industrial leadership at national, European, and global level in all relevant areas. These national ambitions for European and global leadership do not represent a strategy against Chinese impositions, but rather a strategy to counter the lead that China and the USA have gained, particularly in the areas of telecommunications technologies, the Internet, and digitalization. National Industrial Strategy 2030. 12. Until now, the EU's industrial policy has pursued the goal of ensuring favorable framework conditions for industrial competition within the EU as well, but now, according to the Tagesspiegel, Europe could be facing a paradigm shift in economic policy. The traditional role of the state, which only sets guardrails but otherwise stays out of the economy, no longer works, said the German Chancellor. Emmanuel Macron also underlined this insight in his guest article published in 28 European newspapers. We need to reform our competition policy and realign our trade policy, writes the French president. He proposes preferential treatment for European companies, as the USA and China do, and calls for companies that undermine our strategic interests and our essential values to be punished. A central point here is the creation of large European corporations. Tagesspiegel Online, May 3, 2019. Germany, whose share of the total gross value added generated by the manufacturing industry of all 28 EU member states was over 30% in 2017, would also have a special role to play in the creation of large European corporations. Facts are already being created in European battery production and also in development-motivated collaborations, such as that between BMW and Daimler for the joint development of driver assistance systems. According to Merkel and Altmaier, EU competition law is to be amended to create European global players so that the EU Commission cannot impose a ban again, as it did with the planned Franco-German rail merger between Siemens and Alstom. German SMEs are vacillating between a fear of Chinese buyers and the fear that they are becoming more and more like China with their state industrial policy. The prospects for Europe are therefore not bright, which is why a capital market strategist from the world's largest asset manager BlackRock, Martin Luck, recommends, the United States and China are currently wrestling for supremacy in the world. Europe is on the sidelines, preoccupied with itself. Even if the trade conflict between these two superpowers currently seems threatening, Luck assumes that it could ultimately lead to lower rather than higher tariffs in both markets. In this respect, investors should rather focus on shares from these two markets. FAZ, November 12, 2018. Since the pioneering work of the China champion Helmut Schmidt, the oldest cultural nation in the world, and its own have moved closer together, a bond that would be unthinkable with the uncultured USA. While there has been much discussion about China, German SMEs have expressed their attitude in a recently completed survey of 2,000 managers of companies with an annual turnover of at least €2 million conducted by the Commerzbank Forsa Institute. The survey again identified a paradigm shift, this time in the assessment of trading partners. SMEs previously rated stable economies as less reliable. Emerging economic powers receive more trust instead. In light of Trump and Brexit, 30% of respondents rated the economic policy environment in China as good to very good, while 17% rated it as good in the USA and only 8% in the UK. Michael Ruther, member of the board of managing directors at Commerzbank, tried to recognize the foresight of German managers in the results. This extremely remarkable development will also influence the investment activities of German companies in the medium term. The American economy is currently still doing well, and German companies are also investing heavily, partly in response to Trump's policies, such as his reform of corporate taxation. However, Ruther considers this to be a flash in the pan. FAZ, May 28, 2019. The fact that the light comes from the east was already known to the German Maoists, whose insights are being absorbed by economic leaders, as well as ideologues, for whom Gunther Lachmann's AfD-oriented website is a prototypical example. Quote, China offers itself as a support for economic and political players who want to escape neoliberal constraints. Although old dependencies are being exchanged for new ones, these are primarily of an economic nature and do not imply any interference in domestic affairs. Under Chinese leadership, a growing bloc of states will emerge that turn away from profit maximization as the sole purpose and motive of economic activity. In contrast to neoliberal endeavors, each country is granted the freedom to determine its own political system and economic model. It can restrict the movement of capital and impose tariffs to protect national producers. Immigration can be limited or encouraged. Mind you, this new competition between systems does not concern social orders, but the principles of how states deal with each other. One side strives for dominance through political influence and economic pressure, while the other strictly adheres to the international law principle of non-interference. In the first case, the primary goal is unrestricted market access for global corporations. In the second, the preservation of state sovereignty. A shift away from neoliberalism under the aegis of China has already begun in many places. End quote. Multilateralism is the highest political principle in Germany. This motto has guided the foreign policy of the Federal Republic of Germany since its foundation, with social democratic politicians regularly taking the lead in this context. This includes German Foreign Minister Heiko Maas, who, since taking office in 2018, has made the equal and cooperative approach Germany's sole foreign policy guideline in contrast to the Trump government's policy. Far from remaining neutral, the German government uses multilateralism as a legitimizing foil, for example within the framework of the Alliance for Multilateralism, which was largely founded by Maas, a kind of state NGO whose main aim is to build up countervailing power against the United States under Trump, which is seen as an evil unilateralist. With regard to the Alliance for Multilateralism, the FAZ summed up the problem the Germans are facing by creating a countersovereign, but not wanting to embody it in case of doubt. Such an initiative also needs not only a sense of community, but also leadership. The Germans find it difficult to act in this way. July 31, 2020. The catastrophic consequences of such a policy of dual counterpower, against the USA and nation-state power politics at the same time, could be experienced in all its ugliness at the Conference on the Peaceful Settlement of the Libya Conflict held in Berlin in mid-January this year, initiated by the German government and mandated by the UN Secretary-General. As a result of the conference, all parties to the conflict stepped up their military activities on the ground, despite lofty promises of Peace from the mouth of the German Chancellor, and the conflict escalated all the more. Because the German rejection of the right of the strongest is morally justified, the supporters of international law see themselves in a position to generously overlook realpolitik objections. This applies not only to the question of which subject of international law to sit down with diplomatically in order to seek the best solution for all parties involved on an equal footing and with a willingness to compromise, for example, Ethiopia, despite the awarding of the Nobel Peace Prize to the current President Abiy Ahmed, a regime that remains authoritarian, took part in the founding meeting of the alliance. The multilateralist credo also applies in particular to the organizations or specialized agencies of the United Nations, which are supposed to bring about cooperation between nation-states on the basis of international law. Here, too, the composition of the respective organizations is irrelevant, as the only thing that matters is that they cooperate and feel good about it. German and German-minded Europeans assume that the mere existence of supranational entities guarantees fair cooperation between the nations represented and that their respective interests take a back seat. Since these are, of course, purely ideological assumptions that have been undermined by any historical experience, UN organizations and the rogue states they represent can do whatever they want without having to face any consequences. The fact that the German government and its intellectual collaborators have not changed their view of the World Health Organization, WHO, and the People's Republic of China despite the role they played, especially at the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic, is a logical expression of a state of mind that is still best summed up as the delusion of world sovereignty. Despite everything, Germany is full of praise for the UN agency WHO. The German government greatly appreciates the work of the WHO, reported the deputy government spokeswoman in July 2020, FAZ, September 7, 2020. Health Minister Jens Spahn has therefore already agreed to increase his financial support in the 2020-21 biennial budget from 300 million to 500 million euros without any conditions. The infiltration of the WHO by the Chinese government is being accepted without resistance. Germany and the EU are no longer even trying to exert their influence against it. The unabashed unscrupulousness with which China is acting is now consciously factoring in European appeasement. No matter how brutal, devious, and deceitful it is, the Chinese Communist Party, CCP, knows that Germany in particular will not oppose its actions for diplomatic and economic reasons and will maintain the comprehensive strategic partnership at all costs. If at all, a critical remark is occasionally made in the context of the rule of law dialogue, which the Chinese counterpart can of course ignore without consequence. And so the criticism of the final Sinicization of Hong Kong does not go beyond the tiresome task of expressing concern and warning. Accordingly, the German Foreign Office website states, with a trade volume of almost 200 billion euros, China was once again Germany's most important trading partner in 2018. In view of the growing uncertainty factors, international crises, and global challenges, cooperation and coordination within the framework of the comprehensive strategic partnership between Germany and China is of great importance. China sees Germany as its key partner in Europe, not only economically but also politically. The relationship is characterized by regular high-level political coordination in around 80 dialogue mechanisms as well as dynamic trade relations, investments, environmental cooperation, and cultural and scientific cooperation. Despite the overall positive development of our bilateral relations, fundamental differences of opinion remain. This applies in particular to human rights, especially personal freedoms. It remains an important interest of Germany that China continues its economic development, develops constitutional structures and social systems, allows more political and economic participation, and resolves minority issues peacefully. An important cooperation instrument for developing the rule of law is the rule of law dialogue. Equally important is the annual bilateral human rights dialogue. End quote. Even if Germany's loyalty to the WHO on the coronavirus issue must be seen against the backdrop of its kowtowing to China, it is still surprising in its scope. After all, it was only last year that Germany voted for the first time at the WHO annual general meeting against the resolution, adopted year after year with an overwhelming majority, which condemned Israel for allegedly providing inadequate medical care to Palestinians and the Arab inhabitants of the Golan Heights. Not only did the official justification for the German vote against unintentionally include criticism of the fact that the WHO has proven to be a good and reliably strong member of the United Nations when it comes to hatred of Israel, it goes without saying that Palestine has WHO observer status. For the first time in this country, Official doubts were also raised that the WHO may not be the nonpartisan and always neutral UN organization that it is otherwise considered to be in the home country of international law fetishism. Germany complains above all about an inappropriate politicization of factual issues. The World Health Organization is a place for factual debate, said Health Minister Jens Spahn on Twitter to explain the vote. Together with Foreign Minister Heiko Maas, he therefore decided that Germany will no longer accept one-sided politicization to the detriment of Israel. The German criticism came against the backdrop of growing dissatisfaction with the WHO, which was founded in 1948 and claims in its very name to be responsible for global health par excellence, and as such has its merits, for example in the eradication of smallpox, polio, and most recently in the development of an Ebola vaccine. According to Wikipedia, the travel costs for WHO cadres, anything but atypical for the administered UN world, exceed the combined expenditure on combating mental illness, HIV and AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. In addition to the constant increase in so-called voluntary and earmarked financial contributions by non-governmental or non-state actors, the successive expansion, or rather overexpansion, of WHO competencies has been criticized for years. In the meantime, bureaucratic confusion is often pre-programmed, as was prominently experienced in the case of glyphosate. Two WHO committees investigating in parallel came to completely different conclusions as to whether the weed killer is carcinogenic or not. 4 years ago, the Deutsche Apothekerzeitung reported that there was a consensus in relevant circles that the WHO was in a tangible crisis. The WHO's approach is apparently increasingly lacking the right balance. The WHO is apparently having difficulties effectively coordinating the work of various units globally. February 22, 2016. It should come as no surprise to anyone that such a situation is ideal for exerting political influence and could therefore also become a gateway for asserting Chinese interests. The fact that the Chinese Margaret Chan was head of the WHO from 2006 to 2017 and thus held the highest UN post for China to date, Deutsches Arzteblatt, during her time may also have favored this situation. There is every indication that the global coronavirus crisis with all its health, economic, and political consequences could have been avoided if the Chinese government had acted differently in the early stages of the epidemic. The first case of COVID-19 infection was officially confirmed in the Chinese city of Wuhan, Hubei province, on December 1, 2019, after new infections with a new pathogen unknown at the time had been reported daily since mid-November. By December 27th at the latest, there was clear evidence that it was a SARS-like virus, severe acute respiratory syndrome. Instead of forwarding these findings to the State Disease Control Center, which had been set up in response to the SARS epidemic of 2002-2003 in order to take appropriate measures at an early stage, the health authorities suppressed the dissemination of information wherever they could. After doctors from Wuhan had produced the first laboratory samples and were able to identify the virus in this way as early as mid-December, government authorities had the results destroyed and the laboratory closed. Diagnoses made by infected nursing staff were manipulated by the responsible party supervisory staff, who are present in Chinese hospitals as in every state institution. At the same time, they forbade those affected from talking about their illnesses. Doctors who had reported increasing cases of pneumonia on the internet were silenced. The police summoned several employees from Wuhan hospitals and, in totalitarian Chinese style, threatened to arrest them for spreading rumors and untrue allegations and disrupting social order. The accused had to sign a declaration of silence, probably due to the fact that the annual meeting of the local people's congresses was scheduled to take place in Wuhan between January 12 and 17, 2020. The party attempted to prevent anything that would prevent the event from running smoothly. Chinese bloggers and journalists who reported on the outbreak were arrested. At the time of writing, there was no trace of them. In China, only what the Communist Party deems opportune is supposed to apply, so that even in medical matters they do not shy away from falsifying data. Wuhan writer Fang Fang confirmed in her blog diary, which she started shortly after the outbreak began, that it was not a local but a systemic failure. If the same thing had happened at the same time in any other province, the officials there would not have behaved any better. These are the evil consequences of negative selection in the civil service, of empty, politically correct chatter and disregard for facts, the evil consequences of the ban on speaking the truth, the prevention of the media from reporting the true facts. End quote. Although the responsible Chinese authorities were aware by the end of December 2019 at the latest that the virus was transmitted from person to person and that new infections of medical staff were constantly being observed, Their representatives lied for almost 4 weeks by claiming that only animals were possible carriers. They also glossed over infection and death figures and, in typical Chinese grandiloquence, announced that containing and controlling the virus was not a problem. It was not until January 20, 2020 that the authorities admitted to human-to-human transmission. Of course, this was not without cover-up maneuvers. The government spoke of 14 infected doctors and nurses, while in reality several hundred of them had already been infected, FAZ, May 22, 2020. The drastic measures that followed were again hard to beat. On January 23, the CCP completely and rigorously sealed off Wuhan, a city of 11 million people. Probably also because it wanted to compensate for its previous inaction with demonstrative harshness, the government showed even less consideration than usual for the fate of individuals. Not only were countless so-called migrant workers who lived in Wuhan but were registered elsewhere stopped in front of the city's barriers. At the end of January, a 17-year-old boy with polio starved to death alone at home because his relatives were kept in quarantine elsewhere due to suspected infection, FAZ Online, June 2, 2020. This case is likely to have been just one of countless cases that will never be made public due to state censorship. The complete lockdown of the city of Wuhan, which was followed by the lockdown of other cities with millions of inhabitants in Hubei province, the measures affected a total of 56 million people, could not change the fact that nothing stood in the way of the global spread of the virus at that time. Due in part to weeks of lies and downplaying by the state authorities, around 5 million Wuhan residents had traveled out of the city a few days earlier to spend the Chinese New Year with their families scattered across the country. The WHO showered the Chinese regime with praise. It did not say a word about the cover-ups, manipulations, and reprisals. In the course of January, the organization praised not only the seriousness and leadership, but also the transparency of the CCP. During his visit to Beijing, board member Michael Ryan pathetically stated that he had never seen such a level of dedication in the face of such an extraordinary challenge. From the outset, the WHO aligned itself with the Chinese guidelines in all its official announcements. Until mid-January 2020, it claimed that there was no evidence of human-to-human transmission. It only declared the disease a pandemic in mid-March, at a time when the virus had already been spreading in over 100 countries for weeks. 2 weeks before the declaration by the WHO, Marlon Suckhagel, an employee of the Senate Department for Health in Berlin, pointed out that it had long been a pandemic. The WHO is avoiding declaring a pandemic, but that is more of a political statement. The figures speak a different language. Tagesspiegel Online, February 27, 2020. The claim by WHO Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus at the end of January that government action before and after the lockdown had prevented the coronavirus from spreading to other countries was already a sheer lie at the time. The truth, however, is that the number of infections in the People's Republic of China alone would probably have been up to 2/3 lower if the containment measures had been introduced just 5 days earlier. However, the most serious consequence was undoubtedly the WHO's recommendation, at Beijing's request, not to impose any entry restrictions on Chinese citizens or even residents of Hubei province. After the USA imposed corresponding entry bans on January 31st, China accused the American government of scaremongering and referred to the corresponding WHO submission. The CCP was also furious that the Trump administration was the first country in the world to have its citizens and diplomats flown out of Wuhan. The UN organization thus enabled the Chinese regime to present itself in a multilateral manner as an anti-nationalist supporter of liberalism and freedom of movement. Since German European politicians say that their hearts bleed when borders are closed, individual freedom is restricted and freedom of movement is partially suspended, it is not surprising that the Chinese tirades against America were received positively in this country. Not least out of political correctness, entry bans were avoided for as long as possible, which is why thousands of Chinese and travelers from Wuhan were able to enter Europe unchecked for weeks. The fact that northern Italy, of all places, had to report such high infection figures was mainly due to the fact that the regions of Lombardy, Piedmont, Emilia-Romagna, and Veneto have very close economic ties with China and hundreds of thousands of Chinese people work there. It is highly likely that patient zero arrived in Italy from China as early as January, FAZ Online October 3, 2020. At a time when nobody was concerned about lockdowns and entry restrictions, partly due to the deliberate misinformation provided by China and the WHO. One country that acted correctly from the outset, in this case in an anti-Chinese way, was Taiwan. Based on decades of experience with China's One China policy, the Taiwanese government did not rely on the neighboring country's announcements and ordered all passengers from Wuhan to be tested for symptoms on December 31st. 3 weeks later, Taiwan issued an entry ban for residents of the city. All people who had been in the region in the previous weeks were immediately systematically registered. At the same time, the National Epidemic Authority was activated, which initiated 124 measures in January, including an increase in the production of respiratory masks and a price freeze. At the beginning of February, the entry ban was extended to all Chinese, and from March onwards to almost all other foreigners. Due to the early unilateral approach, there was no need for curfews, lockdowns, or mandatory smartphone apps. With a total population of over 23 million people, the country, which is located immediately off the Chinese coast and 950 kilometers from Wuhan as the crow flies, had 455 infected people and 7 deaths to report. When Taiwan notified the WHO on December 31, 2019 that the coronavirus was spreading from person to person, the organization did not follow up on the tip. Just like the Chinese regime, the WHO does not regard Taiwan as a state, but as a renegade Chinese province. Its representatives make no secret of the fact that they are politically aligned with the CCP. When a Hong Kong journalist asked WHO Deputy Secretary General Bruce Aylward in an interview whether the organization was considering Taiwan's membership due to its success in fighting the epidemic, he initially remained silent. After the journalist repeated her question, he broke off the interview without comment. Afterwards, Aylward, who remarked at another point that he would prefer to be treated in a Chinese hospital if he contracted COVID, explained that the topic of China had already been discussed. However, not only the WHO but also the German government avoids mentioning Taiwan by name in order to avoid upsetting the Chinese. Government spokesman Stefan Seibert and Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Adebar did not mention Taiwan in a press conference shortly after the country had delivered 1 million face masks to Germany. Instead, they thanked other countries. Welt Online, April 19, 2020. For years, China's foreign policy has relied on a mixture of threats and favors towards poorer states in order to make them directly dependent. Beijing uses mafia diplomacy to expand its global hegemony, particularly with African countries, including Ethiopia, which is the second largest African recipient of Chinese loans after Angola. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, who held the office of Ethiopian Minister of Health and then Foreign Minister between 2005 and 2016, before becoming WHO Director General, already had excellent relations with the Chinese rulers at that time. As a loyal advocate of China, Dr. Tedros, as he is affectionately known, owed his election as Director General to Chinese lobbyists. The appointment of Zimbabwean dictator Robert Mugabe as WHO Special Envoy in 2017, which he initiated, shows how the former member of the government of the authoritarian torture state of Ethiopia ticks politically, although he had to rescind this appointment shortly afterwards due to worldwide protests. Mugabe would have been in good company as a WHO Goodwill Ambassador. The WHO Special Ambassador is not only the wife of Chinese head of state and party leader Xi Jinping, but also Chinese state television propagandist James Chow, who did nothing but praise the Chinese government in his reports even before the coronavirus pandemic, FAZ, April 6, 2020. Since convinced Europeans admire UN organizations as an anti-nationalist alternative to the sovereign nation-state, the WHO's attitude is broadly in line with that of the EU. The more relentless and manipulative the Chinese government is, the greater the European submission to its directives. Chinese audacity knows no bounds in this context. In March of this year, the state news agency Xinhua wrote that the world should be grateful to China for supplying medical equipment and medicines all over the world instead of blaming the country for corona, which no one except the American and Australian government did anyway. Also in March, the Chinese government officially questioned whether the coronavirus originated in China at all. Chinese state media subsequently spread the theory that American soldiers had introduced the virus at the World Military Games in Wuhan in October 2019. On the eve of the National People's Congress, which was held 11 weeks late at the end of May 2020 due to the pandemic, the CCP's party organ, the Chinese People's Daily, Remin Rebao, ran the headline, "The United States is to blame for the global outbreak of the lung disease." This state-launched propaganda campaign also went unchallenged by the WHO. after the USA announced its intention to withdraw from the organization and stop paying its dues due to the WHO's conspicuous pro-China bias. A left liberal shitstorm once again poured over Donald Trump and his government. According to the tenor, the WHO is in need of reform. However, as humanity must remain united, as the Alliance for Multilateralism announced, and serious consequences will therefore not be forthcoming in any case, it is hardly to be expected that those responsible at the WHO, who are deliberately acting in accordance with Chinese wishes, will take such criticism seriously. For this reason alone, a reform as well as the investigation now underway in associations that are riddled with Chinese influencers and their highly corrupt international helpers, 4 out of 15 technical UN organizations are now headed by the Chinese, must be regarded as hopeless. This is all the more the case as Dr. Tedros is not even up for discussion among multilateralists. The majority of EU parliamentarians emphatically praised the engagement of the WHO Director General. Although Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus showed no insight in his speech to the EU Parliament's Health Committee at the end of June 2020, and even had the audacity to once again praise the Chinese regime for its very strong measures, the EU is still courting the corrupt Director General today. CDU MEP Peter Lees summed this up in a speech of thanks to Dr. Tedros as follows. I believe that the whole Parliament supports you. Even if this was not entirely true, as at least right-wing populist MEPs sharply criticized the WHO chief and the Italian Lega MEP Silvia Sardoni even demonstratively presented him with a resignation letter that had already been drafted. The unwavering solidarity with the WHO can clearly be considered an official EU position. Because the political opinion of pro-European EU bureaucrats is also that of German public service journalists, the local radio mainly reported positively on the WHO and thus also on the actions of the Chinese regime during the coronavirus pandemic. Consequently, German filmmakers, in cooperation with the Chinese company CICC, produced a documentary for ARD entitled Wuhan, Chronicle of an Outbreak, which is based exclusively on footage from the Chinese propaganda apparatus. While there are no dissenting or critical voices, it says of the manipulations by the CCP that can be proven to have taken place. The extent to which there was deception or cover-up remains a riddle to this day. The film does not say a word about the regime's brutal repression, but it does say that the Wuhaners locked in their apartments were allegedly allowed to express special wishes, such as certain types of tea and fruit, which these same Wuhaners described as a brazen lie in countless internet videos. Even though the documentary was not broadcast due to previous criticism, the case makes it clear just how far Chinophobia has progressed not only in German politics, but also among those who like to call themselves cultural workers. German virologists obviously don't want to stand on the sidelines either. The director of Berlin's Charité Hospital and Germany's most important man, Stern, Christian Drosten, speculated pro-Chinese. What happened in the early phase of the outbreak would have been much more derailed in many countries. The president of the Robert Koch Institute, Lothar Wieler, seconded this by appeasing the Chinese government's deliberately underhanded approach. You're always smarter with hindsight. FAZ, June 15, 2020. Against this backdrop, it is less surprising that the two doctors, who are now revered as shining lights by the majority of Germans, expressly advised against wearing masks to protect against the virus until the beginning of April, in line with WHO guidelines, if not because of them. There is much to suggest that the virus was not first transmitted to humans at the Wuhan Huanan Fish Market or Wild Animal Market, but either at the Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CCDC, less than 300 meters away, or at the nearby Wuhan Institute of Virology, WIV. Chinese virologists have been experimenting with bat corona pathogens at both research facilities for years. Scientists largely agree that the virus originally came from bats. However, these were not sold on the aforementioned market. In addition, according to an article in Science Alert magazine, a study by Wuhan Hospital concluded that the first known infected person had not even visited the Huanan market, March 24, 2020. According to a report in the Washington Post, U.S. diplomats warned in 2 dispatches back in 2018 that the CCDC posed a risk of a new SARS-like epidemic due to inadequate safety precautions. This specifically concerned bat coronaviruses. There were also safety deficiencies in the WIV research complex, which reports directly to the Chinese army leadership and where the Chinese are working on bioweapons. In his book, France-Chine, Les Liaisons Dangereuses, French journalist and China expert Antoine Isambard quotes a senior French official who complained that the construction companies hired were building at the lowest prices and using inferior materials. Not only the American, British, New Zealand, and Australian Secret Services consider it plausible that the virus could have accidentally escaped from the high-security wing of the laboratory due to the inadequate safety conditions. Even the deputy director of the institute, Shi Zhengli, stated this at least at the beginning of the epidemic. Even beyond all speculation, the fact that the coronavirus broke out in Wuhan of all places is an extremely remarkable circumstance. Since 2015, the WIV there has had the only laboratory in China that meets the requirements of the highest biological protection level before. Accordingly, it can be considered certain that research on or with relevant viruses was only carried out there within China. The history of the laboratory's creation once again sheds a significant light on both the unscrupulousness of the Chinese and the systemic anti-Americanism of old Europe, because the United States did not comply with the Chinese request to build a B4 laboratory due to major military security concerns. France, which is one of the few nations technologically capable of building such a laboratory, felt compelled to play a trick on the Americans. One could read in the FAZ about the ideological state of mind of the French president in charge at the time. Chirac was put under pressure from Washington not to approve such a technology transfer. But at the time, the Frenchman was basking in the glory of his veto on the American war in Iraq and did not think to take American reproaches into consideration. April 29, 2020. It came as it had to. The Chinese booted out the French at all levels, circumvented a number of safety regulations, so that even accreditation of the laboratory by the WHO is still pending, and denied the French any previously agreed research cooperation. The behavior of the Chinese regime since the corona outbreak speaks for a laboratory accident. While the Chinese authorities have apparently destroyed the carcasses of the allegedly causative wild animals from the Huanan market, i.e. the potential evidence, they have also done everything else to prevent a reconstruction of the course of events. In early January, for example, China rejected the offer of the allegedly nationally narrow-minded American government to send a crisis team from the Epidemic Control Authority to Wuhan. The regime also imposed particularly strict censorship measures, which have prevented Chinese researchers from investigating how the virus originated and spread to this day. China is also extremely sensitive to demands for an independent investigation. After Australia demanded this, Beijing not only increased tariffs on Australian barley, imposed import bans on Australian meat companies, and threatened to boycott Australian universities by the many young Chinese studying there, but also launched several cyber attacks on Australian companies and government institutions. The example set by the government has had an effect. EU countries in particular are exercising even greater restraint than before in order to avoid angering the Chinese rulers. In general, the European public has little interest in coming to terms with the disaster. Instead, the lockdown is being celebrated as an anti-capitalist rebellion against the economy, especially in left-wing circles, and the pandemic is being used as an opportunity to once again portray the right-wing opposition and, above all, the American president as a misanthropic conspiracy theorist. As the coronavirus crisis is seen as an economic problem but also as a human opportunity, German President Steinmeier spoke of the crisis bringing out the best in us. People don't want to know exactly what happened in Wuhan at the beginning of 2020 and what role the WHO played in it. Everyone agrees with Dr. Tedros that it is about the big picture, the relationship between humans and nature. We must question our lifestyle and take decisive action against climate change, for example. The WHO Director General told the EU Parliament, knowing full well that almost all political groups would agree with him. Greta Thunberg also made similar statements to reinforce the ideological united front across generations. Pandemics like this are the manifestation of our unbalanced relationship with nature. Anyone who thinks this way, i.e. obsessively wants to recognize a wake-up call for multilateralism, MOS, in the pandemic and therefore believes they have to act with the Chinese regime at all costs, cannot have any interest in finding the culprit of the global catastrophe and its corrupt collaborators. Just as the crisis is to be solved together at all costs, as if it had not turned out during the peak phase of the pandemic that it was precisely the unilateral action of sovereign nation-states instead of the WHO and EU that still promised the best prospects of a solution, it would be better if everyone were equally to blame for the outbreak of the pandemic. The political stupidity that goes hand in hand with this counterfactual, purely ideological stance benefits no one more than the Chinese, which is why they will feel encouraged to act in the same way in future as they did before and during the coronavirus crisis in line with the UN organizations that are loyal to them. Following the Cold War, neoliberals in the US and Europe promoted a vision of a new world order that was liberal and democratic. Unfortunately, that vision included a lot of liberalism and very little democracy. As we have seen, technocratic neoliberal elites sought to drain democratic national governments and elected legislatures of authority, even as the Clinton, Bush, and Obama administrations sought to spread democracy by bombing and invading countries with undemocratic regimes from the Balkans to the Middle East and Central Asia. In newly liberated countries, citizens could vote, but the new democracy, like the old ones, was limited in its sovereignty in the economic realm by transnational trade and investment treaties and bodies like the World Trade Organization. At the same time, champions of the right to protect and humanitarian intervention made state sovereignty conditioned on the willingness of governments to conform to Western notions of civil liberties, violation of which could justify the U.S. and its allies in toppling a regime, invading the country, and occupying it for years or decades. The democratic pluralist vision of a democratic world order is quite different from the technocratic neoliberal vision, with its powerful transnational rules combined with weak nation-states and legislatures. For democratic pluralists, free and fair elections are a necessary but not sufficient condition for genuine democracy. A country run by an aristocracy or oligarchy is a democracy in name only, even if citizens are free to vote for competing aristocratic or oligarchic factions. According to democratic pluralism, electoral democracy in the political realm, narrowly defined, must be accompanied by power-sharing arrangements among classes and subcultures in the realms of the economy and the culture. These power-sharing institutions, like tripartite labor-business government wage-setting institutions, need not resemble one-person, one-vote political democracy. But there must be social checks and balances in addition to political checks and balances. And decisions should be based as much as possible on hard-won and lasting consensus among negotiating parties, classes, and creeds, not on fluctuating numerical majorities. The democratic pluralist version of democracy necessarily puts great emphasis on national sovereignty, external sovereignty, not internal sovereignty. All of the various schools of thought that inform the democratic pluralist tradition, English pluralists, French solidarists, Catholic corporatists, and New Deal defenders of countervailing power in the broker state, reject the 18th century idea of unlimited popular sovereignty shared by the American and French revolutions. For democratic pluralists, the state, usually a nation-state, but sometimes a multinational state or independent city-state, is not a mass of individuals to whom a general will can be attributed, but a community made up of smaller communities. But while democratic pluralism rejects the idea of the unlimited internal sovereignty of any group, including the people as a whole, external sovereignty is indispensable. The reason is that the negotiations and compromises among communities that are the essence of democratic pluralism can only occur within the fixed boundaries of a political community with fixed membership. Cross-class compromises among labor and business, for example, are pointless if businesses can unilaterally annul the contracts at any time by transferring operations to foreign workers or bringing foreign workers into the country to weaken or replace organized labor. The various cross-class settlements in the US and Europe from the 1940s to the 1970s would not have been possible if employers had been able to use large-scale tax and regulatory arbitrage and offshoring and access to high amounts of low-wage, non-union immigrant labor to escape the constraints imposed on them by new deals with organized labor and democratic national governments. For this reason, a world order that can support many countries organized along democratic pluralist lines will be quite different from a neoliberal world order in which most decision-making has been transferred from nation-states to supranational institutions or from national legislatures to national executive bureaucracies and judiciaries. Rejecting neoliberalism at the national level requires the rejection of neoliberalism at the global level as well. A world safe for democratic pluralism will not be a neoliberal world order. The economist Danny Roderick has argued that democracy, national sovereignty, and global economic integration are mutually incompatible. We can combine any two of the three, but never have all three simultaneously and in full. If Roderick's trilemma or impossibility theorem is correct, then global integration should be sacrificed to the need to preserve and strengthen the peace treaty among the classes at home. At the global level, this requires abandoning the ideal of a rule-governed global market for an à la carte approach to cross-border integration. Rich and poor countries alike should be allowed to use national developmentalist strategies tailored to their particular needs. The term developmental state was used by scholars like Chalmers Johnson, Alice Amston, and Meredith Wu Cummings to describe the post-1945 regimes of Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and Singapore, which relied on export-oriented strategies as part of programs to industrialize and catch up with the West. But as the economists Eric Reinert, Ha-Joon Chang, and Michael Hudson, among others, have demonstrated, the mercantilism of Renaissance and early modern Western city-states, kingdoms, and empires was a version of developmentalism. Britain before the 1840s, Imperial Germany, the US before World War II, and to some degree to this day, Gaullist France, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and China have all had state-sponsored systems of national industrial development and technological innovation. National economic development has two goals: widespread national productivity and widely shared national prosperity. Productivity growth must be encouraged in all sectors, not just a few advanced industries that glitter in a morass of stagnation. And the gains from growth must be shared among the managerial overclass and the working class majority. The two goals, productivity and prosperity, cannot be separated. If productivity is increased but the gains are concentrated in a tiny oligarchy, the country will lack a mass home market of consumers as an adequate base for globally competitive industries with increasing returns to scale, something that remains important in our less-than-global economy. The country will have temporarily purchased national productivity at the price of class peace. If, by means of redistribution, incomes are equalized but productivity stagnates or declines, the country will fall further and further behind more productive foreign rivals. The country will have temporarily purchased class peace at the price of national productivity. In the system that succeeds today's neoliberalism, global integration should be subordinated to the need to preserve and strengthen the democratic pluralist peace treaty among the managerial class and the working class at home, while government, business, and organized labor work together to promote technological modernization and shared gains from growth. The neoliberal argument that governments must not interfere in globalization, and can therefore only compensate the losers or help them to adapt, must be rejected. It is not necessary to reject trade and immigration as such, but democratic nation-states can, and should, engage in selective globalization. They should adopt strategic trade policies and selective immigration policies in the interest of national productivity, national solidarity, and the bargaining power of citizen workers and legal immigrants in negotiations with employers. Compared to the devastation of industrial workers and industrial regions in the US and Europe that has contributed to the rise of anti-system populism, the benefits to consumers from imports from low-wage countries have been trivial, as even some defenders of offshoring admit. A 2017 report prepared for the US-China Business Council for Oxford Economics estimated that average prices are 1 to 1.5% lower as a result of imports from China. Oxford Economics estimates the influence of such low prices boosted US GDP by up to 0.8% in 2015. Oxford Economics cites other studies that have concluded that greater import penetration from China reduced US inflation by about 0.1% annually in the late 1990s and early 2000s, and that an Apple iPhone might cost 5% more if assembled in the US. Does the benefit to workers in developing countries outweigh the cost to developed country workers of cheap labor globalization? When China is excluded from the data, developing countries grew at a lower rate in the globalizing era of 1980 to 2000 than in the more protectionist period of 1960 to 1980. Danny Roderick has argued that developing countries today and in the future can no longer benefit from export-oriented manufacturing strategies like those of China, Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, and must instead focus on upgrading their non-traded domestic service industries. Global labor arbitrage in the forms of offshoring and immigration is not the only cause of rising inequality and stagnant wages in the US and similar nations, or even the most important. Only a minority of workers labor in import-competing industries or compete directly against immigrants at home. And wages and unemployment levels are affected by many other factors, including changes in tax laws, reclassification of employees as independent contractors, zero-hours contracts, central bank austerity policies, and, in the U.S., the continuing practice of interregional labor arbitrage among states and the erosion of the minimum wage by inflation. But the two forms of global labor arbitrage have had their effects multiplied by weakening two institutions that reinforce the bargaining power of workers: unions and the welfare state. Private sector labor unions managed to limit the arbitrary power of employers from World War II until late in the Cold War. 8 Union membership in the U.S. has plummeted from roughly a third in the mid-20th century to only 10.5% in 2018. This is a transatlantic trend. While a few countries retain high union density, among the developed nations of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, the percentage of the labor force that is unionized has declined from 30% to 17% on average. This matters because, according to one estimate, The decline in unionization explains as much as a third of the growth in wage inequality. The link between coverage by collective bargaining agreements and the share of the working poor in Western nations is indisputable. In the U.S., with only 1 in 10 workers covered by union contracts, more than a quarter work in low-wage jobs. In France and Denmark, where more than 80% of workers are covered, only 11 and 8%, respectively, receive low wages. Labor unions can be weakened or destroyed by offshoring or the threat of offshoring, or in some cases by the use of immigrants, legal or illegal, as a reserve army of labor. In the case of automobile unions, the effects of labor arbitrage, both within nations and among them, are obvious. Not only American firms but also German, Japanese, and South Korean car companies have avoided dealing with unionized workforces in the American Rust Belt by moving jobs to non-union workforces in the American South and Mexico. The use by employers of immigrants, both legal and illegal, to weaken or destroy unions in U.S. sectors like agriculture and meatpacking and janitorial work has been well documented. The mere threat of replacement by foreign workers or immigrants can serve to intimidate a much larger group than those who are actually replaced. During the economic boom of the 1990s, more than half of all employers in one study, to discourage union organizing, threatened to shut down all or part of a plant, even though employers acted on the threat in fewer than 3% of the cases. In addition to weakening organized labor, high levels of immigration can reduce public support for welfare state services that bolster the bargaining power of workers by allowing them to hold out longer in negotiations with employers. In modern Western welfare states, lower-paid immigrant workers may compete with better-paid native workers for limited public resources such as schools, hospitals, welfare services, or, in some countries, public housing. Even in the absence of direct occupational rivalry, this competition for public goods among ethnically divided sections of the working class can provoke a backlash that is channeled against the welfare state itself. The incompatibility of the welfare state with mass immigration was noted by the libertarian economist Milton Friedman. If you have a welfare state, if you have a state in which every resident is promised a certain minimum level of income or a minimum level of subsistence, regardless of whether he works or not, produces it or not, then free immigration really is an impossible thing. Friedman callously welcomed illegal immigration, but only as long as illegal immigrants were ineligible for welfare. But it's only good so long as it's illegal. Make it legal and it's no good. Why? Because as long as it's illegal, the people who come in do not qualify for welfare, they don't qualify for Social Security, they don't qualify for the other myriad of benefits. His ideological opposite, the progressive economist Paul Krugman, agrees with Friedman's political point. Because modern America is a welfare state and low-skill immigrants don't pay enough taxes to cover the cost of the benefits they receive. Krugman observes that the political threat that low-skill immigration poses to the welfare state is more serious than its other consequences. The new open borders left might reply that unlimited immigration would not be a problem if all workers in a country were unionized, including immigrants who joined unions on arrival. In addition, the open borders left could speculate that voters who were not racist or otherwise bigoted against particular groups of immigrants for non-economic reasons would not begrudge the use of the welfare system by wave after wave of poor people from other nations. Perhaps the open borders left is correct. But shouldn't such a radical proposition be tested first in 1 or 2 countries before other democratic nations take a chance on it? Let a small democratic nation-state known for the anti-racist attitudes of its population, its high levels of unionization, and its generous welfare state adopt an open borders policy, allowing anyone on the planet to move there and immediately use welfare benefits on the same terms as citizens, without having previously paid into the system through taxes and with no waiting period for eligibility. After a generation or two, the results of the experiment of a highly unionized welfare state with an open borders immigration policy can be examined, assuming, of course, that the experiment does not quickly trigger an anti-immigration revolt that brings demagogic populists to power and the experiment in open borders leftism to a swift and unpleasant stop. If a new democratic pluralism were to bring the new class war to an end with a new class peace based on cross-class power sharing, then a chief goal of immigration policy would be to strengthen the bargaining power of national workers with employers. As long as the bargaining power of workers relative to that of employers was not undermined, some democratic nation-states in some circumstances might choose higher levels of legal immigration, including less skilled immigration. The arguments that are typically made for high levels of less skilled immigration, however, are surprisingly weak. For example, It is often asserted that there are many menial jobs that citizens of the United States and European countries refuse to do. This is a common theme among rich people who feel entitled to a supporting caste of low-wage, foreign-born servants. The billionaire and former New York Mayor Michael Bloomberg has asked, "Who takes care of the greens and the fairways in your golf courses?" Speaking to a wealthy audience in Abu Dhabi, at a summit organized by the disgraced former financier Michael Milken's think tank, former President George W. Bush, the former governor of Texas, once the leading cotton-producing slave state in the U.S., declared, "Americans don't want to pick cotton at 105 degrees, but there are people who want to put food on their families' tables and are willing to do that." Another Texan born like Bush into an upper-class family, Representative Robert Beto O'Rourke, agreed with Bush, his partisan and political opposite, that low-wage immigrants were needed to pick and process cotton in the former Confederate state of Texas. When an African-American Texan asked O'Rourke about illegal immigrants, the West Texas patrician uncritically quoted the owner of a cotton gin. "Here are 24 jobs, and the manager of that gin says it does not matter the wages that I pay or the number of hours that we set. There is no one born in Roscoe, or Texas, or this country who is willing to work." History records no instance in which all of a country's cotton pickers, groundskeepers, maids, or construction workers abruptly decided they were too good for the job and quit the industry en masse. The domination of particular occupations by immigrants instead of native workers typically results from an earlier prolonged period of discrimination by employers who prefer immigrants willing to work for less and afraid to complain. In the United States, this phenomenon is evident in the construction and meatpacking sectors, among other industries. Robert Shapiro argued in 2019 that much of the unexpected contraction in employment among native white Americans in recent years had been the result of direct competition of white workers who shared higher wage expectations with immigrants, as well as members of minority groups willing to work for lower wages. A final critical reason why many employers are more inclined to hire Hispanics, Asians, and blacks than whites in this business cycle is the economics of wages. At every educational level except people without high school degrees, whites' wages are higher than the wages of blacks, Hispanics, and, in some cases, Asians. There is a long history of immigrants and minorities working for less than others with the same education, sometimes willingly and often unwillingly. Italians, Poles, Eastern Europeans, and Irish, as well as blacks, did so a century ago. Apparently, that pattern has not changed a great deal. Coming from any other source, this acknowledgement that many American employers are indeed using immigrants in labor arbitrage strategies to undercut wage levels would have been denounced by the new open borders left as Trumpist nativism or racism, scapegoating immigrants for employment problems that allegedly have unrelated causes like automation or a lack of skills. But the author was a senior advisor to Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign, President Bill Clinton's principal economic advisor in 1991 to 92, and later Clinton's Undersecretary of Commerce for Economic Affairs. Even more striking, Shapiro's essay was published in the flagship journal of the American intellectual center-left, Democracy Journal. Coming from a pillar of the neoliberal establishment, in a publication long identified with neoliberalism, this is a remarkably candid admission. If there really were shortages of farm workers and janitors, rather than merely a preference by employers for hiring easily intimidated immigrants willing to work for little, then wages in those sectors would be shooting up. Rather than attract applicants by raising wages, these entitled employers demand an in-kind labor subsidy from the government in the form of policies importing low-wage immigrants, preferably indentured servant guest workers who cannot vote or unionize. If employers had to raise wages to attract workers to unattractive jobs, inventors, investors, and entrepreneurs would have an incentive to invest in automation to substitute technology for more expensive labor. Another alternative would be self-help. Writing in the New York Times, Patricia Cohen notes that many tasks that most people previously did themselves, mowing lawns, polishing nails, picking up takeout, driving, are now contracted out because there is labor to do them. Opposing the self-help option, the neoliberal journalist Matthew Iglesias has argued that low-wage immigration is good because it provides college-educated professionals with inexpensive maids. But it's obvious that in a world without immigrant house cleaners, we wouldn't have an equal number of much higher-paid native-born maids. What we'd have is less house cleaning done on a market basis and more being done as unpaid work at home. For many middle-class families, that would be pure waste. Time spent cleaning the toilet that could be spent on higher-value labor, on leisure, or on quality time with friends and family. a more serious argument for mass unskilled immigration than the danger that maid shortages will inconvenience the overclass involves economic growth. The claim that immigration expands the national economy as a whole is true but trivial. Increasing any country's workforce by any means, including the abolition of retirement, the abandonment of wages and hours laws, and the legalization of child labor, would increase a country's overall GDP by definition. What counts are the distributional effects of mass unskilled immigration, and these differ among races as well as among classes. The beneficiaries tend to be affluent overclass households that hire servants and firms whose business models rely on cheap labor. The victims are the working poor, including previous waves of immigrant workers. According to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights in 2010, illegal immigration to the United States in recent decades has tended to depress both wages and employment rates for low-skilled American citizens, a disproportionate number of whom are black men. A 2017 National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine report noted that previous studies had found more negative results for low-education blacks than low-education whites and larger negative effects for Hispanic dropouts than for all dropouts. This could be because native dropout minorities are the closest native substitutes for immigrants. A related argument attributes a magical economic multiplier effect to immigrants. To lobby for more H-1B guest worker visas for foreign nationals, who are legally bound as indentured servants to their sponsoring corporations or intermediary firms known as body shops, Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg and other Silicon Valley executives have formed a lobbying group named FWD.US. In the Washington Post, Zuckerberg wrote, "Why do we offer so few H-1B visas for talented specialists that the supply runs out within days of becoming available each year? Even though we know each of these jobs will create 2 or 3 more American jobs in return." The claim that each foreign indentured servant admitted under the H-1B non-immigrant visa program has a Midas touch capable of creating 2 to 3 American jobs is ridiculous. If it were true, importing 50 million H-1B guest workers all at once could create up to 150 million jobs in the U.S. overnight, the equivalent of the entire U.S. workforce. A legitimate case can be made for modestly increasing skilled immigration. As we have seen, there is widespread public support in Western democracies for increasing the numbers of skilled immigrants, even among many who want unskilled immigration to be cut. But if their numbers are increased, skilled immigrants should be legal permanent residents with the rights to quickly become citizens and to quit one employer for another, not easily intimidated and easily exploited indentured servants whose lack of bargaining power makes them attractive substitutes for workers who possess more rights. Another fallacious argument holds that it will be necessary in the future for aging countries with low fertility rates like those of Europe and North America to import enormous numbers of immigrants to maintain the dependency ratio, the ratio of workers to retirees and other dependents, including children. This argument is intuitively plausible and dead wrong. How many immigrants would be needed to maintain today's dependency ratio in the U.S. indefinitely? In 2000, the UN Population Division calculated that in order to maintain the worker-to-retiree ratio in the U.S. would have to increase legal immigration from roughly 1 million a year to 12 million a year, adding more than 500 million additional net immigrants to the U.S. population by 2050. Using more recent data, the Center for Immigration Studies has estimated that maintaining the U.S. worker-to-retiree ratio would require increasing immigration 5-fold, more than doubling the U.S. population between now and 2060, to 706 million. Even worse, in order to maintain a fixed dependency ratio of workers to an ever-growing number of retirees, the U.S. would need to import ever-growing numbers of immigrants until the unsustainable demographic Ponzi scheme collapsed when the rest of the world was depopulated. Those who claim that mass immigration is needed to maintain dependency ratios in Western nations exaggerate the change in those ratios caused by population aging. Under a scenario in which U.S. immigration was slashed by 2/3 to stabilize the population, in 2060 there would be 2.2 workers per retiree, compared to 2.5 workers in an alternate scenario in which the U.S. adds 46 million net immigrants by 2060.30. This is hardly a crisis. Fortunately, the challenges posed to social insurance systems in the West can be solved in ways that do not require North America and Europe rapidly to import immigrants until they are more populous than China and India, or, for that matter, to try to boost native fertility to balloon their populations to gargantuan dimensions. The rational methods to ensure the fiscal sustainability of social insurance entitlements are growth in productivity per worker, revenues other than payroll taxes, higher taxes, or cuts in benefits. In the words of the U.S. Census Bureau's Population Projection Branch, international migration may address a high dependency ratio decisively in the short term, yet is highly inefficient in reducing it over the long term, especially if considerations of population scale, as well as age composition, are taken into account. The amount and composition of immigration that is best for one country may not be best for another. But certain principles should guide immigration policy in any nation organized on the basis of democratic pluralism. A pro-labor immigration policy would seek to minimize split labor markets which can be gamed by employers who can pick and choose among different categories of workers with different legal rights. The most fundamental labor right is the right to quit a job and find another, without needing to leave the country. For this reason, indentured servitude in the form of guest worker programs, which bind a worker to a single employer as a condition for working in a country, is a political abomination. Guest worker programs threaten all workers in the sectors in which they are permitted by allowing employers to hire bound serfs instead of workers who can respond to mistreatment or low pay by quitting. For this reason, all or most temporary guest worker programs that allow employers to hire foreign nationals as indentured servants should be abolished. If foreign nationals, other than a tiny number of foreign orchestra conductors and visiting professors, are allowed to work at all in a country, they should have the status described in the U.S. as legal permanent residents, green card holders. To further thwart divide and rule schemes by employers, all working-age immigrants should have rights that are identical to those of native and naturalized workers, including the right to take part in collective bargaining and the right to rely on the national safety net on equal terms. Rather than deny welfare state benefits to low-wage workers, it is better not to import low-wage workers. The sole exception to identical rights for citizen workers and legal immigrants should be the right to vote. And to minimize the existence of substantial numbers of workers who are not citizens and cannot vote, the naturalization of immigrants who seek to become citizens should take place in as brief a period as possible. To this end, I proposed reducing the waiting period for legal immigrants to become citizens of the U.S. from 5 years to 2 years. Better yet, legal immigrants should be allowed to vote as soon as they have applied for citizenship. Denying employers the ability to pit different groups of workers against one another also makes it necessary to enact amnesties for illegal immigrants in countries like the U.S. where large numbers of unauthorized foreign nationals, allowed to settle in the country by corrupt politicians in the interest of economic elites, are de facto citizens. Rewarding foreign nationals for violating immigration laws is an evil, but it is the lesser of two evils, compared to allowing employers to have continuing access to large pools of illegal immigrant workers who can be mistreated and intimidated. Like legal immigrants, amnesty to legal immigrants without criminal records should be made citizens as rapidly as possible to deny employers access to workers who cannot vote. Needless to say, the purpose of an amnesty in denying firms and households access to a split labor market would be thwarted if future illegal immigration were not adequately deterred, chiefly by reducing the demand for it by means of severe penalties on law-breaking employers. As John B. Judas has observed, without national control over multinational corporations and banks and without control of borders and immigration, it is very hard to imagine the United States becoming a more egalitarian society. Globalization is incompatible with social democracy in Europe or with New Deal liberalism in the United States. The national economy should serve the national working class majority, and the global economy should serve national economies. Every democratic nation-state should tailor both its immigration policy and its trade policy to promote the interests of the members of its working-class majority, native-born and foreign-born alike. In the era that succeeds neoliberalism, the four freedoms of neoliberalism, freedom of movement for people, goods, services, and capital, should be replaced by the four regulations. The dynastic rulers in the French House of Bourbon, unlike the rulers in Britain, did not cede power voluntarily. Robespierre and the Jacobins took it from them violently in the French Revolution. Something similar is happening in America today as President Trump, in the role of Robespierre, guillotines the globalist, free-trading legacy of the long-standing Washington Consensus. Like the House of Bourbon, many of the policymakers and advisors who hold court in the U.S. establishment did not want to cede power or even admit there were cracks in the facade of their globalist project. So the moment of opportunity for them to recognize that there were profound, albeit fixable problems has now passed. With one fell swoop, Trump has brought an abrupt end to globalization as we have known it to date. And yet, the prevailing reaction to Trump's tariff revolution on Liberation Day has been a combination of mocking, he slapped tariffs on an island populated by penguins, confusion, what the hell is he doing and why? And disdainful rejection, Trump is a dangerous fool who is destroying America. The two main outlets for globalist experts, Foreign Policy and Foreign Affairs, both have aired responses in that vein. The former published an article about how Trump tariffs will shatter the world economy, another about how China is firing back, and still another essentially calling Trump an economic idiot. Commentary in Foreign Affairs decries the coming economic turbulence and laments Trump's tariff fixation. What is missing is any attempt to objectively assess how the Trumpian revolution came to be. Sure, Trump is a unique personality, but he couldn't have done what he has done if the globalist system was working the way we were promised it would. This is not to defend Trump's actions, but unless defenders of globalization, at home and abroad, recognize that they screwed up by refusing to acknowledge that there were significant challenges and a need for real reform, the West will not be able to salvage much, if anything, from the carcass of the now-deceased system. The plain fact is that Trumpian global economics is a direct reaction to the failures of trade and globalization and an attack on those who champion the globalist order. For years, U.S. and foreign globalists stood by quietly as more and more problems from globalization emerged, especially for the United States. Anyone who pointed out these problems was ignored or mocked as a simpleton or a crude nativist. There was no attempt to have an open, honest dialogue with those who said, "Wait, the system is not working the way it's supposed to be." To be sure, some of those calling out problems were anti-corporate, anti-capitalist, and ultimately anti-Western ideologues, while others were dyed-in-the-wool protectionists. But many critics wanted to save globalization, not destroy it. Nonetheless, the globalist establishment treated them all the same. U.S. allies also contributed to the revolution. They knew that Uncle Sam was the only adult in the room committed to keeping the globalist project on track. So, as in the case of the EU's free-riding on U.S. defense spending, these nations free-rode on the U.S. commitment to free trade. Many blithely violated the spirit, if not the letter of the rules under the World Trade Organization, WTO, to unfairly hurt the U.S. economy. Many refused to engage in new trade agreements, such as Biden's Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, unless the United States cut its tariffs, even though, in most cases, our tariffs were already lower than theirs. And they could afford to selfishly advance their own economic and business interests, knowing that America would step in and sacrifice its own interests for the good of the global order. And finally, there was China. It was China that broke globalization, not Trump. China joined the WTO because doing so gave it access to foreign markets while stymieing those other nations' ability to take unilateral action when it was clearly warranted. Chinese Communist Party leaders knew that the WTO would be largely incapable of doing anything to restrain China's outrageous mercantilism. Moreover, as the global trade system led by America since the 1944 Bretton Woods Agreement disintegrates, China will position itself as the new leader, and either because of spite toward America, cowardice, or narrow self-interest, many nations will probably rally around Beijing's leadership. Some globalists, such as left-wing economist Joseph Stiglitz, disregarded critics because they didn't agree that globalization should produce a strong America. He and fellow travelers prioritized the global proletariat and peasantry, especially in less developed countries, over American workers. But virtually all of the U.S. globalists who believed that globalization was good for the United States actively denied problems, other than admitting that laid-off workers might not be able to find good jobs, and condemned anyone who raised doubts. Years ago, in a roundtable meeting of D.C. trade experts convened to discuss how to defend the emerging wave of business offshoring, one expert said bluntly, "As think tanks, we should not point out any negative effects from U.S. offshoring lest it destroy Americans' faith in free trade. This is a key reason why pundits, journalists, think tankers, economists, and others consistently shut down any criticism, even constructive criticism. They didn't want to scare the horses. How did that work out? That same tendency continues today. The massive U.S. trade deficit? Don't worry, it's a sign of U.S. strength, and to the extent it's a problem, that's only because Americans don't save enough. The loss of manufacturing? Don't be silly, manufacturing is stronger than ever. To the extent there is job loss, it's all due to automation. Besides, manufacturing is for losers or even worse, racists. And manufacturing is declining everywhere. The United States is the most advanced economy in the world because we have less manufacturing. Foreign trade barriers? Don't worry. Less developed nations need them to help their impoverished workers. America has its own barriers, some even worse than other advanced nations. In the end, everything will be fine. The World Trade Organization is working on it. And in the meantime, the US economy has been growing, so globalization must be good for us. And on and on and on. I won't bother to rebut these points, as I have done that many times before. Suffice it to say they are all wrong or vastly overstated, and the establishment's response to the Trump tariffs reflects this same one-sided, condescending view. The tariffs are a tax increase. Of course they are. But that is not the main point. To address America's national debt crisis, the United States needs not only to cut spending, including entitlements, but also to raise taxes. The tariffs will not create jobs. Of course they will. At least have the intellectual openness to admit that some sectors and firms, particularly those that operate in globally traded markets and already produce in the United States with relatively few imported inputs, will benefit from the tariffs, even if the overall U.S. economy is likely to suffer. For example, now is the time to buy stock in American wine and whiskey makers. These tariffs violate WTO rules? Of course they do. But so what? The WTO is a paper tiger, especially regarding China. America's globalist conoscenti is a sprawling network, but if there is a single hub that represents the globalists' Versailles, it's on Massachusetts Avenue in Washington, D.C., at the Peterson Institute for International Economics. They, and virtually all unbending champions of globalization, have shown no recognition, none, that last week's tariffs will have at least some benefits or that they are a response to the failure of the establishment's agenda. Liberation Day was a blunderbuss when a rifle was needed. It will alienate U.S. allies for many decades to come, likely leading to a permanent shift away from the United States and, in some cases, into the Chinese orbit. And it ignores the central trade, national security, and global policy interest for America and the free world, which is the need to confront Chinese techno-economic aggression. It will weaken U.S. capabilities in advanced technology industries that require global markets to survive. Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play? Whatever ensues, it's important to at least understand the motivation for Trump's action and to note that even if he had tried to take more sensible steps to address the problems with U.S. trade policy, namely, working to reduce our allies' tariff and non-tariff trade barriers while pressuring them to join an effort to limit Chinese techno-economic predation, including import bans, the globalist establishment would probably have opposed them. For underneath their current lip service to the notion that China is a problem, most influential policymakers and experts hold on to their vision of an integrated world where the United States does little to nothing to respond to China's aggressively mercantilist campaign to dominate virtually all advanced industries. After all, doing so would violate the principle of free trade. The U.S. policymaking establishment and America's erstwhile allies never should have let things get this far, because that opened the door to the nationalist, protectionist, blue-collar-loving Trump supporters. Yet here we are, screwed. Just as the French Revolution was not necessary, neither was this Trumpian revolution against globalization. Unlike France's House of Bourbon, the English monarchy gradually gave up power to other aristocrats and finally to the industrial bourgeoisie. The French could have done the same, and the globalists in today's U.S. policymaking establishment could have ceded ground as well. To prevent protectionist pressures from finally exploding, they could have supported any number of measures, such as ensuring that the value of the dollar reflected market forces, instituting a border-adjustable value-added tax, making serious efforts backed by real threats to get other nations to reduce their unfair trade barriers, and getting tough with China. But the globalists said no. And so, after them, the deluge. It took 5 years for the French Thermidorian reaction to overthrow Robespierre. It could take 4 years to overthrow the Trumpian trade revolution. If that counter-revolution happens, it may come from either a Republican or Democratic president. But either way, those in the current globalist establishment need to stop defending the last phase of their failed project and get on board with acknowledging and fixing its problems. Credit goes to Donald Trump for alerting the world to the dangers posed by China, particularly its efforts to overtake the United States as the world's most advanced economy. But neither his first administration nor President Biden's has done enough to combat China's incursions, which have cost America millions of manufacturing jobs and the closure of tens of thousands of factories. According to data compiled by the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, the nonpartisan technology policy think tank I lead. That's because policymakers on both sides of the aisle are only slowly waking up to the reality. We are already in the middle of an industrial war. Lawmakers need to understand that for China, a desire to make money, the fundamental driver of trade and of capitalism, is secondary. Its primary goal is to damage America's economy and pave the way for China to become the world's preeminent power. Countries like China are power traders, called such because their policies and programs are designed not only to advance their power, but also to degrade their adversaries, even at a financial cost to their own economies. China's rate of progress in production and innovation across a wide range of industries is striking. If our policymakers don't work fast and smart enough, they will put at risk America's workers, economy, and place in the world. History has seen other campaigns like this. From the late 1800s to World War II, Germany illustrated how trade could be weaponized into an instrument of power, of pressure, and even of conquest, wrote the development economist Albert O. Hirschman. Like China, Germany mostly focused on importing goods needed for its war machine, redirected trade to friendly or subject nations, and sought to control oceanic trade routes, all in an effort to limit development of its adversaries. Like China, the German government kept its currency undervalued, making its goods relatively cheaper for consumers in other countries, leveraged the use of tariffs, and subsidized its exports to bolster its position in industry goods such as steel, chemicals, and machinery. Like China, German companies sold goods for less than the cost of manufacture to wrest market share from overseas rivals. Like China, Germans engaged in systemic industrial espionage. Engineers were sent overseas with the explicit order to return with trade secrets for German companies. There was also the theft of intellectual property, including chemical formulas and machinery plans to give German manufacturers a leg up. Trademarks are to be pirated, declared a 1919 New York Tribune article on Germany, a declaration that could have been written today about China. In short, Germany sought to gain techno-economic power, especially over its European adversaries, then used that power to dominate the continent. As the French economist Henri Hauser wrote in 1915, Germany made war in the midst of peace with the instruments of peace. Dumping, export subsidies, import certificates, measures with respect to emigration, etc. All of these various methods were used not as normal methods of economic activity, but as means to suffocate, to crush and terrorize Germany's adversaries. For a while, it was successful. Without American intervention in World War I and II, it is quite possible that Germany would have taken over much of Europe, in large part because its industries and hence military were so much stronger than those of other European nations. While America's Industrial Revolution continued through the early 20th century, insulated by high tariffs initiated by Abraham Lincoln during the Civil War, the German trade shock stopped many Eastern and Southern European economies from fully industrializing and spurred the deindustrialization of nations like Britain. Many have not fully recovered. It seems all the trade lessons from that fraught period have been forgotten. In the post-war glow of American dominance, U.S. legislators and business leaders embraced an idealistic vision of an increasingly wealthy free world. Countries would embrace capitalism and, thus incentivized by self-interest, would trade fairly and freely with the United States, enriching their citizens and naturally leading to a democratic order. Because American companies were so strong, this was seen as a path to expanded U.S. global economic leadership. As we now know, that vision was never fully realized. Today, it is China that is weaponizing its roughly $18 trillion economy, using a vast array of policy tools to distort trade and increase its relative economic power. Wielding such weaponry as export financing and subsidies, almost 4 times as much as a share of GDP as the United States. According to a study by the Center for Strategic and International Studies, China has already gained global leadership in telecommunications equipment, effectively destroying North America's industry. It has done the same in solar panels and commercial drones and is close in high-speed rail and batteries. The Information Technology and Innovation Foundation found that in 10 advanced industries, including semiconductors, robotics, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, space, and chemicals, China is making progress toward the global leading edge of innovation, backed by extensive intellectual property theft, enormous government subsidies, and closed domestic markets. And in some industries, such as electric vehicles and commercial nuclear power, Chinese companies now lead. China installed more industrial robots last year and has more nuclear power plants under construction than the rest of the world combined. It spent almost $50 billion on subsidies to catch up on semiconductors before the U.S. Congress responded with the CHIPS Act. It is seeking to flood the world with electric vehicles, as well as gasoline-powered models. It has spent as much as 3 times as much on semiconductor subsidies as the United States. and it is spending billions of dollars more on the development of quantum technology than any other government, according to an analysis by the consulting firm McKinsey. Sales of the C919 by Comac, a state-owned company, are on pace to make it the top-selling jet aircraft in the world this year, contributing even further to Airbus's and Boeing's travails. And China accounts for 44% of the world's chemical production. China has demonstrated time and again a willingness to lose money to gain power, decisions that would make little sense under the regular dynamics of profit and loss. Look at the LCD display and OLED display industry, high-definition electronic screens, which are critical to smartphone and television production. In 2023, China's leading producer, BOE, received more in government subsidies, $532 million, than the company generated in profits. That could explain why, for displays like those used in smartphones, Chinese suppliers are charging just $20 to $23 while rivals charge more than twice that. This is why China accounted for 72% of LCD production in 2024, up from virtually nothing in 2004. U.S. policymakers are starting to wake up. Rush Doshi, formerly the Deputy Senior Director for China on the National Security Council under Mr. Biden, titled his 2021 book, The Long Game, China's Grand Strategy to Displace American Order. And Marco Rubio, the former chair of the U.S. Senate Committee on Small Business and Entrepreneurship and Mr. Trump's choice for Secretary of State, issued a report concluding that China was doing more than breaking the rules to dominate high-value industrial sectors. This helps explain why, despite a highly polarized political climate, Congress managed to pass the CHIPS and Science Act, which invested billions of dollars to support new semiconductor factories in the United States. Nothing promotes unity like a common and frightening enemy. But these measures are not enough. America must expand its competitiveness in a range of other industries, including aerospace, biopharmaceuticals, and machinery, and lead in emerging ones such as AI, quantum computing, and nuclear fusion. Instead of across-the-board tariffs, the new administration should take a page from Ronald Reagan and negotiate a major decline in the value of the US dollar vis-a-vis our trading partners. And if that does not work, the Treasury Department should take unilateral steps to drive down the value of the dollar. That would make American exports less expensive and imports pricier without the risk of trade retaliation. Congress should also update U.S. trade law, such as by eliminating the requirement of harm to U.S. companies from foreign unfair trade practices before remedies can be enacted. America needs closer collaboration among allied nations to push back on China's predatory power trade practices, including increasing foreign aid to help developing nations avoid their dependency on Beijing. And the United States needs to take advantage of its being a magnet for the best and the brightest globally by making it much easier for scientists and engineers to work here. America should respect free trade ideals and hold them dear. But that should not blind us to the harsh reality that the world now is distorted by its strongest power trader. The answer is not deglobalization or protectionism. America depends on too many industries like aerospace, biopharmaceuticals, software, and semiconductors that cannot thrive without access to global markets. And it is not holding on naively to the hopes that free trade could yet prevail if the United States simply ended the trade war. China will not end its power trade regime until it has gained dominance across a wide range of advanced industries. Rather, we need to understand the adversary we face and respond bravely, strategically, and expeditiously. From the fall of the Soviet Union to the 2016 election of President Donald Trump, America rode the globalization horse, leading the charge for the near-complete global integration of finance, investment, and trade. In this utopia, economic borders would be a thing of the past, capital would find its most efficient use anywhere around the world, and the globe would be awash with win-win outcomes. Sure, some workers might get hurt, but they could move frictionlessly to thriving communities and learn to code. It was America's destined role to lead the world to this brighter place. Those who didn't embrace that view were, well, beyond the pale and accused of being ignorant of basic economic principles. It is easy to look back with incredulity and for some even disdain, but this would forget the heady days after the long Cold War and the belief in, as former U.S. State Department official Francis Fukuyama called it, the end of history. Or, as former Intel CEO Craig Barrett stated, capitalism has won and economy trumps all going forward, with the exception of a few malcontents who didn't agree. Indeed, it was, and for many still is, a simple, seductive, and sublime conception. Needless to say, that vision didn't work out quite the way its advocates believed or promised. The rise of an array of behind-the-border trade restrictions, many unchallengeable in the World Trade Organization system, was unexpected for many, as was the recalcitrance of many leading nations, especially in the global south and led by India, toward getting fully on board. But most important was the rise of China, a country that willfully skirted global trade rules in the 2000s and abandoned and flouted them by the 2010s. And so, the political economy of trade in the United States, but also in many OECD nations, shifted from one of utopian optimism to almost dystopian despair. Domestically, we have gone from America the leader to America alone. It didn't matter which party was in power. The first Trump administration opposed market opening, signaled by its day-one abandonment of the Trans-Pacific Partnership Trade Agreement. But so did the Biden administration with its pause on new trade agreements, a euphemism for ban. It's pulling the United States out of the WTO Joint Statement Initiative on e-commerce, and its embrace of Buy America and other protectionist measures. Now the second Trump administration promises to go all in on autarky, with across-the-board tariffs on friends and foes alike. At one level, it could be expected that the response to the failures of Globalization 1.0 would be a Hegelian antithesis. If Globalization 1.0 was bad, domestic autarky, protectionism, and America alone was the unfortunate response. But America can and should do better than reaction and rejection. Pundits, analysts, advocates, and policymakers can now acknowledge that we have spent enough time in a counterproductive globalization rejection phase, and it's time to abandon the road to autarky. The problem, of course, is that even in Globalization 1.0 there were still significant contingents on the right and the left that fundamentally rejected and even despised globalization, at least corporate-led globalization. The stumbles and falls of Globalization 1.0 created an opening for their autarkic vision. The reality is that Globalization 1.0 cannot be resurrected. Yet many advocates of globalization and free trade continue to embrace the original model, hoping that if they just hunker down, the protectionist storm will pass. They seem to believe that more op-eds and articles telling the clueless MAGA rubes that globalization has actually been to their benefit will do the trick. The reality is that in their rightful rejection of autarky 1.0, many defenders of globalization have a tin ear to the reality that Globalization 1.0 contained its own structural challenges, which meant that it would never achieve its vision. Globalization 1.0 is no longer purpose-fit to the times in which we live. Indeed, in their zeal to turn back the clock to 2016, many deny any and all problems from trade. U.S. manufacturing? It's healthier than ever, and anyone who doesn't agree is protectionist, or even worse, racist, according to Peterson Institute head Adam Posen. Loss of millions of manufacturing jobs? Don't worry, it's all the machine's fault. Don't blame trade. Middle-class economic anxiety? Don't blame globalization. Blame automation and lack of adequate worker education. Hollowing out of the defense industrial base. Don't worry, we have artificial intelligence. Voters turning against globalization? It's their fault for being nativists and being stirred up by protectionist demagogues. Losing our lead in advanced industries to China? No way, China can't innovate and we have Silicon Valley. But be sure to give workers that have lost because of trade a bit more money and training. Denial of reality and incorrect interpretations of data might delay the full realization of the bankruptcy of Globalization 1.0, but not for long. Trump's re-election should have made that obvious. So rather than engage in a rearguard denial of the problems, advocates of globalization should understand that something actually went wrong, that the unwashed masses may actually be onto something, and begin to work for a better version of globalization, something beyond simply expanded trade adjustment assistance for the losers. The goal of globalization was not wrong, but the means by which U.S. leaders pursued the goal was. If America had done it right, both the outcomes and the attitudes toward globalization would have been better. Here are a few of the most important factors globalization advocates got wrong. First, American techno-economic interests took a back seat to U.S. foreign policy interests. In their effort to contain the Soviets after World War II, U.S. policymakers consistently put U.S. economic interests in a subordinate position to U.S. foreign policy interests. If we needed to open up U.S. markets so a nation didn't tilt toward Moscow's orbit, we did it. If we had to cut off U.S. exports to punish a nation, even if U.S. competitors gained the market, we did it. We could afford to sacrifice U.S. techno-economic interests because we believed America was dominant. That is no longer the case. Second, globalists assumed China would join the free trade coalition. Near peak globalization in the late 1990s, it was assumed that U.S.-led globalization was like the Borg from Star Trek. You shall be incorporated and in so doing, become a democratic, market-based economy. And that was the assumption behind letting China join the WTO. Perhaps it was worth the gamble. But the gamble didn't pay out. Third, globalists assumed a more efficient global division of labor would lead the United States to specialize in high-value-added goods and services. Economist Robert Solow wrote, "China will compete for some low-wage jobs with Americans, and their market will provide jobs for higher-wage, more skilled people. And that's a bargain for us. The problem is that America has lost both low and high-wage industries. High-tech was prone to offshoring, with the United States running a trade deficit in high-tech goods since the year 2000. Moreover, other countries moved up the value chain faster than anticipated to the point where U.S. output in advanced industries is below the global average as a share of GDP. Fourth, most globalists rejected industrial policy. Libertarian and former Fed Chair Alan Greenspan spoke for many when he stated, "We are fortunate that, thanks to globalization, policy decisions in the United States have been largely replaced by global market forces. It hardly makes any difference who will be the next president. The world is governed by market forces." Except that it wasn't. Other nations put in place industrial policies to win global market share in high-value industries. In contrast, laissez-faire dominated in the United States, with few policies put in place to compete with foreign industrial policies. Fifth, the architects of the post-World War II global trade system really did believe it would be a largely self-enforcing, self-policing system. Nations would exert moral suasion on others to be faithful actors. Failing that, after the WTO's founding in 1995, they would resort to the WTO's legalistic dispute settlement mechanism when necessary. As one analyst observed, the system relies on international peer pressure for the bulk of its enforcement. However, the entry of China challenged this system. The WTO system was not structured to address a recalcitrant nation like China, in part because China avoids codification of many policies to avoid detection and enforcement actions against it. Moreover, the extent of China's infractions was so massive and insistent it was like playing whack-a-mole. Sixth, globalists believed that behind the border barriers would be limited and declining as new waves of trade opening, such as the Doha Round, proceeded. But while the international trade community made great strides in removing tariff-based barriers over the past 3 decades, in many cases countries have surreptitiously complemented their reduction by erecting new types of trade-distorting non-tariff measures. Such non-tariff measures are almost twice as trade-restrictive as tariffs, and their use continues to grow. One study estimated that while 54% of all protectionist interventions used in 2010 were non-tariff barriers, their usage increased to 61% by 2016. Seventh, globalists refused to focus on currency adjustment as a natural, market-based adjustment mechanism. If a high-wage country is competing with a low-wage country and the price competitiveness of its traded sectors begins to suffer, the natural adjustment mechanism is for the high-wage country's currency to decrease in value relative to that of the low-wage nation. If that occurs, then there is less need for wage suppression in rich countries, a lower trade deficit, and less deindustrialization. But that was never going to happen in Globalization 1.0. The International Monetary Fund and the WTO refused to make currency manipulation for competitive advantage actionable. And U.S. policymaker heirs defended the strong dollar. This was a surefire recipe for large U.S. trade deficits and lost manufacturing output relative to GDP. While Globalization 1.0 was proceeding apace, there was a vocal minority in the United States who said no. As the problems and contradictions from Globalization 1.0 became more severe, those minority views grew, until with the first Trump administration they broke through. Their complaints were many. The benefits of globalization were vastly overstated. Globalization only helped corporations. Multinationals took away nations' sovereign rights. Globalization led to a race to the bottom in terms of taxes and regulations. Globalization not only hurt work heirs in the global north, it also hurt them in the global south. Globalization hurts both consumers and workers. Other countries acted unfairly and took advantage of the United States. For the most part, These arguments were advanced by an anti-corporate left who preferred to think global, that is, side with the global proletariat over the interests of America, and act local, produce everything through worker or government-owned co-ops. These complaints can and should largely be dismissed as the complaints of advocates who refuse to accept the reality of an advanced industrial world, and instead sought a calmer, more serene pastoral life filled with organic farms, craft brewed beer, artisanal goods, and a local care economy. The New Right, however, offered a similar critique, but one based more on other nations taking advantage of the United States. As Trump supporter and former Senator and Attorney General Jeff Sessions wrote, "The globalists were like the Lilliputians, using their many strings to bind the giant Gulliver, the United States. But if trade had been structured properly, it would have been possible to imagine a different kind of globalization. Here, the United States is more successful in enforcing trade laws and driving market-oriented conduct. It puts in place manufacturing policies like those of our leading trading partners Germany and Japan. It drives down the value of the dollar. It limits the import of goods produced and traded unfairly by Chinese companies. In this scenario, there is almost as much global trade, but the United States does not run a trade deficit. Some workers would still be hurt, especially in lower wage, less technologically complex sectors. But their losses would be offset by gains for workers in medium and higher wage, more technologically complex sectors such as autos, machinery, equipment, and aerospace. The New Right also argues that we simply do not need trade because the U.S. economy is so big. When Trump says that we don't need trade with Canada because we produce our own cars, timber, and milk, he is reflecting that view. But the reality is that some industries do need global scale, either because there are not enough customers in the United States, or because production experiences continued declining marginal costs with overseas sales. Also, even if American industries could do okay with only the U.S. market, foreign firms would have access to the rest of the world's markets, and by doing so have a more competitive cost structure than U.S. firms serving only domestic markets. Globalization 1.0 always had its critics, but it was not until the 2010s that their arguments gained traction, and especially starting with Donald Trump's 2016 presidential campaign. In response, globalists mounted a vigorous campaign of defense. But rather than engaging in a process of honest critique and reformulation to correct what went wrong with Globalization 1.0, they mostly focused on defending its record against the critics while extending somewhat more sympathy to the losers. In 2017, Carl Bildt, the former Prime Minister of Sweden and an ardent globalist, dismissed opponents by pointing to the fact that globalization delivered more prosperity to more people than anyone could have dreamed possible just a few decades ago. The fact that most of those people live in China and do not vote in developed country elections is irrelevant to hardcore globalists. In a 2018 Foreign Affairs article, Kenneth Skeeve and Matthew Slaughter acknowledged that Americans have anxiety and anger about globalization and change. But this was not principally due to supposed income losses, but to Americans' inability to secure meaningful roles in their families and communities. And so rather than admit there was anything wrong with how globalization was structured, they proposed a better way of investing in human capital, so the losers could more easily transition to something else. In perhaps the most comprehensive effort to save Globalization 1.0, a distinguished panel of centrist globalists, including former Biden National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, published in 2020 a Carnegie Endowment report titled, "Making U.S. Foreign Policy Work Better for the Middle Class." The title gives away the story. Globalization and U.S. trade policy has worked fine for America but has hurt some workers, the middle class. But the authors did not get very far in crafting even significant reforms to Globalization 1.0, much less constructing a Globalization 2.0 framework. They start by claiming that the impacts of trade and manufacturing loss on the middle class were overblown. And of course, they call for more domestic policy efforts to help the losers from trade and more trade agreements. American politics is likely to be on the anti-globalization side of the pendulum for the near future, at least. Too many still see Globalization 1.0 as a failure at best, and a plot to sell out American democracy at worst, and can't entertain pragmatic thinking about reform and the development of Globalization 2.0. Trump and his followers are firmly committed to the antithesis of Globalization 1.0, autarky and tariffs. Nonetheless, it's time to start charting a course for what a new Globalization 2.0 should look like and to build support for such a system. Globalization 2.0 is not Globalization 1.0, just with more assertions that trade is good and doling out a few more dollars to the losers. And it's not Biden and Trumpian autarky. Rather, it is global trade and integration, but of a different kind. Globalization 2.0 needs to be grounded by at least 6 core principles. When Globalization 1.0 was crafted, China was a blip on the global economic radar screen, a desperately poor country that had little technological capability. As such, globalists assumed that as it integrated into the global market, it would be a normal country. One that mostly practiced free trade, but where it succumbed to domestic protectionist forces here and there, these would be mostly disciplined by the WTO. But we need to understand that for China, a desire to make money, the fundamental driver of trade and of capitalism, is secondary. Its primary goal is to capture market share, and thereby damage advanced economies and pave the way for China to become the world's preeminent superpower. Countries like China are called power traders, and they are named such because their policies and programs are designed not only to advance their own power, but to also degrade that of their adversaries, even at a financial cost to their own economies. Globalization 2.0 needs to recognize that it is impossible to resurrect a globally integrated trading system that is welfare-enhancing as long as China is a power trader. Globalization 1.0, with its embrace of the WTO and the most favored nation principle, envisioned a world where America treats all other nations the same when it comes to trade. It was also premised on the notion that nations are generally rules-compliant free traders, and to the extent they diverted from that path, it was due to protectionist forces the WTO was capable to address. This framing no longer works because of the WTO's governance structure, including the influence of China and India. It has become a spent force, unable to effectively discipline trade scofflaws. One only has to look at China's behavior since joining the WTO, and especially at issues related to China's core industrial interests. In addition, there are a host of practices, including weaponized antitrust and other behind-the-border measures, that the WTO is not set up to address. Globalization 2.0 is a framework where America engages in fair and reciprocal trade with allies. As policy experts Elizabeth Economy and Melanie Hart argue, a productive next step for the United States would be to use the framework of the U.S. Mexico-Canada Agreement to incorporate more countries into it, such as Australia, Japan, Taiwan, and the United Kingdom, some in Latin America, and perhaps the European Union, if it cleans up its act. This could and should be structured with a strong and binding dispute settlement process. Of course, with Trump essentially destroying the USMCA, this would need to be backed up by new legislation limiting presidential authority to disregard congressionally passed trade agreements. For nations that are not adversaries but also not fair and free traders, such as India, Brazil, and other quasi-mercantilists, the United States should not be bound by the WTO. We should try to continue to use it as a forum for dispute resolution, but often that will not suffice and the United States will need to resort to realpolitik through unilateral actions. When it comes to strategic rivals, especially China, much more needs to be done. First and foremost, the U.S. government needs to focus on preventing the degradation of American advanced industry capabilities. Besides a national advanced industry strategy, this means blocking virtually all Chinese inward foreign direct investment, as well as limiting Chinese imports in industries where China does not play by the rules, especially the use of USIC Section 337 remedies. President Trump is right. For too long, U.S. trade policy allowed lopsided trade arrangements that benefited other nations more. That has to stop. America's power, diplomatically, economically, and militarily, is no longer so predominant that it can afford to sacrifice its own techno-economic interests for the sake of the global order. But autarky would be a grave mistake, not only isolating the country from the global techno-economic system, but also leading to the loss of domestic production of now globally integrated industries, such as commercial aircraft, aerospace, chemicals, biopharmaceuticals, machinery and equipment, computer and electronics, scientific instruments, software and internet services, medical equipment, guided missiles, space vehicles, and more. Autarky would be particularly bad for the nation's defense producers, especially given the declines as a share of GDP in defense spending. Defense contractors rely on selling to allied nations in order to keep innovating and keep costs down for the Defense Department. If the Trump administration embraces autarky, our allies are likely to do the same even more, including for defense industry production. Putting America first requires ensuring reciprocity by trading partners. A Globalization 2.0 policy would be to say to these nations that America would like to engage in closer partnerships, especially to counter China, and if you refuse to do that, the United States will increase our average tariff rate to your levels. The United States cannot expect to win in global competition without supporting companies exporting from the United States or facing import competition. All too often, these companies are competing against foreign companies that are backed by their state, making competition anything but fair. Free market advocates can call for letting the market decide, but it is illogical to think that with all else equal, a company in the United States could outcompete a foreign company with a protected home market and massive direct and indirect subsidies. Tariff walls are a short-term sugar high, leading to long-term U.S. advanced industry decline. If globalists want to win the war of ideas with the autarkists, they will need to embrace national industrial strategy. Otherwise, the default position is to simply choose not to compete through a wide array of import restrictions. While the goal should be America together with our allies, that will first require allies to roll back their unfair practices targeting U.S. companies. For example, there are a host of ways that Europe protects its markets and disadvantages U.S. companies, all of which contribute to the large bilateral trade imbalance. These include discriminatory commercial and government purchases, imposition of digital services taxes on U.S. technology companies, exorbitant fines against U.S. companies, price controls on U.S. drugs, regulations that discriminate against U.S. firms, restrictions on data flows, government-supported import substitution of U.S. services including cloud computing, standards manipulation, and weaponized antitrust. Canada has acted in a similar, if less extreme, manner. The U.S. government cannot continue keeping the Allied partnership so sacrosanct that it puts up with these kinds of trade aggressions. It's akin to a spouse who is so desperate to keep the marriage together that she turns a blind eye to her husband's philandering. Just like the spouse is justified in demanding future fidelity in order to keep the marriage intact, the United States is justified in demanding significantly fewer trade barriers and techno-economic aggression from our allies. The United States can't reasonably expect to get everything it wants, though it should expect significant progress. But Trump's use of tariffs, not as a bargaining tool but as a wall, will only lead to U.S. isolation and decline. A second key component of this new allied partnership should be a commitment to join ranks to combat Chinese innovation mercantilism, including serious consideration of whether WTO commitments are sustainable when China uses texts like the Agreement on Subsidies and Countervailing Measures as a roadmap to design industrial policies that are difficult to enforce against. Ideally, our core allies, including the Commonwealth nations, the European Union, Japan, Korea, and Taiwan, work together. If nations want to have their cake and eat it too, we should make it clear that they are no longer core trade allies. It appears that the European Union likes its cake, as President Ursula von der Leyen recently stated that she intends for the European Union to develop much closer ties with China now that Trump is president. If nations want to participate in open trade with the United States, they need to choose the West's fair and open markets and freedom. That means working with the United States on policies to help win over unaligned nations, while coordinating on actions to limit China's targeted destruction of allied core industries. If nations are willing to stand up and be part of this U.S.-led coalition, then the United States will engage in open free trade with them. Globalization does not work if currency values cannot respond to global competitiveness. The U.S. government should stop defending the value of the dollar as long as the United States is running a trade deficit. There will be opposition to Globalization 2.0. It is not the autarkic agenda the Trump administration or many organizations such as the Coalition for a Prosperous America seek. Advocates of Autarky 1.0 are suffering a kind of post-traumatic stress syndrome from the harms of Globalization 1.0, unable to process the current world rationally. In part because of the failures of Globalization 1.0, few can intellectually and fairly consider Globalization 2.0, and instead they default to rejection and autarky. Globalization 2.0 will have to emerge from patriotic pragmatists, individuals who put America first but not alone. These individuals will support a strong U.S. advanced industry base, but do not want to protect all manufacturing firms and jobs, and can distinguish between a free trade agreement with Britain and one with China. The reality is that unless believers in Globalization 1.0 get on board and embrace the real and viable alternative of Globalization 2.0, the Trumpian protectionists will likely prevail. Right now, autarky beats Globalization 1.0. This won't be true forever, But the amount of damage done to the U.S. economy and U.S. foreign policy relations from years of protectionist autarky will be severe. Better to work now to craft a viable alternative so that the 2028 election can offer something more than a choice between free trade and protectionism.